Chapter 511 is here. They are very good at controlling energy. And their reaction speed is very fast. The two have made at least 200 attacks per second. And it is precisely because their bodies are protected by energy that they can withstand such great pressure. Yang Bo watched the two warriors fighting on the side. Mainly watching the way the two sides fought. The two were very fast. And sometimes it felt to Yang Bo that their hands seemed to appear out of thin air. The two sides separated and joined within a distance of 5 or 6 meters in diameter. The two people's nerve reaction speed and predictability were very strong. Just like a space with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters. The speed of the two people's attacks was estimated to be close to the speed of sound. Because sometimes bursts of explosions broke out, which were the sonic booms when they attacked. In fact, for superpowers, as long as they reach a certain energy reserve and a certain physical strength, they can break through the speed of sound. But the two are completely different. After all, the two are not moving in a straight line, but constantly turning and moving against each other. At the speed of sound, they instantly move forward several meters, and then move to the left. During this turn, the human body had to withstand several times, even dozens of times, tens of times the force. The energy light on the two people's bodies was different according to their postures, and the brightness of the energy light in each part was different. It was obvious that they were increasing the energy of certain parts at any time and anywhere. Skills are useful for people of equal strength, but they are useless if the opponent is too strong. Yang Bo had some experience after watching it. Just like when Yang Bo faced these two people. He didn't need to dodge at all. No matter how they hit him. He just went all out and fought head on. Yang Bo didn't mean to look down on the two people, but watched with relish. Because Yang Bo knew that he would definitely meet people with equal strength and people with stronger strength in the future. Yang Bo didn't think that he was the only one. The most amazing one. Besides, in the modern high-tech society, no matter how amazing anyone is, they are not the opponent of technology. Technology can directly blow up a planet today. No matter how powerful you are, you will be directly destroyed by such weapons even if you just touch the edge. The diameter of a planet is at least thousands or tens of thousands of kilometers. If you can't get away from this distance in an instant, you can't escape the attack of such weapons. Not to mention the light and heat generated by the explosion of the planet, as well as electromagnetic and other energy shocks. At this time, no matter how powerful you are, unless you break through the speed of light, you will be directly covered and impacted by the aftermath of the explosion. This is also the reason why Yang Bo has always been low-key. Yang Bo feels that if he wants to show off his abilities, the alliance from top to bottom will come to catch him, because he could have such ability so quickly. Who in the alliance would not want to have it? Even the fat boss and Zhou Rui. Yang Bo could not guarantee that they would know his true situation and would not do anything to him. Yang Bo also knew that he was very powerful, but he did not want to go against the entire alliance. And once people knew about it, Yang Bo would have to hide in a place where no one was, and live alone. Even going to other countries might not be safe, because at that time, if he changed his identity to someone else, he might be found out. Anyone who has contact with him, or may have contact with him, will be the focus of attention. Everyone will treat him as Tang Monk's meat. There is no routine in the battle between the two, but the reaction speed is very fast. In the end, the Red Flower Society hit the young girl of the Iron Sword Gate with a punch 25 seconds after the battle started. The young girl of the Iron Sword Gate was hit and flew out, and the waist of the girl who was hit was deformed. Red Flower Society wins. The strongman who was the referee shouted immediately. And Tai Guangtou had picked up his female disciple like lightning and stuffed her into the medical warehouse. As long as people enter the medical warehouse, they don't need outsiders to operate, because the operator may not know medical skills. It is completely intelligent control. Thank you, the female disciple of the Red Flower Society said with a fist. And Yang Bo only found this female disciple of the Red Flower Society at this time. After the energy on her body dissipated, the whole person was covered with smoke. Thank you, Tai Guangtou also said with a fist. Sister, you are in trouble now. You will probably need more than a year to recover from this injury. Sister, you were careless. The opponent deliberately left a flaw. As a warrior, it is normal to have bumps and bruises. Your sister is much better after this fight than she was in half a year of training at home. Iron Guangtou heard the two people talking from a distance, and said after sitting down next to them, no matter how well you train, it is not as good as going out to fight with others. Iron Guanto said again. Yang Bo knew why the injured girl they were talking about had to recover for so long. That was because the healed muscles, meridians, and bones were very different from the original ones. To give a very simple example, when recruiting fighter pilots on Earth, they must have no injuries or scars before. That is because fighter pilots will be overloaded when maneuvering. If they are injured, the scars left will be torn at this time, and then the blood in the body will be squeezed out along the torn hole instantly. These newly grown bones, skin and meridians need to be continuously strengthened with their own energy to restore to their original appearance. The stronger the strength, the slower the recovery speed after being injured. Just like Yang Bo is injured now. If there is no special medicine and special skills, it will take 2 or 3 years to recover. Han Huawei gets 1 point. Next is the second game. Dafentang vs Taekwonmin. Yang Bo also saw that the reason why the leader of the King Kong men was the referee was actually to play a protective role in the middle. That is, he could intervene at any time to separate the two. Yang Bo had seen a news on Earth before. That is, it seemed that the referee did not allow a boxing match to be fought. And as a result, one party was dissatisfied and wanted to hit the referee, and was knocked down by the referee with one punch. This time, 2 men came up, and they were wearing the same clothes, similar to training clothes, with a protective gear on their heads. However, the 2 men's figures formed a sharp contrast. The young man from Dafentang had a golden proportion, and Yang Bo had just seen that he was handsome. The man from Taekwonmin was known to have practiced boxing and kicking kung fu. His legs and arms were very thick, and his upper body looked a little bigger, with broad shoulders that were a bit out of proportion. When the referee called 3-2-1, the sturdy man from the Iron Fist sect roared, "Damn! You're still interfering." Yang Bo, who was invisible, was startled by this shout. And then the sturdy man from the Iron Fist sect rushed directly towards the disciples of the Dafeng Hall. The explosive power of the Iron Fist sect is very strong, and its main focus is physical strength. When we, the warriors who use weapons, encounter such people, we have to temporarily avoid the edge and delay time. In fact, in actual combat, especially when we have weapons, those who use fists and feet are no match at all. However, those who use fists and feet are better than us in terms of high-tech weapons. The armor used by the King Kong sect is specially customized. The junior mecha masters of their sect can control the mecha and easily break through the speed of Mach 12. At this speed, they are still very clear, and the junior mecha masters of our sect can only reach the speed of Mach 5 or 6 at most. If it exceeds Mach 8, we will be affected to a certain extent. If we have to reach the speed of Mach 12, our reaction ability will be reduced to the lowest. You also know that when fighting with mechas, reaction speed is the top priority. Yang Bo was listening to Iron Bald Head telling his 2 disciples these things. Yang Bo certainly knows how much force a mecha operator has to bear when using a mecha at a speed of more than 10 Mach. Because the mecha does not move in a straight line. It is just like a human when fighting, and it has to constantly change its movements left and right, forward and backward. If it is not a big problem for the operator to control the mecha to break through the speed of more than 10 or 20 Mach when moving in a straight line, it is mainly when the mecha is maneuvering. That is, when it changes direction. The pressure on the mecha operator is the greatest at this time. Of course, if the mecha wants to break through such a high speed, it must have an energy shield. That is, a layer of energy shield must be formed outside the mecha. Otherwise such a high speed will directly rub against the air on the planet and become a ball of fire. So the highest speed of a general mecha is only 17 or 18 Mach. Because the energy that the mecha itself can provide is limited. The faster the mecha bursts when it bursts, the shorter the duration. Don't expect a mecha to have more energy than a fighter. Every action and every data made by the mecha requires energy support. There was a mecha company that developed a mecha that could break through the speed of more than 20 Mach. But it was not practical, because the energy that the mecha can output is so much. If a new protective shield is added, it is inevitable to sacrifice power or other things. To put it bluntly, the mecha is just a combat weapon, and the cost performance is still what is needed. This is the same as the weapons on Earth. Just like the tanks on Earth can be equipped with this or that, and can also thicken the armor. But its own power system is only so big. It is impossible to expect a tank to have as much power as a ship. And adding various equipment and armor to the tank will reduce the overall performance. Master. The young man naturally knew that the master was talking to him. The situation on the ring looked one-sided, with the strong man from the Iron Fist sect chasing the disciples from the Doffing Hall. This disciple from the Doffing Hall reacted very quickly, and looking at his movements, he easily avoided the attacks of the disciples from the Iron Fist sect. Yang Bo listened to Taekwondo while watching the competition on the ring. The two men have not officially fought since the beginning. All we can hear is the sound of sonic booms from the two chasing each other. The disciples of Doffing Hall are in danger. Yang Bo looked carefully for a few seconds and found that the disciples of Doffing Hall might fail. Because of the energy in the two people. The stronger the body, the more energy reserves. It seems that the disciples of Taekwon Gate are screaming on top, as if they can't catch up. But Yang Bo can see the energy light on the two people, and can find the proportion of the energy light attenuation on the two people. The attenuation of energy light means the reduction of its own energy reserves. The disciples of Doffing Hall are going to lose. Taekwondo also said in a low voice. Then or do you want to go up and fight him directly? Relying on reaction and agility to delay time is just a possibility of winning. But if you go up and fight them head-on, you will lose immediately. Taekwondo was a little speechless looking at his youngest disciple. This person from Taekwon Gate. This fighting method is unsolvable. He doesn't care what fake moves you use. He will just chase you hard from behind. Another female disciple of Taekwondo said. This will become a pure competition of strength and energy. If the opponent can be led by your fake moves, then they will consume more energy. Iron Lighthead also nodded. The next second, the disciple of the Iron Fist sect knocked the opponent out with a bang. Yang Bo saw clearly that the disciple of the Iron Fist sect had been chasing the disciple of the Doffing Hall obediently, forcing the disciple of the Doffing Hall to run madly in front. Then the disciple of the Iron Fist sect predicted the route of the Doffing Hall disciple, and the energy light on his body suddenly burst out, and the speed suddenly increased, and he knocked the opponent out directly. This guy looks like a big fool, but I didn't expect him to be able to use strategies. Of course, this is mainly due to the limitations of this arena. If you keep chasing in a straight line, there is still a certain chance of winning. Yang Bo made a mental summary after watching it. This battle lasted only 30 seconds. Of course, another person went into the medical cabin, and it seemed that all the bones in his body might be broken. Iron Fist sect. Remember to be competitive when sparring. The strong man from the King Kong sect, who was the referee, warned. Sorry, I didn't hold back my strength for a while. Although the disciple of the Iron Fist sect said sorry, he didn't do anything at all and stood straight. Iron Fist sect wins. The referee of the King Kong sect didn't say much and directly announced that the Iron Fist sect won. This disciple of the Iron Fist sect could have held back some of his strength just now. It seems that there will be a fierce battle between the King Kong sect and the Iron Fist sect in the end. The Iron Bald Man said in a low voice. Will no one die by then? The male disciple of the Iron Bald Man asked. Not necessarily. The grudge between the Iron Fist sect and the Vajra sect is not small. When the two sects were still on the same planet, they fought for the enrollment of students, and they would belittle each other during the enrollment. It has continued until now. Even now, when the two sects recruit disciples, they are still competing with each other. You can always hear that the two sects are poaching from each other. As long as the two sects see someone with good talent, they will secretly recruit the person into the gang first. The main reason is that both sects are cultivating themselves. Unlike us who need various talents to use weapons. But there are also many peers. Iron Bald Head explained. And Yang Bo understood. I feel that the disciples of the Iron Fist sect are a bit rude. After all, the referee of the Vajra sect is also an elder. Iron Bald Head's male disciple said in a low voice. The Iron Fist sect has a mining company. They are rich and powerful in their local area. They are not a good thing. Iron Bald Head answered in a low voice. It's time to work. Yang Bo's eyes lit up when he heard this. What did he come here for? He came here to get rid of harm to the people. Of course, he could also get a little profit. Chapter 512 Disaster? There were two more matches later. These two matches were similar to the first one. The two sides competed in speed. As for the moves, they were of no use in this situation. The main focus was on a fast reaction speed and the strength of the energy on the body. The third match was between the Kwaido sect and Kinjitang. Both sects had male disciples. Both sides were very fast. After 20 seconds, the disciples of the Kwaido sect exposed a flaw. The disciples of Kinjitang took advantage of the situation. But this guy gathered all the energy in the key position. When the disciples of the Kwaido sect thought that the opponent was hit, They started to attack directly, but they didn't expect that the disciples of Kinjitang had been prepared and were directly punched away. Of course, the disciples of Kinjitang were not feeling well either. After all, they endured an attack from the opponent, and then both of them entered the medical cabin. However, the disciples of Kinjitang had energy protection, so the damage they suffered was relatively small. In the fourth match, both sides played very cautiously. The battle lasted for 15 minutes. In the end, the energy of both of them was almost gone. In the end, it was a draw. After these matches, we rested for a few hours before coming back. Anyway, we had to stay on this spaceship for a long time. Yang Bo did not get more news from Taiguanto about the Iron Fist sect. So after everyone left, Yang Bo followed the people of the Iron Fist sect in stealth. Old 4. You were a little impulsive today. Black King Kong is a petty guy. Be careful that he will plot against you later. After the 4 people of the Iron Fist sect returned to their private room, the leader spoke up. Master, I was wrong. The Iron Fist sect disciple, who was on the field today, admitted his mistake directly after hearing what the master said. Yang Bo felt good after hearing this. But another person said, Master, the Vajra sect and us are incompatible. Last year, he snatched a disciple we favored. This time, the competition may be aimed at us. If their Vajra sect gets good results in this competition, their sect ranking will move forward. Third brother, I have taught you a long time ago that you must maintain a good image in public. What will others think of the performance of the fourth brother on the ring just now? The master said again. Continue to do what you should do in private, but you must do a good job of superficial work in front of others. If you don't believe me, you will see that it won't be long before someone speaks ill of our Iron Fist sect. The master's words shattered Yang Bo's 3 views. Third junior brother. Fourth junior brother. You must listen to the master's teachings. You see, the eldest brother listens to the master very much. No matter what he does, he must do a good job on the surface. As the saying goes, it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. As long as we see the opportunity, we can kill their whole family directly. The last remaining man said with a bit of a fierce tone. Second junior brother. We understand. It's a pity that the eldest brother can't leave the planet this time because of the last case. Otherwise, if the eldest brother came to spar, he would definitely beat all the garbage on the scene to death. The third and fourth junior brothers answered respectfully. The eldest brother did that for others to see. Our mission this time was not to spar. If he had known that it was a sparring, he could have left at will. At most, he would not have given up the bail. The second brother shook his head and replied, the whole family should be killed, so there will be no plaintiff. I don't know what the eldest brother thinks. The third brother spoke again. Your eldest brother wants them to experience the justice of the law first, and then their family members will die one by one, so that the plaintiff will live in pain all the time. And let the plaintiff know that the so-called freedom of the alliance is only for rich people like us. Isn't it just bail? Even if he goes to jail. So what? Our lawyer team can find dozens or hundreds of ways to prevent people from going to jail. Look at how many people the master uncle killed back then. And he still issued a certificate of mental illness. More than 100 years have passed. Who can still remember what the master uncle did back then? Look at how good the master uncle's reputation is on our planet now. He is now a senator. And there are so many garbage who want to elect the master uncle. The second brother pouted and said. The master coughed when he heard this. Don't let your uncle hear it. Master, I think the sect is unfair. The master should be the senator of this planet. Yang Bo watched the second brother flattering him. He didn't expect that the atmosphere in this sect was so bad. This is the decision of the sect. The master frowned slightly when he heard this, but still said this. Yang Bo saw that the master was not sincere when he said this. Master, how much profit do senators have to make in a year? They should be given a copy of the planet's financial budget. Otherwise, no bill can be passed. Uncle raises his hand and makes more money than we make in 10 years. The second senior brother continued. Don't mention this matter in the future. You should not participate in the affairs of the sect. You don't understand many things. The master shook his head to stop his disciple from saying anything. Master, I always feel that the things that happen one after another on March Star are a bit weird. The second senior brother spoke again. Weird is right. I know a little about the situation on March Star, and very few people know about these things. The master laughed and said, Master, can you tell me in detail? The second senior brother asked. It's no good for you to know this matter. And I'm not sure. I have to go back and report to the elders of the sect before I can know the answer. The master shook his head. Yang Bo was a little curious when he heard this. There were things on March Star that he didn't know. The series of things that happened recently were all done by him. Could it be that this guy was going to use this matter to make some conspiracy? Yang Bo got on the spaceship just to follow these ancient martial arts sects to see the excitement and eliminate some scum. Now it seems that the Iron Fist sect is plotting something. And this sect seems to have gone too far on their planet. They say that if the plaintiff is dealt with, there will be no trouble. It seems that these guys don't receive much education. If the lower beam is not straight, the upper beam will be crooked. I want to see how far your sect has gone. I just don't know what skills the people in this sect will give me. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. Master, can you reveal some information? The other two disciples of the Iron Fist sect also asked quickly. It's a disaster. But it's also a good thing. However, I'm not sure yet. You think I went there just for the life energy stone? You're totally wrong. The master spoke again. If this is true, we will return to March Star as soon as possible. However, there shouldn't be many people paying attention to this matter at this stage, because few people know about it, and no one will leak information. And the things that happen one after another on March Star are just warnings issued by these people to the outside world, warning others not to interfere. Otherwise, those people in front will end up like this. Yang Bo was a little confused when he heard what this guy said. These were obviously his own things. What did this guy misunderstand? However, the master didn't continue to talk about this matter. Yang Bo wanted to catch this guy, beat him up, and torture him severely. Is this guy going to spread rumors? Want to make a fortune from the development of March Star? Yang Bo was puzzled. After the break, there was another competition. Or 4 competitions. There was nothing interesting to see this time. And the Vidra sect had not made a move yet. Finally, in the 11th round, the Vidra sect's disciple came on stage. After this guy came on stage, he released a faint energy light all over his body, and his whole body seemed to have grown bigger. When the referee shouted start, the Vidra sect's disciple's whole body gave people the feeling that a leaf was blown by the wind and floated towards the opponent. The opponent dodged to the left, but the Vidra sect's disciple suddenly increased his speed and floated over, knocking the opponent away. Awesome. Yang Bo saw clearly that this guy's body movement was definitely something. Both were moving forward. But the Iron Fist sect gave people the feeling of going straight, while the guy in front of him gave people the feeling of a leaf floating, giving people a sense of uncertainty, which made the opponent misjudge. However, the Vidra sect was really good. After knocking the opponent away, the opponent was not hurt at all. Thank you. The disciple of the Vidra sect said politely with a fist. Thank you. The opponent could only clasp his fist. This Vidra sect is a little better than the Iron Fist sect. The Vidra sect's surface work is also good, and it is still martial arts ethics. The Iron Fist sect looks like its eyes are on its head. Yang Bo was watching the excitement from the side. And sure enough, he heard someone comparing the Iron Fist sect with the Vidra sect. And the Iron Fist sect was sure to hear the voice of this guy. The faces of the people in the Iron Fist sect were very normal. But Yang Bo felt that these guys must be angry. Hee. This Vidra sect not only gained a good reputation for itself by doing this, but also made other colleagues around despise the Iron Fist sect. Although this big guy is big, he has a lot of ideas. Yang Bo heard these people's discussions, and smiled in his heart. In the 12th game, the Vidra sect and the Iron Fist sect finally faced each other. After the disciples of the two sects came on stage, they looked at each other. The disciples of the Iron Fist sect looked at each other with a little contempt. The disciples of the Vidra sect also looked at each other. Yang Bo was also very interested. What kind of ending would it be if these two sects that did not use weapons collided? Ready! 321 start. The referee of the Vidra sect was still the referee. Just after the referee shouted, the disciples of the Vidra sect and the Iron Fist sect burst out with dazzling energy light at the same time, and then collided with each other in an instant. Boom! Not only the sound of sonic boom, but also the sound of the energy impact on the two people made the alarm sound in the whole private room. Awesome. Yang Bo noticed that the two had separated, and then continued to collide for the second time. Chapter 513 Interstellar Creatures. The two sides were like bulls fighting, although there were clashes of moves in the middle. These moves were hard-hitting, with fists and feet on both sides. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions. This is the two people kicking each other hard. Then the two suddenly separated. Both took a deep breath at the same time. And then collided again. With fists and feet constantly hitting each other directly. The alarm in the private room has stopped. Obviously turned off manually. The ears are full of dense explosions of the two people fighting. This is when the two people attack. The speed of their hands and feet directly breaks through the speed of sound. And then the energy of both sides contacts and squeezes each other. And finally forms an energy reaction. It looks a bit pleasing to the eye. Because when the two sides collide, the energy hits each other. Not only will it make a sound, but also light will appear because of the collision of energy. The whole sound is continuous. And the fighting range of the two sides does not exceed 5 meters. After jumping away, they immediately enter the field again. The reaction speed of these two people is probably that of advanced mecha masters. Yang Bo looked at the reaction speed of the two. Of course, hand speed and reaction speed are only the minimum standards for a mecha master. The most important thing for a mecha master is on-the-spot response and prediction. However, the reaction speed and prediction ability of these two people are very strong. It seems that such an explosion consumes a lot of energy. After only more than 10 seconds, the energy light on the two people has dimmed a lot. But this is also normal. The head-on collision between the two sides consumes a lot of energy. The contact between the two in just a dozen seconds is higher than the previous few games combined. It looks like the King Kong sect will win. Yang Bo felt that the two could only decide the winner by the strength of their energy. The next second after the two separated, the King Kong sect disciple slid and tackled. The Iron Fist sect disciple suddenly jumped up. It seemed that both of them had other moves, but they did not expect to do so at the same time. After the two attacked, the distance between them was very short, and there was no time to change. The King Kong sect disciple put one foot on the ground, and kicked the Iron Fist sect disciple in the air with the other foot. The King Kong sect disciple also put both hands on, stood upside down, and kicked the Iron Fist sect disciple hard. The Iron Fist sect disciple was also on guard against the King Kong sect disciple. Seeing the King Kong sect disciple coming like this, his hands were full of energy, and he directly took the opponent's kick. Although he blocked the kick with both hands, the King Kong sect disciple used both hands to exert force in the next second, and his body instantly bounced. And then his knees hit the Iron Fist sect disciple's hands hard. Then the disciple of the Iron Fist sect was pushed up and hit the ceiling of the private room, and then spit out a large mouthful of blood. Iron Fist sect admits defeat. At this time, the master of the Iron Fist sect hurriedly shouted. After shouting, the whole person caught the falling disciple and stuffed him into the sanatorium. The King Kong sect wins. The referee of the King Kong sect did not make any statement, but announced that his sect's disciple won. Both of them have fast reaction speeds. The hands trained by the Iron Fist sect are no match for the legs, and the King Kong sect should have trained the whole body. After watching it, Yang Bo thought to himself, it's what they deserve. The Iron Fist sect can only gain an advantage against people like us. That is to say, weapons are not allowed. Otherwise, I would have killed them with one move. That's right. Look at their appearance. They are disrespectful. When the Iron Fist sect had not yet developed StarCraft, they were doing some underworld activities in the name of physical fitness, helping others to watch the casino, or going to other people's places to cause trouble, and collecting protection fees from small vendors. No wonder the character of this sect is not good. As the saying goes, the upper beam is not straight. The lower beam is crooked. Although the King Kong sect likes to play tricks, they are still relatively honest in doing things. Yang Bo heard other people talking about the Iron Fist sect again. Of course, Yang Bo knew who was famous in the small circle, and everyone knew it. Some people had a terrible reputation but pretended to be noble, as if people in the circle didn't know him. For the next few days, Yang Bo watched the competition while trying to get information everywhere. It was very simple for Yang Bo to get information. He just turned invisible and followed the other party. Only then did I realize that there were conflicts between the various sects, which had been accumulated since before the StarCraft began. At that time, the major sects were all fitness and health groups, and these groups used various pretexts to deceive ordinary people. Of course, there were also ordinary people who liked to do these things. The major sects wanted to compete with each other for heads, so gradually there were some conflicts. If a group recruited rich people, it would be prosperous. Of course, there were some real big groups in the past, and these big groups were more famous. such as Tianshan Hall, Tianshan Hui, Zhanshan Gang, and Changshengmen. As for how these large groups disappeared, it was because when people practiced ancient martial arts and gained superpowers. When an ordinary person became a Superman, how many things would he not dare to do before? Not to mention that they were in groups. When people first started practicing ancient martial arts and had superhuman abilities, they would become extremely arrogant. These large sects had some ideas that they shouldn't have. Some people wanted to occupy a place and become kings. And some people wanted to clamor to establish their own country. Of course, this is normal. Just when they had power that they couldn't control, they would become extremely arrogant. As a result, these large groups caused many vicious incidents and were directly destroyed by the three major countries that had already started interstellar development at that time. It was from that time that the three major countries began to jointly promote genetic drugs. The emergence of genetic drugs allowed most ordinary people to have superpowers without going through hard training. Although genetic drugs have a success rate and an upper limit, most ordinary people believe that they cannot become superpowers within 20 to 30 years. So they simply inject genetic drugs. This is also why Gu Wu disappeared later. Because Gu Wu was an uncontrollable factor for the country. Because there was no limit to the growth of Gu Wu. The growth limit of genetic drugs is so high. So the three major countries don't have to spend much effort. Just block it from the source. And the superpower limit of everyone in your area. Of course, the strange thing is that the dignitaries and high-level officials of the three countries basically don't inject genetic drugs. Because they don't want to be restricted. So for a long time in the Interstellar, Gu Wu was silently suppressed by the three major countries until science and technology became more and more advanced. And Gu Wu was slowly released. But it was also very limited. That is to say, there are powerful sects. But at the beginning, these sects took things for granted. So they were destroyed. On this day, Yang Bo heard a rather unexpected news. When the master of the Vajra sect was chatting with his disciples. Don't be too impatient. The Ancient Martial Arts Association has existed for so many years. Why is the people-oriented concept still advocated now? It is learned from bloody lessons. Don't look at those other sects who say they have weapons in hand. So and so. If the time really comes, their weapons will be nothing. The master of the Vajra sect enlightened his disciples. The reason was that his disciples wanted to have a new Mecha and drive the Mecha as soon as possible. Master, why don't I understand what you said? One of the three disciples of the Vajra sect master asked after hearing this. Have you heard of interstellar creatures? The master of the Vajra sect asked. I've heard that these creatures are silicon-based life forms. They just need to absorb energy to survive? It seems that they like to live in energy-rich places, such as the area where supernovas explode. And they don't like our energy-poor areas. A disciple of the Vajra Gate nodded. Yes, but this is not absolute. There are also weak interstellar creatures. And it is a bit premature to simply say that these interstellar creatures are silicon-based life forms. We have encountered interstellar creatures before. I don't know the specific situation. I just know that 3 planets were destroyed because of this incident. Do you think the Alliance's planetary cannons are used to destroy planets? No. They are used to destroy and defend these interstellar creatures. These interstellar creatures have thick shells. The metal content in these shells is very high. And these shells can absorb all energy, whether it is photoelectric, thermal, electromagnetic, etc. All our current radars cannot detect the other party, because even the full-frequency energy waves of the radar will be absorbed by it. But don't worry. We can determine whether the other party exists from the blank scan by the radar. Some of these creatures are as big as battleships, and some are not much bigger than us. These creatures can not only absorb energy, but also attack with energy. The 3 destroyed planets have only a 1% survival rate. And among all the survivors, all of them are our warriors. And 50% of them are our warriors who practice self-cultivation. These interstellar creatures not only absorb energy, but also eat metal. And the weapons used by those people outside are all made of rare metals, which are delicious in the eyes of these creatures. The master of the Vajra Gate said a lot of things in one breath. Master, why don't we know this news? The disciple of the Vajra Gate was stunned for a while before asking. Do you think mechas are really what our 3 countries need? Let me tell you. The reason why all human countries put mecha masters in the highest position is because if these interstellar creatures really appear, mechas are the most effective way. And the reason why we no longer develop intelligent technology is because these interstellar creatures can release energy attacks. Interstellar creatures with pure light attributes are a little better. There are also many interstellar creatures that you have never heard of. Electricity, electromagnetic properties, gravity, and other energy-based properties can release various energy attacks. Smart devices are very unstable under strong electromagnetic interference or strong current attack. And these creatures can absorb energy, so the radar of the warship cannot lock on the opponent at a distance, and can only rely on the mecha to lock on the opponent at close range. And it is said that there is also a kind of advanced interstellar creature that can control any smart device in turn. So don't think about rushing to have your own mecha. We will arrange mechas according to your strength within our sect. And our records of purchasing mechas will be recorded by the 3 major countries. Once interstellar creatures appear, the mecha masters will be the first to be summoned to fight. The master of the Vidra Gate said again. It should be okay. We have been safe for these years? The 3 disciples of the Vidra Gate nodded and asked after hearing this. That's not necessarily true. Interstellar creatures appeared more than 90 years ago. And interstellar creatures may appear again this time. The master of the Vidra Gate said again. Where is it? Is our route safe? The 3 disciples of the Vidra Gate were shocked when they heard this. It's okay. We humans have a great chance of winning against interstellar creatures. On the one hand, we have deployed many detectors in the starry sky. If you look closely at the interstellar routes, you will find that all the equipment on the routes covers a distance that can alert our human world. And these interstellar creatures have a biggest shortcoming. That is, they cannot make space jumps. In addition, if these interstellar creatures are directly hit by the main guns of our warships, they can also be destroyed. The incident on March Star this time may be a sign of the emergence of interstellar creatures. Yang Bo was shocked when he heard the words of the master of the Vidra sect. The 3 disciples of the Vidra sect were also shocked when they heard this. There are on March Star? Not only March Star. There is also one planet. But that planet is now under close surveillance by the fleet. Once any interstellar creature appears on that planet, the Alliance will destroy it immediately. When Yang Bo heard the words of the master of the Vidra sect, 3 words popped up in his mind. Green Demon Star. These interstellar creatures will breed their offspring on some planets. So which planet is most suitable for these interstellar creatures? Stars are obviously unrealistic. Even adult interstellar creatures dare not enter the sun. And planets without any energy fluctuations are also not suitable. The only suitable planets are the planets where we humans live now. There is magma inside the planets, which can produce energy reactions and temperature. But the temperature radiation is not as high as the sun. 2 mutant creatures were discovered on March Star this time, which is a bit biased, because these interstellar creatures absorb the energy inside the planet when they are young, and because they are not mature enough. The absorbed energy will overflow. You can understand it as energy pollution, which will cause the creatures on this planet to mutate. Without human intervention, these mutant creatures will eventually become food for these interstellar creatures. And finally, the energy of the entire planet will be absorbed by the interstellar creatures, thus turning it into a cold planet. The master of the Vidra Gate said a lot of things in one breath. Of course, planets with interstellar creatures are also good for us humans. These mutant creatures can be used as raw materials to make genetic medicine materials. The recent negative events on March Star should be because someone discovered something and warned others. Someone is targeting us here. Yang Bo finally understood why the master of the Iron Fist sect said that a few days ago. Who is it? The 3 disciples of the Vidra sect asked in unison when they heard this. I don't know. This bomb guy is obviously targeting the Pharmacist Guild. And the good guy is obviously targeting the major families? This giant that appeared this time seems to be targeting those big companies? I can't figure out who they are, because these people don't seem to have appeared at all. I wonder if they are some hidden families. The master of the Vidra sect was also a little puzzled. Yang Bo was stunned when he heard this, and quickly pricked up his ears to continue listening. Don't the disciples of the sects outside know? The 3 disciples of the Vidra sect asked. What if they know? Do you have to learn a new ancient martial art? And the probability of interstellar creatures appearing will become lower and lower as our human strength increases. If you were a high-level sect leader, would you tell these things and send all the talented people to our sect? You must keep this matter confidential, because the matter of March Star is not certain yet. The master of the Vidra sect said again. Chapter 514. Here we go again. Master, you have mentioned the hidden families before. Are these hidden families so lawless? A disciple of the Vidra sect asked. You also know the situation of the Alliance. It is controlled by big families and some big forces. The Parliament is the place where these forces meet. In fact, For ordinary people, they have the best life in our alliance. Each of these hidden families has its own family traditions. These people are not keen on power, but they are not short of money at all, because there are many people who ask them to give them money. Just like when we competed recently, among the injured disciples, one of them was from a hidden family, and there was a special superpower similar to healing. Just like our injuries, if they are treated with this superpower, they can be restored to their original state in a very short time. Such families are actually protected by the major forces of the Alliance. Of course, these families do not interfere in the struggles in the secular world because they cannot favor any side. These families generally have fewer people, and there are not too many people to do other things. The master of the Vidra sect said. But they still violated the laws of the Alliance? The disciples of the Vidra sect asked in confusion. Law is just an extension of morality. No matter it is bomb brother or good guy brother. What is the public opinion about the two things they did? The pharmacist union is now being condemned by everyone. The pharmacists who used to be respected in our minds are nothing more than a group of perverts, who are thieves and prostitutes. As for that Jean Letian, this guy has used his power to do a lot of bad things. If the Zhang family hadn't spent a lot of money to buy out the information, the Zhang family would probably be hated by everyone. As for the Thomas incident, it's not that simple. The Thomas incident may not be done by the hidden family. It feels to me that it may be an internal struggle of the Alliance Reserve Committee. And according to what you said, the Alliance law requires evidence. So where is the evidence? The master of the Vidra Gate shrugged and said. The disciple of the Vidra Gate heard this and said. According to what the master said, I'm afraid we won't be able to find any evidence in the future. The police and agents of the Alliance Justice Department only know how to bully those who have no strength. That's right. When you watched the live broadcast, several policemen only knew to call for help and didn't dare to do anything else. Two junior brothers. The police are also human beings. They just get paid to do a job. And according to the human rights law of the Alliance, if they know that their lives are in danger, they can refuse all orders. The senior brother of the Vidra Gate said, You must remember what I said. Don't buy mechas blindly. Some things are unclear. After all, we cannot detect interstellar creatures. And interstellar creatures are diverse. No one knows if there are any interstellar creatures with special abilities. How do you think we got these information now? It was obtained at the cost of many lives. The master of the Vidra Gate spoke again. I understand. Master, what should we do if we face the hidden family? Don't worry. The hidden family will never attack anyone without reason. The people of these families are indifferent to fame and fortune, and are devoted to studying the direction they like. After hearing these conversations, Yang Bo had some understanding of this hidden family. Of course, what Yang Bo cared about most was those few words. Special abilities. In Yang Bo's opinion, the people of these hidden families have some unique skills, which makes these superpowers and warriors have to ask for their names sometimes. So their status is relatively high, and they are not competitive, because they have enough income anyway. Yang Bo listened happily for a long time. But the people of the King Kong Gate didn't talk more about the hidden family, which made Yang Bo a little disappointed. No wonder it's difficult to go deeper underground when I play in the mecha game. It seems that these creatures are hiding below and absorbing the energy emitted by the planet. Back to March Star. I must look for it carefully. Yang Bo also knew that this process must be difficult. Otherwise the official alliance would have found it easily long ago. A planet is too big. Not to mention that these interstellar creatures are likely to move, and the size of the young bodies is unknown. However, Yang Bo still has to prepare to see. Next is the constant competition between the sections. The Iron Sword sect is also unlucky. The young man who went up later was also injured. Although the female disciple of the Iron Sword sect seems to have recovered, she can't go to the ring again, because the wound healed by scientific means needs at least a year of recuperation before going to the ring. The young disciple is the same. Of course, there are already several sects that have been eliminated in the front. All because the disciples need a long time of recuperation and exercise to recover after being injured before they can go to the ring. After more than 10 days of sailing, the spaceship arrived at the airport where Yang Bo had caused trouble last time. This is a distribution center for materials and personnel. Let's get off the spaceship, said the master of the Iron Fist sect. Master, I won't go. There's nothing fun in the airport. A disciple of the Iron Fist sect said. We won't come back after we go down. Your senior brother and your uncle are here. Let's return to March Star. The master of the Iron Fist sect said. What happened? March Star is preparing to bid for exploration this time. This is a good opportunity. We can take this opportunity to explore the entire March Star and may find more mutant creatures. In addition, March Star is also preparing to bid for the construction of a space elevator. It is also preparing to carry out other construction and open up more areas. Now many large companies and large consortiums have sent people to March Star. Why did the senior brother come so quickly? One of the other 3 disciples asked. I don't know either. Let's go down and take a look first. But we haven't finished our competition yet? Let the Vidra sect have fun on their own. Yang Bo was hiding on the side. Hearing this, he felt a little happy. I was originally planning to spend 2 months with these guys. But I didn't expect them to come to my door. The 2 months Yang Bo mentioned means that it will take these guys a month to return to their own planet. If he finishes his business and returns to March Star, it will take another month. Yang Bo came to this familiar airport again. The airport looked almost the same as last time. There was not much change at all. The same VIP channel, the same hotel, and the same bar. Yang Bo found a restroom and revealed his body. Then took out his smartwatch and looked at it. Only to find that the March Star Parliament submitted a motion immediately after the last Thomas incident. That is to fully develop March Star and conduct exploration bidding. That is, to conduct an overall exploration of the resources of the entire planet. This is also a common means of planetary development. Just like the owner of the land on Earth, asking people to explore the various resources of their land. Of course, there are relevant clauses. That is, how much profit the company will occupy after the exploration. So this airport is very lively now. And there are more people in it than last time. Brother, I really didn't mean to come to smash your place. Yang Bo felt that he didn't mean to come to this place to cause trouble. But the people of the Iron Fist sect came together. But how to deal with these guys this time? It's impossible that the whole sect is bad people? Yang Bo checked the spacecraft flight to March Star again and found that it was tomorrow. Yang Bo was watching the news in the public area of the airport and suddenly found that several familiar people were passing by from a distance. These were the people from the sects that had just boarded the spaceship, including the people from the King Kong sect. At this time, an alarm sounded somewhere in the airport. Yang Bo looked over and found that it was the hotel where the people from the Iron Fist sect lived. Iron Fist sect. You bastards. Iron Fist sect. You were local tyrants on Red Earth planet. But you can't be local tyrants here. Everyone, come and see. The ancient sect Iron Fist sect is robbing money and killing people. Yang Bo saw 3 or 4 young men surrounded by police robots. And these young men shouted loudly on the side. When Yang Bo saw this scene, he was moved. And then he quickly found a bathroom, disguised himself as San Yi, but changed his clothes, put on a hat, mask and glasses, and then came out. The police robots on the Alliance side also have procedures for law enforcement, especially these young people, who just talk nonsense without any action. So the police robots are just on guard and surround these people, because there are too many protests like this in the Alliance. As long as they do not pose a security threat to the surrounding environment and people around. The police robots are just separated according to the procedures. Wait for the real police to come and deal with it. At this time, there are already many people watching the excitement. And there seem to be reporters hanging inside. And the press card is busy taking pictures. In the Alliance, you can't take pictures of others at will. You must have relevant documents. It doesn't mean that you can take pictures of others with a device. That will make you bankrupt. So there are many people watching the excitement. But no equipment is used to record. There were also people from the sect watching the fun. The people from the Iron Fist sect also came out at this time. Lu, I have publicly collected evidence. You are defaming me. I will definitely go to court to sue you and make you lose everything. The person who said this was a burly middle-aged man with dark bronze skin. We brothers didn't plan to go back alive when we came out. If you have the guts, you can create an accident like you did in Red Earth Star and kill us brothers. The watches in the hands of these young people were projecting a virtual projection with a lot of text on it. Yang Bo looked at it carefully. Originally, Yang Bo didn't need to look at it because he had heard the conversation inside the Iron Fist sect. But if he wanted to find something, he must have an excuse. Iron Fist sect's bastards dared to do it but not admit it. Yang Bo quickly finished reading, and then directly opened his big move. Boy, who are you talking about? The middle-aged man who was speaking heard Yang Bo's sarcasm, and immediately pointed at Yang Bo and shouted, "I'm talking about a group of bastards. Everyone come and see. This is the legendary ancient martial arts sect. Do you think these sects are all good people? Did you all think that the Pharmacist Union was also good people before? I tell you, there are no good people among these bastards in the ancient martial arts sect. If there are good people, you can look at the content projected by this watch. What kind of people are the politicians of the Alliance? You all know better than me. The politicians of the Alliance are corrupt, murderous, and collude with these sections." Yang Bo began to criticize the politicians of the Alliance. Sure enough, when they heard Yang Bo say this, the two reporters quickly turned their equipment to Yang Bo. "You can curse politicians and criticize them in the Alliance, but don't name them, because naming them will be considered personal attacks. And those politicians will sue you and ask you to pay compensation. Boy, if you have the guts, show your face. You're covered up so tightly. I think you're the bastard." The bronze-skinned sturdy man walked directly towards Yang Bo and said loudly, "Chapter 515 Beating People. You are discriminating against our freedom of dress." Yang Bo heard this and put a big hat on this person's head. "Everyone, come and see. This person discriminates. This person discriminates against our freedom of dress." Yang Bo deliberately walked in front of the reporter's equipment, and then deliberately shouted loudly, pointing at the state of the handwriting, "You are just looking for trouble. You just called us bastards." The strong man on the opposite side heard Yang Bo put a hat on himself and hurriedly explained, "Yes, you Iron Fist sect are bastards. You dare to do it but dare not admit it. Don't you know what your sect's reputation is in the Ancient Martial Arts Association? I am targeting your Iron Fist sect. So what? But you shouldn't point fingers at me for my dress. You can say that I have a problem personally, but you can't say that we don't show our faces. Look, I'm not the only one who didn't show my face at the scene," Yang Bo said while pointing at the people watching the excitement at the scene. "You just said that those who cover themselves up tightly and don't show their faces are all bastards. You are now scolding all of us who are dressed similarly to me. According to statistics, 35% of the people in the league are dressed similarly to me. You are scolding 35% of the people in the league, saying that they are bastards." Yang Bo nodded and admitted that I scolded you. "But you called us bastards?" The strong man from the Iron Fist sect was a little confused. "Yes, you don't need to repeat this fact. I am scolding you Iron Fist sect. You can scold me and sue me in court, but you can't discriminate against my dress. Dressing is my freedom." Yang Bo started to make trouble again. At this time, the media of the two reporters had already started live broadcasting, and it had started live broadcasting since Yang Bo started to scold politicians. In the Alliance, if you don't scold politicians, you don't deserve to be a citizen of the Alliance. Some people on the internet have started to scold the Iron Fist Gate. You must know that the word discrimination is an imperial decree in the Alliance. Once he is accused of discrimination, then he is finished. And Yang Bo's logic, to be honest, is also fine. It can only be said that there is no problem, not whether it is right or wrong. Because in the Alliance, you don't need to know whether something is right or wrong, just whether his logic is right or not. Just like the anti-radio group, they said that electromagnetic waves and energy waves transmitted by various signals are harmful to the human body and have radiation to the human body. There is nothing wrong with this logic. Any energy wave has radiation to the human body. As long as you are in the universe, there are various energy waves, and there are ultraviolet rays when you bask in the sun. The logic of this group is correct, but the result is incorrect, because radio electromagnetic waves have radiation, but they have almost no effect on the human body. In fact, even without electronic communication, the whole world has electromagnetic waves, which means that humans have been living in this environment since birth. Yang Bo's logic is fine. Yang Bo admitted that he scolded the other party, but the other party should not discriminate against Yang Bo's dress. Watching the live broadcast, some groups advocating freedom of dress have begun to contact each other and want to sue Iron Fist for discrimination. The Alliance has not encountered such people who openly discriminate against others' dress for many years. These groups are contacting each other like chicken blood, hyping up this topic, and contacting some politicians who support freedom of dress. The key is that once these groups want to sue the Iron Fist sect, there will be news and heat. I am scolding you. I am not discriminating against your freedom of dress. The strong man on the other side is still very smart. Hearing this, he quickly corrected. I said that you Iron Fist sect are turtles. You dare to say it but not admit it. You just clearly discriminated against my freedom of dress. You pointed at me and covered my face tightly. And asked me to show you my face. You said in your original words, if you have the ability, show your face. Show your face or not. This is our freedom of dress. I covered my face tightly. I am willing. You can scold me for anything. But you can't interfere with my freedom of dress. Yang Bo was making trouble with the other party. I didn't interfere with your freedom of dress. I just wanted to see you show your face. The strongman hurriedly explained again. Why do you want to see my face? What qualifications do you have to ask to see my face? You can go to court to sue me. Even the judicial authorities cannot ask me to do anything before I have clear evidence of illegality. I know. When you were in Red Earth Star, you often bullied others like this and asked others to do this and that. Your status in Red Earth Star is higher than that of the judicial department of Red Earth Star. Otherwise, you can't ask a free citizen to do anything at will. You are restricting the freedom of citizens. Your sect is the biggest enemy of the freedom of the Alliance. Yang Bo heard that the other party wanted to see him and talk nonsense again. Of course, what Yang Bo said is also true. In the Alliance, no matter how you wear it on the street, if it is illegal, it will be handled by the judicial department. Others have no right to accuse. Whoever talks too much and accuses others will face serious consequences, which involves the issue of law enforcement power. Everyone, come and see. The Iron Fist sect actually wants to have the law enforcement power of the judicial department and asks me, a citizen, to show my face. They want to retaliate afterwards. According to what I know, the Iron Fist sect has carried out various retaliations against the victims on their planet. Please look at these people. Yang Bo pointed at the young people who had just made trouble. The young people were still a little confused. The young people came to make trouble to get some news heat. Otherwise it would be impossible for reporters to show up so quickly. But what is going on now? Most of the judicial system of the Alliance is full of worms. This place has just experienced a terrorist attack. As a citizen, I want to know if the terrorist attack case has been solved. There is also a certain congressman of Red Earth Star. He killed many people in the past and paid a huge bail. Now this murderer is actually a congressman on Red Earth Star. And he is also a senator of Red Earth Star. And he is the uncle of the man in front of him. The reporters aimed their equipment again. Just now, 3 or 4 young people. Yang Bo continued to expose the news. Yang Bo knew the political system of the Alliance. Red Earth Star must be in chaos now. There is no friendship between politicians. Only interests. Once a politician encounters a crisis, all his colleagues will want to kill him and divide his property and interests. Moreover, some of the politicians' confidants may also stand up and expose all kinds of things about this person to create a good reputation for themselves. You are talking nonsense. The dark-skinned strong man was so angry that his skin turned red. His fists were clenched tightly. And he pointed his finger at Yang Bo at the table. Oh! I'm so scared. You want to hit me in public. Hit me. Hit me. Do you think the police robots will let you go just because you are from a sect? Yang Bo approached the sturdy man with a smug look and asked arrogantly, Ho Yao, come back. At this moment, several sturdy men came out of the hotel entrance, and one of them shouted, Master! Ho Yao looked at the hotel entrance and shouted with a fist. Yang Bo saw that he might have guessed right. The master was the master of the Iron Fist sect on the spacecraft. Because the young men who were looking for trouble just now were very excited when they saw the young man in front of them. Probably the plaintiff they were talking about. Oh! The old bastard of the Iron Fist sect is out. Yang Bo looked at the hotel and saw that there were 8 people coming out. In addition to the 4 people he knew and Ho Yao in front of him, there were 3 people he didn't know. Okay. You are the first person who dares to insult our Iron Fist sect in public. I will find a team of lawyers to bankrupt you. Among the people who came out, a middle-aged man heard Yang Bo shouting this, clapped his hands and looked at Yang Bo. Anyway, I'm going to go bankrupt, so I might as well scold you a few more times. Yang Bo said as he walked towards the people with a dead pig fearless of boiling water. The people from the Iron Fist sect couldn't react for a while after hearing this. Little bastard. The little bastard from the Turtle sect. Big bastard. The big bastard from the Iron Turtle sect. I scolded you. So what? You have the guts to find a lawyer to sue me. At worst, I will file for bankruptcy personally. Are you guys at a loss? Do you want to beat me up? Yang Bo came to the door of the hotel and arrogantly demanded from the people from the Iron Fist sect. As for the few young men who came to cause trouble, they have now completely become supporting roles. People who saw this scene online applauded. It's so cool. What if you hire a lawyer? I'm scolding you now anyway. I think this guy is probably a little crazy. Otherwise he wouldn't do such a thing. I guess this guy might have gone bankrupt. The Bankruptcy Alliance still has to give him minimum living allowance. The Iron Fist sect has a bad reputation in our circle. It's so cool to see several guys from the Iron Fist sect being scolded by others. Isn't the one who is talking the murderer senator that the man just mentioned? You guys upstairs don't understand. You can't be a senator if you haven't killed anyone. The Iron Fist sect is too arrogant. They actually interfere with other people's freedom of clothing and want to order others. It's obvious that they are used to being arrogant on their planet. Maybe they are in collusion with the judicial department of their planet. The 8 strong men from the Iron Fist sect stood at the door of the hotel and were scolded by Yang Bo. After hearing what Yang Bo said, the 8 people didn't know what to do now. Or they could scold back. That's even more embarrassing. But being pointed at by someone. I can't swallow the anger in my heart. As for the lawsuit, it won't be over in a short time. First of all, we need to determine the identity of the other party. You just talk. Do you dare to do it? You don't dare to do it? You scold us like this. Don't you like us? The middle-aged man from the Iron Fist sect, who said he would sue Yang Bo for bankruptcy just now said, I'm going bankrupt anyway. Do you think I dare to hit you? Unexpectedly, Yang Bo smiled and asked back. It must be said that these people from the Iron Fist sect also understand the law. When they heard that Yang Bo was going to hit someone, they laughed. It's okay to quarrel in the alliance. But whoever starts first will lose. You bastards. Laugh more. When I start, you will cry. There are actually bitches in this world who want me to hit them. This is the first time I have seen anyone who wants me to hit him. Yang Bo looked like a mouth cannon. You said we are bastards. But you are the bastard. If you have the guts, hit us. That's right. You keep saying others are bastards. But you don't dare to hit them yourself. You bastard dare to hit them. Then we from the Iron Fist sect will let you know what an Iron Fist is. Several strong men from the Iron Fist sect stretched their necks crazily to provoke Yang Bo. And they almost put their faces in front of Yang Bo. You guys, tell me if they all deserve to die. Don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, I will cause trouble for you. Yang Bo turned his head towards the young men who had just made trouble. They all deserve to die. Although some members of the Iron Fist sect still did not make mistakes. These few people now deserve to die. When several young people who were making trouble heard this, one of them answered, You guys wait too. We will record everything today. Ho Yao looked at several young people and said this. But halfway through his words, he saw Yang Bo slap him. However, Yang Bo's slap did not have any energy light. And the speed was not fast. Ho Yao had already clenched his fist. As long as this guy's slap hit his face, he would immediately punch this guy to death. Then everyone watched Yang Bo's hand slap a strongman as if he had no strength. And it seemed that there was no energy light. Warning! At this time, the police robot was still shouting warnings. But there was no action. The next second, everyone was stunned. Because everyone saw Yang Bo waved his hand lightly. But the strong man in front of him was slapped away. However, something even more terrifying happened in the next second. Yang Bo slapped Ho Yao away with his own strength. And then stomped his feet and rushed directly towards the people from the Iron Fist gate. Because Yang Bo knew that if he took action, these police robots would come up to subdue him. The people from the Iron Fist gate stood together and deliberately moved closer. Because they also wanted to teach Yang Bo a lesson when Yang Bo's hand hit Ho Yao's face. The people from the Iron Fist gate were like bowling. And they were directly hit and flew away. Then the next second, something terrifying happened. When these people, together with Ho Yao at the beginning, hit the building in the distance, the whole person slammed into the building fiercely. And then, there was no movement at all. People from the Iron Fist sect. Wait for me to kill you. Don't you want to see my face? Please remember me. The glasses and mask on Yang Bo's face fell off automatically, revealing a face. Then the next second, Yang Bo disappeared as a shadow. At this time, a piercing alarm sounded in the airport. Many people who saw this face took a breath of cold air. The Iron Fist sect's people died unjustly. The people from this sect who were watching the excitement sighed. because just after several people from the Iron Fist sect were knocked into the building, the rescue robot just paused in front of these people, and then went to the next one. Finally, the rescue robot left without saving anyone. Even the people who the rescue robot did not rescue were dead people who were not worth saving. And they were the kind of dead people who could not die anymore. It's actually the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates, ranked first on the Alliance's wanted list. By the way, there are also those damn politicians from Red Earth. I'm going to strangle them one by one. At this moment, everyone heard a voice, and then looked up and saw the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates, who had just shot someone to death, speaking on the top. And then the whole person turned into a shadow and disappeared. And the police drone tracking behind made a harsh sound. Chapter 516, The Aftermath. People who watched the live news were a little confused. The person who just looked like a dead pig, not afraid of boiling water, and only knew how to talk nonsense, suddenly turned into the most wanted criminal on the Alliance's wanted list. As for the Iron Fist sect, it has now become the representative of comedy. In the last second, they said, "Come and hit me. Come and hit me." But they didn't expect that they really hit me. The reason why the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates can be ranked first on the wanted list, that's because the leader of this pirate group has been tried by the court. The main reason is that the confessions of other members of the Silver Moon Pirates have already confirmed the crime. As for the Red Earl terrorist organization and the anti-government armed organization not being on the list, on the one hand, these two organizations have a tight internal structure, and it is not known who the leader is. Second, they have not been tried and cannot be convicted, which means that there is not enough evidence. The Silver Moon Pirates have enough evidence, so they can be convicted and become the first on the Alliance list. So the news media of the entire Alliance went crazy, and the headlines were more eye-catching than the other. What about the murderer senator versus the leader of the pirate group? There is also the ancient warrior fighting the superpower. The number one on the Alliance's wanted list attacked the senator, killing him on the spot. Heavy hit +8. Heavy hit +16. Heavy hit +32. Heavy hit +32. Heavy hit +8. The reason why Yang Bo didn't look at the 8 people he knocked away was because after knocking a few people away, a series of information appeared in his mind. From the information, it can be seen that there are 2 warriors comparable to A level, and the others are B level and C level. I didn't expect these guys to give me such good abilities. Yang Bo's understanding of the heavy attack skill is that no matter what kind of ability he releases, he can use this heavy attack. For example, boxing, kicking, and ramming, which means that this ability adds attack to all skills. The skills given by warriors are cool. I'll go back and ask as soon as possible to see what other scums there are in these sections. Yang Bo thought happily, and then ran away. Yang Bo rushed into the maintenance channel in a familiar way. The people in the maintenance channel were also watching the live broadcast. After all, everyone was in the airport. The alarm sounded in the airport, and these people below would definitely pay attention. Yang Bo directly broke through the fence and rushed over. And the people from the Communist Association in the maintenance channel did not dare to stop him at all. They watched Yang Bo break through the blockade and then disappeared. Because Yang Bo really dared to kill people who dared to be hit by this guy. However, the airport police drone behind him could not break in again. These association people immediately sent people to block the place destroyed by Yang Bo. The police drones are also programmed so that they will not cross the fence and clash with the groups inside. Because if they control the maintenance channel, they control the lifeblood of the entire airport. Unless the Alliance wants to abandon the airport. There are various energy pipelines and various survival systems in the maintenance channel, including water, electricity, wind, oxygen, and various intelligent systems. The police came to the scene of Yang Bo's beating, just as a robot tried to pull the body of the strongman named Ho Yao out of the wall. It didn't expect that it would just touch it. The whole body of this strongman was flowing down, feeling like a pile of mincemeat with some water added to it. And the strange thing was that his clothes and pants were all intact. Ugh! 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 Those who saw this scene at the scene finally understood why the rescue robot did not save him. It was okay to collect cells and make clones in this state. Then the people at the scene vomited after watching it, and several were taken away by the rescue robot on the spot because they fainted. With this experience, the police had experience in dealing with other cases. They used a robot specially used for cleaning to directly suck away the bodies of those people with a negative pressure system. After handling the situation, several police officers at the scene were asked by the judicial department to take leave and conduct psychological intervention. Of course, this scene was also broadcast by reporters from the news media, but the picture was a little blurry. But through the description of the reporter, the people watching the live broadcast also took a breath of cold air, because the detailed information of the Iron Fist Gate was already available on the internet. The Alliance can usually prevent the spread of relevant information about ancient martial arts. But once it is placed in front of everyone, it is difficult to stop it. Because if anyone tried to stop them at this time, a bunch of opposition politicians would jump out and take advantage of this opportunity to attack. These elites of the Iron Fist sect were actually knocked away by someone, and their bodies turned into a pile of paste. What's more important is that this person has not used his superpowers. According to estimates on the internet, the pure strength of the most wanted criminal in the Alliance may exceed 10,000 tons. And this person's strength skills are extremely pure. The reason why this person's estimated strength is so high is that the people of the Iron Fist sect have strong physiques. The murderer senator is said to be comparable to an A-level superpower, and his physical strength is much higher than that of ordinary people. The bones were smashed directly, and the whole body was kept intact. This requires extremely strong strength, and also requires extremely strong control of strength. The Alliance Judicial Department urgently raised the danger index and bounty of the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates. Yang Bo was also very familiar with the situation in the maintenance channel. He directly found a ventilation duct leading to the bar to destroy it. This ventilation duct is part of the airport survival system, and is mainly responsible for the oxygen system. Then Yang Bo turned around directly in stealth. Just after turning around and walking a short distance, he saw that the people in the passage below were looking for him everywhere. When Yang Bo returned to the place where these people in the sect lived, he found that everyone was sitting in a hall drinking tea. What is this for? Yang Bo was also a little confused when he saw this scene. Yang Bo was ready to get close to the acquaintances. That is, the people of the Iron Sword sect. I didn't expect that these guys from the Iron Fist sect were fine a while ago. But now, they are gone. If you ask me, our Ancient Martial Arts Association should clean up some sections. What are some sects? The authorities are now looking for them, but I don't think they can be found. It's definitely impossible to find them. Didn't you see that there are only police robots and police drones searching the entire airport? And no real police were seen. This guy must have used camouflage drugs. Besides, this airport is so big, he can just find a place to hide. The police are also human beings. Anyway, if I meet this guy, I will surrender immediately. Before Yang Bo arrived in front of the Iron Sword sect, he heard the people from these sects who were drinking tea in the hotel lobby whispering. The young man from the Iron Sword sect was pale, and even the iron bald man didn't look very good. The few of them were more like survivors, thinking that if they had done anything to displease the other party on March Star, the fate of the Iron Fist sect might be the same as their own. Of course, what made the iron bald man feel even colder was that the other party really ran away with the spaceship they were on. In other words, they had been with this fierce guy for more than 10 days. So these people were pale. If this guy went crazy, I'm afraid there wouldn't be a single person left alive on the entire spaceship. We all have to help each other here. Even if those guys from the Iron Fist sect are to blame for what they did, we must unite as one. Although the other party is powerful, we have so many people. The master of the Vajra sect spoke. Yang Bo finally understood why these people were sitting here drinking tea. It turned out that they were afraid of him. Iron Bald Man sneered in his heart when he heard this. If the other party really wanted to kill us, we would have been killed long ago. Moreover, given the opponent's ability to tear apart mechas with bare hands, it would be like strangling a group of chicks to death if they were to deal with us here. Ahem. I think we should all rent a spaceship and leave first. Someone suggested. I think this is a good idea. These undeveloped planets are like this, because the supporting facilities are not complete. So these wanted criminals have a chance. That's right. We will never come to such undeveloped wild planets again. At this time, Iron Bald sighed. There is something I have been thinking about for a long time, but I still want to say it today. Why do so many of us come to March Star? I know that you are probably like me, coming for the life energy stone. But there are so many talented people on March Star. If there is a life energy stone, will it be our turn? These people have already taken action. Iron Lighthead expressed his doubts. Do you mean that we have all been deceived? Someone immediately understood what Iron Lighthead meant. I don't know who gave you the information. Anyway, this matter is a bit strange. I just don't know who the information was sold to. Iron Lighthead did not answer this question directly. but asked instead? The people present did not speak anymore, because each sect had different sources of information, so they could not say it here. I think you may be overthinking. The guys from the Iron Fist sect usually act a little overbearing. The master of the Vajra sect spoke. This most wanted criminal in the Alliance, according to my personal guess, is active in the March Star generation. You also know that this kind of person must have used camouflage potions. According to the character of this wanted criminal, he should not take the initiative to find trouble and expose himself. It is most likely that the guys from the Iron Fist sect accidentally offended this person, so they ended up like this. The words of the master of the King Kong sect made Yang Bo a little stunned. Someone gave him a reasonable explanation. Iron Guanto agreed with this very much, because he and several others knew that the pirate leader was disguised and came out with their spaceship. The people from the Iron Fist sect did have some conflicts with others on the spaceship, and maybe someone was disguised as the pirate leader. As for why the pirate leader took action at the airport, he certainly didn't want to expose his disguised identity. After all, if he took action at that time, his disguised identity would be 100% exposed. The Iron Fist sect has issued a statement to retaliate against the Alliance's most wanted criminal, and has also issued a reward of 200 million credit points. Someone said, the Iron Fist sect is still very rich. You have to have a life to spend your money. It is said that the Silver Moon Pirates are one of the members of the Interstellar Pirate Alliance. Now these sects all have some industries. If anyone is targeted by the Pirate Alliance, he will be unlucky for 8 lifetimes. Yes, this guy is too strong. Once he is targeted by the Pirate Alliance, he will be 100% unlucky. In my opinion, the Alliance is still incompetent and has no way to deal with these wanted criminals. Everyone talked about it, and Yang Bo listened on the side. The last time the Pirate Alliance said that there would be a meeting, there has been no follow-up news since the meeting. Yang Bo knew from the discussions of these people that as long as they were targeted by the Pirate Alliance, they would be in big trouble. Even if the Pirate Alliance did not take action. The Pirate Alliance did not take action, but those who were targeted had to pay a certain amount of sponsorship fees to the military. If they did not pay the sponsorship fees, the military's response speed might be very slow if they were robbed. So no matter who it was, as long as they were targeted by the Pirate Alliance, they would be in big trouble. Chapter 517 Scalpel. But this pirate leader seems to have some prejudice against our sect? Isn't this normal? He is a superpower, not a warrior. In addition, the Alliance has blocked our relevant information, and some sects are becoming more and more excessive. In the past, we still emphasized the spirit of warriors, but now it's fine as long as it doesn't break the law. Some people even exploit loopholes in the law. Let's not talk about this. Let's all be careful. This guy is too strong. The people in the sect were talking to each other. The tea, juice and water on the table were not drunk. The main reason was that this incident had a huge impact on the people in the sect. A few hours ago, when everyone got off the spaceship together, they were still talking and laughing. But in the blink of an eye, they became a pile of meat paste. Although the Iron Fist sect was to blame, the sudden change still made everyone uncomfortable. Now the fights between sects rarely rise to the point where so many people die at one time, because there are fewer and fewer disciples in the sect now. Many people are unwilling to suffer anymore, because there is a probability problem in the cultivation of the sect. It is possible to cultivate for 10 or 20 years without much achievement. On the contrary, injecting the gene evolution potion can enjoy it 10 or 20 years in advance. Moreover, being a warrior is very hard, and it is necessary to stimulate the potential in the body little by little. And sometimes it even requires some dangerous trials. Although many people know that injecting gene potions will affect the height of growth, but not everyone can grow to a certain height. Talent can only determine a person's starting point, not a person's end point. Moreover, science is becoming more and more advanced, with all kinds of drones, robots, mechas and fighters, and even planetary warning systems. That is to say, no matter how powerful you are, you can't show off. Once you break the law, the Alliance has many ways to make you obedient. The only thing involved is the lifespan. The higher the achievement, the longer the lifespan. The lower the achievement, the shorter the lifespan. But this involves another problem. That is, can the ascetic practice reach the height you want? Once it can't be reached, it will be a waste of a long time. So it's better to inject the gene drug earlier and enjoy it earlier. The people present felt a little sad, and everyone was waiting here to board the spaceship and leave the airport the next day. It seems wrong? Someone suddenly said. The spaceship that was supposed to leave tomorrow has been delayed again? And have you seen the spaceship that has not left the port in the past 3 days? It must be the Alliance that has taken action. The wanted criminal is now in the airport. It is a good opportunity for the Alliance to take action now. There seems to be a department called Scalpel in the Alliance. This department is responsible for dealing with this kind of special group of people. This department is named Scalpel. It is said that it is to eliminate the unstable factors in the Alliance. But forget it. This department of the Alliance sounds high-sounding. Look at what has happened in recent years. There is the Red Earl terrorist organization and the anti-government armed organization. Recently, a lot of bombers and good guys have emerged one after another. The Red Earl organization and the anti-government armed forces seem to be supported by the other two countries. It is difficult to find people directly. What a bullshit Scalpel. It's just a bunch of thugs raised by the rich and powerful. Do you have the ability to let them handle all the vicious cases? I just said there is this possibility. Yang Bo originally thought that he had no gains. But he didn't expect to hear this news again. So Yang Bo quickly went invisible and prepared to go to the high-level officials of the Alliance airport to get some information. The scenery inside the entire airport is very beautiful. And the virtual projection technology makes you feel like you are in a huge city. No one wants to see the universe in a place like the airport. Because it is too boring. It is basically dark. With some light occasionally. If you look at that kind of dark universe for a long time, you will get more and more irritated. On the contrary, this kind of constantly changing virtual projection will make you never get tired of it. These virtual projections are the most beautiful scenes in various places. If you are at a high-end hotel, you can set your favorite scenery yourself. The entire airport is very large. And Yang Bo passed many inspections. Generally, these are automatic inspection equipment. But today is different. This transit airport is also one of the most important facilities of the Alliance. There are also some garrison fleets here. And it can also provide supplies for military spacecraft. It looks like something is really wrong. Yang Bo walked for a while, and saw through the huge window that all the spaceships outside had left the airport. But these spaceships did not leave, but stayed far away in the starry sky waiting. Could it be that the hidden family took action? Or was it this mysterious department of the Alliance? But it's true. My actions have far exceeded the bottom line of the Alliance's dignitaries. First there was the bomb guy. But then there was the good guy. And then there was the giant who tore the mecha apart a few days ago. And today there was the pirate leader. The Alliance must control these uncontrollable factors. The main reason is that the scope of my activities is too small. And things keep happening here. I want to see who is coming this time. Yang Bo thought while rushing to the control center of the airport. It took more than 2 hours for Yang Bo to reach the command center. Because all the entrances and exits of the command center are now checked by real people. Not all automated like last time. The fully automated door can detect the body movements, bones, heartbeats, chips on the work cards and sounds of the staff from a distance. And can even scan your entire high-definition face for comparison from a distance. The door will open automatically when the person has not arrived. And close again after you pass. And the speed of people walking will not be restricted. And now everyone who enters and leaves must be asked questions randomly by real people. For example, what did you eat last night? Who is your boss? Which school did you graduate from? It seems that these people in the airport are also scared. So Yang Bo took more than 2 hours to get to a place that could have taken half an hour. However, Yang Bo also understood that if he were the person in charge of the airport, he would probably be scared. The airport's command center has the airport's general manager, the garrison commander, the director of the Public Security Bureau, and some other people in addition to these 3 people. Yang Bo took a look at the virtual projection data of the command center and found that the airport had sent out all military and police drones and robots. However, these drones and robots did not check hotels, KTVs, or other places, but formed a network of monitoring areas at key locations, keeping an eye on every place. In addition, the intelligent monitoring equipment inside the airport itself tracks all personnel. There are more than 12,000 people? Yang Bo looked at all the monitored people, and the total data reached more than 12,000. Yang Bo also found a special area, which actually contained monitoring images of the maintenance channel. But the monitoring images here were not complete. But Yang Bo saw that the monitoring locations were all important node areas of the maintenance channel. How did these guys do it? There seems to be a hacker in the maintenance channel? Yang Bo was a little confused. At the same time, Yang Bo also found that all 11 spacecraft docked at this airport had left the airport and were waiting around. The people at the scene looked at the data and didn't say anything. But their faces were not good. Soon Yang Bo found a special data. That is, a spacecraft will arrive in 16 hours. And Yang Bo had just checked the various flights that arrived at the airport, and did not find the data of this flight. Besides, other flights have complete codes. Through the combination of these numbers and letters, people in the industry can easily determine the route of this spaceship from where to where. But this flight has only a single number S, followed by the two letters 11. It can't be a spaceship transporting military supplies. Right? Yang Shobei. Will this operation affect our own personal safety? The director of the Public Security Bureau let out a long sigh and asked, Director Wang, you worry too much. Because no one knows who they are. Even we don't know who they are. And they won't attack our airport. Yang Shobei shook his head. This wanted pirate is very brutal. And there should be other forces behind him. And he is very proficient in our work process. Otherwise, he would not be able to escape our search. And I also suspect that someone provided him with a real fake identity. Director Wang shook his head. Old Wang, you don't have to worry. Their department will not use the official way of doing things, because many of their methods violate the official judicial process. The public will think it is a personal grudge or something else. The general manager of the airport spoke again. I know all this, but you should know that we are not facing normal people. Although I don't know what the people from the Iron Fist sect have done with him. This kind of person acts as he pleases, and he won't tell you about the process or evidence. As long as he suspects that this matter is related to you, he will definitely punish you. Director Wang was speechless. Didn't he know the process? The other two people were also silent after hearing this. After a few minutes, Yang Shobei sighed. Even if we know, what can we do? Who are the mysterious departments sent by the Alliance? We don't know them at all. And we don't know their battle plan. The guy who is wanted now may have noticed it. He may have noticed it when we changed the flight information. What's more likely is that the other party may have known about the arrival of this department from other channels. Yang Shobei shook his head. I feel the same way. Why do I feel that this wanted guy is provoking the Iron Fist sect by killing them? After all, this department is secretly investigating the previous series of events. Director Wang said again. The other two people understood what this meant, because the department sent by the Alliance was planned in advance. And before arriving at the airport, someone actually did this vicious incident. Then in the eyes of those who are interested, this is a naked provocation to the Alliance. Are you going to send someone to investigate us? Then I will do something right in front of you and see who is better. It shouldn't be possible. Although our alliance is said to have internal forces fighting against each other, the alliance can become the largest country in the galaxy. And it still has the foundation and means. The general manager of the airport was a little unbelievable when he heard this. That's your normal thinking. Just looking at these few times of doing things one after another. Is it normal for any of these guys? Director Wang picked up the bottle in his hand, opened the lid, and shook his head. We just follow their instructions. The people in this department are all mad dogs. If we don't follow their instructions, some guys in the alliance might think we are targeting them. Yang Shobei shook his head and said, It's because the interests involved in March Star are too great. Otherwise, the people in this department might not have time to come. If it was March Star in the past, even if it was attacked by pirates, believe it or not, the parliament would have ignored it. No one would pay attention to a worthless planet. Director Wang finished drinking water and said again, I have submitted a report, and I have to go back to recuperate. Our airport has only been in operation for a short time, and two vicious incidents have occurred in succession. I have no doubt that there will be a third and fourth incident. I am also planning to transfer. I have news that the Red Earl terrorist organization, the Ashes organization, and the Pirate Alliance seem to be working together. Yang Shobei said again, What are they working together for? The commander of the 9th Fleet not only quelled the Red Earl rebellion, but there is news that the demise of the Ashes organization is also related to this woman. And the Pirate Alliance itself has deep ties with these illegal organizations. I am afraid that one day many warships will suddenly appear. Yang Shobei stood up, took a bottle of juice from the refrigerator next to him, and then explained, It looks like I have to be transferred, and it will cost a lot of money. There is no way. After all, something happened here. If nothing happened, It would be easy to transfer. Will these guys who came here take care of those people in the maintenance channel? It's possible. The people in this department are all crazy because they can disobey any alliance procedures and laws. They can appear in any identity. In fact, such a department should not exist. This is impossible. Why can the black and gray organizations within the alliance exist? At this point, everyone knows the answer. If the world is peaceful, how can these departments of the alliance get high budgets? And most of the gray organizations are helping the powerful to do things. Because there are some things that the powerful are not convenient to do. The power shown by these guys has been out of the control of the alliance. So the alliance will send this department. Yang Shobei drank juice after speaking. Encrypt and package our data and send it to the other party. At this time, the person in charge of the airport spoke. Yes. Someone agreed immediately. Chapter 518 Good luck. Yang Bo was also amused by these people's speculations. He didn't know anyone was targeting him. So how could he have the idea of provoking the other party? Yang Bo didn't get any more news afterwards. The three people talked more about the news of arresting him. I guess that I should have used camouflage potions to disguise myself as other people. So now the whole airport is loose outside and tight inside. All character data is analyzed by big data of the intelligence system. And the outside of the bathroom is also a key prevention and control area. These drones and robots form data receiving nodes one by one to compare information of all people. The other party has received the news and is very satisfied with our achievements. After more than an hour, Yang Shobei said with a sarcastic tone, "These guys are really arrogant. There is no way. These guys have obtained special authorizations from the Parliament and the Supreme Court. These guys are not bound by the law." Yang Bo didn't feel anything strange when he heard this. Because no matter what society, there is such a hidden organization responsible for handling some inconvenient things. What are these people in this mysterious department who are here to handle the matter like? Yang Bo usually doesn't say he wants to kill someone before he is sure whether the other person deserves to die. It is better to have a bottom line when being a person. If you don't have a bottom line, you don't know what kind of life you will end up in. Then who should I ask about this matter? This department called Scalpel is not a good person by nature. Good people can't do these things. And from the tone of the three people, it seems that they are very disdainful of the people in this department. But that's right. Facing this department that doesn't follow legal procedures, the staff of the Alliance still have some doubts in their hearts. Yang Bo knew that in an organization, everyone was most afraid of people who ignored the rules. Just as Yang Bo knew, the famous West Factory in the history of the Earth, although the Emperor had a good idea, used it to monitor all civil and military officials, as well as the affairs of the world. But this West Factory itself is not bound by rules. So it became more and more outrageous later. Now this mysterious organization is a bit like the attitude of Ming Dynasty officials towards the West Factory in the eyes of these officials of the Alliance. Yang Bo looked at the time when the other party arrived at the port, and then took the opportunity to go out. Yang Bo wanted to find someone to inquire about the mysterious department of Scalpel. Now the communication of the entire airport is being monitored, and there is no way to find someone to understand it. So who knows more about this Scalpel department? Yang Bo felt a little overwhelmed. I wonder if the people of the sect know about the Scalpel department. Yang Bo aimed his eyes at the people of the sect again. Because the people of the sect also have many officials in the Alliance. And their status is not low. But now the airport is under surveillance everywhere. What opportunity should I find to inquire? Plus, the people of the sect are now gathered together. Yang Bo thought about things in his mind, and returned to the place where these people from the sect gathered. However, before he arrived at the place where these people from the sect gathered, he found that some passengers in the airport were already making trouble. These passengers found that the departure time of the spacecraft was delayed than before. And the answer given by the intelligent program was that the airport system was faulty and needed maintenance. If the flight of one spaceship was delayed, then it would not matter to others. But now all flights have been delayed. And the people present are not fools. You bastards. You want to catch the attackers. We have no objection. But you cannot infringe on our freedom of travel. You are discriminating. So the pirate leader should kill all of you. I will entrust my lawyer to sue your space transportation company. And then sue your airport. Because they did not find the answer on the watch. The others ran to the place where they boarded the spaceship. And the news spread more and more. So more and more people gathered. These people are worried. It doesn't matter if the Alliance encircles and suppresses the bandits. But we haven't left yet. And the bandit is so strong. If he is arrested, What kind of harm will he cause to the people around him? There are more than 10,000 people in the entire airport. And only 4,000 people are stationed in the airport, including the garrison fleet, police and staff. The rest are all passengers. These passengers come from all directions and go to all directions. So in a very short time, these people came to the place where real people are serving. Yang Bo came out and saw this scene. Yang Bo just watched the excitement for a while, and then continued to go to the place where the people from the sect were drinking tea. It's useless for them to make such a fuss. We are also unlucky to encounter such a thing. We must work together. The Alliance Scalpel Department has no concept of law when doing things, although they have completed their tasks very well. Each time they are accompanied by heavy casualties. The people from the sect have already started talking. The Alliance Scalpel Department has a high authority. As long as they give orders to the airport dare not disobey. It may be difficult to find the attacker in such a large airport. Yang Bo pricked up his ears and listened nearby. Now the people from the sect are a little nervous, because the Scalpel Department is here to encircle and suppress the pirate leader. After listening for a while, Yang Bo suddenly realized, why am I still wondering if the other party is a good person? The other party originally came for me. That is, for the pirate leader. But I am the pirate leader in disguise. And this identity must not be discarded. After Yang Bo figured it out, he left here in stealth. Since the other party is coming for me, then I will give them a warning first. Since they suspect that I use camouflage potions to disguise myself as someone else, then I will find someone else's identity. Yang Bo was thinking about how to fight against the other party. Arriving at a place where he could see the outside of the airport, Yang Bo's eyes lit up. Now all the spaceships have left the airport. Now any spaceship that enters the port is likely to be from the Scalpel Department. After figuring this out, Yang Bo found it easier. Looking at the time, the other party still had more than 13 hours to arrive. However, to be safe, Yang Bo prepared to wait 3 hours in advance. There were still 10 hours left, and Yang Bo would use it to make preparations. I don't know what spaceship the other party was on. Yang Bo decided to find a place to confront the other party head-on. And also let the Alliance see that our pirate leader is not someone you can just send any cat or dog to deal with. Let's go see if there are any mechas in the Alliance garrison here. The other party came in a spaceship. So Yang Bo certainly couldn't go alone to fight the other party. Of course, he would not use the space mecha first. But first see if there are any mechas in the airport? Because the airport garrison may conduct mecha training. Yang Bo is going to look for mechas that do not require an identity verification system. Yang Bo decided not to touch the mechas with identity verification, although it is easy to obtain the control program of these mechas. The consequences are very serious. If so, I am afraid that another mecha manufacturing company will be offended. Because no mecha manufacturing company wants to see the mechas manufactured by its company unlocked and used to attack its own people. The garrison of the airport has only more than 1,000 people. And this garrison has only 2 small warships. Yang Bo came to the place where the garrison lived. There are not only various real-person mechas, but also unmanned mechas, unmanned drones and manned fighters. Yang Bo was dazzled by the dazzling array of drone equipment. These drones were large and small. The small ones were combined in a honeycomb system. A honeycomb system could integrate dozens to hundreds, or even thousands of drones. However, these drones and mecha fighters all needed identity verification. And they also needed authorization from their superiors to use them. However, hard work paid off. And Yang Bo found 2 training mechas. After carefully checking the training mechas, he found that these 2 training mechas were advanced military versions. And the configuration was even higher than that given by young Master Zhang. These 2 training mechas had no identity verification at all. These training mechas only had the most basic mobile functions. Because the training mecha is just a sparring partner. If the training mecha is also equipped with a laser cannon, it will become a battle with other mechas. Even the military cannot afford such a loss. Should we wait here? Yang Bo muttered in his heart. Should we lead them to this area? But if we deliberately reveal our flaws now, people will misunderstand us. Then why not wait for them to dock? And then use the mecha we directly control to beat them. Yang Bo pondered in his heart. Then Yang Bo hurriedly checked the terrain. The main thing is that this airport can dock spacecraft in all directions. It is a transit airport that can dock spacecraft in 360 degrees. So it is not sure which dock the mysterious Department of Scalpel will dock from. Yang Bo only carefully surveyed the docks of each airport to see the nearest route from the training mecha to each dock. There are 22 docks in the airport. Yang Bo figured out the routes from these 22 docks to the location of the training mecha. More than 6 hours have passed. Although Yang Bo can see the design of the entire airport, the reality is sometimes a little different. So Yang Bo has to walk every route in stealth. And now a large part of the passengers in the airport are entering at the airport's boarding gate. TSK. These cunning guys really arrived early, when there were still 3 hours before the other party arrived at the port. Yang Bo was invisible in the airport, looking outside, and found that there was a receiving mechanical arm of the dock, which began to stretch out. Obviously, there was a spaceship entering the port. The dock in the airport is a huge mechanical arm. Usually these mechanical arms are retracted. The entire mechanical arm is very thick and large, and there is a passage inside. It can not only transport goods, but also transport people. At the same time, this mechanical arm also firmly controls the spaceship. And the spaceship is directly connected to the airport, which is convenient for goods and personnel to get on and off. Chapter 519 Death. Yang Bo originally thought that these guys would dock at the port, but he waited for more than 10 minutes before he saw the spaceship in the distance. The speed of the spaceship when docking in space was relatively slow. Then several mechas flew out from the spaceship. When they were a little far away, Yang Bo could not see what these mechas looked like, and could only roughly tell that they were mechas. When he could see the appearance of these mechas, Yang Bo found that these mechas were all black, and he could not tell which generation they were. But judging from the size, they should be 13th generation mechas. However, there was a drop of red water on the front of this mecha. Of course, red was blood. Yang Bo was originally invisible. After seeing the 6 mechas clearly, Yang Bo hurried to the training mecha. The distance looked relatively close in space, but if you want to get close, there is still a long distance. Yang Bo now guessed that the mechanical arm of the dock was extended mainly to pick up these mechas. And from that dock, there is only one channel to the airport, and there is a series of procedures to get up from the dock. After all, the mechanical arm of the dock is fully enclosed. Otherwise, all the oxygen in the airport will escape. Yang Bo is very fast, and the airport is well connected. The place where the garrison fleet lives is originally in a relatively central location, so it can reach any place in the airport faster. The training mecha is next to where the garrison fleet lives, which is convenient for the fleet personnel to start various mechas, or fighters, as quickly as possible. After Yang Bo entered the garrison fleet area, he found a bathroom, then revealed his body. His whole body was wrapped in armor, and then rushed to the place where the training mecha was stored at the fastest speed. And Yang Bo's armor was disguised as the people of the garrison fleet. Damn it! Someone almost collided with Yang Bo on the road. Seeing Yang Bo's back, he made an international friendly gesture to Yang Bo. Yang Bo ran to the training mecha at the fastest speed and jumped on the training mecha. Start. To put it nicely, it is called a training mecha. To put it bluntly, this mecha is a target machine. So this kind of training mecha is also a bit ugly, because the surface of the body is often involved in training and attacked by various weapons of other mechas. If there are damaged places, they are repaired. So these repaired places look a bit ugly like this mecha. It is perfectly maintained, and both the power system and the defense system are better than the one young Master Zhang gave me. The weight is actually more than 400 tons, worthy of being an advanced military version. Yang Bo only took a look at the data of this training mecha and mastered the various information of these companies, because this kind of training mecha needs to have a strong ability to resist attacks. It uses high-density metals that are not sensitive to energy. Then Yang Bo pushed the joystick, and the whole mecha started moving. Although the defense system and energy system of this mecha are much more advanced than Yang Bo's own, the operating system is similar. Yang Bo looked at the mechas in the mecha warehouse, activated the flight assistance backpack, and the mecha weighing hundreds of tons rushed towards the mechas that were parked together. For a moment, the whole airport was instantly alarmed. Yang Bo's collision this time knocked all 30 mechas together. As for whether it was damaged or not, Yang Bo didn't care at all, and then pushed the joystick hard, and the whole mecha almost slid out at a super high speed. There is a fast passage leading to the dock where the garrison fleet lives, because the garrison fleet will definitely fight on the dock. Yang Bo almost turned the power of the flight assistance backpack to the maximum. Oh my god! 2 soldiers from the garrison fleet looked at the huge training mecha, which was sparking and lightning all the way, and slid past their field of vision in a flash. Just like the feeling of walking on an icy road and unable to stop the car. The reason for the sparks and lightning is that the training mecha is fast and inevitably rubs against some things around it. After all, it is not a wartime state. So there are some things on these passages. Terrorist attack. The two soldiers reacted immediately when they saw the light released by the training mecha flight backpack. Then, they quickly dropped the things in their hands. At this time, in the command center of the airport, the person in charge of the airport, the person in charge of the garrison fleet, and the director of the Public Security Bureau were also stunned by the red numbers that appeared. The intelligence system showed that 16 of the 30 mechas available in the airport were seriously damaged. 14 mechas were damaged to varying degrees, and 6 fighters were damaged. At the same time as the alarm sounded, so many equipments were destroyed in an instant. The most powerful people in the 3 airports were stunned. What kind of power is this? It can destroy so many things at the same time. Did the terrorists install a giant bomb? Report. A terrorist was found. Of course, he was stunned for only a second. The next second, he saw the scene of Yang Bo's training mecha colliding with dozens of mechas. Some of these dozens of mechas were knocked out and then hit the fighter planes parked in the distance. The terrorists are heading to Pier 16. The mysterious department is also landing at Pier 16. Before the 3 of them could react, they heard their subordinates report loudly again. Then the surveillance showed that police drones, police robots, mechas and unmanned mechas began to chase and intercept Yang Bo. Military drones even released lasers. But these lasers did not cause any harm to the training mechas, because the drones that can be used inside the airport are all small drones with limited power. Quickly notify the scalpel. They are conducting an energy safety scan and cannot connect the signal at all. Damn. Speed up. The commander of the airport certainly knew what energy safety scanning meant. This is to scan all personnel and cargo at the port to prevent some cargo from carrying some cargo with energy radiation in space. Because some spacecraft will pass through some areas with dense energy bursts, causing the entire spacecraft to be contaminated. The people who landed will be scanned in a sealed cabin to see if there is excessive energy radiation or harmful energy radiation. Of course, there was no way to communicate at this time, because the scanning itself would release a huge amount of energy to scan. The entire airport was startled by the sudden alarm. And then various drones and robots were seen rushing towards one place while sirens were sounding. The guests in the airport were scared and screamed and ran away quickly. But there were also some desperate reporters who followed the police drones and robots madly. The people from these sects who gathered together were also startled by the sudden alarm. Hee. Yang Bo rushed directly to the dock along the fast lane. As for the laser attacks released by the police drones and military drones, they were useless to him. There were actually no powerful laser cannons inside the airport. On the one hand, the space inside the airport was limited. And on the other hand, all the laser cannons were outside the airport to defend against the enemies outside, who knew that the enemy actually drove mechas inside. The laser cannons inside were all low-power laser cannons. And this type of laser cannon also faced mechas. But Yang Bo's training mecha was thick-skinned and tough. And it was almost the same even if it was hit by the defense turrets inside the airport. Stop him! Stop him quickly! The 3 people in the airport command center shouted loudly. The airport commander turned on all the warning turrets. And Yang Shobei turned on the military drones and military robots to try to stop Yang Bo, and ordered the unmanned mechas and mechas that could move quickly. However, the unmanned mechas and manned mechas, even if they were able to move, chased after Yang Bo. Director Wang also gave orders loudly. But the police drones and police robots were useless against the training mechas. Even if these robots and drones blocked the road in front, they were smashed directly by the other side. After the warship that Scalpel was on received the relevant alarm, it immediately contacted the 6 mechas that landed at the airport. But now they could not be contacted. Cool. Yang Bo looked at the police robot that was smashed by him, and felt inexplicably happy in his heart. These robots are not very high. After all, they are just patrolling the airport to maintain public security. Who knew that there would be a mecha in it to cause trouble? So the various robots and drones that tried to block the road were directly smashed by the heavy-duty training mecha. Huh? Yang Bo saw 2 more drones. But these 2 drones seem to be the reporter's camera drones. This type of drone has a follow-up mode, which will track and shoot the target within a certain distance. Yang Bo has already seen the passage of the dock, and the passage of the dock has been closed. Yang Bo smiled and directly started the rocket-assisted flight backpack behind him at full power. The door of the closed passage was directly broken by the huge force. The door of this passage can resist the collision of ordinary mechas. But ordinary mechas are only more than 100 tons. And this simple training mecha sacrifices all performance. Fully adds defense. And is a high-level military grade, weighing 4 times that of ordinary mechas. So this passage-blocking door did not play the role imagined at all. Yongbo's entire mecha rushed into the dock passage in an instant. And inside the dock, the sealed cabins, where the 6 mechas were located, were opened one by one. The sealed cabin is not only an important passage to isolate the airport from the outside world, but also an important facility to protect the air of the airport from loss, and an important facility for safe energy detection. The first sealed chamber was opened, and there was a black mecha inside. The operator of the black mecha suddenly heard a loud noise and a piercing alarm. The mecha was started directly, because the engine had to be turned off when the mecha was undergoing safety detection. And then the whole mecha jumped out at once. Then the mecha saw a drone flashing by, and the operator of the mecha was startled. And then the next second, the operator's eyes went black. The people who were watching the live broadcast were shocked. Although Yongbo's mecha was fast, it was not as fast as the drone that the reporter was tracking and photographing. After all, the drone was flying. So after Yongbo broke through the dock passage door, the drone quickly flew in front of the mecha. The black mecha almost hit the drone as soon as it was picked out. But fortunately the drone reacted quickly. But the next second, it was violently knocked out by the training mecha controlled by Yongbo. Mecha driving plus 32. A piece of information flashed in Yongbo's mind. And Yongbo was slightly disappointed. The sealed hatch of the second black mecha was just opened, and a black shadow was seen passing in front of the hatch with a huge roar, which was also shocked, because the time for several black mechas to enter the port was different. The time for security scanning was also different. The people watching the live broadcast were stunned. Because of Yongbo's training, the mecha stopped after knocking the other party's black mecha away. Yongbo also knew the structure of the dock very well. When he saw the second sealed hatch open, he knew that there was a mecha coming out. So with a push of the joystick, the training mecha directly hit the wall of the dock passage. And then the training mecha spun in an arc and crashed directly into the second sealed chamber, making a deafening crash, leaving a deep scratch on the wall of the dock passage. Death arc. Many mecha masters were shocked when they saw this live broadcast, because there is a theory in mecha combat. That is, as long as there is a powerful existence, the mecha can be operated in any way. Yongbo's operation looks simple, which is to use the reaction force formed by the mecha's force hitting the wall to make the mecha rotate. And the force of the mecha's rotation rubs against the wall. And then the mecha changes direction. To put it simply, many early spacecraft relied on gyroscopes to control direction. And this is also the same principle. But this is a mecha of more than 400 tons. And the drone of the reporter following Yongbo closely followed Yongbo's mecha. However, Yongbo's mecha did not hit the mecha in the second sealed cabin, but the black mecha in the second sealed cabin was deformed and lying in the corner. And you can also see that there are traces of impact on the wall of the sealed cabin. And the 2 arms of the black mecha in the corner have disappeared, and countless parts are scattered on the ground. You can see that the traces on one wall are relatively large. This is impossible. Many mecha masters don't believe their eyes at all, because this action is too difficult to operate. And everyone can imagine what will happen if the black mecha in this sealed cabin is hit by a high-speed, high-rotation training mecha? The 2 arms of the black mecha must have been directly blown away by the high-speed rotation of the training mecha. As for the black mecha itself, it was hit by the high-speed training mecha. This is a mecha master. You may not know that this black mecha is used to do dirty work for the Alliance dignitaries. The mecha equipped can be said to be the most advanced in the Alliance. The mecha masters inside are said to be generally at the master level. Of course, Yongbo did not stop. The mecha returned to the passage at a very high speed. At this time, the door of the third sealed cabin had just been opened, and the mecha inside had not started the engine yet. Forging plus 32. At this time, the person in the second black mecha finally died. Yongbo didn't expect that the engine of the black mecha in the third sealed cabin was not turned on. Of course, he was not polite and directly started the rocket backpack. And the whole mecha rushed over. The people watching the live broadcast couldn't bear to watch it anymore. The person driving the mecha in the third sealed cabin knew that something was wrong when he heard the piercing alarm in the passage, and quickly started the mecha. But it was too late. A training mecha rushed in directly from the outside. This training mecha was just a pair of numb arms in one movement, because the training mecha was often attacked by laser cannons and then repaired. It looked very ugly as a whole. The training mecha just grabbed the two shoulders of the black mecha with a pair of hands and pulled the black mecha down to 90 degrees. And then the right knee of the training mecha hit the cockpit of the mecha hard. You can see that the black mecha was hit hard, and the whole mecha flew up 1 meter, and the black feet were off the ground. You can imagine how much power this knee had. Of course, this action was done in one go. After the knee strike, the training mech grabbed the black mech's shoulders with both hands, then swung it up and slammed it hard, smashing the black mech directly to the ground. Then the training mech kicked the cockpit of the black mech hard. The entire cockpit sank in an instant. And there were only 2 words in everyone's mind: it's over. At this time, a black mech appeared outside the sealed cabin, holding a specially made laser cannon and firing at Yang Bo's mech. The sealed cabin was also closing quickly at this time. Chapter 520 Awesome. Yang Bo controlled the mecha and rushed out instantly. As for the laser released by the black mecha laser cannon, Yang Bo didn't care at all. The people watching the live news were speechless. The training mecha was used for training. The laser cannon of this mecha hit the training mecha, leaving only red spots, which were left after the laser burn. The black mecha saw Yang Bo rushing out of the mecha and quickly retreated. As for the command center of the airport, although the order to close the sealed cabin door was issued, but the door of the sealed cabin is not closed very quickly because of safety. If the speed is too fast, it may cause a threat. The person in charge of the airport, Yang Shobei, was anxious and angry, but it was useless. The airport had fighter planes, but they were aimed at the outside of the airport. As for the only half of the mecha, the first task was to protect the people. As for going to support, sorry, there is no scalpel department in the security sequence of the Alliance. Now the Alliance Master has included several black mechas as threat targets. The Alliance Mastermind even warned the spaceship with the black mecha that it was not allowed to move. Otherwise the airport automatic defense system would open fire. Of course, this was a second human confirmation that the threat level of this spaceship was low. If no one operated it, the Mastermind might have to take over the other spaceship according to the process. The Alliance Mastermind is actually the entire intelligence system of the Alliance. Every decision made by the Mastermind will be confirmed by someone. For example, when Yang Bo killed the goldfish, the system first judged it, and finally handed the result to the judge, who then checked it. Generally speaking, for cases with minor crimes, the judge will not look at them carefully again. Only for cases with serious crimes will the judge review them again. In emergencies, the first priority of the Mastermind is to protect the safety of other citizens. So the first suggestion given by the Mastermind is to give priority to protecting the citizens in the airport. Although the person in charge of the airport and Yang Shobei have the right to change this order. But this involves a problem. If someone gets into trouble because of this incident later, whoever changes the order will be responsible. In other words, if Yang Shobei changes the suggestion of the Mastermind and lets the mechas go to encircle and suppress Yang Bo's mechas, if nothing happens to these citizens later, then Yang Shobei will not have any responsibility. Once something happens to a citizen, then Yang Shobei, as the person who changed the order, will be the first person responsible. The internal management procedures of the Alliance are very complicated, but most of the time everyone will follow the Mastermind's first suggestion. If there are other orders, then the subsequent review will be very troublesome. The 3 top leaders of the airport jumped up and down, but it was useless. The weapons outside the airport could not attack the inside of the airport. And now the Mastermind assesses that the 2 threatening parties have not harmed civilians. So even if the various high-power laser cannons on the airport can attack the mechanical arms on the dock, the main brain did not recommend starting them. If the 3 people forcefully start them now, the consequences will be borne by the 3 people. And more importantly, Yang Bo's mechas are entangled with the mechas of the mysterious department of the scalpel. And the laser cannons outside cannot lock the positions of these people. Moreover, these buildings in the airport have defensive functions. Even if these turrets are forcibly started by humans, they can roughly estimate the enemy's position through comparison and then run away. But now Yang Bo's mecha is fighting with the other 3 black mechas. And no one is willing to manually operate the laser cannon because the result is unpredictable. Yang Bo just jumped out of the sealed cabin with the mecha, and the black mecha that fired outside quickly retreated. And Yang Bo followed closely. Then the next second, A black mecha in the fifth sealed cabin held a cold weapon and slashed directly at Yang Bo. Yang Bo directly blocked the cold weapon with the left arm of the mecha and kicked it hard with his right foot. Although the cold weapon of the mecha also has high energy particle cutting, it is for ordinary mechas. The audience watching the live news saw the huge weapon of the black mecha slashed on the arm of Yang Bo's training mecha. Although you can see that the mecha weapon slashed into the arm of the training mecha, but the damage to the training mecha was not very serious. Instead, when Yang Bo controlled the mecha to block with his arm, his right foot followed closely and kicked hard. The black mecha in the fifth sealed cabin used a sneak attack, but Yang Bo himself has the superpower of sonic waves. When the sneak attack turned into a strong attack, the advantages and disadvantages of both sides instantly turned around. However, the black mecha also reacted quickly, and the entire mecha jumped up with both legs, making Yang Bo's kick miss. But when Yang Bo kicked out with his right foot, his left hand grabbed the opponent's hand holding the mecha weapon. Yang Bo's kick missed, and his right foot landed directly on the ground. Then the captain twisted his body, exerted force with his right hand, and threw the black mecha back, smashing it heavily to the ground. Because the black mecha had just jumped up, there was no place to exert force, so it was thrown out by Yang Bo's mecha with a back throw. Smooth as flowing water. This is the top mecha battle. This is the art of fighting. Countless mecha masters were instantly excited when they saw Yang Bo's smooth operation. The mecha that was thrown by Yang Bo rolled on the ground, and then Yang Bo's mecha also jumped forward with it. It was as if Yang Bo's mecha was carried over by the mecha on the ground. Then the next second, the mecha that just rushed out of the sixth sealed cabin kicked its companion mecha on the back. It should have been on Yang Bo's mecha, but Yang Bo's mecha jumped over when the mecha on the ground rolled. So the sixth mecha rushed forward fiercely and kicked its companion mecha. And Yang Bo, who just rolled over, lay directly on the ground and kicked fiercely. And this kick just hit the cockpit of the mecha on the ground. The black mecha on the ground was kicked hard by a companion, and the whole mecha leaned forward, that is, toward Yang Bo, and then watched Yang Bo kick his cockpit. Strength extraction plus 32. A piece of information flashed in Yang Bo's mind. Is this guy a spy of the Blue Water Empire? Yang Bo's last strength extraction skill was obtained from Fengilio. Too powerful. This guy reacts too quickly. This is not called too fast reaction. This is just that people can't react in time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a training mecha. Those who have operated a training mecha know how difficult it is to operate. This is definitely a mecha grandmaster level operation. Even if it is not a grandmaster, it is almost. Isn't it said that the Alliance's scalpel department is awesome? It can solve any unconventional problems. It's used to intimidate us ordinary people. Look at these strongmen. The damn scalpel is still like a dead dog now. Do you know why no one came to support the airport? Because the scalpel department is not in the Alliance security department sequence, and it must be judged as a dangerous target by the mastermind. The scalpel department is the Alliance's black hand. They don't follow the rules. If they were registered, they would probably have been in jail long ago. It's really embarrassing. These guys are in a hurry to catch people, but they didn't expect that 4 of the 6 people have died. How many people are there in the scalpel department? Send more people quickly. Send people and go to die. There are all kinds of things said by those who watch the live news online. The scalpel department also appeared in the vision of many people for the first time. So some groups immediately jumped out to accuse the Alliance of not reporting relevant information about the scalpel department, which is illegal. The black mech that had just kicked its companion watched helplessly as its cockpit was deformed by Yang Bo's fierce kick. Yang Bo's training mech jumped up all of a sudden. Hey, I heard you were going to cause trouble for me. I don't like trouble from others, so I came to you in person. A voice came from Yang Bo's training mech. Taunt. Naked taunt. 2 black mechs stood together. The 2 black mechs were numb. The laser cannons were useless. The mech weapons just now caused such a big wound on the opponent's arm, but the other mech was still used. The training mecha's defense was very thick, and it had not broken through the enemy's defense at all. And these 6 mechas were originally here to catch people. If they had known that the enemy was a mecha, they would have prepared some other means. Obviously, before landing, there was nothing happening in the airport, and everything was still under the control of the garrison fleet. Just when it was time for a security check, a training mecha suddenly appeared. It was not only a training mecha, but it was also so powerful, So the 6 mechas misjudged the situation. If they had known that the enemy was a mecha, they would have brought other heavy weapons. There were dozens of mechas in this airport, as well as drones, unmanned mechas, and robots. These 6 people thought that they could easily find the other party with 6 mechas. The disparity in power has been pulled to the maximum. After all, the other party is just a superpower. The 2 people cursed the people on the airport side in their hearts. But now the primary problem is that there are only 2 of them left. What should they do? We don't mean to target anyone. A black mecha also made a sound. Haha. The dead man on the ground is from the Blue Water Empire. And he has some relationship with General Feng. Don't think that others don't know your true identity. Yang Bo pointed at the mecha on the ground and said with a laugh. Now it is live broadcast on the whole network. And even people abroad can see it. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire heard this and asked, has anyone in General Feng's family disappeared in recent years? Reporting to your majesty, 16 people in Feng Dazhong's family have disappeared in the past 100 years. A cold voice sounded. This is the mastermind of the Blue Water Empire. Haha. It seems that our general is very quick in making plans. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire laughed. We are all gangsters. So we all know each other's little things. I didn't expect that the scalpel that I wanted to see before was so weak. With your ability. No one wants you among us pirates. Yang Bo deliberately confused people, and said that he was a pirate. Anyway, the reputation of pirates is already very bad. And it doesn't matter if it gets worse and has more enemies. What a pirate. One of the 2 black mechas just sneered. And then the 2 of them started at the same time. And the 2 mechas threw 2 electromagnetic bombs at the same time. Chapter 521 Incident. 2 black mechas threw out 2 electromagnetic bombs. But these electromagnetic bombs were relatively small, and were originally used to deal with superpowers. If they were used to deal with mechas, the electromagnetic bombs would be larger. So the 2 black mechas threw out 2 electromagnetic bombs at a time. The 2 black mechas originally thought that Yang Bo would avoid the electromagnetic bombs, because the training mechas were not as good as the formal mechas in terms of electromagnetic protection. The 2 tried to use this to force Yang Bo back, because they had already contacted the commander of the garrison at the airport. And the commander of the garrison had mobilized 50% of the self-destruct drones and electromagnetic bomb drones to attack Yang Bo's mecha. So the 2 had to keep a distance from Yang Bo, because the mechas of the scalpel department did not have an enemy identification device. Who knew that Yang Bo saw the 2 electromagnetic bombs and actually pushed the rocket-assisted backpack to the bottom. The entire mecha directly hit the 2 electromagnetic bombs, and a strong energy light emerged from the back of the entire training mecha. This is the energy rocket engine. 2 black mechas. I didn't expect Yang Bo to be so fearless and run away quickly. At this time, drones in the airport swarmed out and flew towards the passage of Pier 16. The electromagnetic bomb had no effect on Yang Bo at all. Yang Bo himself had photoelectric superpowers, and directly arranged a layer of high-intensity electrical energy on the surface of his body. The 2 electromagnetic bombs exploded with a bang, and a burst of fire flashed inside Yang Bo's mecha. This was because of the strong electromagnetic wave impact released by the electromagnetic bomb. The electromagnetic impact on the 2 black mechas was not very large at all, because their mechas had electromagnetic protection. Sure enough, Yang Bo had already seen the dark mass of drones behind his mecha at this time. Yang Bo had thought of this a long time ago, because the best use inside the airport is this kind of self-destruct drone. Yang Bo's mecha stretched out his right hand, and then the whole mecha suddenly crashed into the wall on the right. The people watching the live broadcast were a little confused, watching the right arm of Yang Bo's mecha being knocked out. Yang Bo's mecha moved at high speed and crashed to the left again. And then the left arm of Yang Bo's training mecha was also knocked out. What is this person going to do? Did the electromagnetic bomb destroy the control system? It may be the case. After all, the training mecha has no electromagnetic shock. It's over now. The people watching the live news discussed. Of course, they were slapped in the face the next second, because everyone found that Yang Bo's training mecha was faster. Before knocking off the 2 arms, Yang Bo's training mecha could not catch up with the opponent at all. But after knocking off the 2 arms, the speed of the training mecha increased sharply. This guy is reducing the weight of his mecha. This guy's idea is simply too good. Few people would damage their own mechas. I didn't expect the training mecha to be so powerful. It seems that I have to practice too. The 2 black mechas were just happy that the guy behind them was going to be submerged by the self-destructing drone. After all, there was a problem with the control system, and it was difficult to control the mecha. But the next second, they found that Yang Bo's training mecha had caught up with them. The three mechas were moving at high speed, just like three cars on the highway. So when Yang Bo quickly approached the two and collided with them directly, the mechas of the two people were out of control and bumped into each other in this passage. Yang Bo had been prepared for a long time, and he passed the two directly, and the end of the dock passage was already in the distance. It took a long time to get up, but it only took 2 or 3 seconds from the electromagnetic bomb to the collision of the three mechas. Yang Bo used his mecha to hit the wall on the right, and then the whole mecha started to rotate at high speed. It was like a high-speed car that was hit on the highway and turned around madly on the road. Then a black mecha behind Yang Bo crashed into each other. At this time, the overwhelming self-destruct drones arrived. The first was the electromagnetic self-destruct drones, which were much more powerful than the electromagnetic bombs dropped by the two mechas just now. Yang Bo's mecha had sparks and lightning inside, which was a strong wave of electromagnetic shocks. The other two black mechas also suffered because they had no enemy identification device. Although Yang Bo's mecha was the first target listed by Yang Shobei, the other two targets were not his own people. So the drones launched an attack directly. In the logic program of the drone, there are only people and targets. If the two black mechas have enemy identification, then the drone's intelligent program will calculate whether the range of its explosion will hurt its own people. Unfortunately, the two black mechas do not have enemy identification. So in the logic program of the drone, it does not care about the life and death of the two black mechas. All lighting equipment in the mechanical arm channel of Pier 16 failed because more than 50 electromagnetic drones exploded within the range of the attack target. This is because Yang Shobei gave the order early. Otherwise there would be 150 electromagnetic drones behind. Two black mechas also fell to the ground, and Yang Bo's training mecha also fell to the ground. Even the drone used by reporters in the passage was affected. People watching the live broadcast just saw many drones rushing over and self-destructing. And then the live broadcast screen disappeared. Everyone was very anxious. What happened at the scene? But soon the reporter released the second drone, because the reporter had predicted it in advance. There were three mechas on the ground. Yang Bo's training mecha also fell. And there were two other black mechas. There were drones in the distance, hovering in the air. Yang Bo was using his photoelectric superpowers to check his training mecha. And as expected, it was no longer usable. So Yang Bo directly opened the door of the mecha cockpit. Yang Shobei of the airport command center immediately gave the drone an attack order. However, Yang Bo jumped out of the mecha cockpit and kicked the door of the mecha cockpit away immediately. This door directly hit several drones with electromagnetic bombs with a sonic boom. These drones exploded instantly, and then countless objects were kicked away by Yang Bo quickly. Now Yang Bo was wearing armor, and it was impossible to see what Yang Bo looked like. Of course, Yang Bo couldn't destroy all the drones, because these drones also had automatic avoidance systems. More drones swarmed in. The drone used by the reporter was destroyed by the electromagnetic bomb drone again. The people watching the live news were furious, but the reporter's second drone arrived soon. At this time, the people watching the live news almost jumped up. In the dock passage, a man in armor was holding two men in armor, swinging them like two large rackets and constantly hitting drones. The powerful shock waves and countless fragments from the explosion of these self-destructing drones forced the reporter's drone to avoid them from a distance. Mecha driving plus 32. Forging plus 32. Yang Bo, wearing a battle armor, held the two members of the Scalpel Investigation Department in his hands, like two large rackets, and swung them around to hit the drones that attacked him. And finally 2 more pieces of information appeared in his mind. As for the 2 members of the Scalpel Investigation Department, it was useless to have the protection of the battle armor, because this kind of self-destructing drone was targeting the mecha with great power. Yang Bo felt that the 2 rackets in his hand were a little light, so he threw them out directly. Then he also rushed directly into the airport with a residual image. However, in the next second, Yang Bo felt that the entire mechanical arm of Pier 16 seemed to be weightless. The drones that were still chasing Yang Bo suddenly lost power, and were quickly sucked out by the vacuum of the universe. Oh my! Yang Bo turned back quickly, because Yang Bo found that the mechanical arm of Pier 16 was moving away from the airport. Obviously, the airport had abandoned this mechanical arm. At the moment when Yang Bo turned around wearing the armor, All the drones in Pier 16 and those sucked out exploded together. From the airport, it can be seen that the detached Pier 16 was far away from the airport due to the thrust generated by the internal air. A lot of things were sprayed out of the passage of Pier 16. And the next second, various explosive drones in Pier 16 exploded instantly. Pier 16 was originally a passage, and the shock wave of the explosion of these drones instantly pushed Pier 16 into the universe. It was obvious that the commander of the airport directly issued the self-destruction order for the drone. The next second, countless laser cannons on the airport began to attack the fragments. It was obvious that the commander in the airport was afraid that the attacker was not dead. After the flames of the explosion dissipated, everyone watched Pier 16 fall into the starry sky curiously. The spaceship on which the members of the Scalpel organization were riding began to move, and a number of space drones were dispatched on this spaceship to explore. However, the next second, a red mecha sprayed out from Pier 16. Because the universe is a vacuum, and there is a rocket backpack behind the opponent's mecha, it looks like the mecha sprayed out from the passage of Pier 16. Ah? Where did this mecha come from? Why does this mecha look so familiar? Isn't this the space mecha used by Dimension Company for advertising? In order to advertise its own space mecha, Dimension Company specially made a full red space mecha for advertising, mainly because other colors have been customized by customers. At this time, the spaceship of the Scalpel members was closest to Pier 16. Laser cannons immediately appeared on the spaceship of the Scalpel members, just when everyone thought that the red mecha would be destroyed by the disguised transport spaceship. Who knew that the next second the defense system of the airport would attack the spaceship of the Scalpel members? Ha ha. Ha ha. The spaceship organized by the Scalpel members instantly turned into an armed spaceship, and was listed as the most threatening target by the automatic defense system of the airport. The host of the news broadcast laughed. The airport commander doesn't dare to shut down the entire airport defense system yet, because no one knows if this pirate has any accomplices. It's so funny. The pirates actually have space mechas. It seems that the enemy is at the top of our alliance. This space mecha is so powerful. It even has an energy shield. In the news broadcast, everyone saw from afar that 90% of the airport's defense system's laser cannons attacked the spacecraft of the Scalpel Investigation Department, and 10% of the turrets attacked Yang Bo's mecha. However, Yang Bo's mecha instantly had an energy shield, which directly withstood a wave of laser attacks from the airport. Then the next second, everyone saw the red space mecha take out a huge mecha weapon and directly boarded the armed spacecraft that the Scalpel Investigation Department personnel were riding. Chapter 522 Explosion. The whole process was funny and hilarious. Who could have imagined that the autonomous defense system of the airport would actually hit the armed spacecraft that the Scalpel Department was riding on? The people watching the live news laughed. But the real Scalpel Department was strictly restricted in their actions. Just because Yang Bo said in the live news that the driver of a certain black mecha was a member of General Feng of the Blue Water Empire, the entire alliance's top leaders were scared. The Scalpel Department can be said to escort the alliance's top leaders and use some unconventional means to resolve some disharmonious factors. It can be said that this is a knife in the hands of the alliance's top leaders. Now you tell me that this knife has something to do with my enemy? So all those who did not take action in the Scalpel Department were prohibited from going out in any form and were subject to re-examination. Even the military was shocked by Yang Bo's words. The Scalpel Investigation Department was actually a means for the alliance's top leaders to resolve unstable factors. The alliance is too free now, which sometimes has to use unconventional hands. Although the parliament and the military are in a competitive relationship, and they also check and balance each other, the stability of the alliance is the first factor. Only when the alliance is stable can the military and the parliament continue to benefit more. So the Scalpel Department became an organization that all the senior executives tacitly accepted. After all, this solution that is not bound by law is very effective in many cases, because sometimes legal means cannot solve it at all. Yang Bo's words directly made everyone wary of each other about what everyone thought was a tacit understanding. If the people in this department really have a relationship with the Blue Water Empire, how big a scandal will the alliance expose? Yang Bo's mecha also withstood several laser cannon attacks. Fortunately, Yang Bo's speed was fast, and he landed directly on the spaceship. Not bad. Yang Bo looked at the data of the mecha carefully and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that after the space jump, the quality of my mecha has increased, and its resistance to energy attacks has increased a lot. Yang Bo saw that the damage caused to his mecha by these laser cannon attacks was limited. Yang Bo has already boarded the interior of the spacecraft, because there is already an entry channel on this spacecraft. This spacecraft is a modified armed spacecraft, but it has not been officially reported. And even if it is an officially reported armed spacecraft, it cannot start weapons within a safe distance from the airport. The channel that Yang Bo entered is the location of a laser turret. This laser turret was hit by the airport's defense system, and a dozen laser cannons directly appeared. The airport's defense laser cannon only fired a round of salvos in less than 0.2 seconds, and the spacecraft on which the Scalpel Investigation Department was riding was already riddled with holes. Yang Bo entered the interior of this collection spacecraft through these riddled holes. After entering the spaceship, Yang Bo heard a piercing alarm. When Yang Bo heard the piercing alarm, he felt something was wrong. He jumped out of the mecha and took 2 electromagnetic bombs from the storage device of the mecha and put away the space mecha at once. Now Yang Bo is not afraid of people knowing that he has a space mecha. Anyway, his space mecha has been disguised, and he is still the leader of the pirates. When he jumped out of the mechanical arm of Pier 16 just now, others had already guessed it. Yang Bo, who had put away the mecha, roared. Yang Bo used this sound to detect. Yang Bo is still wearing armor. And soon Yang Bo found something wrong, because everyone on the spaceship was abandoning the spaceship and rushing to the nearest lifeboat. Did it get damaged? Yang Bo muttered to himself. Shouldn't it be? Yang Bo held 2 large electromagnetic bombs in his hands. The whole person left a trail of afterimage. At this time, the command center at the airport had already connected to the spaceship that the Scalpel Investigation Department was riding on. The intelligent tracking device on the spaceship took a picture of Yang Bo collecting the space mecha, and then tracked Yang Bo again. You can see Yang Bo's figure in the virtual projection passing through a series of areas, which is the monitoring of various places. However, the next second, the intelligent tracking device could not track it, and Yang Bo showed that the monitoring equipment was interfered with. How long will it take for the spaceship to self-destruct? Yang Shobei asked. There are still 12 seconds. The airport should take defensive measures, and let other spaceships take defensive measures as well. The person in charge of the airport immediately issued an order. The entire airport also sounded an alarm, and then everyone found that some windows began to be slowly covered up. This is to use battleship armor to protect the entire airport glass from small fragments to prevent small fragments from destroying the glass. A few seconds later, everyone saw life capsules ejected from the spaceship that the Scalpel Investigation Department was riding in the distance. Just 10 seconds after the life capsules were ejected, the entire spaceship first emitted a large blue light, and then expanded. Countless spaceship fragments were blown into scattered flowers by the power of the explosion. Then a dazzling light burst out from the center of the expansion. 3 seconds to the first wave of fragments. 2 seconds to the first wave of fragments. 1 second before the first wave of debris hits. The intelligence system of the airport control center issued a warning. The airport manager heard the piercing alarm and felt relieved when he saw the damage to the airport after the impact. The airport was designed and manufactured to withstand the impact of some space debris, and the spacecraft that exploded this time was also relatively far away. The airport was hit by the spacecraft fragments, but the loss was limited. This bastard should be dead. The airport manager breathed a sigh of relief. After the spacecraft carrying the Scalpel Investigation Department was attacked by the airport's automatic defense system, the airport manager immediately received an order from above. The airport manager and Yang Shobei also thought it was a good opportunity to use the spacecraft's self-explosion to destroy the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates. Pay attention to all lifeboats. Send all fighters to capture lifeboats, and destroy them directly if they find unidentifiable targets. Yang Shobei decided to play it safe. Agree. The other two immediately agreed. And then the airport sent out countless fighters to rescue these escape pods. At this time, Yang Bo was sitting on an escape pod, watching the self-destructing spaceship. These guys are insidious, mean, and cunning. Fortunately, I boarded the spaceship to hide and escape. If I planned to stay in the spaceship for a while longer, I would be in great trouble. Yang Bo looked at the spaceship that self-destructed in the distance, and felt a little scared. How did Yang Bo disappear from the spaceship's intelligent tracking system just now? He relied on the 2 electromagnetic bombs in his hand to directly destroy the intelligent partial area monitoring system with electromagnetic bombs. After the electromagnetic bomb exploded, Yang Bo turned invisible directly, since he couldn't use other superpowers after turning invisible. Yang Bo detonated the electromagnetic bomb near the escape pod. He just caught up with the last few people on the escape pod and jumped into an escape pod that was ready to eject. After ejecting, these escape pods flew to the nearby airport. Then these escape pods were captured by fighters one after another. The fighters identified the people in the escape pods through their own intelligence systems, the airport's intelligence systems, and the detailed data provided by the superiors. Yang Bo, who was invisible, looked at the fighter's mechanical claws, grabbing the escape pod he was sitting in. Of course, Yang Bo was sitting outside in invisible armor. Then the people in the escape pod passed the review smoothly, and the fighter sent this escape pod back to the airport. People watching the live news broadcast felt a little disappointed when they saw this. At this time, the airport's defense system was still attacking those slightly larger fragments. The laser turrets at the airport continuously released lasers, which made the fragments of the spacecraft explosion smaller. After the laser hit these fragments, they melted instantly, and then were cooled by the low temperature in space to form fine particles. Moreover, the impact of the laser would make the entire fragment run in the opposite direction of the airport. Hee. Yang Bo stepped onto the airport safely again. Although this time was not perfect, the harvest was not bad. What should I do with my reputation? After Yang Bo returned to the airport in stealth, he thought about what he should do next. After arriving at the airport, Yang Bo did not follow the other people from the operation to the investigation department, because these people were taken away and locked up by the airport garrison. I am now a web celebrity. Should I find some channels to monetize? I am not short of money, but I can gather a group of people. Should I make a list of villains? As long as they are on the list, I can come forward to deal with them. Yang Bo pondered again. Yang Bo agreed with this idea more and more, because Yang Bo felt that he was still a little alone. No matter at any time, in any country or society, it is very unwise to fight alone. I guess in an environment like the Alliance, there should be many villains who escaped legal sanctions? Never mind. Find a place to record a video and put it online. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, forget it. Yang Bo has not thought of the overall plan yet, but it does not prevent Yang Bo from trying it out. Now the whole airport is in a mess. Seeing that the matter is over, these guests come out to protest against what the airport has done. And the passenger and cargo spaceships docked outside also suffered considerable damage in this spaceship explosion, because the airport did not notify the other party in advance to avoid. These spaceships were hit by the fragments of the exploding spaceship. The top leaders of the Alliance and the Alliance Parliament are now in a state of panic, as are the Ministry of Justice and the various justices. Many groups across the Alliance have organized protests to protest the emergence of such illegal organizations within the Alliance. And the Alliance leaders have used such illegal organizations to do illegal things. Mainly the surgical knife department. This time it was directly exposed. Although the official Alliance urgently refuted the rumor that there was no surgical knife investigation department, and said that this was a conflict between two terrorist organizations. The official will report the specific situation later. Yang Bo came to the airport maintenance channel in stealth, and all the monitoring equipment in the airport maintenance channel was destroyed. However, Yang Bo saw that some parts of the maintenance channel could be monitored in the airport command center. No! How did these guys detect the situation in the maintenance channel? Yang Bo came and saw the monitoring area in the maintenance channel in the command center, but did not find any monitoring equipment. Strange. Could it be other monitoring equipment newly developed by the Alliance? Yang Bo was going to take a video in this maintenance channel to show that he was still alive, and then let someone set up a list of sinners. As for whether someone would set it up or not, he didn't care. Anyway, he would try his luck first. Chapter 523 back. Yang Bo looked around carefully and soon found something unusual. That is, the sound node of this ventilation duct seemed to have some problems. So Yang Bo found another monitoring location that he saw in the main monitoring room. Sure enough, he found that the sound in the ventilation duct was also a bit problematic. Yang Bo guessed that there might be some sonar imaging equipment in this duct, but he couldn't tell what it was because he hadn't disassembled it. The ventilation duct in the maintenance channel is mainly responsible for delivering air suitable for human survival to each area, and then extracting air that is not suitable for human survival through other pipes. Although there are small survival systems, if small survival systems are used in such a large environment as the airport, the energy pressure is very high and the space demand is also very high. Moreover, this centralized control can effectively control and monitor the situation of the entire airport. It seems that some people want these groups to be in this maintenance channel. Yongbo quickly figured it out. If the Alliance really doesn't want others to occupy this airport maintenance channel, it is fully capable of clearing the area. At most, all personnel will be transferred first, and then all systems will be shut down. So the rescue robot will kidnap these people directly. Is it to show the freedom of the Alliance? Or for profit? Yongbo didn't know what was going on. But it was a bit unreasonable to say that it was to show the freedom of the Alliance. The Alliance was even more excessive than Yongbo's beautiful country on Earth. In the beautiful country, you have a lot of freedom. But these are all under the condition that you pay money. For example, you have the freedom to own a permanent house. But you must pay the property tax every month. And there are also property management fees or other things. Moreover, Yongbo also knew that the property tax also includes a lot of education and public expenditure. Even though the police in the United States sometimes beat people to death, and then paid as much money as they wanted, this money will be included in your property tax, which includes the police insurance fund. All freedom is based on interests. If there is no interest, then there is no freedom, including the homeless people in the United States. Each area must also insure a certain number of homeless people, because they can also make money. Do you really think that those who give things to homeless people are completely doing good things? There are budgets. And some people have privately given homeless people all kinds of food and then receive fines. Of course, from another perspective, privately giving food to these people cannot guarantee the safety of the food. And people can also say it. So if you say that the Alliance is to show freedom, Yongbo is a little unconvinced. So Yongbo did not shoot videos in this maintenance channel. After coming out of the maintenance channel, Yongbo saw more and more people gathering. And these people all asked the airport to fulfill the service contract. Many police drones and police robots were all sent to maintain order. Even many real police came to explain to everyone. But others were very irritable. You damn bastards. Not only did you fail to fulfill your service contract, you also put us in huge trouble. Oh my God. I never thought I could see the spaceship explode with my own eyes. And I heard the sound of the fragments of the spaceship exploding hitting the airport defense armor. You damn bastards. You ignore the safety of life and property of our Alliance citizens. In order to capture and eliminate terrorists, you actually want to take our safety as the price. I will hire a lawyer to sue you. The pirate leader should kill all of you bastards. You are just a bunch of bitches. The people at the scene were very excited. Although the people in the airport did not see the explosion of the spacecraft outside. The explosion was filmed on other customers' dual-use spacecraft in the distance. These videos were also sold to the news media. You can see that many fragments of warships hit the airport directly. Now the command center of the airport has no energy to manage these people. The impact of this incident is very large. Very large. The losses of the airport garrison fleet were also very heavy. Not to mention the consumption of a large number of drones. The mechas that were damaged by Yongbo were an astronomical figure. And so many fighters were lost. The most important thing is that the unmanned mechas, drones, and fighters are now cleaning the battlefield. So far, there is still no good news. Yongbo looked around and found that the airport was in a mess. Those drones and various robots went to maintain law and order. There was no fixed point surveillance, like what he saw in the command center. So Yongbo found a bathroom, appeared, and changed into a set of ordinary clothes. Then he filmed a video from a distance away from the troublemakers. And then filmed himself in the video. Quietly took off his mask. And gave a thumbs up. Yongbo saved this video first, and will find a chance to send it out later. At the same time, he called on others to provide information about the villains, and establish a villain ranking list. Even the people from the sects were making trouble inside. Because no matter how powerful the people from the sects were, they were no match for the mechas. Now Yongbo, disguised as the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates, has maxed out his buffs. First of all, he is the most wanted criminal in the Alliance. He is very strong and killed 8 people from the Iron Fist sect with his physical strength. Then he can use the most rubbish, which can be said to be a pile of scrap metal training mecha, to kill several of the most advanced customized mechas. Although there are many reasons for this, mecha combat is just about the result. Finally, the most wanted criminal in the Alliance can actually own a space mecha. Not only did the warriors present feel a chill on their backs, as if someone would pop up around them at any time, take out a mecha, and then start killing. Even the top leaders of the Alliance have increased the security level of all important figures in the Alliance. The stock price of Dimension Mecha Company did not fall this time, but soared, because Dimension Mecha Company received another order for 1,500 space mechas. Just because the most wanted criminal in the Alliance has a space mecha. Adhering to the principle that only mechas can fight mechas, these dignitaries began to order a large number of them. Of course, the mechas that can fight mechas here are in emergencies. If there is preparation, the mecha threat is not that big, and the Alliance is already planning to change the building standards. That is, to change the building to a height that mecha cannot enter. The Alliance has also officially investigated the Dimension Company to find out how the Alliance's first wanted criminal got the space mecha. The airport was in a mess, and finally had to open the port. The spaceships parked outside also hurriedly loaded cargo and people, and then left this troubled place. As for the damage to the spaceship, the ship owner or shipping company will naturally sue the airport. The captain and the crew were in no mood to stay here. It was too scary. If a civilian spaceship faced the wanted criminal's mecha, it would be 100% destroyed. Although there were security guards on the civilian spaceship, how could these people's mechas compare to the exclusive mechas of the Scalpel Investigation Department? It's a pity that I didn't get any benefits this time. Yang Bo took the spaceship back to March Star 30 hours after the incident. When leaving, Yang Bo deliberately went invisible and ran to another spaceship. Then found a place to take a picture of the entire airport through the window. And then took a selfie of Sanya's big face. Then he went invisible again and returned to the spaceship back to March Star. The spaceship was very fast this time, because it took a lot of time. It took more than 4 days to return to March Star. However, after returning to March Star, a very strict security check was carried out. Everyone had to show their identity information. And then, they had to undergo a biological comparison, mainly voice and face. If there was something wrong, they had to measure heartbeat and brain waves. After returning to March Star, Yang Bo knew that the Alliance had recently introduced the highest level of security inspection regulations. This trip will take more than half a month. Yang Bo felt annoyed. After a few days, Yang Bo contacted Zhou Rui using the new identity Zhou Rui gave him. This identity was what San Yi wanted. The reason why it took a few days was that if he sent a message right after returning, Zhou Rui would know which spaceship he came back on. During the few days of delay, several spaceships docked at March Star, including some private spaceships contracted by large companies. Because March Star was going to be developed on a large scale, Zhou Rui saw someone sending her a message. And after seeing the person who sent the message, she was also a little confused. The reputation of San Yi is too great now. So great that Zhou Rui dares not associate with San Yi more. Mainly because the series of things San Yi did were too explosive. San Yi, in the reception room of the Bounty Hunters Guild, Zhou Rui turned into a bald man and looked at San Yi, who was sitting inside. There are people in the Bounty Hunters Guild who know San Yi, but no one dares to report him. Everyone is a gangster, so they naturally know who San Yi is. Can you rely on those rubbish in the Alliance to catch San Yi? Are you sure he is not here to deliver food? Unless the Alliance destroys the entire planet directly, there is nothing you can do about San Yi, who comes and goes freely. And even if someone reports it, you have to think about one thing. That is, San Yi can come and go freely in the Alliance. Will he collude with the official people of the Alliance? What if the report information is obtained by San Yi's people? Needless to say what the ending is. I went out for a walk this time. I thought the Scalpel Department was so strong. I just wanted to teach the bastards of the Iron Fist sect a lesson. But I didn't expect the Scalpel Department to come and surround me in the airport. San Yi sat there carelessly and spoke. Bald Zhou Rui nodded. San Yi is awesome. I have a video here. Please send it to another place in a month. Collect clues about the villains from the whole universe and rank them. I am not interested in dealing with these ordinary guys. Yang Bo said, as he asked Zhou Rui to bring the equipment and sent the video over himself. Bald Zhou Rui knew that some people were in trouble when he heard this. For San Yi, Bald Zhou Rui could only blame the man in front of him for his weird temper. Does the third master have any other instructions? Bald Zhou Rui dared not speak loudly now, because the pirate leader in front of him could take out the space mecha at any time. Zhou Rui guessed in her heart that the third master might also be the white glove of some powerful people. Otherwise, how could he easily get the space mecha? I won't participate in the specific things. I just need to know who the other party is. When I have time, I will go to see how capable these guys are and like to bully others. These villains deserve it. just like the people of the Iron Fist sect, who rely on their own strength to bully others. When they meet me, they are stronger than them, and they deserve to be bullied. Yang Bo didn't know how to do this, so he said this: I'll make a plan here, and ask the third master to review it when the time comes. Zhou Rui didn't dare to say that she would not cooperate with the third master now. Otherwise this guy with a weird temper would take out the mecha and dismantle her here easily. You can do it yourself. It would be great if you can publish it online. Of course, you don't have to name it the evil list. You can change the name. I just kill people. Yang Bo didn't want to have too much contact with other people. I understand. Zhou Rui breathed a sigh of relief. If the third master wanted to do it himself, he would have to contact outsiders. Maybe her relationship with the third master would be exposed. Now she is a member of parliament. Then I'll leave first. If you have any trouble, send me a message. Yang Bo said and prepared to leave. Third master, I'm really in a little trouble recently, Zhou Rui said quickly after hearing this. Chapter 524. As soon as possible. Zhou Rui saw Sanyi stop and look at her, so she quickly said, it's just that the Bounty Hunter Union headquarters is a little dissatisfied with us. Some people see that March Star may develop well in the future, so they want us to do something we don't want to do. Do you know who is interfering? Yang Bo asked. I know. Zhou Rui nodded quickly. Send me the names and detailed information of the people later. Have these people done anything illegal? Yang Bo added. Zhou Rui felt strange when she heard this. The first wanted criminal in the alliance would actually ask such a question. But such a person has a weird temper. After all, she has lived for so many years, and has been doing whatever she wants. In addition, the strength of the person in front of her can do this. So Zhou Rui has no doubts. They have done a lot of illegal things. Their family is one of the largest families in the largest state of the Crimson Federation. This state was originally jointly managed by 3 families. Zhou Rui nodded when she heard this, and sent a message to Sanya's communicator while explaining. You find a way to put him on the list of villains. Yang Bo nodded, and then left. Zhou Rui's eyes lit up when she heard the last sentence. Can this villain list be used in this way? Yang Bo didn't know how to build such a website under the current supervision of StarCraft. But Zhou Rui was originally a member of the Bounty Hunter Union, and knew that this thing was too easy to do. It can exist in the Alliance black market. And the villain list is even easier. After all, it is just a simple list, and does not pose any threat. At most, someone will sue for defamation. But if the owner of this website is a non-profit organization, what's the point of suing for defamation? There is no money. In Zhou Rui's opinion, the laws of the Alliance have many big loopholes. Just like the black market. Many people know that it is a black market, but no one can shut down this black market. There are too many problems involved. When the time comes, let's find out if there are any interstellar creatures on this planet, and see what they look like. Yang Bo muttered to himself as he moved out of the mountain after coming out of the Bounty Hunter Union base. Yang Bo, who had disappeared from the mountain, changed his identity in the suburban park, and then went to Annie and the others. There was nothing to deal with at Yang Bo's house. Just the animals he fed. These animals have an automatic feeding system. As long as his villa is not short of energy, there will be no problem with these animals. Annie and Xia knew that Yang Bo was coming. Not only did they prepare the meal, they also put on sexy and hot pajamas. After the meal, there was a burst of gunfire. After tossing for most of the day, Yang Bo was completely relaxed. What level of superpowers have you reached? Annie lay in Yang Bo's arms, without any strength in her body. What's wrong? Yang Bo held one hand and the other hand, and Xia next to him was still sleeping, because Xia was too crazy and much more open than Annie. I saw on the internet that the two of us have reached D level now. We can handle a D level superpower without any problem. But every time we meet you, we are no match. Annie said softly. Everyone's superpower physique is different. I just reached the upper limit of each superpower level. You also know that superpowers have a power range. Besides, isn't this good? You don't have to use any machines or something like that. Yang Bo chuckled, because the two of them had said before that he was better than the machines they had used. I'm going to die. And pinched Yang Bo unhappily. Should we find an opportunity to go out for a trip? Yang Bo was going to go out for a stroll. Mainly because he often stayed in the area of March Star. If he stayed there for a long time, it would not be good. In addition, There were some things to deal with in the Water Blue Empire. Mainly the issue of his own title. It's too chaotic outside now. The airport has been attacked several times. It's still safer on the planet. And shook her head when she heard this. Then I'll listen to you. Yang Bo didn't plan to go out when he heard and say that. Yang Bo thought in his heart that he could only think of another way to get out. It seems that I can only rely on White and the other three. Yang Bo quickly thought of something. Aren't White and the other three going to set up their own business? Then let them go to the Water Blue Empire and establish a scientific research institution on their own noble territory. At that time, I can use the relevant equipment to get myself and the mecha over there. And then I can show up there. I can even build a scientific research institution in the Crimson Federation. I just don't know how much this set of equipment costs. Then Yang Bo was worried about how much the equipment that can summon the space mecha is worth. There are still 10 days. And this month will be over. Annie reminded Yang Bo again. I will be here for 3 days. And then we will take a week to get the bonus. Yang Bo knew what Annie meant by this. Are we useless? Nonsense. I just used it a few times. You're so mean. Then use it again. Yang Bo smiled. Annie's figure is not that skinny. She is plump, but not fat either. Yang Bo stayed with Annie and Xia for 3 days. Eating, drinking and having fun every day. But he didn't go out to eat, drink and have fun. Just ate, drank and had fun at home. The alliance has been very lively recently. First of all, the Scalpel Investigation Department was exposed to the public. People in many places took to the streets to protest. And many large and small groups and organizations also participated. There are also many politicians involved. Because the politicians who know about the Scalpel Investigation Department and can decide to use the Scalpel Investigation Department are of a relatively high level. Other politicians are not happy. Just because you high-level guys can use these illegal organizations. Why can't we? Of course. The official alliance rejected this statement and rejected the existence of the Scalpel Investigation Department. Then the airport was also protested by the public in dealing with this incident. The reason why the airport did not evacuate the people was that they wanted to block the wanted criminals in the airport. This is the biggest insult to freedom. In addition, more than a dozen shipping companies, including several foreign companies, accused the airport management of murder. The ships of these dozen shipping companies were greatly affected, mainly because there were too many fragments of the explosion of the Scalpel Investigation Department's ship. Then the Alliance announced that the first wanted criminal, the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates, was shot dead. And some of the wreckage of the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates was also displayed. The Pirate Alliance issued an attack warning to attack all the Alliance's ships. All the senior executives of the airport resigned and accepted the investigation. In addition, the airport has been repaired, because there are automatic repair robots. The equipment in the airport can be repaired automatically as long as there are enough materials. The robots can repair it day and night. Yang Bo was also laughing when he saw the Alliance telling lies like this. When the villain list comes out, your Alliance will be embarrassed. The Iron Fist Gate of Red Earth Star is under investigation by the Judicial Department of the Alliance. According to preliminary investigations, the Iron Fist Gate has committed many illegal acts, and relevant measures have been taken against all the personnel of the Iron Fist Gate. There are many senior officials in Red Earth Star involved in this matter. TSK. This is a politician. As long as others seize the opportunity, they will add insult to injury and take advantage of the fire. Speaking of which, I am doing this for the good of the Alliance. These people who are killed are those who should be killed. Yang Bo returned to his villa and saw Lu Jingxiang sending him a message, and Lu Jijia sending him a message to invite him to dinner. Boss? Yang Bo picked up his watch and called Lu Jijia back. Brother, don't stay at home in silence. Go out for a walk. These few months are rare sunny days. Otherwise, there will be another storm in a few months. Lu Jijia video chatted with Yang Bo. Boss, you seem to have lost weight? Yang Bo found that Lu Jijia had lost weight. It's good to lose weight. I am also a member of parliament now. Being too fat will affect my image. How about my wig? Lu Jijia took out another wig to show Yang Bo. Are you done with your work? Yang Bo asked curiously. Work is work, and rest is rest. It's not to mention that being a member of parliament is quite comfortable. You go to work and leave work on time. And there are various subsidies. Lu Jijia explained. The boss's wig is pretty. Yang Bo saw Lu Jijia took a silver gray wig. When are you free to go fishing together? Lu Jijia said again. I'll send you a message when the time comes. Yang Bo calculated that he didn't have time in the past few days, because he had to go online to play games with Annie and Shio. It's not good to study at home all the time. I have to go out for a walk. Lu Jijia couldn't talk about medicine, so he had to talk about studying. It's mainly because it's too chaotic recently. I don't feel safe. You see how terrible what happened on the beach a few days ago was. Yang Bo found an excuse. Well, do you want me to apply for special protection for you? Lu Jijia asked again. Facing that kind of terrorist attack, no protection is useful. Right? I saw on the news that the other party is jamming equipment. Yang Bo was asking for information indirectly. It should be someone from the Crimson Federation. Because through our investigation, the Crimson Federation has the same high-tech jamming equipment. Anyway, the situation inside is very complicated. According to the investigation, it is also possible that it is an internal power struggle within the Alliance Reserve Committee. We are not worthy of the other party using such people. Besides, we have not offended anyone. And we don't have much power. Don't worry. If it doesn't work, I will bring the mecha with me. Yang Bo looked at Lu Jijia and said, Boss, is your mecha as powerful as the other party's space mecha? Forget it. Maya wants to ask you out. Lu Jijia simply said directly. I do have to be busy with something these days. Let's talk about it after I finish this matter. Yang Bo was a little speechless when he heard this. But for the family members, this is the case. Because the idea instilled in the family, since childhood, is to talk about interests for the family. Okay. You send me a message in advance. Lu Jijia also understood Yang Bo very well. After all, he was a resident before, and was used to staying at home. As long as the system does not allow him to go out, the residents of the Alliance will always stay at home. In addition, Lu Jijia and Zhou Rui knew that Yang Bo only had a signal in one room. So there was no doubt that Yang Bo was slow to reply to messages, and did not see him for 10 days or half a month. Because that was how the residents lived. Some residents had fitness equipment at home, and did not go out for a year, or even 2 or 3 years. Later, the Alliance had mandatory residents to do some volunteer services. Yang Bo sent a message to Lu Jingxiang again, saying that he was busy recently, and made an appointment to treat her to dinner next month. Lu Jingxiang was a little annoyed that Yang Bo sent a message a day later. She deliberately waited for a while before replying to Yang Bo, who knew that Yang Bo did not reply again, which made Lu Jingxiang grit her teeth and became more and more curious about what Yang Bo was doing in her home. Yang Bo slept comfortably all night. He had not slept for several days and nights on the spaceship. Although he was mentally fine, Yang Bo still felt comfortable sleeping. After washing up and having breakfast, Yang Bo started playing games. When the people in the game department saw Yang Bo playing games, they cursed him. Because Yang Bo didn't play games, these people were worried that he would die of old age or have an accident. This bastard. I said it was the end of the month, and he was going to play games. He worried us for a while. I said your girlfriend can't do it either. Nonsense. Let your girlfriend try. My girlfriend at least got some information. I don't have a girlfriend yet. And I don't plan to find a girlfriend in the future. When the time comes, I will just use the money to cultivate a child. I know someone. Maybe he can be a star. The head of the game department. The colonel heard this and said quickly, don't bring up public figures. These public figures are very troublesome. I'd better give you a holiday and let your girlfriend get the information of this guy as soon as possible. It's best to make an appointment. Boss, I'm going. Chapter 525 Plan. After Yang Bo entered the game, he first used his photoelectric superpower to look at the bionic man he remotely controlled, and found that it was still the same high-performance bionic man. He was relieved. And then Yang Bo saw that the game official had sent him 2 new tasks. After just a cursory look, Yang Bo knew that the military was targeting him. At least the game official was targeting him. The first task was to go to a super city to explore a basement. And it was specially marked that there were more than 16 million zombies in this city. And there were 2 rewards for this task. One was a super backpack fragment, and the other was a game map fragment. The second task was to explore an underground cave, which also rewarded a super backpack fragment. And another reward was a new mysterious weapon. It seems that the game officials know that I come to the game to kill monsters at the end of each month. So they tempt me with more than 16 million zombies. The second task, I personally think it should be one of the 2 unfinished tasks before. After Yang Bo read the 2 tasks, he had an idea in his mind. Of course, Yang Bo was not 100% sure about the second task, but the tasks involving the caves are the 2 tasks that kicked him out in advance. It is possible that after the military exploration failed, he was asked to conduct a second exploration. However, after Yang Bo looked at the tasks, he did not accept them, because Yang Bo mainly accompanied Annie and Xia to kill monsters, and wanted his women to see his hard work. Otherwise, if he took the task alone and went to the other side to complete the rankings, the 2 women would not see his efforts, and he would have no way to say anything. Although Yang Bo was also interested in these 2 tasks, they were also very dangerous, especially the first super city. What does 16 million zombies mean? So Yang Bo started to take the 2 women to kill monsters in front of everyone in the game department. The 2 women didn't seem to communicate with Yang Bo at all. This old bastard must be chatting on social software. This guy is not interested in the tasks we carefully selected. The people in the game department saw this strange scene, and the 2 spoke. The head of the game department, the colonel, was also anxious. This guy didn't like the carefully selected tasks. He wanted to catch this guy, and then strangle this guy's neck and let him do these special tasks immediately. What's so good about killing ordinary monsters? What's the use of 10 million or 20 million credit points a month? Yang Bo, Annie and Xia were indeed chatting on social software, chatting and playing games. The game department had no way to deal with Yang Bo's behavior. For a week in a row, Yang Bo took the 2 women to the game to kill monsters step by step every day, and finally won the individual and team monster killing rankings rewards for this month. This week, everyone in the game department was furious, because killing these ordinary zombies did not help the department's performance. Will this old pervert not download the game again? This guy uses our game to pick up girls. If I were in your shoes, I would also like to play 7 days a month, earn money and play with women. Boss, I have a good idea. Someone whispered. Say it. The colonel said one word after hearing this. In fact, we should run this game in the same way as ordinary games. Rankings are only one aspect. In the next step, we can let celebrities participate. You see, many games have celebrity endorsements, and offer certain conditions to watch videos with celebrities, get celebrity signatures or peripherals, or even be invited to dinner by celebrities, or be invited to play with celebrities. We should also use the routines of ordinary games. This old pervert in front of us will definitely not be able to refuse this routine. I just don't know what the aesthetic taste of this old pervert is, and what kind of celebrity spokesperson we should look for. Don't go too far. As long as we get the opportunity to watch a female celebrity's video, as long as we can see her real person in the video, we can find her out quickly. At this time, another person spoke up. You can send a questionnaire to all players in the game to see what type of male or female celebrity they like. This method is good. But what if this old pervert is fooled? When the colonel heard this, his eyes lit up. But he was still a little worried. It doesn't cost much anyway, so we don't need to do too many activities at once. First, we have celebrity peripherals, then celebrity autographs, video chats with celebrities, and then we meet with celebrities in person, or the celebrities fly over to meet in person, and so on and so forth. We will upgrade this routine one by one, which can also increase the profitability of our game. If this old pervert doesn't fall for it, then we won't do any subsequent activities. As long as this old pervert participates in the activities, we will know his aesthetic taste and then further lure him into participating in the game. I seriously suspect that this old guy may not live long. So now, he just finds 2 ordinary women to have fun. And only these old guys can behave so weirdly. The people in the game department said in unison. The colonel felt that what these people said made sense. Besides, if it was just a celebrity signature, it wouldn't cost much money. This kind of direct cooperation with the agency would just pay some money. If the other party can be fooled, then continue to do it. Otherwise, don't do it. You go and make a plan. I will submit the plan immediately. Someone above the colonel wanted to apply for an activity plan, which was very simple, and also a routine operation of the game. Yang Bo was originally planning to play the game the next day. These days, he accompanied the 2 people to play the game every day during the day. Women, they just need to accompany them more. At night, Yang Bo was learning about mecha modification. And Yang Bo found that after the mecha was opened, a lot of mecha modification software was added at once. Of course, these mecha modification software have to be paid. These mecha modifications can even be configured according to the parameters of this part as long as you buy a part. And a complete set of mechas can be equipped according to your requirements. There are already several mecha modification studios in the Alliance that have become companies and are about to go public. Then Yongbo found that the price of training mechas has increased recently. The reason for the price increase is that he used the training mecha to kill several mechas from the Scalpel Investigation Department. Especially the mechas from the Scalpel Investigation Department, who used laser cannons to attack the training mechas. And the training mechas were just covered with red spots, which were the traces of laser burns. This video has been widely circulated. And of course, there is also the training mecha, which did not fail even after being chopped so deeply by the opponent's mecha weapons. Of course, everyone admires Yongbo's technique of operating the training mecha, because many people are sure that Yongbo is a mecha master, and is infinitely close to a grand master, because the operation method has been calculated by a computer. The amount of operation is very terrifying. And now there is another school in the mecha. That is, the training mecha school is also called the training school. The slogan of this school is very simple: hit him. The training mecha itself is not produced by the mecha company, but by an ordinary manufacturing company. Unexpectedly, the popularity of the training mecha has made this company earn a lot of money. And many people have found that it is safer to train mecha in an ordinary environment, because the training mecha has a thick defense. Even if it is concentrated by several mechas, there will be no safety problems in a short time. After all, it is a training mecha specially used as a target. If it is easily damaged, how can it be trained? Yongbo is also regarded as the founder of this school. Yongbo did not expect that the training mecha he had no choice but to choose would become so popular. Yongbo's attack this time. The sales of space mecha and training mecha reached an unprecedented height. As mentioned before, the only thing that can fight against mecha is mecha. Of course, except for perverts like Yongbo. Others can resist for 3 to 5 seconds or 10 seconds. At most, I can arrange a few more space mechas for my bodyguards. I will go fishing with the boss tomorrow, and treat Liu Jingxiang to dinner. Yongbo decided to wait for a day tomorrow and play the game the day after tomorrow. Let some people be disappointed a little. Then I will do 2 tasks in a row, and finally find a dangerous task to destroy the Bionic Man. So they may have to make a stronger Bionic Man for me. I don't know how White's research is going. Yongbo picked up the smartwatch and invited the fat boss and Liu Jingxiang to go fishing on the yacht tomorrow, and also invited them to dinner. Of course, Yongbo has already booked a yacht. A 120-meter cheap yacht, which is a new energy yacht, not a retro yacht like Thomas Jr. Under the current high technology, a 120-meter yacht can only be regarded as a low-end yacht, and it only has a simple sea navigation function. The top yacht can not only fly, but also dive and fly into space. Liu Jingxiang said that she wanted to bring her friend, and Yongbo of course answered yes. There will be no problem with these 2 people. After Yongbo replied, he muttered in his heart that in this society, any 2 things are free to love each other. There are even people who marry a tree, and some who marry their own dogs. Of course, it is just a simple marriage, and you can't cause trouble. Otherwise the small animal protection organization will let you know what it means to be ruined. There are even people who marry a mountain. And there are people who fall in love with their own cars. Because these people can say that they are not people. They say they are just a car. And this is also their freedom. Of course, they say they are a dog, and then put their hands down on the road, and walk on all 4s on the road. You can't look at him for a second. Otherwise you might be charged with discrimination. Yongbo made an appointment to go to the supermarket tomorrow morning to buy some things, mainly food and drink. Then he took a shower and went to bed. Lying on the bed, Yongbo felt so happy. The most difficult thing was to be invisible on the spaceship for several days and nights. The next morning, Yongbo drove out in a flying car. Of course, taking his fishing gear with him. He came to the supermarket and took the things he ordered yesterday. After arriving at the beach, Yongbo looked at a circle of cordons from a distance, which was the scene where Thomas was killed. Yongbo just got off the parking lot at the port and saw Zhou Rui coming. Brother, why didn't you think of me? Your sister, when you treated me to a meal? Zhou Rui walked towards Yongbo with a teasing tone. I'm just afraid that my sister is not free. Yongbo felt strange. He went to the base as the 3rd master, and Zhou Rui was like a little lamb, And she also made a bald image to fool him. Now facing him, this woman became bolder. It's not my fault. Zhou Rui asked me out this morning. The fat boss came to explain at this time. That's perfect. So I don't have to invite Sister Rui alone in the future. Yang Bo said casually. No. You must invite her alone in the future. As an apology to me. Zhou Rui was very wary of the fat boss. She was even more wary of the fat boss, and called his aunt. After all, the fat boss's aunt was also a beautiful woman. And she was the gentle type, which was the most popular among men. Chapter 526 Fishing. Okay. I'll treat you alone in the future. Yang Bo guessed that Zhou Rui must be eyeing the fat boss. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? Yang Bo. What are you busy with recently? Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen also came over. It must be said that Lu Jingxiang is the type Yang Bo likes. With long straight black hair and an oval face. She has a bit of the temperament of Xiao Qian in the movie On Earth. Zhou Kersen has slightly curly hair and a fairy face of an internet celebrity. The key is that her figure is very amazing. It may have reached C+. Sister Jingxiang. Sister Kersen. I don't like to go out by nature. Yang Bo laughed. There was nothing he could do, because he was the youngest here. Then how can I send you a message? And you don't reply for a long time. Sometimes for several days. Lu Jingxiang asked, staring at Yang Bo. Just a few days ago, Lu Jingxiang saw Yang Bo send a message. And she was angry. She said she would reply later. But Yang Bo didn't reply after replying. She was getting angrier and angrier these days. There is only one room in my villa that can access the internet. And I often forget it. Because I didn't have many friends before. I didn't reply in time. Please don't be angry. Sister Jingxiang. Yang Bo replied with a smile. I'm not angry. Lu Jingxiang couldn't continue to talk after hearing Yang Bo say this. Let's get on the yacht first. This is a rare weather on this planet. It will be difficult to fish after the storm. Everyone must use the smartwatch to identify the fish when they catch them. Some fish are very precious protected animals. The fat boss thought Yang Bo was doing an experiment and didn't reply. So he quickly tried to smooth things over. Take the anti-gravity car specially used for pickup and drop off at the dock. And even the baits are equipped for renting boats at the dock. There are many requirements for fishing here. Different fishing rods and different baits are used in different sea areas. Use some fishing rods and baits in the reef area on the shore. And then in shallow water and deep water. The yacht rented by Yang Bo can be driven by people or automatically. As for why the Alliance has such strict animal protection laws until now. In today's prosperous science, any animal can be copied. Mainly, studies have shown that animals will evolve when they reproduce, and will continue to evolve to adapt to the environment. If they are directly copied artificially, they will lose their evolution. Once there are some fatal factors, the population will become extinct. Moreover, biological animals are constantly evolving, which can also provide some references for modern science. This kind of evolution cannot be achieved artificially. Some people have tried to edit the genes of these plants, but found that the edited plants always have various shortcomings. Yang Bo understands this point. Bananas on Earth are an example. Bananas are not suitable for seed reproduction. So all edible bananas in the world are equivalent to a banana tree. As long as a deadly pathogen appears, bananas are likely to become extinct. Moreover, when fishing here, all fish must be released and are not allowed to be taken home. As for very precious fish, they cannot be brought ashore to take pictures. Not so precious fish or ordinary fish can be pulled on the boat. And everyone takes turns to take pictures. The fish sold in the supermarket are all caught by professional fishing teams. After fishing, they must undergo a comprehensive inspection. And the number of each species caught is limited according to the population of each area. Fishermen also have high incomes. Every year, fishermen have to undergo psychological tests, because many social groups believe that fishermen are abusing fish when fishing. The fat boss drives the boat. And there are many rooms on the boat. Yang Bo changed into a long-sleeve sun protection suit. A pair of shorts on the lower body. A pair of sunglasses. A hat. And a pair of sneakers on his feet. When Yang Bo came to the back of the boat, he found that the three beauties were all wearing swimsuits. And then a gauze dress was draped over them. Zhou Kersen's figure was even more attractive. Lu Jingxiang was wearing a white swimsuit. And the opposite was wearing a white sun protection gauze dress. Zhou Kersen was wearing beige. And Zhou Rui was wearing pink. I can't tell. Yang Bo, your body is still very strong. The three people's hair was tied up high. Zhou Rui looked at Yang Bo's thick calves exposed in shorts. You can see that the calves are full of muscles. I was very obedient when I was a resident before. And I exercised regularly. Yang Bo replied with a smile. Yang Bo, why are you still wearing sunscreen clothes? You should be as masculine as me. At this time, the fat boss came out. The fat boss has lost weight now. Although he looks a little fat, he can be seen to be very strong. It is a bit similar to the fat and strong figure of basketball star O'Neal on Earth. This guy wears a tight vest and tight shorts, so he looks even more sturdy. Boss, I don't have your body shape, so it's not embarrassing. Yang Bo laughed. There is a two-story platform at the rear of the yacht. The upper and lower platforms are like two steps. The upper platform is used for eating, drinking, playing and sunbathing. The platform at the back is the place for fishing. Come on. You two. Let's go up to bask in the sun. Zhou Rui and the other two took their food and drinks and went to the upper platform. Yang Bo, do you want to compete? The fat boss was speechless. He originally wanted to create an opportunity for his aunt and Yang Bo, but he didn't expect Zhou Rui to come too. Forget it. I'm not very proficient in fishing. Yang Bo shook his head. All the fishing here uses fake baits. In the past, there were also live baits, but later they were protested by some groups who believed that fishing with live baits was abuse. The three women came to the upper platform, and the women were actually compared. Lu Jingxiang looked at Zhou Rui and knew that the woman in front of her was not a good person. And she also knew that the woman in front of her was a member of the March Star Parliament. So the three of them went to the second-level platform, and they didn't say anything to each other. Everyone basked in the sun silently and looked at the two people fishing below. Do you want to make a bet among the three of us? See who of them will catch the fish first? Zhou Kerson felt that the atmosphere was weird. So she asked, how do we bet? Zhou Rui heard Zhou Kerson say this and thought she was provoking him. So she asked, just the two of them. Bet on who will catch the first fish first, and the size of the first fish. If you lose, you can drink. Zhou Kerson looked at the two people with a smile. Sure. You go first? Zhou Rui laughed when she heard this. I bet Lu Jijia will catch the first fish first, and I will give you a bottle of wine. Lu Jingxiang took out a bottle of wine and placed it in front of the three people. I also bet Lu Jijia will catch the first fish first. Zhou Kerson also spoke up after hearing this. The two new Yang Bos passed, so they knew that Yang Bo had never fished before. And Lu Jijia was originally a disciple of a big family in his early years, so he must know how to fish. Then I can only bet on Yang Bo. 2 bottles of wine. Zhou Rui laughed when she heard this. Yang Bo, who was fishing below, was also a little speechless when he heard the 3 women betting. And then he saw the fat boss grinning at him. Yang Bo looked at the metal bait in his hand, and his heart moved. Then he directly hung the metal bait and threw it down. The fishing line was quickly put down, and Yang Bo directly expanded his mental power. But Yang Bo's mental power could not extend too much. At most 100 meters away, the bait had just dropped to more than 20 meters. And Yang Bo's mental power found that there was a fish nearby that was not very big, probably about 2 or 3 pounds. So Yang Bo's mental power moved, and the underwater bait with a hook was directly hung on the mouth of the fish. The fish underwater was a little confused. It was swimming, and something suddenly came over. The fish tried to dodge, but it didn't expect that the ghost thing was so fast that it got caught in its mouth. Then the fish got caught in its mouth and swam out. The 3 women on the boat saw that the fishing line that Yang Bo put the bait on was instantly straightened, and then pulled diagonally. The fat boss was also a little confused when he heard the movement of the fishing line. Is the fish caught now? Yang Bo pretended to be surprised and quickly collected the fishing rod. The fat boss watched Yang Bo collect the fishing rod, and the fishing line was shaking on the water surface. So he knew that he had caught a fish. When Yang Bo pulled up the fish, Zhou Rui's voice came from above. Good job, brother. Keep it up. This is unscientific. This kind of fish won't eat this kind of bait? The fat boss muttered as he watched Yang Bo catch a fish weighing 2 or 3 kilograms. What? Yang Bo was a little surprised to hear this. Nothing. But such a small fish. Do you want to take a photo? Looking at the 2 or 3 kilograms of sea fish, the fat boss asked with a little disdain. Yes. After all, this is the first fish today. Yang Bo said this on purpose. Come on, Yang Bo. Zhou Rui was lying on the second-floor platform and shouted to Yang Bo below. At this time, Zhou Kersen and Lu Jingxiang each held a bottle of wine, staring at the fat boss while drinking. At this time, there is no way to cheat with superpowers to sober up. And people with superpowers to sober up will have certain performances. The fat boss shrank his neck and hurriedly continued fishing. Yang Bo pretended to take a photo and then let the fish go. And then put the bait down. How is it? After Zhou Kersen and Lu Jingxiang finished drinking, Zhou Rui asked with a slightly provocative tone. I bet Lu Jijia's fish is bigger. Yang Bo's first fish is only this big. Yes. Yang Bo has lost now. Zhou Kersen and Lu Jingxiang answered with certainty. And we're increasing the stakes this time. 2 bottles of wine each. The two of them wanted to make up for their losses. It seems that I have no choice but to trust Yang Bo. 6 bottles of wine. Zhou Rui laughed when she heard this. You watch me. Lu Jijia thought that Yang Bo's first fish was only that big. And he was full of confidence. Yang Bo laughed in his heart. If you catch a big fish, I will let it slip off the hook. You can only catch small fish. Let's see how you can beat me. Although the distance of mental power is limited. It happens that the width of this yacht is not very wide. And it is normal for fish to escape when fishing. Isn't it? Chapter 527 Plan. Lu Jijia was full of confidence. But he never thought that Yang Bo would have mental power. And his mental power was very strong. Lu Jijia's first fish was about 15 or 16 kilograms. But it was unhooked halfway. The second fish was about to reach the surface of the water. But it was unhooked again. This made Lu Jijia doubt his life a little. Until the third fish was hooked. But unfortunately, this fish was slightly smaller than the first one Yang Bo caught. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen each held 3 bottles of wine. Their eyes were full of anger. And the wine they drank flowed all over their bodies. Yang Bo, who took a casual look, was very angry. Thinking of the scene in the KTV box where he also poured wine for others and then drank on others. Of course, at this time, a sign should be hung outside the room. Do not disturb. And a towel should be found to cover the glass on the door. Boss, don't let me do this. Yang Bo was still laughing. In the next hour, Yang Bo caught several more fish. And there were all kinds of them. Moreover, the fish Yang Bo caught were bigger than Lu Jijia's. Because Yang Bo had mental strength. As long as the fish was within 100 meters below the water surface, Yang Bo could easily catch it. Sometimes, the fish that Lu Jijia caught landed on Yang Bo's hook halfway. Newbies are just lucky. After fishing for 3 or 4 hours, everyone started to eat. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were already drunk. These 2 people were superpowers after all. Otherwise they would have been drunk long ago. And the physique of superpowers was stronger than that of ordinary people. Yang Bo, do you dare to compete with me in fishing next time? Lu Jingxiang's face was flushed. And the skin of superpowers looked so tender and soft. She sat next to Yang Bo half drunk and half awake, and asked with her arms crossed on Yang Bo's shoulders. Zhou Rui gritted her teeth when she saw this scene. She should have pretended to be drunk. Sister Jingxiang, you are joking. I am a novice. Yang Bo smelled the smell of alcohol and perfume on Lu Jingxiang and replied with a smile. Just say whether you dare or not. Lu Jingxiang also patted Yang Bo's chest with her hand. If Sister Jingxiang said to compete, then compete. Yang Bo was also shocked. He didn't expect Lu Jingxiang to be so bold. And take me with you. Zhou Kersen also said with a flushed face. How can I be left out? Zhou Rui laughed when she heard this. Then let's make an appointment for next time. Next time we will be at the beach. You can take the fish from Yang Bo's private beach at the beach. As long as it is not a protected animal. You can take it away. There are still many delicious seafood here. Lu Jijia said quickly when he saw the atmosphere on the scene. The 3 women rolled their eyes at Lu Jijia at the same time. Of course, no problem. Yang Bo quickly agreed. And then took the opportunity to stand up and get drinks or something. Ha ha. Perhaps because she was bold after drinking a little. Lu Jingxiang chuckled as she watched Yang Bo get up and leave. After returning, Yang Bo did not sit in his original position. After the meal, everyone made some tea and enjoyed the sun while drinking tea. Zhou Rui was very dissatisfied with Yang Bo. Because Yang Bo spent more time looking at the other 2 women today. Zhou Rui certainly didn't know that Yang Bo had already seen her naked. And saw her turn from a bald man into a big beauty. On the other hand, the other 2 women were wearing sexy swimsuits. And they were 2 big beauties. If she didn't look at them, it would be abnormal. Go travel when you have time. I haven't traveled since I was a child. Yang Bo also wore sunglasses, drinking tea and basking in the sun. But his eyes were on Joe Kersen. Joe Kersen's figure was so good that one hand could not grasp it. And it was not the kind of soft and sagging. It gave people a feeling of full elasticity. In terms of elasticity, it was probably better than Annie's. Joe Kersen's waist was thinner, and Annie's waist was thicker. Sure. When can we go together? Lu Jijia didn't think anything when he heard Yang Bo's words. The security on our planet is too bad. So I dare not go out now. Yang Bo said again. Lu Jingxiang was sober now. And she agreed with Yang Bo's words. That's right. There are so many vicious incidents here. These are all caused by reasons. Didn't the official explain it? Zhou Rui said again when he heard this. What the official said is just to deceive others. Zhou Kersen shook her head and said. At this moment, Lu Jijia's watch vibrated. And Lu Jijia looked at the information on the watch. Let's go back. There's a little trouble. Lu Jijia said. What trouble? Zhou Rui asked after hearing this. It is said that Zhou Kersen's family has entrusted a professional to take Zhou Kersen back. Lu Jijia said. Zhou Rui asked after hearing this. Is it the same old family trick again? Zhou Kersen's face immediately turned bad after hearing this. Yang Bo asked with some doubt. They are all free people. Why should the family take people back? In order to control the disciples, the family will have an advance payment contract when giving them all the food, clothing and living expenses, which is equivalent to a loan relationship. Otherwise, the disciples of these families in the alliance would have easily left the family long ago. Zhou Rui explained. So weird. Yang Bo was also shocked when he heard this. Otherwise, under the existing legal terms of the alliance, how can the family restrain the disciples? The family has a foundation, and everything you use will be distributed to you through the foundation. You and the foundation are in a loan relationship. Lu Jijia nodded and explained. Parents have an obligation to raise their children. Right? Yang Bo was shocked again. The law has relevant regulations. There is a regulation on the consumption level of underage children in the local area. You need to make up for the excess. This is also the routine of many families. So don't look at the glamorous and beautiful things we upload online. In fact, we don't have freedom. Zhou Rui explained again. Yang Bo thought about it carefully, and it was right. If the family didn't find a way to restrain the disciples, then one day the family might be broken up. Then let's go back. Lu Jingxiang comforted Zhou Kersen beside her. After the yacht docked, everyone went their separate ways. No one of the family members put their own interests first. It turns out that they have been like this since childhood. Yang Bo shook his head. Then he went out of the door invisibly, and took out the communicators of the third master and Mr. Jiu in the suburban park to see if there was any information. Then he came to his villa in the city in a grand manner, and then went to Annie and Xia. Today, I was irritated by 3 swimsuit beauties. The whole night was full of fire. Annie and Xia had just won a bonus in the game, and they were very obedient to Yang Bo. The next day, Yang Bo left their residence in high spirits, and then went back to the villa. Play the game. Yang Bo decided to follow the plan, because he left Xia and Annie late in the morning. He returned home late, and it was already afternoon when he returned to the villa. The people in the game department were a little surprised that Yang Bo suddenly went online. And then, they were puzzled. However, there was not enough time for the game today, so Yang Bo went online to check it out, mainly to look at several tasks issued by the official. Yang Bo wanted to find a task that could destroy his bionic man, because he knew that the official could take over the bionic man under his control at any time. So he must make it foolproof. Of course, the people in the game department didn't know Yang Bo's thoughts, and thought Yang Bo was normal. After looking at several tasks in succession, Yang Bo downloaded the game, and looked at it on the forum again. Then Yang Bo went out again in stealth, and chatted with Xiao Yang in the mountains for half a day. Xiao Yang also sent him a few sexy selfies. Yang Bo found out through his photoelectric superpower that when Xiao Yang turned on the camera to take a photo, the man with complicated eyes was still next to him. Look at your expression now. Didn't you ask me to do this? At the same time, Yang Bo also used his photoelectric superpower to hear them talking. I didn't say anything. Your clothes should be lowered a little bit. A handsome guy next to him pointed and said, Pull down. I'm your girlfriend. Xiao Yan'an looked at his clothes after hearing this. Anyway, The system will blur out anything that's too revealing. Humph. If it wasn't for my bag, who asked you to do this? Don't ask about this. As long as we can get the person's appearance and actual address. We won't do this kind of thing again. It's 10 bags as agreed. Yang Bo understood that these two people wanted to get his address and appearance. It seems that they are still in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship? Yang Bo thought it was a bit exciting. Chatting about someone else's girlfriend in front of someone else's boyfriend. So some of Yang Bo's words in the subsequent chat became more and more explicit. After chatting for a long time, Yang Bo put away the communicator with a sense of unsatisfaction. Exciting? Yang Bo felt that his temper was aroused again. But Annie and Xia couldn't go there, because they had to rest. After all, they had just used it last night. Yang Bo, who returned to the villa, looked at the empty villa and felt a little lonely. Forget it. I'll go into the game tomorrow. This little son is probably an official. And it seems that the military can't get my personal information. But to be on the safe side, I still have to change my IP address. The next day, Yang Bo entered the game on time, which made the people in the game department feel relieved. The first thing Yang Bo took was a super mission, exploring an underground research institute. This was a previous mission that had been in my mailbox. This mission was to obtain useful information in the research institute. This research institute was located on the edge of a medium-sized city. Yang Bo rushed in with 2 pistols and killed all the zombies in the institute. The zombies in this institute are all given the medicine-making skill. The zombies in this institute are stronger than those outside, with higher agility and faster speed. Yang Bo thinks that the military wants to find out why the zombies in this institute are stronger than those outside. The entire institute has 16 floors underground. Yang Bo cleared them one by one. A total of more than 1,200 zombies were cleared, and more than half of them were given the medicine-making skill. As for what useful information the military got from this institute, Yang Bo didn't know, because the so-called mission items were just an animation for himself in the institute at the bottom. The other half of the zombies are probably guards, and they are all given shooting skills. Perform well again tomorrow. And the day after tomorrow, I will destroy the Bionic Man. Yang Bo successfully downloaded the game. This guy's reaction speed is amazing. This guy's superpower level in reality may not be low. The people in the game department are very satisfied with Yang Bo's performance in the game. This guy is not playing games at all. The whole Bionic Man is climbing and jumping just like a real person. Yes, this guy can still control it freely. He is worthy of being the best player in the game. It's just that this task is a bit too outdated. It was issued to him before. The head of the game department heard this and said, "Filter the tasks. Today's tasks will not have a big impact on our performance growth." Understood. Others naturally understood what their boss meant. That is, to expire these tasks of Yang Bo. The next day, Yang Bo went online, and was shocked to see that the task that had not expired yesterday had expired today. These profiteers. But I was planning to complete a difficult task today. Yang Bo muttered to himself. 2 of the remaining 3 tasks were mine exploration, and the other was to explore a basement next to the super city. Yang Bo decided to take the task of exploring the basement in the super city. This task seemed dangerous, but Yang Bo felt that if he wanted to damage the Bionic Man, this place was not suitable, because the military fighter jets in the city could provide support at any time. If the Bionic Man could not be damaged at once, then the official could take over the Bionic Man and be taken away by the fighter jet. On the contrary, it seemed that it would be much easier to cheat in the other 2 mine explorations. First of all, it was difficult for the military rescue force to reach the mine. When the people in the game department saw that Yang Bo chose the first super city and explored the basement, they applauded and celebrated. The military has been decrypting this planet. What happened on this planet? But because this planet has undergone such a big change, it takes more confidence to piece together various information fragments from this planet. The basement that Yang Bo wants to explore is actually the top-secret archives of a country on this planet. As for what is in the basement now, it is hard to say. You can only know it when you go in. The military has sent drones, other bionic people, and even robots. But they all failed, because there is an unknown creature in this underground archive. Every time a drone and a bionic robot enter, they will be attacked by a black shadow. And then the drone and the bionic person will lose contact. Of course, the military can use more violent means. But in that case, it may not be able to obtain relevant information. Yang Bo shows the task preparation time here. In fact, this is a virtual image for himself. The controlled bionic person has been transported away by a fighter plane. Give everyone a surprise tomorrow. Yang Bo thought happily while preparing various props for tasks in the game. But this gamble might fail. If the military doesn't make me a stronger bionic man, I'll be at a disadvantage. Of course, Yang Bo also has concerns. Chapter 528 Mental Shock. Finally, the mission preparation time was over. And then, there was a 5-minute virtual animation. That is, a fighter plane came to pick up Yang Bo and sent Yang Bo to the mission location. There was an NPC on the fighter plane who introduced Yang Bo to some matters that needed to be paid attention to in this mission. 5 minutes later, Yang Bo arrived above the big city. And then Yang Bo's game character began to parachute. The moment he jumped out of the cabin again, Yang Bo felt that he was remotely controlling the bionic man again. As for the weapon he chose, it was also in the backpack of the bionic man. Yang Bo looked at the great plain underground. And there was a huge river in the middle of the great plain. This huge river divided the city into two. And then, you can see many small rivers. You can see that this is a huge basin. The east side of the basin is high, and the west side is low. You can see snow-capped mountains hundreds of kilometers away next to it. And the mountains in the west are lower. Yang Bo looked at the altimeter, and found that he started parachuting at an altitude of 3,000 meters. The photoelectric superpower did not find the fighter plane. Obviously, the fighter plane did not necessarily leave the bionic man at this altitude. It was very likely to leave the bionic man at an altitude of 7,000 meters, 8,000 meters, or even 10,000 meters, and then take over at 3,000 meters. The altitude dropped rapidly, and a few seconds later, Yang Bo suddenly received a warning. Yang Bo looked at the radar and found a red dot on the side, flying towards him quickly. Yang Bo quickly adjusted his posture and looked in the direction of the red dot on the radar in the distance, and found that it was actually a black strange bird. However, it was too far away to see at the beginning. After waiting for a few seconds, Yang Bo found that it was the strange birds he encountered last time. These strange birds are all black, with black scales on the surface of their bodies and two huge fleshy wings. Is this guy coming for me? Yang Bo had a bad feeling in his heart. At this time, the head of the game department asked loudly, "Why didn't you find this mutant creature?" "Boss, reconnaissance satellites are not under our jurisdiction. We just received data analysis." A staff member of the game department hurried to explain. "Isn't this delaying things?" The head of the game department cursed when he heard this. "Boss, you know that there are intrigues among various departments in our military. I think they deliberately gave us wrong data. I don't know if this guy can complete the task with this delay. This mission is of high importance, and the score is also quite high in the internal evaluation. I hope this guy can get through the difficulties." The head of the game department certainly knows that the competition within the military is also fierce, and it is not ruled out that someone is secretly doing bad things because of the recent achievements of the game department. Now it's too late to find trouble with others. The promotion system within the military is still a scoring system, which means that every military mission is reflected by a score. Which department does the best is directly reflected in the score, rather than just saying who has the credit or something. There is a super city below. If the place where you parachute is too far away from the target point, it may be easy to cause problems. There are already 16 million zombies discovered here, not to mention those hidden and undetected. Do you think someone is deliberately messing with us? The people in the game department speculated. This guy actually took out a pistol? This guy didn't bring any stronger weapons. Originally, this guy was preparing for the basement mission, so he didn't bring any larger weapons. In the game, Yang Bo had already taken out 2 pistols. It was very difficult for both sides to hit each other while moving quickly. The main reason was that the power of this pistol was too small. This mutant creature was one of the most powerful mutant creatures on this planet. The black bird on the opposite side was very fast. Yang Bo had a way to deal with it in his mind. He estimated the distance of the opponent, and then the bionic man he controlled directly dived into the ground like diving. In the eyes of the people in the game department, Yang Bo's action was to land as soon as possible. This guy misjudged. This guy thought he could land quickly in other games. It seems that this guy just wants to land as soon as possible to get rid of the mutant beast. The people in the game department spoke up when they saw this scene. There is a big difference between the game and reality. In reality, it takes about 60 seconds to land after parachuting from 1,500 meters. This is the elite of the special forces. It is mainly because of the structure of the parachute and other reasons. In addition, the speed cannot be too high. Otherwise the impact of landing will be too great and dangerous. But it is different in the game. Yongbo was about to reach the height of opening the parachute. And at this time, the big bird in the distance also swooped down from the sky, drawing a beautiful line, trying to intercept Yongbo. Puff puff puff. Yongbo took the two pistols that had been prepared long ago and fired at the mutant creatures in the distance. I understand. This guy is so smart. The head of the game department understood it when he saw the scene. This guy dives down, mainly to lure mutants, and also dive down to increase the speed of mutants. Although normally, pistol bullets cannot cause damage to this mutant. But now this mutant is moving at high speed. This old guy is too powerful, the head of the game department said when Yongbo fired. Sure enough, in full view of the public, the people in the game department watched Yongbo's pistol bullet hit the mutant. The mutant screamed and blood could be seen coming out of its body. The mutant was originally diving down towards Yongbo at an angle, but now it was injured, and its whole body was upward, trying to get rid of the diving posture. And at this time, Yongbo's parachute opened, and the whole person was pulled up at once. Then, when the people in the game department couldn't understand, Yongbo pulled off his main parachute. Skydiving usually has a main parachute and a secondary parachute, which is double insurance. Just when everyone was confused, they suddenly found that the main parachute that Yongbo had lost floated up directly, just colliding with the mutant creature that had just changed direction. Then the parachute was suddenly entangled with the mutant creature's body. The mutant creature was covered by the parachute in the air, and its two claws kicked hard. But it didn't work, because this parachute not only had a large area, but also had a lot of ropes on it. And this kind of rope was also very tough. At this time, Yongbo's auxiliary parachute had been opened, and then everyone watched the mutant creature entangled by the parachute stall and fall down. I was careless. The head of the game department slapped his thigh when he saw the scene. It is rare to catch this kind of mutant alive. If there is enough time, we can send fighter jets to catch this kind of creature back. Others in the game department also regretted it. This guy's brain is comparable to a computer. How could he calculate that the lost main parachute would float over and wrap up this mutant? He only used 2 pistol magazines to solve a mutant. And it was in such a difficult environment. Who can think of this method? This guy is definitely not simple. What if he is not simple? As long as we find out who he is, we can control him. Are you looking down on the boss by saying this? The head of the game department laughed. Don't talk nonsense. I am the most law-abiding person. That's for sure. This old guy must have violated the law. This guy has brought us too many surprises. With such reaction ability and coping skills, it's no wonder that Ron's girlfriend hasn't been dealt with yet. People like this have lived in society for many years. They won't be hooked so quickly. Let's wait and see after the celebrity event is launched. As long as this guy likes a celebrity, we will invite that celebrity to do more in-depth activities. We must find this guy. The head of the game department looked at Yongbo's performance today and became more and more satisfied. His department was in need of such people. As long as this old guy can be found, the head of the game department has plenty of means. No matter who he is, as long as he shows up, he will directly recruit him to his department. Mental shock plus 32. Yongbo saw the black bird fall to the ground from a distance. And then countless zombies swarmed up. After only a dozen seconds, Yongbo received such a message. No wonder when I first entered the big city, this mutant bird only needed to call, and the other low-level zombies seemed to be confused. It turns out that this guy actually has mental skills. Yongbo was secretly happy. But will these zombies become more mutant after eating mutant animals? Yongbo's height kept decreasing, and there were mission objectives in the game screen. It was a square building with about 30 floors. There were not many zombies below because they were all attracted by the sound of the big bird falling in the distance. Puff puff puff. But there were still some scattered zombies on this building. Yongbo shot at the zombies while he was still in the air. Knife skills plus 16. Knife skills plus 16. There were more than a dozen zombies on the roof, all of which were given knife skills. Is this a shelter? This was not the first time Yongbo encountered this situation. The last time was on a mountain, and the zombies behind a stone wall gave him many knife skills. Yongbo landed on the top of the building smoothly. These buildings looked dark. Yongbo was trembling with fear when he walked on them, fearing that the building would collapse. It was not surprising to see that Yang Bo had accurately killed more than a dozen zombies in the game department before he landed. This guy's shooting skills were too good. After Yang Bo landed on the roof, he looked around carefully and found the location of the elevator shaft. The elevator shaft was also empty, but you could see the places on the wall where various equipment had been fixed. Should we go down here? Forget it. Yang Bo thought about it and decided to forget it. However, Yang Bo took out an ordinary bomb and threw it directly into the elevator shaft. Boom! The ordinary bomb exploded in the elevator shaft. And then Yang Bo saw many zombies rushing directly into the elevator shaft from the elevator entrances of the lower floors. Then Yang Bo took out another electromagnetic bomb, adjusted the explosion time, and threw it down. 1 minute later. Knife skills plus 8. Knife skills plus 16. A lot of knife skills flashed through Yang Bo's mind. What is this guy doing again? He made such a big noise and attracted all the zombies outside? Yang Bo's operation made the people in the game department a little confused. Chapter 529 Mutated Spider. Yang Bo's mentality has changed a bit now, and he has started to give up a bit. The main thing is that he wants to change the bionic man he controls. And Yang Bo thinks that the skill of swordsmanship is also very useful. Modern technology is very powerful, but modern technology's various energy weapons also need energy support. This is why many mechas are equipped with cold weapons. To be honest, the mecha's thermal weapons are not very useful, because if the mecha starts to shoot at each other within the range of thermal weapons, it is more convenient to use fighter planes or warships to attack. To put it bluntly, mechas are just doing ground cleaning work, which is equivalent to street fighting on Earth. The mecha is very powerful, but the energy it provides is limited, because in its limited volume, it is impossible for all of it to be just an energy system. And there are also various operation, defense, control, reconnaissance, and other systems. These systems also require equipment, and they also need to occupy the space of the mecha itself, as well as its own weight. The mecha's nuclear energy battery can provide energy for decades, but it only has so much energy each time it bursts. The more energy weapons there are, the more energy they consume, resulting in insufficient energy for other systems of the mecha. Just like a small displacement car in summer, you have to turn off the air conditioner when climbing a steep slope. The power itself is so large. If other systems consume too much power, then the performance will be reduced. There are also dense zombies below, rushing in from the elevator entrance on each floor, and then falling into the elevator shaft. After waiting for another 2 minutes, Yang Bo took out another electromagnetic bomb and threw it down. There was another series of various skills, among which the skill of swordsmanship accounted for 70%. There were also various skills such as shooting, cooking, music, etc. It seems that this is really a shelter. When the world was in chaos, people who survived in the shelter had a skill. These people who survived were good at swordsmanship. After all, the sword was the easiest to learn among cold weapons. Yang Bo looked at the skill data. Yang Bo felt a little sad for no reason, because these people did not escape the fate of becoming monsters in the end. These people struggled silently in this environment, and I don't know how much suffering they experienced. But in the end, they still became zombies. I don't know whether this world is caused by natural disasters or man-made. If it is caused by man-made, then I must kill these people. Yang Bo swore silently in his heart. Of course, Yang Bo's men did not show mercy, and then began to search the next floor. This time Yang Bo found some wood-like things, but they were all rotten. Yang Bo dismantled the bomb and set fire to a pile of rotten wood. When the pile of rotten wood caught fire, Yang Bo tied the rotten wood together into a large bundle and threw it into the elevator shaft. A simple small piece of wood. The elevator shaft was so high that it would go out when thrown in. After throwing these burning large bundles of rotten wood, Yang Bo collected other wood and threw them in. Then Yang Bo did the same thing in an elevator shaft on the other side of the building. There are 2 large elevator shafts in the entire building. Then a skill information popped up in Yang Bo's mind from time to time. Obviously, the zombies that were not dead in the elevator shaft were burned to death. The elevator shaft is like a ventilated stove, and you can see the black smoke rising from a distance. There should be a lot of zombies in this building. The lower half of the 2 elevator shafts was already full of zombies. As a result, the zombies under the entire building were crowded at the abandoned elevator door. Yang Bo set the fire and burned the zombies above directly. The remaining charcoal and other things kept falling down from the gaps between the zombies. and then ignited more zombies below. For a while, the roof of the entire building was filled with black smoke. Yongbo held a pistol in both hands and cleared these zombies layer by layer. Anyway, there was money in the monster killing ranking. There were some wooden furniture and the like in the building, and you could still see the general shape. Wood is dry for 1,000 years and wet for 10,000 years. Yongbo couldn't help but sigh. Some of the zombies that were killed were close to the elevator entrance, so they were kicked into the elevator shaft by Yongbo. Yongbo, a 32-story building, only took half an hour to clear the 12th floor. There were less than 300 zombies killed by hand, but there was no telling how many zombies were burned to death. Good fellow. Yongbo looked at the flames uploaded at the elevator entrance on the 12th floor, and the half-burned zombies at the elevator entrance. The people in the game department found something wrong. This guy. The other zombies actually hid far away. It seems that the super zombies here have discovered the situation here. This guy played this trick pretty well. I remember there was a bionic team with 6 bionic robots, using weapons to clean up. But they could only clean up to the 28th floor at most. And then, they ran out of ammunition and had to evacuate. The military has explored this place 6 times, landing 3 times from the roof, and 3 times from other places. Only twice have they entered the underground archives. The number of bionic people dispatched in these 2 times exceeded 50, but less than 10 entered the archives. The head of the game department said, "This guy always finds strange ways." Yongbo looked at the fewer and fewer zombies on the radar in the game interface, and felt a little disappointed. He wanted to attract more zombies, and put them all into this furnace. These low-level zombies are stupid. As long as there is movement, they will rush over directly. High-level zombies can command low-level zombies. Yongbo already knew this last time in the city. Super zombies were not found. I guess it's because the temperature in this building is very high now. Many zombie corpses in the 2 elevator shafts can still burn for a long time. But still be careful? I just don't know what the unknown danger in the basement that the NPC said is. Yongbo was also thinking about the task in his mind. When I came here by plane, the NPC on the plane told me in detail that there were unknown dangers in this basement. Yongbo walked down all the way. There were basically no zombies in the whole building. Only some zombies were trapped in some corners occasionally. There was an elevator shaft on each side of the building, and there were raging fires in both elevator shafts. Yongbo controlled the character, and he could receive high-temperature warnings from the radar when he walked far away. The elevator shaft went directly to the underground -3rd floor, and the place Yongbo wanted to go was under the podium next to the main building. The main building is divided into 2 podiums on the left and right. The entrance to the underground archives is in the building on the left. The podium is only 5 stories high, but the height of each floor is not low. Is this here? Yongbo did not see many zombies along the way. All the metal objects in the entire building have turned into piles of rust, and only some wooden materials can still be seen in their original appearance. Yongbo looked at an elevator shaft, which is the elevator leading to the underground archives. This elevator is a freight elevator, so the elevator shaft is very large, about 50 meters, in addition to the more than 20 meters on the ground. There are more than 20 meters underground. Yongbo is on the 5th floor of the podium. The ground building is about 30 meters. But because Yongbo is looking down from the abandoned elevator entrance on the 5th floor, it can only be counted as the height of the 4th floor. That is to say, there is still 25 meters deep underground. It looks like there is a high-end stuff in here. Yongbo came to the lower floors again. After exploring each floor, Yongbo had a rough idea in his mind. The scene didn't look like zombies often stayed there. Yongbo knew that the high-quality stuff in the mutant creatures had an effect on ordinary zombies. However, there were some other traces. Yongbo looked at these traces, as if normal people had been here. These should be traces left by the military to explore. Yongbo looked at some traces that looked like metal had just rusted, because some metals could still see their original appearance. Should I bring in a super zombie to explore with me? Yongbo looked out the window again, and an idea suddenly popped up in his mind. The building was dark inside, but the official wants to get the files. So if I lure a super zombie, I might destroy the information inside. Yongbo muttered to himself again. The underground archive room, which was originally well guarded, was now open to Yongbo. Yongbo walked down the stairs carefully, and the light was getting darker and darker. Yongbo paid attention to the traces on the ground. But the traces on the ground looked a little messy. But they took a long time. Yongbo deliberately stepped on something. which was particularly loud in the dark space. Use this sound for passive sound wave detection. The entire underground floor was full of ruins, and some places had traces left by lasers. These profiteers don't know to equip us with good laser weapons, so they use some junk to fool us players. Yang Bo looked at the traces left by these lasers, which were all left by high-power laser weapons. Of course, Yang Bo also understood that the military made this game to obtain the resources of this planet. And of course, it was impossible to give you a powerful weapon to destroy all the materials. Huh? With the help of long-range optoelectronic superpowers and passive sound wave detection, Yang Bo found a strange place. That is, this underground archive is divided into 3 floors. There is a hole in a place on the 2nd floor, leading to the underground on the side. However, in order to complete the task, Yang Bo slowly searched the 1st floor and found nothing. Then Yang Bo set out for the 2nd floor, which also looked like ruins everywhere. Suddenly, Yang Bo's virtual screen sounded an alarm, and before Yang Bo could react, the remote-controlled bionic man was directly knocked away by a black shadow. At this time, a loud explosion sounded in the space. Fuck. Yang Bo was startled. The reason why the passive detection of sound waves did not detect the other party was entirely because the other party's speed was faster than his own sound waves. The android controlled by Yang Bo was knocked directly onto the wall by a black shadow. Yang Bo's virtual screen was full of alarm messages, and Yang Bo reacted quickly. After hitting the wall, he controlled the android to turn right on the wall, and then jumped into the elevator shaft next to it. The moment he jumped into the elevator shaft, Yang Bo took an electromagnetic bomb. Then he threw it up, and the whole person fell rapidly again. Zzz. The electromagnetic bomb exploded, causing Yang Bo's screen to be a little distorted. Yang Bo suddenly felt that his remote control was a bit powerless, as if the game was stuck. What is this? Although Yang Bo's virtual game screen did not see what the other party looked like, Yang Bo's sound wave detection, he could roughly see what shape the other party was. Is it an unknown mutant spider? Yang Bo's sound wave passive detection found that the other party was a large spider shape. Mutated spider? However, the people in the game background can see clearly who the attacker is through other cameras on the android. Yang Bo's vision cannot see 360 degrees, but the game department can see it. This part of the authority was not given to Yang Bo, so Yang Bo did not know that the game backend already knew what kind of mutant creature it was. Where did this mutant spider come from? And it can evade radar detection? Boss, this spider can't be invisible, right? The people in the game department saw the spider disappear on the radar again and asked speculatively. It shouldn't be. If it is invisible, then the mecha will not warn at all. The head of the game department shook his head. Yang Bo had already jumped to the 3rd underground floor at this time. Gone? Yang Bo saw that the spider had lost its trace on the radar. Yang Bo simply took out a bomb and threw it towards the open space next to him. With a loud bang, a red light flashed on the radar. The mutant spider appeared not far from Yang Bo. The next second, Yang Bo fired 2 pistols in the direction of the spider. This guy is actually lying on the ceiling. The game department and Yang Bo saw it clearly, because the bomb exploded just now, not only with sound but also with fire. After Yang Bo finished shooting, he threw the pistol away. The next second, Yang Bo took out something that had been in his backpack for a long time. Then he ran directly to the elevator shaft and fell directly below the elevator shaft. Just as Yang Bo fell to the bottom of the elevator shaft, he threw the thing in his hand out. Bang! Then, there was a dazzling flash. That's right. Yang Bo threw the flash bomb, and the location of the flash bomb was exactly at the elevator entrance. Hiss! 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 The bionic man was originally a robot, so it was no problem for him to deal with these flash bombs. But the spider that wanted to follow and attack Yang Bo was in trouble, and screamed violently due to the violent flash. Only then did Yang Bo see that there was a pit of water under the elevator shaft, and there were zombies in it. Yang Bo controlled the bionic man to kick the wall of the elevator shaft, and then suddenly exerted force to crash back. Then when it was about to hit the wall of the elevator shaft behind it, the bionic man twisted his body and kicked again. In this way, he jumped out of the sinking elevator shaft with 2 jumps. This guy's operation is too smooth. Maybe he is a master of the ancient martial arts school in real life. The head of the game department liked Yang Bo's operation even more. The other people in the game department nodded. If a real person were to do this set of actions, then everyone present could basically complete it. But it was quite difficult to control the Bionic Man to complete this set of actions. Boss, we have found the weakness of this spider. Do you want to end the mission? At this time, someone in the game department asked. Don't be like this. Don't forget the last 2 times? The head of the game department shook his head like a rattle. That's right. Don't give bad ideas. In the future, this guy will have to wait until he completes the mission clearly. The last 2 missions have not been completed yet. When the other people in the game department heard the boss speak, they expressed their opinions one after another, which made the person who just spoke depressed. Chapter 530, Pitfalls. It's gone! Someone in the game department exclaimed. It turned out that after Yongbo controlled the Bionic Man to jump up, he found that the spider on top was gone. After Yongbo climbed up, he didn't see the mutant spider, and he muttered in his heart, won't the official switch to the virtual game for me? Yongbo originally thought that he had found the weakness of this mutant spider, and the game official would take over himself to operate the Bionic Man like the previous few times. As for what the attributes of this mutant spider are, what abilities it has, and why it is like this, Yongbo doesn't want to know at all. After waiting for a full 5 seconds, Yongbo found that he was still controlling the Bionic Man. Alas, these guys have become smarter. Yongbo sighed in his heart, and then pretended to search, trying not to destroy the things in the archives now. Yongbo looked up at the ceiling and found that there were traces everywhere on the concrete ceiling. Obviously, the reason why the mutant spider did not leave traces on the ground was that this guy was moving on the ceiling. Yongbo's scalp was numb when he saw the ceiling. The whole ceiling seemed to be riddled with holes. Fortunately, the concrete in this place was thick enough. Yongbo searched the archive room on the 3rd floor, but didn't find any clues. Then Yongbo went to the 2nd floor and found a big hole in front of him. The hole in front of him was about 1.2 meters in diameter. Looking closely at the hole on the concrete wall, the hole was smooth and there were dense holes around the hole. This was the path for the spider to enter and exit. So this spider doesn't live here? Bring up the design plan of this city. The head of the game department saw this scene and quickly issued an order. There is a subway 5 meters away. There is also a sewer, a rainwater pipe, and a communication line pipeline 10 meters away. Looking at the dense passages under the city, the head of the game department felt his scalp tingling. Yongbo controlled the Bionic Man's hand to knock on the hole, and then looked at the hole carefully, and found that the concrete wall was very thick. Yongbo actually continued to wait for the official response of the game. Is this mission not over yet? Yongbo knocked on the hole, just to use the passive ability of sound wave detection. Yongbo found that this hole led to a long underground passage. There were many things in this passage. Yongbo could not distinguish the situation fed back by the sound wave. Is it the nest of this mutant spider? Are spiders in groups? Yongbo was a little unsure, because the mutant spiders here were completely different from his impression. Boss, I'm afraid this is troublesome. Do you want to complete the task and block this hole to check the information inside? Others in the game department asked. Have you ever thought about whether this hole was made by this mutant spider? The head of the game department shook his head. We know very little about the city's sewers now. The quality of the sewers in these cities varies, and it is difficult to say that there are complete sewers. Others in the game department asked, then we just watch? I see that this player is also a little confused. If it were me, I wouldn't know what to do either. The head of the game department laughed. It's still early for the game. Let's see what he's going to do first. Yongbo is really in a dilemma now, because he doesn't know what to do next. Mainly because he doesn't know what's going on next door. It's a bit unreasonable to just go through now. And the shitty task he received should have been completed. And the entire basement has been investigated. But the game officials didn't give any hints. After thinking about it, Yongbo decided to go to the next door. And then Yongbo left the basement of the archives. The hardened road surface on the ground was full of broken traces. And weeds, shrubs and thorns grew in these broken traces. Yongbo roughly identified the direction, then took a pistol and walked to one side vigilantly. The direction Yongbo walked was exactly the direction of the hole he saw in the basement. It should be a subway passage. Right? This game department is really something. Don't these people in the game department know what to do next? Or are these guys deliberately messing with me? Or should I just go find some zombies to kill? Yongbo used sound waves to detect and roughly knew that the place where the hole was connected was relatively large. After walking a few meters, Yongbo found that there was no place to enter on the ground. So he went back and climbed up to the third floor where he had just come out to take a closer look at the subway space he had detected. That should be a subway station. Right? Yang Bo saw from a distance that there was a dark underground entrance on the roadside about 50 or 60 meters away. So he went downstairs and went to the place he saw. Puff! The silenced pistol blew up the head of a zombie with a dull sound. Cooking +2. A message flashed through his mind. But Yang Bo didn't care. Instead, he nervously controlled the character and looked around. There were not many zombies on this road. The zombies in these big cities wandered outside and formed a zombie group, while the zombies in those buildings would basically not move unless they were approached. The ones left behind were some guys who were alone for various reasons. In less than a minute, Yang Bo arrived at the entrance of the subway station he saw. It's really a subway station. Yang Bo took a closer look and saw a huge downward passage. There were several zombies wandering in the passage. As soon as Yang Bo arrived at the entrance of the passage, several zombies looked at Yang Bo. Without waiting for these zombies to shout, Yang Bo fired the silenced pistol in his hand one after another. Archery +4. Archery +8. Archery +8. The skills given by these zombies made Yang Bo a little strange. Of course, it was just strange. Yang Bo held two silenced pistols in his hands, and the bionic man he controlled entered the subway station lightly like a clever cat. See, this guy can do the task by himself. The head of the game department saw Yang Bo enter the subway and said with a smile, "Unlike what I imagined, the subway has changed a lot. The subway entrance is completely sealed with concrete, leaving only a small entrance and exit. It looks like a city gate, and there are small holes on these concrete walls. It looks like this is also a shelter." Yang Bo saw that the traces of these concrete constructions should be much later than the subway station, because now it seems that the concrete of the station and the concrete built inside are somewhat different. And the concrete of the station is very smooth, while these concretes are a bit rough. After the bionic man controlled by Yang Bo entered this narrow entrance, there is a second concrete wall inside, and this time there is a 1-meter gap between the concrete and the top of the subway. Yang Bo can see traces of burning on the ground. It seems that someone is using this environment to resist the invasion of zombies. Yang Bo climbed up the second concrete wall, because there was no door on the second concrete wall. Puff! Puff! As soon as he jumped onto the wall, Yang Bo saw many zombies behind the wall. Yang Bo's two pistols kept firing, and the zombies here roared wildly and rushed towards Yang Bo. However, the concrete wall is still a bit high, and these zombies can't climb up to the concrete wall. Knife skills +4. Sword skills +4. Gun proficiency +8. Cooking skills +4. The skills given by these zombies are also varied, but each zombie has a life skill. There are probably more than 1,000 zombies here, and Yang Bo is crouching on this concrete wall and moving. The reason why these zombies were not eliminated in one place was that they would pile up under the concrete wall after they died. Yang Bo also had other ideas in his mind, so he led this group of zombies to follow him. Yang Bo jumped down from the concrete wall and headed towards his destination. Another concrete wall? Soon Yang Bo found that there was not only water under the subway passage, but also a concrete wall in the middle with only a small gap at the top, which was just enough for one person to barely pass through. As for the rails in the subway, they were gone long ago. Yang Bo looked at the hundreds of zombies behind him. Then he picked up a flash bomb and threw it directly through the small gap in the concrete wall. After a dull sound, a sharp hissing sound immediately sounded next door. Then a series of black shadows rushed out from the gap on the concrete wall blocking the middle of the subway. Yang Bo directly picked up an electromagnetic bomb and threw it over. Zzz. The next second, Yang Bo heard the sound of the bionic man he remotely controlled in the virtual game, and a small half of the zombies following closely behind also fell directly into the water in the subway. Puff puff puff. Although the bionic man was affected because of the anti-electric shielding measures, the impact was not great. Yang Bo aimed his two pistols at the black shadows that had just run out of the concrete wall and shot. These black shadows were hit by the electromagnetic shock, and their whole bodies fell into the water below. Then, they were shot in the eyes by Yang Bo with a pistol. These black shadows were spiders with a diameter of more than 1 meter. And these spiders were now curled up together. 6 dark vision +8. Because just now a spider turned upside down and tried to attack Yang Bo, but was attacked by an electromagnetic bomb and fell into the water. After Yang Bo shot and killed the 6 spiders in succession, he controlled the Bionic Man to turn on the flight mode and flew directly over the heads of the hundreds of zombies left behind. Because the next second, one after another black shadows jumped out from the gaps on the concrete wall. Then these black shadows and zombies attacked each other. The zombies roared. And these black shadows were spiders with a diameter of 1 meter. The legs of these spiders were at least 2 meters long. And the legs of these spiders were very sharp. The bodies of these zombies were easily penetrated by the legs of the spiders. Hee hee. Yang Bo looked at the pile of red dots on the radar. Then took out a flash bomb and threw it far away. Chapter 531, Playing Badly. Originally, Yang Bo wanted to watch the fun. But he heard the sound of more spiders behind the concrete wall. And there is another more important point. That is, if he does not make some auxiliary attacks for these kill zombies, then he will not get any skills. Although these skills seem useless now. They are all some swordsmanship, cooking, music, knife skills, shooting, firearms proficiency, etc. But many skills are better than nothing. Who knows if they will be able to use these skills? After the flash bomb was thrown, the spider that was slaughtering the zombies screamed in pain due to the stimulation. Then it was hit by Yang Bo's pistol bullet. Although the pistol bullet did not cause much damage to these spiders, Yang Bo's shooting was too accurate. These spiders have 8 eyes. In the current situation, the more eyes there are, the more weaknesses there are. And the more eyes there are, the greater the damage caused by the flash bomb. Yang Bo's bullet hit the eye easily. And then the bullet rolled into the spider's brain. The eyes of any creature are a major weakness. Even for superpowers, the eyes are one of the weakest parts. So these spiders were directly targeted by Yang Bo's pistol. They were given the ability of dark vision. These spiders have 12 legs, 6 of which are used to stabilize the body and walk. And the other 6 legs are like spears, ruthlessly slaughtering these zombies. And the legs of these spiders are like crab legs, with a layer of shell. These zombies can't do anything to these spiders. It seems that these mutant spiders really have a reason to exist. Yang Bo killed 21 spiders in one go. Damn it! However, the sound of Yang Bo shooting still made some zombies turn their heads to trouble him. At this time, spiders appeared one by one on the concrete wall in the middle. These spiders did not pounce directly on the zombies, but ran directly from the ceiling of the tunnel. Yang Bo saw that these spiders were targeting him, so he ran away quickly. In fact, the spider's nest was right next to the subway station, only about 30 to 40 meters away. Yang Bo crossed 2 concrete walls in succession and came to the subway entrance. The 2 pistols had already changed the magazines and were aimed at the narrow entrance. A mutant spider just appeared, and Yang Bo could see clearly that the spider's head was furry, and the 8 blue eyes on the head were particularly conspicuous. Puff! Yang Bo fired 2 pistols in succession, directly blew up the spider's head. Puff! Yang Bo fired another shot, this time hitting the black hair on the spider's head. Unexpectedly, the bullets hitting these black hairs actually produced a streak of sparks, which clearly showed that their defense was not low. This guy has good shooting skills and a fast reaction speed. That's right. This guy actually used his flying ability in the subway tunnel just now. This data is very important and can be provided to the military research department. The head of the game department spoke up. Yang Bo killed this spider, and another spider head popped out from behind, and was killed by Yang Bo with 2 shots. The third spider head popped out again, and the originally small hole suddenly became crowded. Then Yang Bo fired again, and these spiders all had the skill of dark vision. Finally, 5 spiders blocked the hole, and the spiders behind him hissed and screamed. Then Yang Bo ran away. This time, Yang Bo ran directly back to the basement under the archives and got into the hole. This guy is really insidious, leaving a group of zombies there to attract the spiders. This guy surrounded them from behind. The people in the game department praised Yang Bo for this move. Yang Bo knew that the hole was not long, only 5 or 6 meters. At first, Yang Bo did not dare to crawl into the hole, mainly because he was afraid that the spiders inside were waiting for him. So when Yang Bo crawled over, he was shocked. There were many zombie remains in the subway tunnel. I don't know how many there are. The subway tunnel has been in disrepair for many years, so there is a lot of water. But you can't see the water here. You can only see a thick layer of zombie remains, at least 2 or 3 meters high, and the length is invisible. And most of these zombies have been gnawed into bare rods. leaving only shiny black bones. However, there are still many zombies that have not been eaten up. Some fist-sized spiders can be seen gnawing on the remains of these zombies. Obviously, this is the nest of mutant spiders. None of the zombies are intact. Even the skulls are shattered. Based on the traces left by these zombies, Yang-Bo can judge that these are hunted by these mutant spiders. As for how many remains of these zombies there are, it is impossible to see clearly, because there are spider webs everywhere in this passage. And these spiders of different sizes are crawling around in the zombie remains. The first impression of the entire subway tunnel was horror. Yang-Bo was stunned for 0.001 seconds. And then he quickly took out a bomb and operated it. The bomb was modified in a few seconds. At this time, spiders were already crawling over. And Yang-Bo knew that he had touched the spider web when he came over. Yang-Bo threw the destroyed bomb towards the thick spider web. The next second, accompanied by a puff, the bomb did not explode, but instead rushed out a firework like a firework. However, this firework instantly ignited the spider webs. Then the spider webs burned and spread instantly. The spiders that had originally come to Yang-Bo were frightened by the sudden fire. At this time, Yang-Bo hurriedly ran back and returned to the archive room. Then he took out a bomb and threw it into the hole. Boom! There was a sound. Then, there was an angry cry from the spider. Yang-Bo stood at the entrance of the cave and watched the fire inside getting brighter and brighter. Dark vision +2. Dark vision +2. Yang-Bo's mind is now filled with dark vision skills. Yang-Bo was very happy, watching the increasingly bright fire in the cave. Suddenly, Yang-Bo caught a black shadow in his vision, and subconsciously controlled the bionic man to fire. This time, Yang-Bo did not use a silenced pistol, but a high-powered pistol. Bang, bang, bang. A series of bangs, 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 bangs. The black shadow in the more than 5-meter-long cave suddenly turned silver. This, Yang-Bo could judge that the mutant spider was higher than the others, and it might be the leader. The size was the same as the one he had seen elsewhere, except that the color of the whole body was silver. But it was black just now. Yang-Bo controlled the bionic man to throw away the empty pistol, then took out an electromagnetic bomb from his waist and threw it inside. At this moment, the silver spider inside sprayed a silver light at Yang-Bo. The next second, a warning popped up on Yang-Bo's virtual screen, warning that the character was hit. Yang-Bo looked at the status of the bionic man and took a breath of cold air, because the right arm was gone. Of course, the electromagnetic bomb also fell in front of the spider and exploded. However, the silver spider made a roar, and Yang-Bo retreated in fear, because the game kept prompting that the character was poisoned. This was because the protective layer of the bionic man was destroyed, and the metal inside would be corroded when it came into contact with certain substances on this planet. Yang-Bo found that the spider was actually retreating little by little in the hole, and he was a little puzzled. After retreating the entire silver spider, Yang-Bo found that it was many spiders behind that were eating the silver spider. It turned out that part of the silver spider's tail had been burnt. The silver spider wanted to escape from here, but Yang-Bo was waiting here, and the other surviving spiders behind it also wanted to escape from here. If the silver spider was blocked here at ordinary times, the spiders behind it would not dare to make any movement. But now it is a life-threatening moment, and the whole subway tunnel is burning with raging fire and thick smoke. High temperature, flames, and thick smoke are all fatal injuries, and some spiders have been burned and are extremely irritable. His leader was blocking the only exit, so he came up and tore it apart. The silver spider, whose body was half bitten, also used its long silver legs to slaughter the other black spiders crazily. The long legs of the silver spider cut the black spiders like cutting melons and vegetables. Yang-Bo then discovered that the front end of the silver spider's legs was like a sickle. Dark vision +8. Dark vision +16. Yang-Bo could find some big skill points among the dense skill points that appeared in his mind, which were contributed by these guys. Yang-Bo looked at the bionic man with one arm missing in front of him and had an idea. He took out the laser weapon and guarded the entrance of the cave. Poisoned. 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 Hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up. Yang-Bo kept praying in his heart. That's right. Yang-Bo just wanted to destroy the bionic man here. Anyway, as long as the game official didn't take over, he would destroy the character. Boss? Seeing this scene in the game department, others looked at their boss. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. Besides, this is also a good place to save so many files in the archives. It's just right to experiment with making newer bionic people. Don't you think that this bionic person has restricted the development of this player? The head of the game department asked. Boss, you are wise. Although this old guy has a bad character, he is definitely the best at game operation. You can notify other departments to take over the archives. We have finally made a contribution this time, and the archives have not suffered more serious losses. The head of the game department said. Tell them to hurry up, or they might catch fire. Yes, boss. This fool. Yang Bo watched the silver mutant spider slaughter other mutant spiders continuously, because this silver spider blocked the escape route of other mutant spiders. In other words, the other mutant spiders were not attacking the silver spiders, but just wanted to escape from this hole. Unexpectedly, the silver spider thought that these spiders were also going to attack it. Of course, it may also be that the electromagnetic bomb confused the silver spider's mind. Yang Bo watched some spiders come here with fire, and then gradually burned, and the hole in front of him began to fill with smoke. I just don't know what method the silver spider used to attack just now. Yang Bo looked at his bionic arm that fell to the ground again, muttering in his heart. Spirit Seed plus 32. After waiting for 10 minutes, a special message finally appeared in his mind. What is this thing? But at this moment, Yang Bo suddenly felt that he had lost control of the bionic man. The virtual game screen showed that the poisoning of his character worsened, and the whole character fell heavily to the ground. Yang Bo tried to control the character, but couldn't control it. Then he saw the character twitching on the ground and then died. Dear player, congratulations on completing the archive exploration mission. Dear player, you are dead. Then 2 large prompts appeared in succession. It should have been taken over long ago. Yang Bo muttered in his heart, and then clicked to accept. Then he had to pay 500,000 game coins to revive. And Yang Bo clicked to revive without hesitation. It's still a virtual game. After the game character was resurrected, Yang Bo found that he was playing a real game now. Who plays real games? Log off. Yang Bo was still thinking about the last skill. The spiritual seed? Besides, who plays real games? I wonder what my new bionic man will look like. Yang Bo was looking forward to it again. Looking at the time, it was still early today. So Yang Bo came to the roof with a bottle of milk. When passing by the second floor, looking at the luxurious decoration inside the second floor, and all kinds of luxury ornaments, I was also proud of myself. The third floor is half a room and half a terrace. This half of the room is also filled with all kinds of luxury furniture and all kinds of expensive ornaments. This is the compensation given by the official when my house was attacked last time. That is to say, don't make it public, so as not to scare the rich people of March Star. Private territory is sacred in the Alliance. Of course, the premise is that you have to pay taxes. If you don't pay taxes, then the Alliance police will bring their drones and mechas to drive you out. Yang Bo's land is tax-free because there were not many people coming to March Star before. So there are various tax-free policies. Spiritual seeds? Is it related to the silver spider's attack on my bionic man? Yang Bo sat on the terrace in the sun, looking at the sea in the distance, feeling the sea breeze, and thinking about other things in his mind. Huh? Yang Bo just sat down and found that someone seemed to be peeping at him. Yang Bo carefully sensed and found that on a building across the river, there were 2 people wearing sunglasses lying on beach chairs in the roof garden to bask in the sun. Huh? There are still energy waves shining on me? Then Yang Bo felt another energy wave scanning him, and the direction of this energy wave came from the direction of the building where the 2 people were basking in the sun. Who is this person who wants to trouble me? I haven't offended anyone on the surface? Yang Bo muttered in his heart. This energy wave was sweeping over him, and there was no movement from the warning satellite in the sky. What kind of rubbish warning satellite is this? Someone used high-tech means to scan me, and I was not discovered. The more he understood high technology, the more Yang Bo felt that the entire planetary warning system was becoming more and more rubbish. Come quickly if you want to. No matter who you are. Should we give them a chance to take action? Chapter 532. Don't move. I don't seem to have offended anyone on the surface. Who are these people? Yang Bo thought to himself while lying down in the sun as if nothing had happened. They have high-tech reconnaissance equipment, but they have not been discovered by the warning system in the sky? They are not military personnel? Is it possible that the military has a backdoor to these warning systems? Of course, It is not ruled out that they are members of the Ashes organization or the Red Earl. But these two organizations are used to being tyrannical. Shouldn't they just come to the door? Yang Bo was thinking about various things in his mind. And where Yang Bo saw, there were 4 people sitting in the room. These 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman. They all looked ordinary in their dress and wore sunglasses. The woman had short black hair, and her face could not be seen clearly, but her skin was still very white. The other 3 men looked burly, wearing a set of sportswear, wearing sunglasses, and they were all white, and all 3 of them wore hats. At this time, 2 men who were sunbathing outside came in. "Boss, what's going on?" The 2 men who came in didn't look that burly, but they looked like they had long arms and fingers. According to the detected motion data, the other party is indeed an ordinary person. The woman answered, and it turned out that the woman was the leader of several people. "Boss, I think it's useless to stare at this person. We still have to stare at Lu Jijia." Another man in sportswear in the room looked at the woman in front of him and suggested, "Lu Jijia is now a planetary counselor, and we won't look for him until the last moment. The other few people who were on the mission on the energy mineral planet last time are now missing, and we don't know where they are hiding. This guy is the only one we can find now." The woman said, "Boss, this guy is indeed problematic. How can an ordinary resident afford to buy such a large piece of land and build such a high-standard fortress?" The 2 men who came in also put on their clothes, both wearing sportswear, and one of them said, "Lu Jijia must have gained something else from his last mission on the energy mineral planet. Otherwise he, as an agent of the Gray family here, could become a planetary counselor? They must have sold the life energy stone. And the few people who did the mission with Lu Jijia have disappeared. I guess they should have been allocated money to immigrate. But it would cost too much to get the data from the Immigration Bureau. Let's ask this guy first, and then get the data from the Immigration Bureau if we are sure." The woman looked at Yang Bo's villa in the distance. But Yang Bo is not visible now, because Yang Bo just laid down to bask in the sun and can't be seen. "Boss, why don't we kidnap this guy at night? I believe that with our means, we can let this resident see the darkness of this society." One of the men in sportswear asked with a grin. "Let's observe for now. Those guys who sell information will definitely sell more than just us. Some people are more anxious than us. Keep an eye on his whereabouts. We'd better use other methods to get this guy." The woman looked through the window at the villa on the hillside in the distance. It was so conspicuous and gave orders. "Yes." The other people agreed. After Yang Bo basked in the sun for a while, he was not sure who the other party was. So Yang Bo returned to the villa. "I'm going to go into the mountains to look for interstellar creatures on this planet." Yang Bo was not going to play the game for the time being. So he was going to look for the interstellar creatures they were talking about. Environmental Protection Center Supervisor. Yang Bo opened the website where his job was located, and then applied for the task of going to the mountains to investigate the environment. This Environmental Protection Center Supervisor must ensure a certain amount of patrols every year. That is, to secretly monitor the environment of the planet where he is located. Yang Bo easily applied for the task and obtained permission to enter the wild on this planet. As for the place, there was no requirement, because the Environmental Protection Center Supervisor could wander around. Yang Bo called the fat boss again to tell him about this matter. The fat boss was on the other side of the phone and asked Yang Bo to be careful and contact him as soon as possible if anything happened. Then he sent a message to Zhou Rui, and finally had a video call with Annie and Xia, saying that he would be closed again and promised to go online to make money in 20 days. Then Yang Bo received professional equipment, which was a box to randomly sample the area where he was working in the wild, such as water, soil, etc. These samples will be stored in boxes and sent to the Environmental Protection Center for testing. Although there are many high-tech equipment that can quickly detect on the spot, due to the safety of the supervisor, no advanced equipment is used for networking. The next morning, Yang Bo went into the mountains with a large backpack. Where are these interstellar creatures? If they want to absorb energy, they should be close to the depths of the ground? Yang Bo opened the map while thinking. But the development level of March Star is very low. So many maps are inaccurate. I don't know if those people who are secretly peeping have caught up. As long as they catch up, I will call the police to catch them immediately. Yang Bo is now walking on his own land. I want to see who it is. Yang Bo left from behind his villa with a backpack on his back, and was seen clearly by the peepers in the distance. Boss, This is a good opportunity. That's right. This guy is actually a hiking enthusiast. These residents didn't have freedom before. But now they have freedom. So why don't they run around casually? I don't know how much money this guy has divided. A group of people looked at Yang Bo's back as he left. And talked about it. Let's go. Take our equipment. We will enter from the suburban park. And wear camouflage equipment. The leading woman was also a little tempted. Looking carefully at Yang Bo's walking movements and the data calculated by the smart device. Yang Bo is unlikely to be a superpower. Of course, everyone at the scene was confident. Even if Yang Bo was a superpower, he would be like a chicken in front of him. Because the target person in front of him was an ordinary resident 2 years ago. Even if he was a superpower 2 years ago, he is only a superpower of the lowest level now. A group of people quickly prepared and set off in a hurry. But these people were divided into several groups. The country park is a large public area next to Oma City, which can be used by tourists. Yang Bo also likes to come to this public area because it is very large. Almost more than 1,000 square kilometers. And there are various geographical environments in it. There are mountains, water, and lakes. So these people are wearing sportswear and carrying a small backpack, which is not noticeable at all. Because most people dress like this. Yang Bo deliberately walked and stopped, and did not show how strong he was. At the same time, he whistled, and the rhythm of the whistle was a song. Yang Bo used the sound of his mouth to detect, because this kind of sound wave is passive detection, and no instrument can detect it. To be precise, the sound wave detection is Yang Bo's own reason. To others, Yang Bo is just whistling normally. Although Yang Bo is very strong, he has always been very careful in doing things. Yang Bo walked and stopped when climbing the mountain. And it took him half a day to climb to the top of the mountain behind his villa. The mountain behind Oma City is very strange. One side of the mountain is very smooth and all rocks. This is because the storm blew over from the sea. The other side of the mountain is lush and green, with trees and other things everywhere. Yang Bo followed the ridge. In fact, there are plants on the smooth side below the halfway point of the mountain. The view of my territory is still very beautiful from here. Yang Bo looked at his private land seriously for the first time. When can I go to the territory of the Blue Water Empire? Yang Bo was thinking about another thing. In the afternoon, Yang Bo found a camping site and prepared to start camping. Here they come. Yang Bo whistled while setting up the tent. And he knew someone was coming. Boss? Is this kid crazy? How dare a resident spend the night in the wild? The 6 people saw Yang Bo from a distance in the afternoon. But there were deep canyons between the mountains. So when the 6 people arrived at the hill where Yang Bo was, it was already dark. This kind of resident has no idea of the risks in the wild. Any poisonous insect or other wild animal can kill him. Some people answered. Some people think that science can change everything. They always think that they can just call the police when they encounter something. Don't talk. Move quickly. Don't give him a chance to call the police. This place is so close to the city. Boss, it's useless to call the police. It takes at least 1.5 minutes for the police drone to reach our place. That's enough time for us to take this guy away. Execute the mission. The boss shouted angrily. Second brother. Let's do it together. Third brother. Just for this job. 2 people are needed? That's right. Just 1 resident. At this time, Yang Bo was holding a communicator and video chatting with the fat boss. The fat boss looked at Yang Bo's location and was a little speechless. You only walk so far in a day? Why are you in such a hurry? I just came out for a stroll. Yang Bo heard this and said with a chuckle, Look at how beautiful the scenery is now. Yang Bo picked up the smartwatch and took pictures of the surroundings. Don't move. The fat boss was video chatting with Yang Bo and suddenly felt something was wrong. So he said immediately, What's wrong? Yang Bo didn't move. There's someone in the distance. I'll call the police for you right away. Don't move. The fat boss saw the shadow of someone moving in the distant forest through the video of Yang Bo's watch. Why didn't I see it? Don't talk nonsense. Your superpower level is not high enough. Of course you can't see that far. The fat boss quickly called the police. Chapter 533, Ineffective. Yes, Yang Bo did it on purpose. Now Yang Bo is at the top of the mountain. And the other 6 people came up from the woods behind the mountain. Yang Bo can actually see it clearly now. Yang Bo not only has dynamic vision, but also dark vision. Although it is dark now, And the woods below are even darker. These 6 people also have various high-tech disguises. But high-tech disguises can only deceive machines and equipment. Besides, the 6 people never thought that Yongbo, who climbed this distance for a day, would be a perverted superpower. Lu Jijia is different. He is a superpower himself. And a warrior. Through Yongbo's video, it was soon discovered that someone was moving in the woods below the mountain. Why didn't I see it? Yongbo looked at the direction of the woods below the mountain with a puzzled look. I told you. Your superpower level is not enough. Leave where you are now, and go to a wide place. If there is any problem, just release your superpower. Lu Jijia quickly instructed Yongbo what to do. Yongbo listened to Lu Jijia's words, and walked towards the open area. Yongbo did this to avoid exposing himself, because he was not sure who the other party was, and he did not know if there were other people behind these 6 people. He could certainly kill all 6 people secretly, just in case they had accomplices. If he did it secretly, it would expose his strength. So Yongbo did this. The place where Yongbo camped was not far from the top of the mountain. The top of the mountain was blown bare by the storm, and it was all like big rocks. The stones were very smooth, and Yongbo reached the top of the mountain in no time. The 6 people in the woods below were confused when they saw Yongbo walking to the top of the mountain, and they couldn't help but speed up. These people moved very quickly, and they didn't make any sound. They moved quickly in the dark woods. Yongbo couldn't help but sigh when he saw the movements of these people. These people still have some tricks. Standing on the top of the mountain, Yongbo saw a series of drones in the distance, and Lu Jijia's flying car was also inside. Of course, Yongbo pretended not to see Lu Jijia and the drones, because these drones and Lu Jijia's flying car did not turn on the lights. Yongbo, go to the left and go behind the big rock, Lu Jijia said immediately when he saw Yongbo's position on the top of the mountain from a distance on the flying car. So Yongbo went to the left, because the hardness of the stones in the mountain is different, and some stones are very hard. So the stones on the top of the mountain are big and small. And Yongbo went to the left. The 6 people in the woods watched Yongbo from afar in the open area, and it was a bit difficult to take action. But they saw Yongbo running behind another stone. The 6 people were ecstatic. As long as Yongbo ran behind the stone, they would rush over in an instant. When Yongbo ran behind the stone, the 6 people jumped out of the woods at the same time. As mentioned earlier, because of the storm, there were no trees or soil on the top of the mountain. It was bare. There were only trees on the back of the mountain or halfway down the mountain on this side. So the 6 people could not see the drones and flying cars flying from Oma City. So the 6 people jumped directly to the top of the mountain. And the next second, they were about to rush to the back of the stone where Yongbo was. However, when the 6 people jumped to the top of the mountain, they dared not move for a moment. And then the lights were all on, revealing the true form of the 6 people. Then the 6 people slowly raised their hands. Ha ha! Lu Jijia, wearing a suit of armor, got off the flying car and looked at the 6 people who raised their hands. Brother Jia, there really is someone here. At this time, Yongbo also came out from behind the stone, looking surprised. When the 6 people who raised their hands heard this, they cursed in their hearts, thinking that it was a trap set by Lu Jijia. I will take these people back and treat them well. I brought you a drone. You can release this drone every once in a while, and it will patrol a certain distance around you. Also, release this drone when you camp at night. Lu Jijia looked at the 6 people's dress and knew that the 6 people came prepared. But in order not to worry Yongbo, Lu Jijia did not say much. Yongbo looked at Lu Jijia giving him a palm-sized drone. The watch can be bound to this drone, and the search range of this drone can reach 20 kilometers. Of course, this is under good communication conditions. Even in the high-tech society of the planet, there are still many places where signals cannot be covered, and there are more interference. Who are these 6 people? Yongbo asked curiously. I will contact you as soon as I have news. Lu Jijia didn't know who was following Yongbo. This is my private territory. Can I sue them? Yongbo certainly knew that these 6 people were not simple, but it would be a waste not to slaughter the fat sheep that came to his door. I'll teach you how to do it after we go back. Lu Jijia nodded when he heard this. Private property in the alliance is sacred and inviolable. So of course, he has to pay taxes first. Breaking into someone else's private land is also a felony. If these people are also suspected of stalking and kidnapping, or even other reasons, It is a felony among felonies. The reason why the alliance stipulates this is because the alliance is an alliance of rich people. There are only rich people in the alliance, who have large enough private land. The 6 people were then taken away by the police. As the owner of this land, Yang Bo specially hired a lawyer to accuse several people of multiple felonies. And Yang Bo believed that Lu Jijia would definitely get this matter clear. Sure enough, the next morning Yang Bo climbed out of the tent and looked at the endless sea in the distance, and the sun shining on the smooth stone. At first glance, it gives people a very unreal sense of desolation, as if they were on other planets. And then when they looked down, they saw the lush trees in the valley. This huge contrast made Yang Bo feel particularly comfortable. Put away the drone. The drone is not connected to the outside world, but directly connected to the smart watch. Then Yang Bo checked the message, and Lu Jijia had sent a message. It's for the life energy stone. Yang Bo originally thought it was someone else, but he didn't expect it was for the life energy stone. Is the other party a free mercenary? I actually met someone in the same profession, but free mercenaries don't know each other. Yang Bo had no way to deal with this, because when he went to the energy mineral planet with Lu Jijia to do the mission, it was the boss who took the mission. So many people knew about it, and his personal information was also in it. Yang Bo, I'm very sorry. I will find out about this matter, but I personally guess that some people in the family may want to use this matter to punish me. At this time, Lu Jijia contacted Yang Bo and spoke first. Well, Yang Bo didn't know what to say, because there was no definite news yet. It's hard to check the matter involving free mercenaries, because free mercenaries take tasks and receive rewards. These are single-line contacts, and they can't see them at all. It's hard to find out who invited these free mercenaries to find the life energy stone, and where the other party got the news. These 6 people have been formally arrested by the police. They will face multiple charges. But according to the latest news, it seems that there are others. I have a suggestion. I wonder if you are willing to listen. Lu Jijia asked again. I want to hear your advice. Yang Bo nodded when he heard this. That is, you don't go into the mountains for the time being. You may face other dangers? Lu Jijia expressed his concerns. Brother Jia, I think I should also go out and deal with some dangers. Maybe it will be more beneficial to my growth. Besides, I have already applied for the task of supervisor of the Environmental Protection Center. Yang Bo is not afraid of free mercenaries. Mainly, Yang Bo wants to take advantage of his free time to explore and find interstellar creatures. Now his bionic man in the game has been destroyed, so Yang Bo does not plan to play the game recently. Playing virtual games is not interesting. Well, let's keep in touch. In addition, I will urge the police to find other suspects as soon as possible. Lu Jijia felt a headache, mainly because his previous tasks were transferred from his family, and now he has fallen out with his family. Although the family would not openly hand over some of their criminal evidence, they could reveal some key information and cause trouble for themselves. Of course. Yang Bo nodded and agreed, then hung up the call. Yang Bo then ate a pre-prepared meal and went deep into the mountains. Yang Bo carefully checked the map and decided to set off for a dead volcano crater in his territory. According to the information on the map, this is a volcano that has been around for more than 400 million years. There are also a large number of hot springs nearby, but the temperature is extremely high, and some harmful gases are often ejected. The most important thing is that there are not many animals and plants in the dead volcano area because the altitude there is relatively high. Yang Bo's speed is not very fast, because Yang Bo has to use his eyes to search carefully and find any valuable targets. Moreover, Yang Bo took out the watch of the third master and chatted with that little son. In addition, he got good news from Master Zhang that the energy metal he needed would be in place soon. 10 days later, Yang Bo finally arrived at the place where the stone volcano was. The altitude here is more than 4,700 meters. From a distance, it looks very messy because there are huge rocks everywhere. This is because every year the storm season brings a lot of rain, forming thick glaciers. And in the summer, these glaciers melt and wash these big rocks everywhere. In other words, glacial relics are being staged here. There should be an underground river entrance nearby. Otherwise, from the satellite map, the river channel downstream of this glacier is not wide. Yang Bo looked at the satellite map carefully. Then he released the drone he carried with him, and through the drone control, he soon found the entrance to an underground river. And there was smoke coming out of the entrance to the underground river. Heat energy is also energy. But I don't know if interstellar creatures need to absorb heat energy. In theory, the energy of this underground high-temperature hot spring is very balanced. The temperature is not too high, but not too low. Look for it, and go back if it doesn't work. In the past 10 days, Yongbo has searched every corner of the mountain, and found some strange animals and plants. But none of them have any energy, and they don't look like interstellar creatures. Chapter 534 Discovery. What do interstellar creatures look like? Yongbo still doesn't know what interstellar creatures look like, because there is no information on the internet. So Yongbo doesn't know what he is looking for. Anyway, it absorbs energy. Yongbo looked at the huge stones. The big stones are probably thousands of tons, and the small ones are hundreds of tons. These are the credits of the glaciers. After the glaciers melt, the water will be mixed with a lot of ice. In addition, when the glaciers melt, the upper layer melts first, and the lower layer melts later. A large amount of ice mixed with water will bring these thousands of tons and hundreds of tons of stones from high places to low places. Walking among these rocks, looking at the huge stones, these stones collide with each other to form various traces. And there are traces of ice erosion. This place is too dangerous. It is estimated that when there is a storm, this place will be a huge glacier again. Yongbo could have flown over, but in order to hide from others, he had to walk over. And Yongbo believed that since they were the cubs of interstellar creatures, they could grow on the planet, and they must have their own way. Otherwise, they would have been discovered long ago. It should be that high-tech means cannot find it. Otherwise, according to the current technological level of the Alliance, it is impossible to say that it cannot be found. Yongbo muttered to himself. Finally, we arrived at the place where the smoke was coming out. Now most of the water from the snow mountain has flowed here. It looks like the gate of hell. The height of the whole cave is about 30 meters, and the width is about 40 meters. There is a hazy mist coming out from inside, and the messy big rocks at the entrance of the cave give people a desolate and mysterious feeling. Plus the sound of the water flow here. The temperature here is indeed not low. After Yongbo entered the cave, he found that the cave was gradually going down. However, the cave became smaller as he went down. This is not to say that the cave itself became smaller, but that the various large stones that impacted it piled up together. Slowly, this huge cave was blocked. I feel like I came to the right place. Half an hour later, the entire cave was blocked by large stones, and Yongbo had to go down through the gaps between the large stones. And now the smartwatch has no signal. Even the drone cannot be used. The whole cave is filled with water vapor, and the temperature is getting higher and higher. If it were someone else, they would have been unable to move forward, because in the process of stacking stones, which gaps can continue to go down is an unknown number. When you think that the gap between the two stones can pass, but after you go over and walk for a while, you find that the front is blocked. There is also water flow here, but water is a liquid, and people may not be able to pass where water can pass. But Yongbo's sound wave skills can easily know which way to go to the front. Sometimes Yongbo had to go down from the water and then come up from another place. The reason why Yongbo had this idea was that Yongbo found that the cave itself should not be like this, because the size of this cave is basically the same from the entrance to the bottom. Others may not know, but Yongbo's sound wave detection can know the size of this cave except for the stone itself. Half an hour later, Yongbo had reached the entrance of the cave. 2 kilometers below, Yongbo picked up the stone and threw it again. The stone collided with other big stones and made a loud noise. About 20 seconds later, Yongbo started to walk down again. In 20 seconds, Yongbo already knew the general structure of the first 3 kilometers. After walking 1 kilometer, Yongbo threw stones again. The reason for throwing stones at 1 kilometer is to determine the road behind, because it is not sure whether it can be walked after 2 kilometers. If you make a 3-dimensional map of the road Yongbo is walking now, you will find that Yongbo is going around and around in this cave. These big stones are stacked together irregularly. No one knows how to walk. And there is also water vapor and high temperature. If an earthquake happens now, I will definitely die. Yongbo drilled back and forth between these big stones. And it would be a lie to say that he was not afraid. Because in this situation, if an earthquake happens, then these stones will be deformed and squeezed with such a huge force. And Yongbo himself cannot resist it at all. Do you want to dig some safe holes? The safe holes Yongbo mentioned are some sunken holes dug on the stone wall of the original cave. But then he thought about it, and let it go. He didn't receive any earthquake forecast when he was up there. 3 hours later, Yongbo looked at the rolling magma. Now Yongbo was 11 kilometers away from the cave entrance, which was more than 11,000 meters away. Amazing! Yongbo looked at the scene in front of him. This was a great wonder. The cave entrance that Yongbo came in was slanted downward, and a large amount of water flowed down the cave entrance, forming a lake. But this lake looked black on one side and red on the other. The red side is the rolling magma, and the black side is the cooling magma. The black side has been injected with water, so the temperature is always relatively low. Half of the entire lake is boiling, just like boiling water in your own pot. But the flame is biased to one side. The rising mist spreads throughout the underground space, and the red light of the magma and the mist complement each other, forming a very special scene. This underground passage does not look like it was formed naturally, because its height difference is not large. Although there are many traces of natural caves on this passage now, the temperature and humidity are there, and the continuous flow of glacial water will prevent the temperature deviation here from being too large. Yongbo carefully observed the environment here. Moreover, in this space, ordinary creatures cannot survive at all. It is hot and humid here, and even mutant creatures may not be able to survive here. Yongbo looked more carefully. Then Yongbo walked to the right along this passage. The glacial water coming down the passage flowed to the two passages in the lake. The passage is not straight but winding, which makes Yongbo even more confused, because the areas through which this passage passes are all relatively stable places with rocks, not unstable places in the Earth's crust. Yongbo walked more than 10 kilometers in the passage on the right, and did not find anything. However, after walking more than 10 kilometers, Yongbo found that there was a natural cave behind. The underground river in the natural cave is surging, and the water flow here is much greater than the water flow from the glacier. So the magma here is basically cooled. Then Yongbo returned to the place where he came down and walked to the other side. It doesn't make sense? After walking more than 20 kilometers in this direction, there was no passage, only a gurgling magma pool. Did I really go the wrong way? Yongbo looked carefully at the environment he was in. It was about 40 meters wide and 20 meters high, and there were countless mists rising here. There were all kinds of strange stones formed by melted and cooled magma. And there were also things similar to stalactites formed by the contact and cooling of the fog and the top of the cave over time. Will it not drill into the magma? In theory, interstellar creatures can absorb energy and carry energy themselves, right? Yongbo searched carefully again, and even used sound wave detection, but didn't see even the shadow of a creature. Yongbo, who was unwilling to give up, searched for more than 2 hours, and every corner was on fire, and he was just about to go into the magma to search. It seems that the only way is to use the last resort. Yongbo decided to use the last trick. Anyone who has fished knows that the best way to find out if there are fish at the fishing spot is to cast a few rods. So Yongbo planned ahead and prepared bait before coming again. What is the bait? That is the energy stone. Since these interstellar creatures absorb energy, then use the energy stone as bait and cannot treat it as ordinary creatures. Yongbo directly took out the space box and prepared several types of energy stones. Then he placed the energy stone where the glacier water flowed down. Then Yongbo directly hid next to it and waited quietly. The energy stone emits green and red light in the water flowing down from the glacier. This green or red light is harmful to ordinary people. That is to say, this energy light has radiation. Ordinary people simply cannot withstand the long-term exposure of this energy light. I wonder if my method is right. 10 minutes passed, and Yongbo looked around and still had no reaction, and couldn't help muttering in his heart. However, as a fisherman, he has nothing else. But he definitely has patience. The fisherman without patience has gone bankrupt long ago. After waiting for another half an hour, just when Yongbo decided to wait another 20 minutes to make up an hour, Yongbo found that he was in the lake formed by the glacial water flow. This lake slope is not very big, about 200 meters long and about 40 meters wide. Half of this lake is black, because of the glacial water flowing in this channel. It is half of this lake that is black, and it actually moved below. Wow! Yongbo never thought that this so-called interstellar creature would be under this lake. A black stone slab with a diameter of 50 centimeters was pushed open, just like a sewer cover that was pushed open. Then a dark worm came out. This worm looked like a black maggot, and it was a long-tailed maggot commonly seen in toilets. This worm was about 1 meter long, with a long tail of about 50 centimeters. The whole body was invisible, and the eyes could not see its legs, but it was moving under the water. How does this thing move in such a turbulent water? Yang Bo was full of curiosity. Then many black bugs appeared at the bottom of the black lake. These black bugs all looked exactly the same. When the first bug was about to approach the bait, Yang Bo suddenly revealed his body. With a move of his mental power, he instantly collected these energy stones. But the next second, these bugs in the water actually stretched out their tails, and there were violent energy fluctuations on the tails. Energy weapons? Yang Bo didn't expect that the tails of these bugs would have such violent energy fluctuations. Fortunately, Yang Bo was originally competitive when it came to energy, so he grabbed the tail or weapon of the closest black bug. Then he directly used the anti-gravity skill and ran to the side in an instant. Crackling. The next second, the stones in the distance made crackling sounds. So many energy attributes? Yang Bo found that the energy attacks released by these bugs were varied. There were direct discharges, energy rays, electromagnetic ones, and high-temperature rays. There was a crackling sound on a large rock where Yang Bo was standing, and many holes appeared. Yang Bo also felt that the bug in his hand also released an energy attack, which directly attacked the ceiling of the cave. This guy actually released a light attack, and a hole was made at the top of the cave. These are interstellar creatures. These guys can actually have anti-gravity properties. Yang Bo saw that the bugs in the distance suddenly flew up and floated in the air, and then pointed their tails at him. Chapter 535 Leaving. The performance of these insects has overturned Yang Bo's cognition, especially his cognition of ordinary creatures. It feels like facing a drone in a technological society. There are many incredible things in a technological society. Some drones can be used on land, sea and air, and accompanied by energy fluctuations. These insects keep crawling out from under the black magma in the underground passage, and the properties of these insects are completely different. So the attack energy released is also completely different. And when these insects release energy attacks, only their tails have energy fluctuations, and the rest of the place has no energy fluctuations. In Yang Bo's field of vision, the top of these insects' tails shine with energy light, but the whole body does not have any energy light. These insects can not only float in the water, but also float in the air, and then use their own energy to attack Yang Bo. And the energy attacks of these insects are high enough in damage, because the energy attacks released by the tails of these insects are very concentrated. The higher the density of the energy attack, the greater the power generated. Yang Bo's whole body keeps flying in this underground space, while constantly observing these abnormal insects. These bugs reacted very quickly, but their tails didn't seem to be able to bend, so they just released energy attacks straight on. So the speed of turning in the air was not as fast as expected. If the tail could turn to attack at any angle, the attack power, attack frequency, and threat level of this bug would be greatly improved. Yang Bo ran directly to the left, where Yang Bo had been before. There was a cave with an underground river inside. The tail of the insect in Yang Bo's hand was still releasing energy attacks. Yang Bo hid behind a big rock, then picked up the insect in his hand and used it as a weapon. So the tail of the insect in Yang Bo's hand fired energy attacks at other insects. After just one attack, the insect seemed to know that it was attacking its own people, so it stopped firing energy attacks. Spirit Seed. Yang Bo directly used a skill. Yang Bo was not sure what this Spirit Seed was used for, and he had not found a good test subject, nor had the opportunity to find a test subject. So now that he met this insect, Yang Bo decided to give it a try. The next second, Yang Bo had a strange feeling. That is, he could feel that he seemed to be able to control the insect in his hand. It can't be so weak. Yang Bo was a little unconfident. How could he easily control this guy? The next second, Yang Bo's heart moved, and he ordered the insect to release the attack. Yang Bo clearly felt a little bit of resistance, but the tail of the insect's body still released an energy attack. After the bug in Yang Bo's hand released energy attacks on other bugs, the energy attacks of other bugs stopped abruptly. The next second, Yang Bo also turned into a big bug. To be on the safe side, he also wrapped the armor on the bug. Oh my god! These guys can actually communicate through the air? Yang Bo's camouflage ability is to use biological samples to disguise himself as any creature. He does not have the ability of this creature, but only has the body of this creature. Yang Bo found that these creatures can actually communicate with energy, just like people talking. But these bugs communicate in the form of energy. The spirit seed is a bit weird. Yang Bo found that the spirit seed bugs seem to be free again, which means that if he didn't control it, the bugs would return to their original state. Awesome. Yang Bo's eyes were shining. There were at least 5,000 to 6,000 bugs, or even more, of different sizes. The bugs where Yang Bo had just put the bait were much bigger, like the last bug here, which was only 20 to 30 centimeters long and 10 centimeters in diameter. But these bugs were still able to float in the air. It turned out that these bugs were born with the energy of anti-gravity. Yang Bo didn't care about other things or thinking about it, and quickly floated his whole body. The bug that was caught by Yang Bo and attacked its own kind was being questioned by other bugs of the same kind. Facing the sudden appearance of Yang Bo, these bugs didn't seem to react at all. Yang Bo remembered that he had a skill called creature summoning. So Yang Bo used this creature summoning skill in the state of a bug. Yang Bo found that the tail of the insect he had turned into released a unique energy light. Then Yang Bo saw a very scary scene. That is, countless insects gathered together. These insects were suspended in the air, densely packed, looking weird and strange. The skill of summoning creatures can only summon creatures of the same kind with lower strength than oneself. There are more than 9,000 of them. What will these interstellar creatures look like when they grow up? Will they also have different forms? Yang Bo turned into a bug, which was a circle larger than the others. After wandering in the air, he could see clearly how many bugs there were here. Then Yang Bo went into the water again, and found that the underwater part of these worms was like a honeycomb. But there was a hole underneath. However, the underwater hole was too small, and Yang Bo's current body could not enter. Could it be that this tail is a tool to absorb the energy of the volcanic magma? Yang Bo had some guesses. There are more than 600 of these strong guys. Yang Bo found that the strongest batch of worms had more than 600. That is, 1 meter long guys. So Yang Bo tried to come to the strongest one. And this worm kept sending out energy fluctuation information, such as "What are you doing? Who are you?" The next second, Yang Bo used his tail that turned into a worm to click on the worm and release the skill of spirit seed at the same time. The next second, Yang Bo felt successful. Could it be that the spirit or soul of these star creatures is relatively weak? The energy attack released by this guy is comparable to the laser cannon of the mecha. If there is a creature with such a strong energy attack among the mutant creatures, it is probably also a level. Yang Bo now has a guess, but there is no way to confirm it. Perhaps it is because the souls of these bugs are relatively weak that they are hidden by other bugs inside these planets to grow. Otherwise, the current capabilities of these bugs are enough to give many planets a headache. But how do these bugs reproduce? Is it because the cubs have not reached adulthood, so they cannot be seen? Or have they not developed? Damn it. Just release the spirit seeds for all of them. Yang Bo muttered to himself. And then he called on his troops to release the spirit seeds to these strong guys one by one. However, after releasing more than 110, Yang Bo felt that his mental power was consumed. Yang Bo looked at these insects still floating in a daze. So he used energy fluctuations to send out a signal to disband. The next second, these insects jumped into the water one after another, and then got into the dark nest under the water. Biological summoning has this ability? Yang Bo was stunned. He didn't expect that biological summoning was so useful. Should I find one to kill? Wait a minute. I have to use the skill of spiritual seed on the first batch of strong insects anyway. Yang Bo found that the skill of spiritual seed was equivalent to a remote control. But this remote control also had a monitoring function. Now Yang Bo could clearly feel the current state of these insects when he used spiritual seed. Just as I guessed. These guys actually use this long tail to absorb the energy in the magma. Subsequent comparative tests will be conducted to see if the spirit seeds can still be used after these insects continue to grow stronger. It would be great if the spirit seeds can grow with these insects. However, these insects are covered with this layer of black skin that can not only absorb energy, but also prevent the energy in the body from leaking out. These guys have no eyes or ears, but they have energy transmitters that can sense the surrounding situation through energy waves. It feels like these interstellar creatures are like modern technology robots. Sure enough, they are not carbon-based creatures. They should be silicon-based creatures. Right? Yang Bo watched these insects dive into the water one after another, and then closed the lid again. No wonder no high-tech means can detect these bugs. It turns out that the surface of these bugs can absorb any energy waves. Yang Bo also suddenly realized. Then Yang Bo used anti-gravity to drill into the gap between the rocks on the other side. And then, he returned to his human form. Then he found his backpack. The reason why Yang Bo did not put the backpack in the space box was because he was afraid that there would be space energy left on the backpack in the space box. Because many things in the backpack have to be handed in and taken to others for testing. As for the smartwatch, Yang Bo can put it in the space box at will. After taking out the supplies and eating and drinking, Yang Bo took out the space box and took out a battery to charge himself. It's not good to charge the mental power consumption. It seems that I can only have a good sleep. Yang Bo decided to sleep here. In this way, Yang Bo was here for 4 days, and finally released the mental seeds of all the largest hundreds of bugs. Should I catch a small one and take it back for experiments? Yang Bo now has a lot of ideas in his mind. First of all, we need to see if the spiritual power seeds will grow with the growth of these insects' strength. If the spiritual power seeds grow with them, then Yang Bo will be relieved. If the spiritual power seeds have nothing to do with the growth of the insect's strength, then Yang Bo feels that he may have to find a way as soon as possible. Because Yang Bo thinks that these insects should be very, very powerful after they grow up. Because they are very abnormal now. Who would have thought that the energy attack released by this little thing is more powerful than the mecha laser cannon? And Yang Bo thinks that these guys can release at least hundreds of attacks. In addition, it has the property of naturally absorbing energy, so that no modern high-tech means can detect it. Of course, humans are also very smart. As long as there is a gap in the reflected wave, they will know that there is a problem. So what will the adult body look like in the future? And how abnormal will its strength be? Go back and prepare first. I didn't bring any tools this time. Yang Bo wanted to take these things back, but he didn't have any tools now. As for throwing these guys into the space box, Yang Bo didn't dare to guarantee whether the space energy would transform these guys. Of course, when Yang Bo left, he threw the drone away and threw it directly into the magma. Yang Bo didn't dare to guarantee whether there were other systems or something in the drone that would record his trajectory, because the structure inside was too complicated. When he went out, Yang Bo didn't go out from where he came from, but from another underground river. When Yang Bo emerged from the river and found that it was night outside, he swam to the shore, looked at the smartwatch in his hand, and found that the place he entered was behind the 2 mountains behind him. As he guessed, Yang Bo found that the fat boss had sent him a lot of messages. So he quickly replied to the fat boss. Yang Bo, are you okay? Why haven't you replied to your message for several days? The fat boss saw Yang Bo sending a message and immediately turned on the communicator to talk. I went into a cave to explore. There was no signal inside. I got lost. Yang Bo answered. You are too dangerous. You'd better come back early. I have summoned my flying car, and it will be back soon. I was really too risky this time. Yang Bo nodded. Come back and have a good rest. Let's get together tomorrow afternoon. This time things are more troublesome. The fat boss was relieved when he heard Yang Bo say this, and then said, Okay. Yang Bo nodded, thinking about his future. He can completely disguise himself as the bug wherever he goes, because no detector can detect the existence of the bug. Chapter 536 News. Yang Bo didn't know what the fat boss was talking about, but since he said so, he must have a reason. Yang Bo came back quickly, and the flying car was directly positioned at the position of the watch. I have gained a lot from this trip, but it's a pity that I am not an expert in studying interstellar creatures. No matter what interstellar creatures it is, as long as it can be used by me, it is a good thing. And if it can't be used by me, it is not a good thing. Yang Bo returned home, went to the basement to check on the little creatures he fed, and then went upstairs to take a bath. He hadn't had a good rest for so long in the mountains. In the mountains, although there were drones guarding for a while, Yang Bo didn't sleep too comfortably. After taking a bath, Yang Bo rested, and didn't have time to think about his gains this time. He slept until noon the next day, washed up, and ate, and then left a message to Annie and Xia. Then he took the flying car to the fat boss. Yang Bo, come and sit. Yang Bo came to the fat boss's meeting room, and found that Zhou Rui and Wang Muxue were there. Wang Muxue greeted Yang Bo warmly when she saw him, and asked him to sit next to her. Is there anything important today? Yang Bo did not sit there, but sat next to the fat boss, and then asked, Yang Bo, this is for you. Zhou Rui was not to be outdone, and picked up a bottle of milk and handed it to Yang Bo. And then sat next to Yang Bo. This time it's more troublesome. The last time we were on the Energy Stone planet, everyone knew about it. Now I'm not sure who leaked the news. But I'm very sure that it was done by those idiots in our family. Seeing the situation, the fat boss quickly talked about business. Yang Bo was relieved. Then took a sip of the milk Zhou gave him. And continued to listen to the fat boss. But the news they sold was half true and half false. That is, we got the Life Energy Stone and made a fortune. And said that your houses and land were divided by selling the Energy Stone when we were doing tasks together. Now there are many people in society who want to trouble us. Last time, these guys followed you and stared at you for a week. Fortunately, you don't go out often. You were discovered by them when you entered the mountain. And then they took a detour to follow you. If you hadn't video chatted with me at the time, I'm afraid they would have succeeded. Yang Bo also felt a headache when he heard the fat boss say this. Is there no one responsible for this matter now? Yang Bo asked when he heard this. It's very difficult. The fat boss just smiled bitterly and shook his head. Doesn't that mean we are in trouble now? Especially since I don't have any position, and my personal strength is limited, and my superpowers cannot be made public. Yang Bo put himself in the position of a weak person when he heard this. You can come to our fleet. We are absolutely safe there. When talking about business, everyone was talking about business. And Wang Mushua also made a serious suggestion. Forget it. I have a shadow on flying in this life. The first time I rode a civilian spaceship, I encountered pirates. And the second time I rode a military warship, I also encountered pirates. Yang Bo directly found an excuse. In fact, you don't have to worry too much about safety. The key is that it is troublesome to be secretly watched by someone. And our planet will develop and build in the future. And more people will come here. So it is inevitable that many people with bad intentions will appear. These people may be normal people at ordinary times. But once they find an opportunity, they will take action. The fat boss felt a little scalp numb. And it felt a little bad to be stared at. What should we do now? We can only wait for them to take action before we can fight back. Yang Bo was actually a little excited in his heart. But he still had to say so. Zhou Rui asked, Yang Bo, how is your mecha practice? I practice very well. Yang Bo said with a little expression. You don't know that the mecha training school is popular recently. I have a lot of experience in training mecha. The other three people were happy to hear Yang Bo's words. But they didn't expect Yang Bo to say this later. Seeing Yang Bo's smug look, the fat boss and Zhou Rui were a little speechless. But they couldn't bear to expose Yang Bo. This so-called training mecha school does exist. But it is just a way to make money. Normal mechas are not used well. Let alone this special mecha training mecha. As long as a mecha master has used this thing, everyone knows how difficult it is to use. As for the fact that the training mecha can perform so well in the live news broadcast, it is entirely due to the personal strength of the pirate leader. Ordinary people by training mechas, which are just training mechas. They are also beaten by real mechas. Only Wang Mushua's eyes are a little curious. That's good. If you have a training mecha, your safety will be more guaranteed. Soon our planet will introduce a law that allows anyone to drive a mecha out and appear in public. Recently, the city is undergoing transformation and relevant regulations are being formulated. Zhou Rui said to Yang Bo in a comforting tone. That's good. Yang Bo nodded when he heard this. So Yang Bo, you must pay attention to safety. They probably know my strength and won't easily cause trouble to me. As for Wu Bing, they are also strong and now they have joined the army. It's easy to not see them. You are the most dangerous now. I will send you a map later. Try not to go to places without surveillance. Besides, the security situation of the Alliance is very bleak now. Mainly because of the appearance of space mechas. The fat boss patiently instructed Yang Bo again. I will pay attention in the future. Can I apply to install a few laser turrets in my private territory? Yang Bo asked when he heard this. This is impossible. Laser turrets are restricted weapons. But we can propose to the parliament to install a laser turret on the mountain behind you later. But Yang Bo, don't think that the laser turret warning system is foolproof. The people who followed you last time were wearing high-tech equipment. The fat boss said again. Ah! Yang Bo pretended to scream when he heard this. Seeing Yang Bo like this, the fat boss asked again, do you want to move to the dormitory? Your dormitory has had several accidents. Yang Bo answered without any politeness. I will try to go out less in the future. Anyway, I'm used to it before. Yang Bo made excuses for himself again. Although Yang Bo is not afraid of anyone following him or kidnapping him, he still has to play the role well. That's fine. The fat boss has no better way. The key is that he doesn't know who the enemy is now. The news has been leaked too widely. And the people who come are all kinds of people. Make some potions in the afternoon. And I have collected some rare potion formulas here. Wang Mushua spoke again. Yang Bo nodded. The Ninth Fleet has been very busy recently because of the heavy patrol mission and fleet construction. The heavy patrol mission is partly because the military is making things difficult for the Ninth Fleet. And the second is Yang Bo, who has been doing too many things recently. Yang Bo's things are also very beneficial to the Ninth Fleet. All companies that run on this route must donate to the Ninth Fleet. In the afternoon, Yang Bo made hundreds of potions in the laboratory under the company's dormitory building. This batch includes 3-star potions, 4-star potions, and 5-star potions. Too many potions of the same quality shipped at one time can easily attract other people's attention. Yang Bo. This is a video of the production of some special potions. Wang Mushua handed Yang Bo some video materials. Yang Bo nodded and tried not to talk to this very smart woman. This kind of woman is too smart. As long as there is relevant information, he can judge from all aspects. Wang Mushua left with the potion, mainly because she was not in the mood to argue with Yang Bo now. Because there are too many things now. Zhou Rui was relieved when she saw Wang Mushua leave. Yang Bo. Wait for a while, until my father forges the armor for you. And you will be much safer. Thank you, Sister Rui. Why thank you? We are not strangers. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this position today. You can send me a message in advance when you go out, and I will accompany you. Zhou Rui spoke again. Don't bother, Sister Rui. I will find the boss when the time comes. Yang Bo had a lot of things in his mind, and he left in a hurry after saying a word. Yang Bo drove again and handed in the various samples he had collected as a supervisor of the Environmental Protection Center. Then Yang Bo purchased some things and returned to the villa. Then he hurriedly went out to Annie and Xia. As the saying goes, a short separation is better than a new marriage. Yang Bo sent a message to the two in advance, and they both wore more distinctive clothes. After a hearty battle, Yang Bo sat on the sofa, looking at Xia, who was curled up with a thin quilt on her body, and Annie in her arms. Annie liked to hug Yang Bo, proving that Annie had no sense of security. That's right. The matter was done on the sofa. If you don't come for these 20 days, you will make up for the 20 days if you come. Annie pinched Yang Bo. Yang Bo laughed and thought about other things in his mind. Yang Bo found that he could sense the state of the insects he cast the spiritual seeds on even here. Those insects seemed to have fallen into a state of sleep, and their long weapons were constantly absorbing the energy in the magma. Yang Bo's mind moved, and then he controlled a bug. The bug was forced to turn on at once, and then jumped out of the nest. This feeling is amazing. The bug's vision gave Yang Bo a very amazing feeling. The bug relies on its own energy waves, which is equivalent to the ultrasonic wave of a bat to identify various objects. So this vision presents a very three-dimensional, but different colored world in Yang Bo's mind, which looks a bit bizarre. Then Yang Bo controlled the confused bug back to the nest. When Yang Bo did not control the bug twisted its body a few times as if it didn't know what had just happened. But soon the guy fell into a deep sleep again. What should I do with the experiment next? I don't know what skills this bug will give. And these creatures that have cast the seeds of spiritual power, will they give themselves skills if they are killed? Logically speaking, these creatures should be considered our own people? Yang Bo was thinking about how to do the experiment next. Where can I get some information about interstellar creatures? And how are White and others doing with their experiments now? Chapter 537 Pirate Conference. Yang Bo was thinking in his mind, and he hugged Annie with one hand. Annie was a typical white woman with a very good body proportion. After having superpowers, her skin was better, and her body was more perfect. Yang Bo liked this kind of woman with a plump body. He looked at Xia, who was sleeping next to him, with a big white leg exposed. As for the special battle robes they bought, they had long been broken into pieces. The two of them are now very dependent on Yang Bo. After all, Yang Bo is very sufficient in all aspects. He has the ability and money. Yang Bo also has no time to check the level of their superpowers and the progress of their mecha training. However, judging from the time they can persist. Their physical fitness is still growing relatively fast. Yang Bo stayed with Annie and Xia for 2 days, and had to hurry back to his villa because it was time to brush the rewards at the end of the month. The reason why Annie and Xia are willing to wear special costumes and complete the battle in the living room has a lot to do with Yang Bo's large bonus at the end of each month. In the last few days of each month, you can earn 3 million game coins, which is 3 million credit points. This is something that Annie and Xia never dared to think about before. They used to receive a little subsidy and could not find a formal job at all. I will do the game tasks these days and try to do experiments on interstellar creatures. Yang Bo returned to the villa and went to the internet room to open the game. Then Yang Bo entered the game first to see if the bionic man he remotely controlled had changed for him. It's over. However, when Yang Bo entered the game, it was still a virtual game shown to him. And Yang Bo's heart skipped a beat. But no matter what, I still got the task reward first. Then Yang Bo went to the game forum first. There was good news in the game forum. That is, the Justice Gang has united more than 17,000 players to sue the game development company for fraud. Are there so many game players? Yang Bo was a little surprised to see that 17,000 game players sued the game company together. But after a closer look, he found that there were not only players of the Doomsday Dungeon game, but also players of the Mecha game. And they all lost money in the game. Haha. Dog bites dog. Yang Bo looked at the news again, and found that the news was also reporting this matter. The Alliance is going to be slapped in the face again. Yang Bo saw that the Alliance was still vigorously promoting the elimination of the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates. And he knew that he was about to be slapped in the face. Because the work entrusted to Joe Roy last time should be done soon. The Alliance and the Crimson Federation expelled each other's diplomats. Officials of the Crimson Federation launched a terrorist attack on the Alliance. The March Star nuclear bomb incident was eventually found to be related to the Crimson Federation. Yang Bo saw a lot of reports about the Crimson Federation in the news. Are we really going to fight? Yang Bo had a bad feeling that this war might be another conspiracy of some people in the Alliance. The strength of the 3 countries is generally similar, and each country has its own unique characteristics. Needless to say, the people of the Water Blue Empire use slave ships. As long as His Majesty the Emperor gives an order, everyone must execute it. However, the Water Blue Empire also has contradictions. That is, the aristocratic parliament, which is a bit like the Western aristocratic system. There are deep contradictions between the king and the nobles, but they have to depend on each other. As for the Crimson Federation, it is a country composed of multiple warlords. This country has many sciences that the Alliance does not allow research, such as nerve conduction and the combination of man and machine. Some people say that the Alliance's anti-government forces are supported by the Crimson Federation. However, it is still unclear what the situation is. So Yang Bo just wrote this matter down. Then he searched for interstellar creatures on the internet. But there was nothing valuable. Yang Bo had his own plan in mind. So after brushing the rankings in the game this time, he would do 2 tasks. The next day, Yang Bo went online and found that he was still playing a virtual game. Yang Bo was numb. After taking Annie and Xia to brush the ranking rewards for this month, Yang Bo was very depressed because the whole game was a virtual game. Does the game official give up such a good seedling like me? Or is it that the new type of bionic man has not been manufactured yet? Yang Bo thought of many things in his mind. Just after Yang Bo brushed the rankings, there were 2 major news. The first is that March Star allows all mechas to be on the road. But these mechas must first be installed and comply with the intelligent safety procedures stipulated by March Star. And mechas are not allowed to fly in urban areas. And of course private land is not allowed. There is a special area open for mecha enthusiasts to conduct various training flights or other activities. The second is that the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates released the latest video and called on everyone to vote for a list of villains. And he will personally find these people. Yang Bo looked at the news coverage of the Silver Moon Pirates leader and smiled secretly. These are the photos and videos that Yang Bo took on someone else's spaceship after the airport attack. The Alliance is now urgently checking all the people on the relevant spaceships. And not just this one. Then, the official Alliance announced that this person was fake and used a disguised energy potion. And they also said that the official had enough evidence to prove that this person was dead. Of course, most people on the internet did not believe what the official said. Many people on the internet expressed their concerns about this matter, because the entire spaceship was blown up. And this kind of person could still be alive. The villain ranking list also came out. But what made Yang Bo laugh and cry was that this list was divided into 4 lists. There is a villain ranking list for each of the 3 countries. And then, there is a general ranking list. The top 3 on the list are actually nobles of the Blue Water Empire, among which a duke named Tech ranks first. The reason why this guy is ranked first on the villain list is because according to the official records of the Blue Water Empire, this duke likes to kill people for fun. According to incomplete statistics, this duke has killed more than 2,000 slaves in the past 10 years, including women and children. This duke is now over 160 years old, and it is said that this duke's family has this habit. It is even said that several of the duke's sons like to kill servants and slaves in the family before they reach adulthood. The second is the royal steward of the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire, who is said to be an A+ level superpower. It is said that in the past 30 years, there have been more than 60 mysterious murders related to this steward, because these more than 60 cases are all family murders. The third place was a general of the Blue Water Empire. Then the 4th to 7th places were several warlords of the Crimson Federation. Finally, the 8th place went to the Eden Alliance, a man named Matthew, who was the head of the famous Scalpel Investigation Department. Such a secret thing was dug out? Who made this list of villains? Yang Bo looked at the information of these villains and muttered in his heart. So Yang Bo went out invisibly and came to the back mountain to take out the communicator of the third master. There was Zhou Rui explaining who made this list of villains. It turned out that this list of villains was made by a mysterious organization that Zhou Rui found. This mysterious organization is called Weiguang, which is an organization that is good at exposing black materials. Of course, black materials must be illegal and criminal. Zhou Rui sent the video shot by Yang Bo anonymously and cooperated with the other party in Yang Bo's tone. This organization is also one of the most mysterious hacker organizations. No one knows who is in this organization. Why do I feel that this organization is probably someone's white glove? After reading the message, Yang Bo replied to Zhou Rui with a good. But he always felt something was wrong. In today's society, it's not easy to be a hacker, no matter what kind of hacker you are. First of all, your hardware must be able to meet super high requirements, so that you can get more things from the internet. And now it goes without saying how awesome the intelligent systems of each country are. And if it's a human, there are some biases in the perception of everything. But this list can be used as a reference. When will I have time to do something? Yang Bo thought while logging into San's email using San's watch. After logging in through various biological sample verifications, Yang Bo found several emails. The first one was a tax bill for his own territory in the Blue Water Empire, and the other was also a tax bill. The first one was the tax bill for the territory of the pirate leader. The second one was the inheritance tax bill of the unlucky Bulu. The third one was that the Blue Water Empire would hold a meeting of the Nobles' Council next year, requiring every noble to attend. Those who did not attend would be fined, and their titles would be reduced. The fourth email contained a confidential picture, which had to be viewed in safe mode. Safe mode is a mode of the watch, which means that all external contacts and the contacts of various software in the language watch were cut off. Pirate Conference. Yang Bo saw that this picture turned out to be a notice. That is, the Pirate Alliance notified that a pirate conference would be held somewhere to hold a new election for the Elders' Council. And the location of this pirate conference was actually on March Star, the Elders' Council of the Pirate Alliance. To put it bluntly, whoever has the strongest strength will be the leader. Whoever has more fleets and more people under his command can participate in the management of the Pirate Alliance. The story behind this Pirate Alliance is probably not simple. Yang Bo felt that this matter was not simple either. It was not something that ordinary people could do to gather a group of lawless people together and make them abide by the rules. It's a pity that I can only disguise myself. Biological samples cannot obtain other people's memories. Yang Bo felt a little sorry. The meeting will be held in 2 months. Yang Bo didn't know where the meeting would be held, because he would be notified later. He didn't even know the specific day. He just knew that it would be held in the month after 2 months. These guys in the Pirate Alliance are too arrogant. But it makes sense. After all, pirates don't trust each other, so they can only find a third party to hold the meeting. Yang Bo suddenly understood again. Chapter 538 Experiment. Come on! Yang Bo just found out that there are pirates on the villain list, and he will take care of all the pirates on the villain list. There is also a noble meeting, and I will go to see it. It is said that each noble has his own unique secret technique. Will the other people in Feng Yilio's family also give me the power to extract the skill? Yang Bo thought to himself. Master Zhang doesn't seem to have any troubles recently. Yang Bo muttered to himself again. Master Zhang is not without troubles. But a lot of troubles. But a series of accidents have made March Star's reputation even worse. Politics is not about fighting and killing, but about who has better means. The ace mercenary of the Free Mercenary Union played by Yang Bo is not a problem that needs to be solved urgently. So Master Zhang dare not use him. Because if you use it too much, it is easy to be suspected. And if you do assassinations in the political circle, once you are suspected, you will be targeted by everyone. Master Zhang has been busy attracting investment recently, digging holes for some foreign capital, because the last compensation to Yang Bo has not been paid. Then Yang Bo chatted with Xiao Yangyang, who was flirting with him, for 2 hours. Yang Bo returned to the villa and checked the game. It turned out to be a virtual game for him. It hurts. Yang Bo felt very depressed. Fortunately, Yang Bo was ready to conduct experiments. Yang Bo came to the underground laboratory and classified the gerbils he cultivated first. This thing was kept and reproduced very quickly. We need to find an opportunity to kill a batch of them. We can't breed too many. When will Yang Bo give these gerbils energy and solve the problem of brushing skills? He looked at the little gadget that he found last time, which was suspected to be an energy life form. This little gadget has not made any movement these days, but the light of the small energy stone inside has weakened a lot. This proves that the unknown life inside is absorbing the energy of the energy stone. Let's raise it a little bigger and see if we can tame it first. If we can't tame it, we will kill it and brush its skills. The same is true for interstellar creatures. Yang Bo always felt that it was best to have power in his own hands. For interstellar creatures, we need to do several experiments now. The first one is the growth experiment, to observe whether the spiritual seeds of interstellar creatures will grow together during their growth. The second one is to kill an interstellar creature and see what skills it can give. The third one is to see if there is any way to speed up the growth of these interstellar creatures, such as giving energy to myself. The fourth one is to observe my own abilities and see which ability causes the greatest damage to these interstellar creatures. The fifth one is whether these interstellar creatures can be used as materials for genetic medicine. Yang Bo has thought of so much for the time being. If other people can get these interstellar creatures, they will probably conduct a series of various experiments. Make an experimental plan according to this idea. This experimental plan can be said to be very rough, because Yang Bo does not understand more. I have never done such things in my previous life. That is, I have seen more things in this life, so I have these realizations. Yang Bo is preparing experiments at home. Because of the special nature of interstellar creatures, Yang Bo has to use a separate layer for experiments. In another place in the same city, Master Zhang was looking at the latest collected information. This Yang Bo didn't expect to get into these troubles. These idiots didn't think about it. People like Lu Jijia would have sold the expensive life energy stone after getting it. Master Zhang looked at the latest information and said. Niu Bo smiled and replied, Master, not everyone is as knowledgeable as you. Besides, for those who don't live long, even if it's a rumor, these people will check it out. I hope it won't cause more trouble for our planet. Otherwise our planet's reputation may be even worse. Master Zhang nodded. This is the mentality of people. So far, we have signed a number of cooperation agreements with a total of 6 consortiums. And the pressure we face from the parliament has also been reduced a lot. We are also negotiating with the other 4 consortiums. And there should be good news soon. There are also several laboratories that want to purchase more test materials for mutant animals on our planet. There are also several exploration companies that are negotiating with us. And the next step is to auction the exploration rights. Young Master Zhang nodded, knowing what the housekeeper meant. That is, there are companies that want to come to March Star to find more mutant animals and plants. This is just like the exploration of minerals in the past. If the exploration company finds other useful mutant creatures, then it will take a certain proportion of the income from this profit. We will talk about these later. How is the situation in my family now? Young Master Zhang nodded. The business cooperation depends on who loses patience first. After the family paid a huge deposit, everyone has been able to move normally. The family also attaches great importance to this matter and is investigating it. Uncle Nyo started to explain. What a pity. It's a pity that this matter doesn't involve the family. They can only lose some money. Young Master Zhang knew that the family would make things difficult for him later. As for whether the family had dealings with the Red Earl organization, Young Master Zhang was not sure, because a family could exist for so many years, and no one knew how many relationships were behind it. Without becoming the head of the family, you can never see the strength of the entire family clearly. What about Mr. Jiu? Uncle Nyo asked again. There is no rush there for the time being. We really can't handle it. Let's find him again. How did the last thing go? Young Master Zhang shook his head and asked. I have asked someone to pretend to be Mr. Jiu to contact other people who may need him. Once there is news, I will transfer the task to Mr. Jiu. Uncle Nyo answered respectfully. That's good. The alliance will never lack big families, and there will never be a shortage of unwilling people in big families. I believe Mr. Jiu will have a lot of tasks in the future. Young Master Zhang nodded. We need to introduce more people to Mr. Jiu. These ace mercenaries are lawless and powerful. It's a pity that we can't cooperate with the Ninth Fleet. Young Master Zhang sighed. In the alliance, if the military and politicians are found to be cooperating, both sides will suffer. The Ninth Fleet has recovered recently, and they have also obtained a mysterious source of funds. The staff has reached 80% of the full complement. There is a big problem here, Nyobo said. Have you found out what the problem is? Who can provide such a large amount of funds to the Ninth Fleet? Young Master Zhang was also confused when he heard this. I don't know. The forces within the military are also complicated. It's difficult for outsiders to get in and find out the news inside. Nyobo shook his head. If you ask me, the Alliance military is going too far now. I think the Ninth Fleet quickly suppressed the rebellion, which I think is very good. Young Master Zhang picked up the cup in his hand, shook the wine in the cup, and said while watching, Young Master, the Alliance has developed to this day into a combination of interests and a contradiction of interests. It's not surprising that such things happen. I also think that the series of events that have happened recently on our March star may have been deliberately done by others. The purpose is of course to affect our planet. There are flaws everywhere in the Thomas incident. Such a master can easily kill Thomas anywhere. But he just did it on our planet. Nyobo said in a low voice. Pay attention to the news from all sides. It's not impossible. We are now a big piece of cake, and many people are watching us. Young Master Zhang drank the wine in the cup in one breath, and then said, Okay. Yang Bo prepared at home for 5 days, and then set off in stealth. Yang Bo put all the prepared tools in the space box. He came to the place where the interstellar creatures were. Of course, he took out the tools he needed to prepare from the space box before coming. The main tool this time was the container for storing artificial energy stones that Yang Bo had obtained before. This transparent container can isolate energy fluctuations. Yang Bo selected 5 of the smallest interstellar creatures and cast spiritual power seeds on them respectively. Then he used the metal power control armor to wrap the 5 containers. Then he went back to the villa. After returning to the villa, Yang Bo placed the 5 interstellar creatures in 5 laboratories. These 5 newly built laboratories were very simple and basically had no professional instruments, because many professional instruments had purchase thresholds and were not allowed to be purchased without the corresponding qualifications. This batch of interstellar creatures was only 10 centimeters thick and 20 centimeters long, and they were all black. Yang Bo reached out in a laboratory and released a strong electric current to kill an interstellar creature cub. Energy detection +2. This skill made Yang Bo feel a little repetitive, because his sound wave detection was also a kind of energy detection. Try it? Yang Bo was ready to try it, so he used his electric superpower. It feels like I'm a radar. Yang Bo just felt that there was an electrical energy fluctuation in his hand. And then Yang Bo felt like he could see the laboratory in 360 degrees. And a 3-dimensional picture of the entire laboratory appeared in his mind. Is this skill interesting? Yang Bo was also worried that his sound wave detection was sometimes not enough. Sound wave detection relies on the speed of sound waves to propagate and reflect back. Although Yang Bo can use his superpowers to speed up the transmission speed of sound waves, it is easy for people to easily sense it. Conventional sound waves are more than 300 meters per second. So when detecting some things, they may not be so accurate. And if the other party is moving and the speed is greater than the sound wave, then the sound wave cannot detect it at all. Now this kind of electric energy detection is equivalent to radar. How fast is the speed of electric energy detection? What about light? Yang Bo decided to try the light superpower again to see if his energy detection can do it. Chapter 539. It's really not me. Looking at the dead interstellar creature, Yang Bo began to dissect it. Of course, After the interstellar creature died, the spiritual seed skill also disappeared. This guy has such a high defense. It's so small. But this shell is so hard? Originally, this dissection should use professional tools to test the strength of each part of this interstellar creature. But Yang Bo didn't have professional tools. So he had to pick up energy weapons. Huh? When Yang Bo cut open the body of this interstellar creature, Yang Bo found that the body structure of this guy was completely different from that of ordinary creatures. This guy's body was full of something that looked a bit like green mud. And in these green muds, there were things that looked like metal nets. Yang Bo glanced at the radiation test instrument next to him, which kept flashing red lights. Is the radiation so high? Yang Bo picked up the energy weapon and gently shook it in the body of this interstellar creature. Just like Yang Bo digging passion fruit on Earth. Before brewing passion fruit, you have to stir it with a spoon and then pour it out. If Yang Bo's unprofessional dissection method was seen by experts, they would probably curse Yang Bo's 18 generations of ancestors hundreds of times. Yang Bo had already prepared a radiation-proof container, and he poured out the green liquid from the insect's body bit by bit. Huh? Yang Bo looked at the green liquid and found that there were 3 crystals in it. After a closer look, they found that they were energy stones. One was a green energy stone, one was a purple energy stone, and the other was a silver energy stone. The green energy stone and the purple energy stone are only the size of a little finger, and the silver energy stone is half the size of a small green bean. Could it be that these interstellar creatures absorb energy and convert it into energy stones in a complex way? Then is it because of this that human technology can artificially synthesize energy stones? But ordinary people don't know it. This discovery opened Yang Bo's eyes. Then, there was no other discovery. And this green liquid would quickly connect and then gradually lose its original color. Yang Bo knocked on this layer of the insect's shell again and found that the inside of the shell was uneven and had many traces. Yang Bo conducted a series of experiments and found that the shell can still absorb energy waves. Then Yang Bo collected all the experimental materials. He took a small amount of samples and conducted subsequent experiments. Tested the sample according to the test order of the genetic evolution agent, and then made the genetic agent. After several days of busy work, the genetic evolution agent was finally successfully made using the materials of this interstellar creature. However, when the gerbils were tested in the end, they all failed without exception. Even if the dosage was reduced to the minimum, it still failed in the end. After a series of experiments, Yang Bo felt a headache, mainly because there were too many things involved, and he only had a vague understanding of many things. Then Yang Bo conducted a series of experiments on several other interstellar creatures. The first was to conduct an empowerment experiment. This thing can indeed accelerate the growth of interstellar creatures, and the same effect can be achieved by discharging batteries, which made Yang Bo a little depressed. As for other experiments, the effect cannot be seen for the time being, such as whether the spirit seed will grow with the growth of interstellar creatures. Although Yang Bo conducted the empowerment experiment before, because the growth was not much. It was just compared with the other few who grew faster, so it was impossible to determine whether the spirit seed could maintain this effect. Half a month later, Yang Bo suddenly felt that the mecha in the space vibrated slightly. This was the secret code agreed by White and the other two. They would start the energy device in the laboratory to form energy resonance with their mecha. The first time lasted for 2 seconds. The second time lasted for 3 seconds, and there was a 10-minute interval between the two. Then, there was a third time. And the third time, and the second time would be half an hour apart. The mecha would be moved directly over. When the call continued, it proved that it was not White and others who were doing this. So Yang Bo had to be prepared, or the mecha would be released and the cockpit would be opened. It has to be said that these scientists have good brains. Yang Bo quickly put down the experiment in his hand, packed up everything, and carried out a comprehensive disinfection. Yang Bo was mainly afraid of laboratory contamination. 40 minutes later, Yang Bo's mecha disappeared in his basement. Sir! Yang Bo jumped out of the mecha. White and the others saw Yang Bo's eyes shining and said respectfully, "Have you finished the mecha design drawings?" Yang Bo asked directly, because Yang Bo is now a strong man. He will not be friendly to the 3 people. Sir, please follow me. We have designed it. Using new materials, we can reduce the volume of the new mecha by 23%, increase the energy efficiency of the mecha by 15%, and reduce the overall weight of the mecha by 18%. When he arrived at the laboratory, White turned on the virtual projection and introduced it to Yang Bo. Yang Bo found that this new mecha was more like a human. His current mecha gave people a feeling of square head and square brain. And the design in front of him looked like a real person, with a very harmonious proportion. Can I make a mecha similar to a spider? Yang Bo suddenly thought of a question. That is, he could control the mecha with his photoelectric superpower. Then why bother about the appearance of the mecha? Of course, the humanoid mecha is mainly adapted to human mecha masters. In addition, the spider mecha is more difficult to operate. The more mechanical arms the mecha spider has, the more difficult it is to operate. Moreover, the spider mecha also has a shortcoming. That is, although there are many mechanical arms, the defense of these mechanical arms is not as high as that of the humanoid mecha arms. In other words, the spider mecha is a fragile skin with a fast attack speed. And the spider mecha also faces a serious problem. That is, the energy problem. The more mechanical arms a spider mecha has, the more driving devices it needs, the more control energy it needs, and the more system distribution it needs. Sir, of course, but the spider mecha is much more difficult. The more mechanical arms it has, the more control energy and various systems it has. Someone once used a spider mecha and failed to defeat the opponent, but his mechanical arms attacked each other. White explained immediately. How long will it take? Yang Bo asked after hearing this. It will take at least 5 months. If the design test fails, it may take longer. Then forget it. Just follow this design for now. Yang Bo gave up after hearing this. Can 2 mechas be placed in one space? Yang Bo asked another question. As long as the energy frequency is the same, 2 mechas can be placed. But the 2 mechas will be taken out at the same time. Then let's see what I need to do. I need your help to smelt some materials. Some materials used for mechas have not yet been fully tested. Then Yang Bo was in the laboratory, using fire energy to smelt metals in the laboratory. Yang Bo listened to the instructions of the 3 people throughout the process. And the temperature range changed completely at the command of the 3 people. Should I use the spirit seed on one of them? Yang Bo muttered in his heart. Let's talk about it next time. Go back and find another animal, or a criminal who is extremely evil to experiment. However, Yang Bo was not reckless because he was afraid that this skill would have sequelae. Do you have any research on interstellar creatures? Yang Bo asked while listening to the 3 people instructing him on how to smelt materials. There is research. This is not a secret in our top scientific research circle. White's words made Yang Bo very happy. Tell me about it. Yang Bo asked. The materials of interstellar creatures are divided into many attributes, and they are divided into 1 star to 5 stars according to their quality. Interstellar creatures themselves are divided into inferior 1 star to 5 stars according to their strength. 1-star interstellar creatures are roughly equivalent to the attack power of a small battleship, and 5-star interstellar creatures are stronger than the main battleships of our alliance. Interstellar creatures do not have a fixed form, but they have a unified structure, which is similar to the structure of beetles. So in our circle, these interstellar creatures are called Zerg. There are energy crystals and interstellar organisms. Our artificial energy stones are obtained by studying interstellar biological samples. However, interstellar organisms are not easy to catch, so only the top laboratories have relevant data. It is mainly because interstellar organisms live in energy-rich areas. That is, in the core circle of each galaxy. The radiation there is quite high, and only a few forces can capture interstellar organisms in that place. White said a lot in one breath. Are there any specific video materials? Yang Bo asked after hearing this. Yes. Most interstellar organisms have a huge wing-like thing, a bit like the solar sails that we humans used to launch interstellar probes in the early days. White showed a virtual image in front of Yang Bo in some unknown way. Yang Bo looked at the virtual image, which looked like a beetle on Earth, just like when a beetle spread its wings and flew. This is one of the most common interstellar organisms, the golden-winged light beetle. Its characteristic is that it has golden wings to absorb energy in the universe, and the attack it releases is a laser attack, with a maximum power that can reach the power of a small battleship turret. This is also a 1-star interstellar organism. White introduced. I just grabbed a batch of interstellar creatures, and they are live young. Do you have any? Yang Bo said that he saw 3 top scientists in the laboratory staring at him with wide eyes. So you stole the spoils of the task force? White looked at Yang Bo with shining eyes. No. I don't know what task force is. I picked it up. Yang Bo was lying. But he didn't expect that this would actually happen. Yes. Yes. Sir. I picked it up. I wonder if you have done any experiments. White and the other two rubbed their hands anxiously, looking at Yongbo. People like us don't have a fixed residence. So how can anyone do experiments? But the body of the insect we caught is that kind of green sticky liquid. And there is a tail. And the whole front is like a cylinder. Yongbo talked nonsense for a while. And then said, Yes. 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 How many crystal cores are there? White asked anxiously. 3. 1 green, 1 silver, and 1 purple. The silver one is very small. Yongbo answered while controlling the temperature of the fire energy in his hand. 2 stars. It's actually a 2-star Zerg. White and the other two were so excited that they almost jumped up. Wait. If there are 3 crystal cores, it means it is a 2-star creature? Sir, it is like this. The crystal core in the body of an interstellar creature is related to the type of energy that the creature can absorb. Purple is the most common, belonging to electrical energy, which can absorb electromagnetic waves or electrical energy. Green belongs to life, which is why interstellar creatures hunt us, because they can absorb life energy from our bodies. Silver is its entire control center, which is equivalent to the human brain. After hearing this explanation, Yongbo asked, It seems that you are surprised by the 2-star creature? Sir, interstellar creatures are distributed in energy-rich areas from the middle to the outside. The outermost ones are those inferior interstellar creatures with the lowest energy level, which account for 90% of the total interstellar creature population. Although they are not up to par, their individual combat power is 10 times stronger than our most advanced fighters. The key is that these interstellar creatures are immune to most energy attacks. That is, when a laser cannon with 100% power hits these creatures, they will absorb 20% or 30% of it. Anyway, it is a very complicated matter. Then the area with more energy enrichment is the 1st star, which accounts for 5% of the total number of interstellar creatures. Further inside is the 2nd star, which accounts for 3% of the total number of interstellar creatures. And the distance from the outer interstellar creatures to the 2nd star is probably hundreds or thousands of light years. And you know, sir, it is not easy to find these guys who can absorb energy waves in the vast starry sky. I wonder how many interstellar creatures you have. There are still 3. Yongbo understood after hearing this. Why are you looking at me like this? I really didn't go to rob any task force. I didn't know that the Alliance had another task force. After Yongbo finished speaking, he saw the 3 people looking at him meaningfully, and his heart skipped a beat, and he said unhappily, Chapter 540 Cooperation. Ha ha. White, Wilson and the other 2 laughed at Yongbo. The task force is also called the Special Service Fleet. In terms of comprehensive strength, it ranks the lowest in the Alliance. The main task of this fleet is to monitor and hunt interstellar creatures. Their warships, their mechas, and their fighters are all specially made. There are even rumors that they use some forbidden technologies such as nerve conduction, the combination of machinery and life, etc. It is said that they just hunted a high-level interstellar creature from a certain galaxy and captured some interstellar creature cubs. But they were robbed on the way back to the Alliance. White explained with a smile. This is not right. Aren't interstellar creatures very powerful? Why are they hunted? And one at that? Yongbo asked puzzledly after hearing this. Reproduction. When interstellar creatures reproduce, they will leave their group, leave alone, and then lay eggs in other remote places. There is a strict hierarchy among interstellar creatures, and different races will hunt each other. Even within a group, slightly weaker individuals will be hunted by all of their kind. In addition, there is a large reproduction tide every few hundred years, which is when all interstellar creatures will burst into a wave of high fertility. And then these interstellar creatures will migrate to places like us where energy is not rich. 3 planets in our human world have been destroyed. These interstellar creatures must either be directly destroyed with high-powered energy cannons, or they must be driven away. Because once their bodies are broken, the energy in their bodies will explode instantly, bringing super strong radiation to the entire planet. Then the radiation on the entire planet will exceed the standard, and all animals and plants will be contaminated. White continued to explain to Yongbo. Yongbo looked at the temperature range to be controlled and asked, Is it similar to the zombies in the previous games? No. This super strong radiation will kill humans instantly. The zombies you mentioned should be a virus pollution. Haven't you heard of it? Sir? White was a little curious. How could Yongbo, who is so powerful, not know these things? We make a living by our own ability. We are not relying on other countries. Nor are we sent by other countries to cause destruction. Because we rob everyone. Yongbo said with a smile. Zombies should be something that some crazy scientists from the Crimson Federation created. Sir, you also know that the Crimson Federation was actually a group of warlords. They used many unconventional means to destroy each other. Although there is fierce internal competition between our alliance and the Blue Water Empire, it has not yet reached the point of using this virus. And the alliance and the Blue Water Empire have the same attitude towards the outside world. Once any country launches such a large-scale virus terrorist attack on us, it will bear the wrath of the entire country and the entire society. The Blue Water Empire is the same. As the main structure of a country, population. No country will dislike a large population. Only the warlords of the Crimson Federation. After all, the cost of using a virus to attack is much lower than other costs. Wilson said. Oh! Yongbo didn't expect that there would be traces of the zombie world so soon. Of course, Yongbo could only believe half of what anyone said. And the rest had to be verified by himself. Sir, can you give us the interstellar creatures you dissected for research? Wilson asked again. I'm afraid it's not possible here. Yongbo looked at the surrounding environment. As long as you agree. The three of us are willing to build a laboratory in the place you specify. With your stable ultra-high temperature, our laboratory will soon be profitable. White said again. So where do you think this laboratory will be built? Yongbo decided to ask the three people first. Water Blue Empire. Unexpectedly, White and the other two said in unison. Why? Yongbo was a little puzzled. Why did all three people choose this place? The laws of the Blue Water Empire have a territorial law. The owner of private land can do anything on the land, and can also have his own private armed forces. Not to mention the Scarlet Federation. The politicians there are warlords. As long as they like something, they will kill people and seize the industry. If it is scientific research, they will directly kidnap the researchers and force the researchers to continue research with their families, and even install some action control devices on the researchers. In the Scarlet Federation, even each place has its own laws. I don't know if you have noticed that all the big companies in our alliance only have headquarters in the Scarlet Federation, and all the branches are run by their own people in each state. Not to mention the alliance. They keep talking about freedom. But once a big family or a big consortium takes a fancy to your industry, they will use various means to make you bankrupt and then acquire it. Use financial means and shameless frame-ups. Yongbo nodded when he heard this. Because Ping and Technology Company used shameless means when it merged with Golden Shield Technology Company before. As long as we don't get involved in the struggles between the nobles and the Blue Water Empire, there won't be any major problems. And since you have such strong power, it would be easy for you to build a super strong armed force in the local area. And we can keep it confidential to the maximum extent in the Blue Water Empire. Because the biochips they use are very strong and have functions similar to slave contracts. As long as we are willing. Even if we are a cleaner in the Institute. We can't tell anyone about the Institute. Of course, you may be worried that the chip maker will cause trouble inside. But the possibility of this is very low. Unless the entire nobles are willing to unite against us. If the nobles are united against us, it proves that our strength has become abnormal. In fact, some companies in the Alliance have placed some secret research institutes in the Blue Water Empire. Their confidentiality is too high. And they have territorial laws. And the territorial law is the foundation of the nobles. So no one will challenge the territorial law. Yongbo understood when he heard this and nodded. Then I will make some arrangements. There will be people from the Blue Water Empire in our team. And they are also nobles with their own territories. What are you going to do here? Your company's mechas are selling very well recently? Yongbo asked again. Sir, it is precisely because the mechas are selling well that we researchers are not needed. As for capital, they want to make the most profit. The cores of these space mechas sold by the company are the same. But the external things are different. It can be seen as a shell. Our laboratories will reduce the profit margin of the entire company and have a bad impact on the company's financial statements. Besides, the three of us have received too much. Now that the company has become an industry with benefits, we can absorb more talents in this field at a low price. This is actually the big company disease of the Alliance. They always put benefits first. And the CEOs of these companies also know that they can't be CEOs for life. When they are CEOs, They will maximize the company's profits so that they can get the most dividends. Wilson shrugged. Yang Bo nodded when he heard this, and thought of some teams on Earth that specialize in helping people go public. In fact, to put it bluntly, they are doing data. This also leads to the fact that these companies are at their peak when they go public. These teams that specialize in helping people go public will get a certain amount of shares of the company. And after the shares are traded, the team will withdraw. Many dying companies will look for these teams. Anyway, they are dying, and they will go public to make a fortune. Why is Yang Bo so clear? Because a relative of his is speculating in stocks and almost became a shareholder. Well, I wonder if the interstellar creature in the hands of the gentleman is still alive. White asked with curiosity when he heard this. Alive? These guys just absorb energy. They are not as strong as the legend says. Yang Bo nodded when he heard this. Sir, please do not kill these interstellar creatures. Living interstellar creatures have higher value. Wait until we leave, and then build a laboratory at the place you specify. Then you can find a way to send the interstellar creatures to the laboratory. But at the beginning, I'm afraid you will need to cooperate with us to make some materials, sell the patented technology, and upgrade the laboratory's hardware. White couldn't wait to leave the company's laboratory. Okay. Yang Bo nodded. Yang Bo stayed in the core laboratory of this dimension company for more than 10 hours and smelted a lot of material samples. According to White, these material samples have a high probability of producing materials with various properties, and as long as one is successful, it can be sold at a high price. However, White and his people will not leave the dimension company for the time being, so that Yang Bo can get the energy metal as soon as possible to make a new mecha. When making a new mecha, Yang Bo must participate, so that the size and weight of the mecha can be minimized. Because of Yang Bo's mental power and high temperature, there is no need to leave space for the mecha to be disassembled. When manufacturing other mechas, enough space must be left to facilitate disassembly during maintenance. Yang Bo appeared in the basement of his villa again. He gained too much today. Before going to White's lab next time, we need to find out whether the spirit seed can be used on people, and whether it has any effect on people. Once it can be used on people, and has no effect on people, then we must take measures against these three people. Although Yang Bo and White and the other two seem to be having fun now, Yang Bo is still on high alert. It goes without saying how many minds these top scientific research talents, who play with high technology, have. This skill is more powerful than the vision sharing skill, which can only serve as a monitoring function. Hey, this guy ran away again? Yang Bo used the vision sharing ability to look at the guy he had fixed. That is, the guy who ran out of the Alliance AAA level laboratory, and found that this guy was on a customer spaceship. But he seemed to be a little embarrassed. Didn't this guy do research in the Crimson Federation a while ago? I wonder if this guy has the real stuff. Yang Bo pondered in his heart. Then Yang Bo didn't care about this guy anymore, and controlled the mecha to stroll around in this small environment. It has to be said that controlling the mecha in this small environment gives people a feeling of adrenaline surge, especially the oppressive feeling that comes over them. That Yang Bo knows, because those who like adventure in the previous life actually like this feeling of adrenaline surge. For example, cave exploration and mountain climbing. In the eyes of ordinary people, these people feel a sense of accomplishment in places where their feet are weak. But as the saying goes, most of those who drown are good at swimming, and many people have accidents during adventures. Yang Bo digested what he heard today and didn't do anything else. Of course, he still recharged first, because the energy consumption in the laboratory today was extremely high. As for whether it is a special service fleet or not, it has little to do with him. It seems that these top scientific research circles are still very small. Yang Bo came to another conclusion. That is, the top circles are really small. Otherwise White and others would not know so many things. You think this big shot and that big shot are in two different industries. Maybe they are classmates or even friends in private. Because no matter what industry, the top circles are very small. Wait until I set up my own laboratory. Then ask White if there are any top talents. And then I will go and get some myself. I can't do research myself. And I can't find someone to do research. When I was on Earth, how many of the administrative staff in the hospital knew medical skills? They still controlled the doctors. My own laboratory will definitely be bigger and stronger. Yang Bo decided to follow his own ideas. The next day, Yang Bo wondered where to find a test subject to test recently. In theory, there should be no energy fluctuations in mental skills. Yang Bo decided to experiment with gerbils first. He came to the underground laboratory, selected the smartest gerbil, and then placed the energy detector next to it. When the mental seed was successfully released into the gerbil, the energy detector next to it did not fluctuate at all. This energy detector was bought by the fat boss, and is considered the most advanced detector. What about energy protection? Yang Bo looked at the gerbil that he had released the mental seed, and prepared to test again. However, when Yang Bo removed the mental seed, the gerbil died directly. It also gave him a digging skill. Yang Bo was stunned by the scene in front of him. He did not expect that such a thing would happen when the mental seed skill was removed. Is it that the gerbil's spiritual power is too low? Or is this skill just so overbearing? However, Yang Bo did not delve into it, but started doing other things. That is, under the premise of energy protection. Can the spiritual seed be released to the gerbil? However, Yang Bo did not have a professional energy protection shield. So Yang Bo had to ask the fat boss for help. Yang Bo, I just happened to find you for something. Yang Bo cleaned up the laboratory and just came up to call the fat boss. But he didn't expect the other party to find him. Chapter 541 Sword Association. Yang Bo didn't know what Lu Jijia wanted to talk to him about. But since he didn't say it on the phone, it must be something urgent. After packing up, Yang Bo was ready to take a flying car to Lu Jijia's place. But as soon as he walked out of the door, Yang Bo saw a strange scene. Yang Bo himself lived on the outskirts of the city, and the place where the villa was located was much higher than the city. On a hillside, from Yang Bo's side, he could see the mechas moving in the city, and the mechas were much larger. Although Yang Bo was still far away from the city, Yang Bo had good eyesight now, and the mechas had a unique appearance. Yang Bo was originally going to drive his own mecha into the city, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. As Yang Bo was riding the flying car, he found that there was a special road for mechas on the road. There was a layer of material laid on the special road for mechas, which was probably used to defend mechas, fearing that the mechas would damage the road. However, there were not many mechas in the city. Whenever a mecha appeared in a place, it was always surrounded by people. The cheapest mecha now costs more than 18 million, while Yang Bo's high-end flying car only costs a few million. The cheapest mecha is the third generation mecha, which looks square, but it is still a target for many people to watch. Not to mention the 8th and 9th generation mechas that look very cool, and the appearance of the mecha can be modified at will. However, the mecha must install a security software when it goes on the road. This security software is to ensure that the mecha will not cause harm to people or other things around it in the city. A 5th generation mecha was waiting at the intersection. There were people on both sides of the intersection. These people were taking pictures of this mecha with their watches. This mecha was painted in a fancy way, with black and white stripes, just like a zebra. Yang Bo had no way to describe the strange aesthetics of these people in the alliance. To be precise, these people thought that his color was unique and very nice. If you paint it properly, others will give you a thumbs down. So even though the painting of this mecha was a pile of shit in Yang Bo's eyes, the people around him showed surprised eyes. Yang Bo came to the company's dormitory and went directly to the place where he had tea last time. Lu Jijia was using a small stove to make tea, and the stove was actually filled with charcoal. It must be said that the boss began to enjoy himself after becoming a counselor, and he was rich and powerful. The price of charcoal is very expensive, as long as it involves natural resources. For example, various vegetables produced naturally, and various animals raised in the wild. Brother Jia, what are you talking about? Yang Bo asked impatiently after sitting down. I recently received news from some colleagues that someone seems to be targeting us again. How about you practice some self-defense skills? Lu Jijia said to Yang Bo while making tea. Yang Bo was quite puzzled. Did Lu Jijia also know that the pirates were going to gather here? What self-defense skills? Yang Bo asked after hearing this. It's just to teach you how to use some weapons, especially cold weapons, and some hot weapons. I have applied for a license for a defense company. When the company's professional shooting range is established, you can come to our side to use laser guns. Then you can cover up the truth that you use superpowers. Lu Jijia said again. And after Zhou Rui's father successfully makes armor for you, you also need to buy some energy weapons. In close-range combat, cold weapons are the king. The biggest shortcoming of laser weapons is that they need to be charged. And small laser weapons are basically not fatal to people, and are not as good as the hot weapons in the past. Even if the laser penetrates the human body, its high temperature will cause the wound to close around it. And generally close-range combat is equipped with armor, and ordinary armor is enough to resist low-power laser weapons. There is no need to talk about high-power laser weapons, because these are very conspicuous, and the dangerous ones are low-power laser weapons. Lu Jijia said a lot in one breath, watching Lu Jijia get a teacup for himself. He put some tea leaves in it with a clip. Brother Jia now knows how to enjoy himself, and he actually uses this ancient way of making tea. Yang Bo laughed and teased. As a counselor, you must have your own identity. I learned this when I participated in various activities with other counselors. Lu Jijia smiled and explained. Not to mention that Yang Bo found that Lu Jijia was no longer as casual as before after becoming a counselor. He was also well groomed, and no longer dressed casually like he did when he was a boss. But I don't know anything. Yang Bo looked at the tea leaves in the teacup, which were rolled by the boiling water, and a fragrance came to his face. My aunt is a member of the Swordsmanship Association. She has nothing to do anyway, so why don't you let her teach you? After Lu Jijia poured the tea, he asked. Yang Bo heard this, and wondered if Lu Jijia had lied about what he said before. That is, the public security is not good now. It was just to let him learn from Lu Jingxiang. What does this sword association do? Yang Bo asked curiously. It's some basic self-defense methods for us warriors. It's the sword association, but it actually teaches cold weapons, mainly swords and the like. Cold weapons can be carried freely in the alliance. I'm not talking about energy weapons here. Let me show you a video. Lu Jijia showed Yang Bo a video after he finished speaking. This is in a corridor, some of which have solid wood floors, and some of which look like decorations with expensive ornaments. 3 people suddenly appeared in the corridor, and they seemed to be wearing armor. This is an invasion that happened in a rich man's home. The 3 intruders are mercenaries from the Free Mercenary Association, and they came to attack this rich man. The surrounding walls are all battleship armor, but they have been renovated. This mercenary team has dealt with the guards outside. Lu Jijia introduced, and then Yang Bo saw a figure flash. A middle-aged man in a white sportswear suddenly appeared among the 3 people. The middle-aged man held a black hammer in his hand. This is the rich man's bodyguard and a warrior in the sect. How much do you think the hammer in his hand weighs? Lu Jijia said again. 1,000 kilograms. Lu Jijia's words did not surprise Yang Bo, because in today's developed interstellar world, many ultra-high-density objects have been discovered, and some planets have collapsed and pressed many things to extremely high density. The 3 men in armor were holding energy weapons, but the bodyguard in white sportswear was holding a 1-ton hammer and was just playing with it. He hit the opponent's energy weapon with a hammer, and then the whole person was knocked back by this huge force. The hammer in the hand of the man in white sportswear looked very rigid, but Yang Bo knew how much strength it took to dance with this 1-ton thing. The armor on the 3 people on the opposite side was shining with energy light, and it was obvious that energy had been injected. Even if the energy weapon in the opponent's hand was shining, it would be defeated by this 1-ton hammer. See? This is the strength of a warrior. Yang Bo was a little speechless when he heard this. Brother Jia, are you sure it's not because of the weight of the weapon in the hands of the man in the white sportswear? Don't worry about these details. Look at his moves. He can resist the attacks of the other 3 people by himself. The sword association is mainly to improve your muscle reaction and your adaptability. Look at how fast these 3 people move under the state of energy blessing. But his hammer blocked the attacks of 3 people and was able to counterattack. Lu Jijia said. But I still have to study potions recently. Yang Bo remembered that he hadn't read the special potion formula that Wang Mushue gave him last time. It's just 2 or 3 hours of practice every day. I'm thinking about you. Look at the mechas all over the street now. You have 3 mechas. Training can improve your nerve reaction speed and indirectly improve your hand speed. Maybe you can reach the threshold of a mecha master. Lu Jijia is lying again. And if you want, my aunt can live in your house. Anyway, your house is so spacious, and the safety factor is relatively high. I don't know if the people in the family will target my aunt, the fat boss said here. His tone was a little bleak. Yang Bo would not be fooled by this old guy. How could he let people live in his house with so many secrets? As for the streets full of mechas, Yang Bo saw 2 mechas in the whole city, and these 2 mechas were deliberately strolling in the city. The price of mechas is so high, it is not something that ordinary people can expect. How can they be everywhere on the street? This old guy is drawing cakes for himself again. I can already drive a training mecha, Yang Bo deliberately said with a smug tone, and took a sip of tea after he finished speaking. Yang Bo, our planet is still an undeveloped planet, with many loopholes in many places. The situation like last time may happen at any time. Just like the 6 people caught last time. Why didn't they stare at me? It's because they knew I was a warrior, and you were not. So they thought they could easily capture you. If you learn some skills, there will be no problem as long as you are not caught by others in the first place. After all, the city's defense system is not for show. And the Swordsmanship Association will have various competitions with various rewards. Lu Jijia said earnestly. What rewards are there? Yang Bo asked with a money-grubber face after hearing this. Credit points are the least valuable. There are battle armor, energy weapons, and various specially customized weapons. It is said that there will be various rewards such as mechas. What's the level of Sister Jingxiang? Yang Bo asked again. A 3rd-level swordsman. And the Swordsmanship Association can participate in international competitions. Someone has won the title of the Blue Water Empire through the competition. Okay then. Then I'll call Jingxiang over. Mainly because I don't have time. Otherwise I'll teach you. Of course. I'll practice with you when I'm free. Lu Jijia laughed and continued to pour tea for Yang Bo. The reason why Yang Bo agreed was that he felt that learning some swordsmanship could at least show that he had some fighting power on the surface. Otherwise, if he encountered trouble, hiding blindly would not be a good thing. So learn some self-defense methods. And solve some small problems by yourself in the future. Without going through other people. Chapter 542 Swordsmanship. Brother Jia, you said that after winning the swordsmanship competition, you can be awarded a noble title? Yang Bo asked with some curiosity. The title of the Blue Water Empire is not easy to get. You may not know that the Blue Water Empire's Noble Association still maintains the oldest duel. When the conflict between 2 nobles is irreconcilable, both sides will send their own people to participate in the duel. Their nobles say that they are civilized people. So when dueling, they cannot use superpowers or modern technology. They can only use the oldest armor and the oldest sword. And the Blue Water Empire's nobles will also hold swordsmanship conferences regularly. Lu Jijia explained. Yang Bo played with the teacup in his hand, and then asked in confusion, superpowers are extremely powerful. So whoever has greater power will win. There are very detailed rules. It doesn't mean whoever has greater power will win. But it depends on skills. If your power is too great and your weapon is damaged, you will fail. But it seems that there are also rules for duels, which are quite complicated anyway. It is said that they have also designed an intelligent system that can automatically judge the whole process. That is, who violates the rules. The system can automatically judge. There are also projects similar to free duels. But this generally involves a relatively large conflict between 2 nobles. It is said that there are also group duels. Anyway, those nobles have nothing to do. So they treat this as fun. Just like our horse racing. There are also nobles who participate in gambling. Lu Jijia said here, and took out a new cup. Because Lu Jingxiang appeared. She had long black hair, and wore a short leather jacket, with a white t-shirt inside. Her lower body was a pair of jeans-like pants. Her long legs were like a compass. Straight and round. Yang Bo. When Lu Jingxiang saw Yang Bo here, she naturally knew why Lu Jijia was looking for her. At first, Lu Jingxiang was a little curious about Yang Bo. After all, she heard Lu Jijia say that he was so good. However, after getting along with him for a while, Lu Jingxiang was not very interested in Yang Bo, because she didn't like Yang Bo's character of staying at home. Women like to go shopping, buy things, and go out to eat and drink. In addition, Lu Jingxiang used to send messages to Yang Bo, and Yang Bo took a long time to reply. Auntie, please have tea. Lu Jijia first poured tea for Lu Jingxiang. Thank you. Lu Jingxiang said thank you, took the tea and put it on the table, and sat next to Yang Bo. And the situation on March Star has not stabilized yet. You teach Yang Bo swordsmanship so that he can protect himself. Lu Jijia also knew that his aunt probably didn't care much about Yang Bo, but he didn't have any good way to deal with Yang Bo. After all, Yang Bo used to be a homebody. It was definitely unrealistic to correct him all at once. But if he didn't care, Lu Jijia couldn't bear it. After all, Yang Bo's talent was too good. So he thought of this method to let the 2 of them spend time together. Of course, Yang Bo. Swordsmanship is very difficult. It's very hard to practice swordsmanship with me. Lu Jingxiang looked at Yang Bo and said with a slight smile on her lips. When Yang Bo saw Lu Jingxiang's expression, he felt that Lu Jingxiang had some bad intentions. But who is Yang Bo? He originally planned to use the excuse of learning swordsmanship to improve his combat effectiveness. Then I'll trouble Sister Jingxiang. If I don't do well, please don't be angry. Yang Bo was humble on the surface, but he smiled in his heart. If the woman in front of him played tricks, he would accompany her to the end to see who would have the last laugh. We are familiar with each other, but we still have to pay. Let's follow the charging standards of our swordsmanship association. What do you think? Lu Jingxiang nodded when she heard this, and looked at Yang Bo and asked. No problem. The interpersonal relationships on the alliance side are a bit like those of Westerners on Earth. They are very clear about money. I am now a level 3 swordsman. The charging standard for 1 hour is 3,000 credit points. Can you accept it? Lu Jingxiang heard Yang Bo nod and agreed, and then asked again. No problem. Yang Bo nodded. Generally speaking, people in this special skill profession have a high salary level. Anyway, in the alliance, many positions that employ people have very high salaries. Just like winemakers, bartenders, chefs, etc. They have higher salaries. Not only salary income but also tips. The same is true for waiters. Of course, if you don't want to tip, just let the robot serve you. Of course, there are more expensive professions, such as equestrians, who train horse riders. As for feeding cattle and sheep on the farm, this is even higher salary, because now many ordinary people eat meat that is cultivated through science and technology. That is, a piece of meat is directly cultivated with cells. You can cultivate any part of the meat you want to eat, and have any taste you want. There is no need to kill cattle or sheep. And the meat of animals bred naturally is ridiculously expensive. Of course, the meat cultivated in the technology factory is not the cheapest. The cheapest is various nutrient solutions. You can just take a tube and don't need to eat anything. This kind of meat is free. In addition, you need to prepare at least 200,000 credit points to buy related basic equipment. As for the professional training room, Lu Jijia has it, so you don't have to pay extra. Lu's pleasant words shocked Yang Bo again. What kind of equipment costs 200,000 credit points? Yang Bo was a little confused. Isn't it just a sword? These equipment are certified by the Fencing Association. Different equipment is equipped according to different levels. Otherwise, the results will not be recognized by the Fencing Association. After Lu Jingxiang finished speaking, Lu Jijia said, this is considered a company benefit. Thank you, Brother Jia. Yang Bo was the first to answer when he heard this. Yang Bo felt that the Fencing Association was a bit of a scapegoat, and it felt like he spent thousands of dollars to buy a garbage bag luxury. But some industry associations are like this, and they act as referees and coaches themselves. Let's go. I just have nothing to do. Lu Jingxiang has been bored recently. Alma City is not very big, and she has already visited it. Yang Bo then discovered that the dormitory building has been specially converted into some rooms for fitness training. Change this set of clothes first, and then get the Fencing Association certification. And the Fencing Association will send you equipment. When they arrived at the training room, Lu Jingxiang took a set of clothes and handed it to Yang Bo. Yang Bo opened it and saw that it was a pair of shorts. So he asked, can I not change it? Why are you so fussy? Go over there and choose a cabinet. Lu Jingxiang replied unhappily. Yang Bo came to the place where the storage box for men was. Yang Bo took off his clothes and changed into shorts. I had 4-legged shorts. Lu Jingxiang also changed into a set of clothes, wearing shorts, short-sleeve shirts and sneakers. But they were tighter, like the ones worn by athletes. Lu Jingxiang looked at Yang Bo's muscles and couldn't believe it. Do you like fitness? Lu Jingxiang asked in confusion, because Yang Bo's figure was too perfect, just like those trained by fitness experts. The muscle lines were clear and looked full of strength. I used to live in welfare housing and got used to fitness. Yang Bo made an excuse. That's right. You didn't have anything to do at that time. You just stand in front of this machine and listen to the machine's orders. Lu Jingxiang took Yang Bo to a machine. Then Yang Bo began to turn around and raise his hand under the machine's scanning. Then Yang Bo became a member of the Swordsmanship Association and was issued a certificate. At the same time, equipment began to be distributed, and the Swordsmanship Association had branches in March Star. Lu Jingxiang found that Yang Bo looked better without clothes, and he looked a bit silly when he was dressed. TSK. This figure is very suitable for swordsmanship. Not everyone is suitable for swordsmanship. People who practice swordsmanship need long arms, but not too long. The swords used by the Swordsmanship Association are all of the same standard, so people with long arms have a great advantage when facing opponents. Lu Jingxiang looked at the overall body proportion data of Yang Bo given by the machine. I have liked exercising since I was a child. Yang Bo felt a little embarrassed. A man and a woman alone in a room. Mainly because Yang Bo and Lu Jingxiang had nothing in common. No common hobbies. No common friends. And no common social life. It felt like two strangers. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the equipment arrived, and Yang Bo looked at the equipment worth 200,000. There were two swords, one marked with 0, and the other marked with 1. 0 was used by beginners, and 1 was used by first-level swordsmen. Yang Bo knew that the materials and weights of the two were different just by touching them. Then, there were two sets of training suits, which looked like two sets of ancient armor. Then Yang Bo touched it carefully, and found that it was really armor. And it was the worst metal armor. This is really old enough. Yang Bo was a little speechless. Then, there were two sets of shirts, and the metal armor had lining inside. You should get familiar with the equipment first, and then watch the video explanation. Lu Jingxiang is now wearing her own equipment, giving people the feeling of a female warrior. That is, metal armor. Yang Bo carefully watched the video explanation, and found that there are still many rules in this sword association. You can't attack vital parts. You can't use discriminatory words. And you can't use fists, feet, knees, etc. You can only use the sword in your hand. It feels like a fencing competition on Earth. Yang Bo muttered to himself after watching it. Have you finished watching it? Come and fight with me. Lu Jingxiang had been practicing fiercely on the side, and when she saw Yang Bo finish watching it, she spoke. Yang Bo asked in surprise, I haven't started learning anything yet? It's very simple. As long as your sword can hit my vital parts. You remember the different scores for different positions in the video just now. There are sensors in the sword, and the system will record the power of each of your swords. Lu Jingxiang said it very simply. And this is a test of reaction ability, and you can only gain enough experience in the battle between the two sides. Lu Jingxiang said even more confidently. Okay then. Yang Bo stood in the competition venue, in the middle of which was a square venue, surrounded by smart devices, and there were sensors in the sword and equipment. The countdown for the sword competition. 321 starts. This was the sound from the smart device. The sword in Lu Jingxiang's hand was a bit like the cross sword on Earth. Not the sword of Yang Bo's own country on Earth. Lu Jingxiang stepped on the right foot, and the sword in her hand swung to the right, as if to attack Yang Bo's right chest, and then instantly stabbed towards Yang Bo's lower left abdomen. Lu Jingxiang's move is a classic move, and there are many changes in the future. As long as Yang Bo reacts, Lu Jingxiang will show Yang Bo a set of swordsmanship to let Yang Bo know why the flowers are so red. But the next second, Lu Jingxiang felt pain in the back of her hand holding the sword, and when she looked carefully, she saw that the sword in Yang Bo's hand directly cut her back of the hand. Huh? Lu Jingxiang couldn't believe why she didn't see how Yang Bo's sword hit her. Lu Jingxiang pulled the sword up again, and was about to cut Yang Bo's hand again. Who knew that Yang Bo took a step back the next second? And Lu Jingxiang saw Yang Bo take a step back, and the sword in his hand followed Yang Bo's hand and cut over. But the next second, Yang Bo took another step back, and the sword in his hand directly touched his own sword. And then the opponent's sword followed his own sword and cut directly into his hand. Lu Jingxiang reacted quickly, turned his wrist, and the sword blocked Yang Bo's sword. The whole person flew backwards. But the next second Lu Jingxiang felt that the sword in Yang Bo's hand seemed to be stuck to her sword, and she threw the sword in her hand away. Yang Bo wins. At this time, the smart referee shouted a voice. You? Lu Jingxiang was a little dumbfounded. It was only one round. How could the sword in her hand be lost? Chapter 543 Come again. This is unscientific. Lu Jingxiang opened her eyes wide. Her eyelashes were particularly conspicuous under the light of the virtual image. Her big eyes were suspicious of everything, and her pretty face was full of dissatisfaction. Lu Jingxiang didn't believe that Yang Bo didn't foul. How could a newcomer, who came to the confrontation training for the first time, not foul. So she called up the video and watched it carefully. Lu Jingxiang watched the first time Yang Bo's sword hit her back of the hand. There was nothing fancy in the middle. It was just that the sword was put down and hit directly on the back of her hand. The pain Lu Jingxiang felt was not the pain of Yang Bo's hitting, but Yang Bo hitting the protective gear. And then, the data was calculated through the sensor. There was another sensor inside the protective gear against the back of the hand. This sensor gave Lu Jingxiang a pain, indicating that someone hit here. As for the second time, Yang Bo was simpler. He just took a step back straight, and Lu Jingxiang followed closely. Yang Bo's sword directly brushed away Lu Jingxiang's sword. Lu Jingxiang's own sword was just a dozen centimeters away from Yang Bo's head, and Yang Bo's sword had reached the tip of Lu Jingxiang's sword. As for the final throw, it was very simple. When she retreated just now, Yang Bo's sword twisted and turned, and her sword flew out. It only took 2 seconds from the beginning of the fight to her sword being knocked away. After watching it over and over again, Lu Jingxiang found that Yang Bo gave her a strange feeling. Without any moves, it felt like he was just straightforward. But he won, and it was a KO. KO means that the opponent's weapon was knocked away, which has a very high weight in the game. Moreover, Yang Bo did not use more than the specified force throughout the whole process. And Yang Bo did not use any superpowers, because the armor and protective gear all have sensors. How did you do it? Lu Jingxiang asked curiously. I often play games and exercise, and my reaction speed is very fast. Yang Bo now took off the mask on his face. The outer layer of the mask is a metal grid-like thing, with a layer of transparent material inside. This transparent material is a high-tech material. Even if the outer metal grid-like thing is completely broken, this layer of transparent material is fine. Just now I was just testing you. I didn't expect you to have 2 tricks. Now I'm going to start seriously. Lu Jingxiang attributed the last failure to her carelessness. Yang Bo nodded and asked, do you want to come again? Of course I want to come again. I want to show you the means of a 3rd-level swordsman. Lu Jingxiang's pretty face was full of dissatisfaction. Yang Bo smiled in his heart. With your reaction speed? In my eyes with dynamic vision. It's like a snail crawling. The two stood on the ring again. Lu Jingxiang was wearing a set of black ancient women's armor. To be precise, this armor should be a modern improved version, which can better reflect the female figure. A bit like the armor of female warriors in the game. Lu Jingxiang held the sword in her hand, and listened to the intelligent system shouting start. The sword in her hand pointed at Yang Bo, and Yang Bo also pointed at Lu Jingxiang with the starting position of fencing. Why don't you attack? Lu Jingxiang waited for a few seconds, and found that Yang Bo did not move. So she shouted, didn't you attack first? Yang Bo asked. You are the one training, so of course you should attack first, Lu Jingxiang said. Okay then. Hearing this, Yang Bo imitated Lu Jingxiang's last step forward and stabbed Lu Jingxiang's right chest with the sword in his hand, which was a very high-scoring position. Lu Jingxiang saw Yang Bo following her example, and sneered in her heart. The sword in her hand was about to touch Yang Bo's sword, but suddenly Yang Bo's hand trembled. Lu Jingxiang's sword instantly returned to the left to defend, because in Lu Jingxiang's cognition, Yang Bo would also make a feint and attack the other side of her. But the next second Yang Bo's sword hit the vital point of Lu Jingxiang's right chest. Lu Jingxiang was furious. This guy actually made a feint with her. But before she could react, Yang Bo's sword gently lifted up from the right chest. Yang Bo wins. The intelligent referee system shouted 3 more words. Although this round took longer than the previous one, the victory or defeat was only a matter of seconds. Lu Jingxiang also knew why she failed. Because the sensor at this point on her throat had a little temperature and a slight sting, which meant that Yang Bo had hit here. Oh! Awesome! Although Lu Jingxiang praised, she had already cursed Yang Bo in her heart for being shameless and playing tricks on her. When Lu Jingxiang realized that she had been fooled, she also raised her sword from bottom to top to Yang Bo. But unfortunately Yang Bo got there first. Come again! Lu Jingxiang said with gritted teeth without giving Yang Bo a chance to speak. The third time, Lu Jingxiang was much more cautious, and the two swords of both sides touched each other several times. When they touched again, Yang Bo's wrist turned quickly. Originally, Lu Jingxiang and Yang Bo's swords collided, but Yang Bo played a trick this time, and Lu Jingxiang's sword missed. Lu Jingxiang felt bad. And then Yang Bo's sword actually reached the other side of her sword. And then she pushed her sword outward with her own strength. And at the same time, she used the sword to slash at her hand. Then she repeated the first action. Come again. Lu Jingxiang gritted her teeth. Before an hour, Yang Bo changed his clothes and left the training room. Brother Jia, I'm leaving first. When Yang Bo left, he went to say hello to Lu Jijia. Well, Lu Jijia wanted to say something. But when he saw Yang Bo leaving, he shook his head and prepared to send a message to Yang Bo. Because Lu Jijia felt that Yang Bo must have been taught a lesson by his aunt. Failed. And was embarrassed to see him. Lu Jingxiang came over at this time. And Lu Jijia said, Aunt, Yang Bo is a newcomer. You should be more tolerant of him and don't bully him. Lu Jijia poured water for Lu Jingxiang while speaking. And then continued, it's not that Yang Bo needs to practice swordsmanship, but mainly to let him have social skills. You see, he is often at home now. Mainly because he was a resident before. This kind of person should also be a little lenient. Pa. Stop talking. Lu Jingxiang slapped the table. Then sat down angrily. And did not forget to stroke her long hair. Did he offend you? I saw he seemed to leave in a hurry just now. Lu Jijia looked at Lu Jingxiang's appearance. Carefully placed the tea in front of her. And then asked. Yang Bo is such a despicable guy. Lu Jingxiang said angrily. Ah? Lu Jijia immediately had some inappropriate images in his mind. Could it be that? But it shouldn't be possible. His aunt is still a bit capable. And the progress can't be so fast. He beat me 16 times. The shortest time was 1 second. And the longest time was 5 seconds. Lu Jingxiang looked at Lu Jijia with a face full of resentment. Ah. Did he use superpowers to break the rules? Lu Jijia was also very surprised to hear this. No. Lu Jingxiang answered with gritted teeth. What routine did he use? Can you tell which school he belongs to? Lu Jijia thought Yang Bo had learned swordsmanship before. No. He is shameless, despicable, and vulgar. Lu Jingxiang gritted his teeth and thought that Yang Bo learned his routine. And then played tricks on him, and he was fooled. And he was defeated by this guy's tricks again and again. Ah. What did he say? Lu Jijia was a little confused. He said he likes to play some games. And he also likes to exercise. So he can react faster. Lu Jingxiang answered depressedly. Let me watch the video. Lu Jijia asked. Then Lu Jijia and Lu Jingxiang came to the sword training room. Look at this despicable guy. He learned my routine. And then played tricks on me. Lu Jijia watched Yang Bo learn a move from Lu Jingxiang in the second round. And then he saw that Lu Jingxiang was fooled after a slight move. Instantly, I understood the reason why my aunt scolded me. You learned my routine. That's fine. But you used my routine to trick me. And then I failed. This. TSK. I said this guy is a genius, a him. Lu Jijia couldn't help but exclaim after reading it. And suddenly realized that something was wrong. This guy's physical data is so good? Didn't you see it? Lu Jijia looked at Yang Bo's related data again. And this guy's reaction ability doesn't seem to be very fast. According to the calculation of big data, it is only the level of a second-level swordsman. Lu Jijia saw the system's comprehensive evaluation again. So I said he is despicable and shameless. Lu Jingxiang was even more unconvinced when she heard this. Study his routine carefully. And teach him a lesson next time. Lu Jijia saw his aunt like this. So he spoke. That's for sure. Lu Jingxiang nodded. And she was sure to take revenge. Lu Jijia was muttering in his heart. Is this a genius? He has played so many games without a single foul. And he even defeated his aunt. A swordsmanship genius. This guy's skills are fast. Fierce and accurate. Just a wild way. But this wild way is very strong. Lu Jijia was very happy with Yang Bo's performance. With such ability, Yang Bo has a greater chance of being able to protect himself when encountering something. Besides, Yang Bo bought some daily necessities and some things to feed the little thing, and then returned to the villa. If I had known that Lu Jijia was looking for me for this, I would not have gone to him. Yang Bo returned to the villa and muttered in his heart. Then he immediately received a call from Lu Jijia. Lu Jijia said on the phone, Yang Bo, I didn't expect you to be a swordsmanship genius. You should continue to train in this area, so that you can have more protection when encountering emergencies. The reason why Lu Jijia said this is that he thinks Yang Bo is afraid of getting into trouble by not going out at home. After all, with Yang Bo's resume. He has encountered so many things since he became a resident. It is natural for Lu Jijia to have this idea, including Yang Bo's desire to build such a fortress. Lu Jijia also thinks that Yang Bo is insecure. Thank you, Brother Jia. Yang Bo replied. You should practice this kind of regular competition first, and then conduct unregulated training. I watched the video of your competition with your aunt. Your movements are fast, fierce and accurate, but your data on reaction speed is still a little short. I will buy an advanced training robot later. Lu Jijia said a series of things again. Thank you, Brother Jia. I know. Sister Jingxiang won't be angry. Right? Yang Bo certainly knew that Lu Jingxiang must be angry. But who asked him to let him compete to punish himself? It's okay. We martial artists have to be a little angry. Lu Jijia was eager to see his aunt like this, and he would definitely pester Yang Bo to continue the competition. After Yang Bo talked to Lu Jijia, he packed up everything and then went to see what was going on in the game. But he still watched the news first. Yang Bo looked at the hot spots in the news. The reason why the Silver Moon Pirates leader frequently appeared on March Star has been found. Other members of the Silver Moon Pirates are serving in the March Star prison, and the woman of the Silver Moon Pirates leader is also in March Star. There is such a piece of news. Moreover, the Union Justice Department decided to re-examine the crimes of other members of the Silver Moon Pirates, and the woman of the Silver Moon Pirates leader was put under residential surveillance again and re-examined. It seems that the people from the Alliance Justice Department want to use this incident to anger the pirate leader. But unfortunately I am a fake. Hee. Even if your alliance kills all the other members of the pirate group, it has nothing to do with me. Of course Yang Bo knows the deeper meaning of this news. But of course he will not be fooled. These extremely evil guys. At the beginning, he just wanted to fish in troubled waters and escape. Otherwise he would have killed them personally. However, the official alliance still insisted that the leader of the Silver Moon Pirate Group was dead, and there was no such person's name on the wanted list. However, the reissued Homeland Security Act has set a stricter plan for security checks, and it is known that the alliance is deceiving itself again. At this time, Zhou Rui called Yang Bo. I have a document here. I wonder if you can take a look. Yang Bo curled his lips in his heart. He got the mutant animal with camouflage ability from Boy last time, and it has been with Zhou Rui. He didn't expect to find him now. When and where? Yang Bo asked directly. Are you free tomorrow? I just bought a new villa. Send me the location tomorrow. If it works, I'll give you an energy weapon that matches the armor. Zhou Rui made another promise to Yang Bo. Then I'd like to thank Sister Rui first. Yang Bo agreed immediately after hearing this. After hanging up the call, Yang Bo thought to himself, what does Zhou Rui want this medicine for? Is she going to do something shameful? After that, Yang Bo looked at the news again. The evil list was blocked by the alliance. The reason given was very simple. That is, someone complained. Complaints are a basket that can hold anything. Yang Bo curled his lips. These guys in the alliance are too shameless. The evil list is now turned into a dark place. But it is still possible to jump to the website where the evil list is located through personal network space. Yang Bo looked at the local news again and found that the situation on this planet is very good, and many projects have been signed. Young Master Zhang is such a cruel man. Yang Bo clicked on a project contract, which contained a complete plan. One of the project's budget contained a lot of energy metals. Yang Bo instantly understood that young Master Zhang was probably going to use these energy metals to pay off his debts. Chapter 544 Review. Of course, Yang Bo would have to pay more if he wanted to get the energy metals himself, regardless of how young Master Zhang delivered them to him. Who should I find to test the spirit seeds? Yang Bo had an important matter now, and he hadn't found anyone to test it on. There's also the matter of the title of the Blue Water Empire. Let's just wait until the nobles' meeting to go back. If it doesn't work, find someone at the pirates' meeting to test it. Unfortunately, I don't know those people at the pirates' meeting. What should I do then? Yang Bo thought about the other pirate leaders at the pirates' meeting, and he didn't know them. How should he communicate then? When the time comes, use the spirit seeds to control one person first. If you can control him, you can know who the others are. If you can't control him, we'll talk about it later. Yang Bo didn't have any other good ideas. The next morning, Yang Bo arrived at the villa Zhou Rui had located. Hey, why don't I see the boss? Yang Bo knew that Zhou Rui asked him for help this time, and it was impossible for Lu Jijia to intervene. But he had to pretend to ask. Good brother. It's my fault for not explaining it clearly. I'm asking you for a favor personally. Zhou Rui wore a white 3/4 sleeve shirt today, and a pair of jeans-like pants underneath. Her legs were stretched out and round. The key point is that she opened 2 buttons of the shirt, revealing a large white chest. There was also a shining gem hanging around her neck, and her hair was tied up high, making her neck look white and long. She wore a pair of white leather shoes with her toes exposed. Oh. Yang Bo pretended to realize it at this time and nodded. Take a look at this recipe first. Zhou Rui took out the recipe and showed it to Yang Bo. Yang Bo saw that it was indeed the recipe he got back from Bueller, and he also saw Bueller prepare the medicine in person. I have never seen this recipe before. Sister Rui, do you have a video? Yang Bo pretended to ask. Generally speaking, recipes have corresponding video materials. No. How sure are you about this recipe? Zhou Rui sat next to Yang Bo, looking at Yang Bo with a pair of bright eyes. It's hard to say. If there is a video material, I will be much more sure. Yang Bo glanced at Zhou Rui, and then looked at the recipe in his hand. It is not known whether Zhou Rui did it on purpose. Her whole body was bent forward, and the buttons of her shirt were open, so Yang Bo could see 80% of the upper half of the 2 rounds clearly from his sight, and only the color on the top could not be seen. This woman is worthy of being from a big family. She knows how to attract men's attention. Yang Bo has heard Lu Jijia say that girls from these families will learn various etiquette under the teaching of etiquette teachers. And of course they will also teach girls how to attract other people's attention. Most of the skills that girls in the family learn are how to please men and how to integrate into social life. Because there are only 2 ways out for girls in the family. The first is to get married, and the second is to be a socialite. Of course, this socialite serves the family. As for what they do specifically, I believe everyone knows this. I only have 5 materials. I wonder if there is any hope of success. Zhou Rui didn't want Yang Bo to prepare this medicine earlier, but the mutant animal in her hand couldn't keep up with the speed of drawing blood. After Zhou Rui said this, Yang Bo finally came to his senses. No wonder Zhou Rui came to him now. Bueller was not able to commit crimes frequently because of the limitation of raw materials. What are the raw materials like? Have they been purified? How pure are they? Yang Bo asked. It has not been purified yet. I only have the raw materials. Zhou Rui had no choice but to answer this question. Then I'll take a look at the materials first, find a way to purify them, and then prepare them. Yang Bo looked down on this stealth potion, but it was a good auxiliary potion for Zhou Rui and others. The stealth potion lasted only 2 hours, and in the eyes of Zhou Rui and others, 2 hours was enough to do a lot of things. When they came to the basement, they really set up a new laboratory for preparing potions. Yang Bo was a little surprised when he saw 5 materials. Of course, this was for Zhou Rui to see, but he didn't ask. Zhou Rui was relieved when she saw that Yang Bo didn't ask. Please wait outside. Sister Rui. Yang Bo checked the various materials Zhou Rui bought, and then asked Zhou Rui to wait outside. Can I watch? Of course you can watch, but I'm afraid you'll feel uncomfortable if you see the failure, and you have to pay attention to contamination. Okay then. Zhou Rui gave up after hearing this, and watched from inside the lab. Yang Bo had already used the opportunity to talk to detect that there was no monitoring equipment in the entire lab. Zhou Rui's heart suddenly became nervous when she saw Yang Bo close the door. Stealth potion is a bit too perverted, and I don't know how successful Yang Bo can be. Zhou Rui looked at her clothes again, and muttered to herself, Yang Bo. This guy can't like men. Zhou Rui unbuttoned her lower clothes again, but it made her look a bit frivolous. It's a headache. Zhou Rui also felt a headache now. She faced many competitors, Lu Jingxiang and Wang Muxue. These 2 women were both first class in appearance, and their temperaments were completely different. Now Zhou Rui felt that she knew Yang Bo's details most completely, and the other 2 probably didn't know. Yang Bo looked at 5 materials in the laboratory, and then picked up the materials step by step and purified them first. The 5 materials were purified smoothly, and then the next step was to configure them. It's impossible to fail. The first potion reached 4-star quality, which was also the peak of ordinary materials. Let's lower the quality of one potion. Yang Bo decided to make some mistakes deliberately, so the second potion was only 2-star quality. It's really difficult. Yang Bo found that he had to lower the quality of the potion now, but it was difficult to be nervous for fear of making mistakes and scrapping it. The third, fourth and fifth potions were all made, and they were all 4-star quality. Because Yang Bo had seen Bueller make potions, he was familiar with the production process, and he could see the light of the energy reaction inside. Yang Bo waited for another half an hour before he finished packing up the things in the laboratory and opened the door. Jo Rui walked around anxiously outside the laboratory, thinking wildly in her mind. If this potion succeeded, it would definitely be a great help to her. The key is that the mutant animals are in her hands, and there will be a steady supply of this kind of potion in the future. According to the information she has now, there is no potion like Stealth Potion yet. Of course, Jo Rui believed that it must exist, but no one would sell it publicly, because once this kind of potion is known, it will be snatched by many forces. Suddenly seeing the door open, Jo Rui ran over anxiously. How is it? It's already made. Yang Bo looked at Jo Rui running over and took a breath of cold air. Just now, she unbuttoned 2 buttons. And now she unbuttoned 3 buttons. Sister might as well not wear it. Of course, Yang Bo would not look at it more even if she didn't wear it. On the contrary, it was not attractive without wearing it. It was attractive only when it was looming. Is this woman going to confront me? Isn't she going to force it? Don't say that this is really possible. This is in the basement. I definitely can't beat her in public. Should I resist at that time? Many thoughts flashed through Yang Bo's mind. Let me see. Jo Rui forgot that she was fiddling with the buttons just now, and only the potion was in her mind. The first potion almost failed, so it is only of 2-star quality. Yang Bo took Jo Rui into the laboratory and said. At this time, Yang Bo realized that he had thought too much. This woman might have been too anxious outside just now, so she didn't notice that the button was loose. When Jo Rui heard this, her face was very strange. The first time she came into contact with a raw material and formula, she could actually get a 2-star quality potion. This talent is simply incredible. And the other party's tone seemed a little dissatisfied. What is there to be dissatisfied about? Even a 2-star quality potion is expensive in the entire pharmaceutical industry. Not to mention this special potion. Jo Rui certainly wouldn't show it. The other 4 potions have reached 4-star quality. Yang Bo pointed at several finished potions on the laboratory table and said. Jo Rui quickly picked up the tools to test the potions. Yang Bo, you are really amazing. Ah. Jo Rui was relieved after testing several potions. This kind of potion is a special potion that can't be bought with money. However, it was at this time that she realized that she had forgotten to button up her clothes when she was outside. The 2 buns were only missing the head. Hee hee. Yang Bo smiled. You only know how to laugh. And you don't even remind me. Jo Rui quickly buttoned up a button and said unhappily. In the Alliance, you are free to wear clothes. Yang Bo's answer made Jo Rui roll her eyes. Yang Bo, do you like men? I am such a beautiful woman dressed like this. And you don't even look at me a few more times? Jo Rui looked at Yang Bo with a smile. Of course not. Dressing is the freedom of others. There are many people on the street who wear more revealing clothes than you. Sister Rui, do you think anyone will look at you for a few more times? If they do, you might be sued for sexual harassment or discrimination. Yang Bo's words are very high-sounding. Of course, this is indeed the fact. The freedom of dress in the Alliance is exaggerated. Then I am willing to let you look at me more? Jo Rui walked in front of Yang Bo with a smile, pretending to unbutton her clothes. Then I will look at you. But Sister Rui, you are a member of the parliament. Yang Bo will not back down. I didn't say I would do anything with you. Jo Rui sighed in her heart when she heard this. There is one bad thing about female members of the parliament. Once they get married, they will be scolded by some people. Because in the Alliance, some women don't want to get married themselves and can't bear to see others get married. These unmarried women have many groups, and they are very active in these groups. Then I've seen it in vain. Yang Bo smiled. Yang Bo, do you think my sister is beautiful? Jo Rui slowly approached Yang Bo and asked. Beautiful. But Sister Rui, put away the potion first. I'm curious about the effect of this potion. Yang Bo quickly changed the subject. Otherwise he would get out of hand. Coward. I won't tell you. Jo Rui turned around and left. Jo Rui originally wanted to be ambiguous with Yang Bo, but thinking of her identity as a counselor, she had to re-examine how she and Yang Bo should get along and how to win over Yang Bo. Because a counselor is a strong woman, marriage is likely to affect her political future. Okay then. Yang Bo also breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Rui's friendly match is fine. But don't think about getting married. These girls from big families have been instilled with things about interests since childhood. And Zhou Rui is now in the rising stage of her career. In other words, Yang Bo doesn't want a strong woman to be his wife. Of course, it's still okay to have a friendly match and in-depth exchanges between the two sides. I will find you an energy weapon that suits you. I will ask you for help next time. But don't tell anyone about this. Zhou Rui packed several potions and said to Yang Bo, "No problem." Yang Bo then left Zhou Rui and refused Zhou Rui's invitation to dinner because Yang Bo felt that Zhou Rui's heart must be on the stealth potion. Yang Bo had just driven a car and felt something was wrong not long after leaving Zhou Rui's house. As if someone was staring at him. Chapter 545 Skill Deficiency. After Yang Bo left, Zhou Rui also left quickly, bringing 5 special potions and returning to Zhou. "Father!" Zhou Rui saw her father drinking tea after returning. Obviously, Zhou was also waiting for Zhou Rui's news. Seeing Zhou Rui coming back, his eyes were also very eager, wanting to know the result. Success? Zhou Rui sat down hurriedly, pouring tea for herself, and said, Zhou Rui now put on her shirt well, and put on a coat outside. Yang Bo is indeed a genius. This is the first time he has come into contact with this kind of potion. It's just the first potion, so the quality is lower. Zhou Rui nodded. It doesn't matter if the quality is lower. It's just right to see if there are any side effects. Zhou shook his head when he heard this. I'm afraid it's difficult. Because the lowest quality is 2 stars. And the rest are all 4 stars. When Zhou Rui heard this, she knew that her father had misunderstood and thought that the low quality was a poor product. TSK. Zhou was also amazed when he heard this. Although he had known that Yang Bo was a genius, he didn't expect him to be so talented that a strange potion could reach 2-star quality for the first time. Even the master of potions would not dare to guarantee this. It is rare for a brand new, strange, and untouched potion to not fail for the first time. Of course, some pharmacists have never configured a 4-star potion in their entire lives, which shows the huge gap between the two. Zhou made up his mind to win over Yang Bo. Of course, he had to see what effect this potion had first. Let's go downstairs to test the potion first, Zhou said impatiently. Zhou Rui came to the underground laboratory with her father. A lot of settings have been made here, including various energy detection equipment, including thermal imaging, gravity and air detection equipment. If Yang Bo saw these test equipment in this laboratory, he would know how simple the experiments he did were. Of course, these equipment must not be cheap, and most of them must not come from legitimate sources, because many of the equipment are control equipment. Of course, as the president of the bounty hunter, Zhou Rui must have some unknown channels. Otherwise Yang Bo would not have repeatedly asked Zhou Rui for a fake identity. Father, how about I do it? Zhou Rui asked a little worriedly. It's okay. I believe that the person who gave you this potion will not harm us like this. If he wants to deal with us, he will do it directly. Zhou was talking about the third master. Zhou Rui nodded when she heard this. Because according to the temper of the third master, if you want to deal with certain people, you can just do it directly. This is the character of a strong man. Zhou held a 2-star stealth potion in his hand and said, Record it carefully. Zhou Rui nodded, and then saw her father drink the potion. Then Zhou Rui turned on the full set of monitoring equipment. Just a few minutes later, Zhou Rui was stunned, because now she saw Zhou whole body a little blurry. Then Zhou Rui started the test program, and the ambient light began to dim. It can be seen that the light data is constantly decreasing, which is also one of the test contents. After the light was dimmed to a certain extent, Zhou Rui found that her father was only wearing a set of clothes. Father, now I can only see your clothes. Your head, hands, neck, etc. have all disappeared, Zhou Rui said quickly. Zhou took off his clothes and then his pants. Zhou Rui watched her father's clothes and pants throw aside out of thin air. And then the whole person disappeared. Zhou Rui quickly started all the tests. Thermal imaging could not be seen. Energy detection could not be detected. And even gravity detection had only very slight data fluctuations. As for the air and air composition, there was no change. Zhou himself could not see himself with a mirror. Of course, this would only be invisible when the light reached a certain condition. The light was too bright, and a blurry figure could be seen. It's really a good thing. Such a potion is priceless in the hands of some people. More than an hour passed, and Joseon put on his clothes after the test. However, Joseon now looked like a blurry figure under the bright light. Like frosted glass. It's really a good thing. Jo Rui nodded. In the interstellar society where science and technology are very advanced, auxiliary potions are the strongest and the most valuable. Because no matter how strong the individual's strength is, it cannot fight against the current high technology. On the contrary, this strange auxiliary potion has a much stronger effect than direct confrontation. After 2.5 hours, the effect of the drug began to dissipate. There is a side effect. That is, the physical consumption seems to be a bit large. Joseon now watched the full video of his experiment and said, if the 2-star quality can reach 2.5 hours, then the 4-star quality should be longer. Joseon said again. Jo Rui nodded, and heard her father say again, destroy all the test data and video materials. Jo Rui nodded, and then destroyed all the data and video materials in the laboratory. And then the two of them went upstairs to continue drinking tea. If these data and video materials are left, there is a possibility of leakage. No matter how well and safely you store them, it is safest to destroy them all. Yongbo must be caught in your hands, Joseon said with a teacup. Indeed, his pharmaceutical talent can minimize our losses, mainly because the mutant materials are produced too slowly. Jo Rui nodded. Originally, I planned to let Yongbo marry me, but now my identity as a counselor may not be suitable, Jo Rui said with a headache. Joseon rubbed his forehead when he heard this. In the social system of the alliance, getting married is not necessarily safe, and most people get married using the AA system. If you don't get married, there is no need to say anything. Even if the two have children, they basically take care of each other. Women in the alliance want independence, and men in the alliance want freedom. So the two sides often hit it off. And most men are unwilling to get married because the law will favor women when they divorce. Maybe you get divorced, and you have to use money to support your ex-wife and children. If your ex-wife finds a boyfriend again, and you don't get married, maybe the money you pay will support your ex-wife and her boyfriend. So many people in the alliance, who can avoid getting married, don't get married. One yearns for independence, and the other yearns for freedom. So they may separate. People like Yongbo don't have any hobbies. What makes Jo Rui's father even more headache is that people like Yongbo don't have any hobbies. So he can't cater to his hobbies. Who made him a resident before? And many things were restricted by the intelligence system. Jo Rui nodded. We can only think of a solution from the relationship between men and women. Now Yongbo is in a cooperative relationship with several other people. It is too difficult to start from other aspects. It may offend other people, especially Zhang Buizhen. Joseon held the teacup and spoke again. Of course, this depends on your personal opinion. Joseon felt that what he said just now was a bit inappropriate, and added, Yongbo is the best among the people I have come into contact with. Whether in terms of lifestyle, personal strength or career, I don't think there is anything wrong with him. It's just that he is used to being brainwashed by the Alliance intelligence system. I was wearing sexy clothes today, and he didn't even look at me. I used to think he liked men, but I didn't expect him to say that he would be sued for discrimination if he saw too many. Jo Rui said, in this case, you should take the initiative. They have been brainwashed by the Alliance welfare system since childhood and have become docile little sheep. Such men are easier to deal with as long as they can get them. If you really find a man from another family, it will be difficult to deal with. Joseon said again, I'll find a chance when I have time. Jo Rui thought of some methods taught by her former private teacher. In the past, the family specially hired female teachers to teach these girls how to please men, starting from the simplest dressing, and then to speaking. You just need to say something that makes men feel comfortable. And of course, there are some special techniques. Don't tell him about the special potion. It's best for only the two of us to know about this. Joseon warned Jo Rui. I understand this. Jo Rui nodded. In addition, Yongbo left Jo Rui's house and drove on the road. Feeling that someone was staring at him, Yongbo turned on his smartwatch to check. The flying car had cameras all over its body that could record all kinds of situations. Huh? Yongbo looked carefully and found that no one was following him. He was a little confused. Then Yongbo analyzed it carefully, one section at a time. Finally, Yongbo found that someone was following him continuously, and these people were standing on flying skateboards. So Yongbo redetermined the destination for the flying car. This time, Yang Bo directly booked a tea house. 20 minutes later, Yang Bo arrived at the tea house and confirmed his guess. Because Yang Bo adjusted the behavior, route and speed of the flying car on the road. And it was obvious that the other party was following. The reason why the flying car had to run for 20 minutes was mainly because there was a speed limit in the city. If there was no speed limit outside the city, the flying car could reach several thousand kilometers per hour. Yang Bo arrived at the tea house and saw a guy following him on a flying skateboard. Then he turned a corner and disappeared. And then another guy on a flying skateboard in the distance took over and entered the tea house. How could these guys have thought that I have the camouflage skills of a grandmaster? The reason why Yang Bo judged that these people were following him was because of his camouflage skills. People who operate flying skateboards, whether they are traveling, playing or other things, have a normal action and their purpose. And the people who are following are disguised and mixed in these flying skateboards. Yang Bo can see them at a glance. There are 6 people in this gang. And the person who just came in is the one who followed me when I came out of Zhou Rui's house. Yang Bo looked at the person who entered the tea house and could tell him from his body shape, posture and clothes. Yang Bo sat in the hall and could see the people coming in. The people coming in also sat down far away, asked for a cup of tea, and then took out the virtual glasses. This is normal. In the virtual glasses, you can not only watch movies and surf the internet, but also do many things. After waiting for 20 minutes, Yang Bo paid the bill and left, and gave a 50% tip, because this tea house has real waiters. After Yang Bo went out, he found someone in the distance, who had been waiting to follow him. Since you are here, don't blame me for treating you as test subjects? Yang Bo sneered in his heart, because he just needed test subjects. So Yang Bo drove the car, and went to the nearest big shopping mall. The person who was following changed people once at the distance from Yang Bo to the shopping mall. There were many people in the shopping mall. As soon as Yang Bo entered, the person behind him hurriedly followed, who knew that Yang Bo turned around immediately. And the person who was following saw Yang Bo turning around. And it was not easy to turn around immediately. So he went inside with his head stiff. While Yang Bo went outside, I don't know how he was squeezed by the crowd. So Yang Bo leaned against the other person slightly. At the moment of approaching, Yang Bo released a spiritual seed to the person he was following. It worked. Yang Bo could sense that the spiritual seed had been placed in the person's body. Boss, the target has gone out. Received. Received. I'll let number 3 continue to track. Buy a bottle of water and wait at location number 2. Remember to wear your clothes backwards and change your hat. Understood. Understood. What surprised Yang Bo was that he could actually know what the person was doing through the spiritual seed. This was not possible because the previous 2 experiments were animals. One was a gerbil, and the other was an interstellar creature. The guy who was obviously following him was talking to his boss. That means everything about this person is under my surveillance. Yang Bo understood it instantly. This was like implanting a virus in the other person's computer. He knew exactly how the other person operated the computer. Wow! Although Yang Bo had expected this a long time ago. After all, even interstellar creatures, he could remotely control the other person's various behaviors through spiritual seeds. In order not to arouse the other party's suspicion, Yang Bo drove to another shopping mall and bought a lot of things. Then on the way back to his villa, Yang Bo saw the guy who released his spiritual seeds again. Obviously, this was the location number 2 that the other party mentioned. This location was one of the 2 roads that Yang Bo had to take to enter the city. Yang Bo's flying car could fly freely on his own land. After crossing the border river, Yang Bo had 2 roads, one to the mountainous area and the other to go straight. Both roads could enter the city. Yang Bo returned to the villa, feeling a little excited. I want to do a long-term experiment. When I have subordinates in the future, I can use this to monitor them. Yang Bo could still vaguely sense some of the other party's thoughts. Yang Bo can also receive relevant information about everything this person sees on the road. This guy is still complaining about some ugly women in his mind. And there is a man who is covered with metal and makes clanging sounds when he walks. This person wants to kill him in his mind. This person sees a beautiful woman, and his mind is full of messy content. Yang Bo found that as long as he pays attention to this mental power seed, it seems that all the thoughts in this person's mind are synchronized. But what Yang Bo couldn't accept was that the messy thoughts this guy had when he saw the beauty were actually about holding an electric toy to the beauty. This made Yang Bo feel a little disgusted. But this spiritual seed also has shortcomings. What if the other person is a pervert? If I have to monitor them, I will be tortured all the time. Soon Yang Bo thought of this skill again. Although it is awesome, it also has shortcomings. Some perverts have dirty thoughts in their minds. Yang Bo thinks that if he uses spiritual seeds to monitor others more, he may become a psychopath in the future. After all, if you see too many perverted things, you may become a pervert yourself. Be careful when using it. But there is no way. If you want to monitor others, you have to accept these negative information. It depends on whether there is any room for choice after this skill is advanced. Yang Bo was a little confused. But that's right. There is no 100% powerful skill. Yang Bo ignored the negative content in this guy's mind. And then this guy went back to meet up with others. This guy was very cautious. He lived alone in the hotel and communicated with other members through the communicator. It turns out that these guys are also here for the life energy stone. It is said that someone has offered a reward of 300 million credit points. This guy also used a disguise potion? Yang Bo looked at the guy who cast the spirit seed and took out the restoration potion and drank it. Then he turned into a woman in a moment. A woman with dark brown skin. No wonder this guy used toys to tease the beauties on the street. Go out again tomorrow. And then erase the spirit seed and see how the other party reacts. Originally, Yang Bo was going to see how many people there were in this gang. Now let's do a test first. It's really a bit unbearable. Then Yang Bo stopped looking at the spiritual seeds, fearing that this person would do something eye-catching. After all, it was Annie and Xia, and the two of them also bought some electric toys. This is legal and compliant in the alliance. Including men can also buy all kinds of celebrity models. Yang Bo didn't understand these celebrities a little bit. Did they really take out some of their own dimensions and authorize other companies? Will the husbands of these celebrities be able to bear it in the future? Of course. All crows are black. Anyway, Joseon is really bringing back so many troubles. Yang Bo shook his head. Chapter 546 Trouble. I almost forgot it again. Yang Bo took out the potion-making video that Wang Muxue gave him last time. He was so busy recently that he almost forgot it. Energy replenishment potion. Yang Bo opened the video and found that it was a special energy replenishment potion. As mentioned earlier, energy stones can also replenish energy for superpowers with the same attributes. But because the energy frequencies are different, it will cause side effects to the user. As for the severity of the side effects, it depends on how big the difference in energy frequency is between the two. In Yang Bo's previous cognition, he thought that electrical energy is electrical energy and light energy is light energy. But in this world, these attributes are divided into many frequencies. Later, Yang Bo understood. So energy replenishment has always been a big problem for superpowers. However, in the field of energy replenishment, there are very few related potions, mainly because this research direction is not of much value. Some people may say that there are so many superpowers. How can it be worthless? Under the environmental conditions of the Alliance, how many superpowers can release their superpowers? It is not allowed to release superpowers in public places. Do you release them at home for fun? You can only release your superpowers by going to a special training ground. As for the military, it is even less necessary. Any military equipment has a full power burst time limit. Take the mecha for example. The full power burst is generally 20 to 30 minutes. During this period, the superpower user as a mecha master will definitely not use up his own superpowers. Another is the principle of equality. There are so many superpowers in the military. If only one superpower user is equipped with energy replenishment potions, what about superpowers of other attributes? What about the superpowers with rare attributes? And superpower attributes are strictly confidential. And many people are unwilling to reveal their superpower attributes. If you want to buy this kind of energy replenishment potion, won't it expose your superpower attributes? Natural energy replenishment potion. Yang Bo found that Wang Muxue gave him a natural energy replenishment potion. The various materials in the video material are just a number. And Yang Bo doesn't know the specific source of these materials. After watching it carefully twice, Yang Bo found that the complexity of this potion is higher than the previous ones he had come into contact with. Because this is related to secondary energy purification. That is, after the second step of potion production is completed, it must be purified again. The so-called energy purification is not the purification understood literally, but through a variety of energy neutralization reactions. The miscellaneous energy in it is converted into useful energy. So it can be done this way? Yang Bo didn't expect there was such a way to make potions. That day Yang Bo watched these videos at home, and didn't plan to play games for the time being. The next day Yang Bo went out. Yang Bo drove around the city in a flying car, paying close attention to the people who monitored him. Then he used his spiritual seed to check who was following him. Then, based on the movement trajectory of the people following him, Yang Bo figured out how these 6 people were following him. That is to say, there were people within a certain range of his car. No matter where he went, there would be someone following him. Why are these guys following me? Are they going to attack me in broad daylight? Yang Bo couldn't figure it out. Arriving at an intersection, Yang Bo looked at a mecha at the intersection, dancing with his hands and feet. It was the mecha with zebra paint that he saw a few days ago. This thing gave Yang Bo a feeling of a zebra standing on its legs and twisting its buttocks to dance. Many people were attracted to take pictures nearby. Yang Bo found that the people who followed him had changed shifts. These people followed him alternately. The person who cast the spirit seed was more than a kilometer ahead of his lane. The flying car started, and the mecha next to it and the rocket backpack behind it instantly exerted force. And the entire mecha went out at once. Then Yang Bo directly moved his mental power to cancel the spirit seed skill. When Yang Bo drove past the target person, he found that the target person was still beside the road. However, when Yang Bo's flying car left, the person still did not move. And Yang Bo carefully watched the video recorded by the flying car and found that the person seemed to be a little unconscious. It seems that this skill has a great side effect, not only for me as the caster, but also for the target. Yang Bo did not want to observe the other party in person. But if the distance is too close, he will become a suspect. This suspect is not someone the authorities suspect, but someone who is following him. Just like Yang Bo could have a cup of tea somewhere and wait for this guy to come in and do it himself. He could see the other person completely, but this would definitely make him suspected by the people who are following him. Yang Bo had a reason to choose this place, because just now, the mecha moved quickly from the side, and many people took pictures with smartwatches. Sure enough, within an hour, Yang Bo found a news on the local news website. On the 104th road in the D district of Oma City, an unexpected situation occurred. A pedestrian broke into the roadway. According to the police's judgment, this person's origin is unknown, and there are signs of poisoning. The target person has been taken to the Oma City Mental Rehabilitation Center. Yang Bo saw the target he was targeting appear in the video of someone else shooting a mecha. The woman was originally using a camouflage agent, but the target person seemed to walk towards the roadway unconsciously. Of course, the vehicle stopped in time. The originally white skin of the person behind him instantly turned black, and he turned from a man into a woman. This scene shocked the people who were shooting videos around, and they all took this video. Soon, a police drone arrived. After the police drone made a judgment, it called a medical robot, and the medical robot came to take the target person. As for this mental rehabilitation center, there is another nickname called a mental hospital. Don't think that there is no mental illness in a technologically advanced society like the Alliance. On the contrary, mental illness is the most common. There are as many as hundreds of mental illnesses. But mental hospitals cannot be directly written as mental hospitals. This is discrimination. It can only be written as mental rehabilitation centers. It seems that this skill has a great side effect. Yang Bo decided to go invisible to see. The reason why Yang Bo did not go invisible to find the other party during the day was because these people were scattered. After being invisible, Yang Bo could not keep up with the other party's flying skateboard. After being invisible, Yang Bo could only move by physical strength. Yang Bo first drove to the small villa in the city, because it was closer to the mental rehabilitation center. I wonder if Zhou Rui will take off her clothes when she sneaks. Yang Bo, who was invisible in the small villa wearing armor, suddenly thought of the stealth potion that Zhou Rui asked him to make yesterday. When using this potion, you have to take off all your clothes and go to a dark place. When Buller sneaked, he scared Yang Bo and came out naked. Thinking of Zhou Rui taking off her clothes and sneaking, Yang Bo felt that this scene was very impactful. When Yang Bo started to be invisible, he also took off his clothes and ran around. But there is an advantage of being invisible. That is, his own ability has not been fully consumed, and his figure will not be revealed. The stealth potion has a certain time. It is difficult for Yang Bo to imagine what it would be like if Zhou Rui did not go home and put on clothes in time after using the potion. and suddenly appeared in the public eye. But this is not very rare in the Alliance, because there are many such people in the Alliance. Yang Bo wore a war armor and went directly to the Mental Rehabilitation Center. TSK. Yang Bo came to the room where the target person was. He found that the target person was conscious, but the whole person looked very bad, as if he had not slept for half a month. The whole person looked very weak, and Yang Bo could not see more of the situation because the police did not find the identity information of this person. The identity disguised with the camouflage drug was real, but now it showed its original appearance. Right? Yang Bo listened to the police reporting to their superiors, and still could not find the other party's biological sample comparison data. It seems that these people have a complicated origin? Should we release another spiritual seed to her, and see what the result will be? However, Yang Bo never found an opportunity, and the woman in front of him had two perverted ideas, and Yang Bo could not stand it. Where are the other people? Yang Bo, who had left the hospital invisibly, wanted to see where the other people were. But unfortunately, he didn't know where they were because the target person didn't live with the other people. The test results are not very ideal. The target person may be pretending to be stupid to deceive the police. Why is it so difficult to do an experiment? Yang Bo shook his head. Just as Yang Bo returned to the villa invisibly, he found that someone was actually monitoring him outside his villa. They were the same group of people as the target person in the hospital. I was wondering where to find these people, but I didn't expect them to come to my door. Yang Bo wanted to act immediately, but he thought that the other party had just lost one person. If he killed another one now, it would attract the other party's attention. In theory, these people should take turns to monitor. Yang Bo muttered to himself. Sure enough, a woman who was running sat on a chair by the roadside to drink water, and the person who was monitoring him in front had left before the woman who was running came. Yang Bo waited for another 20 minutes. The woman who was running seemed to have rested enough and got up and left because someone else was coming from afar. The reason why Yang Bo didn't follow the person who was monitoring him in front of him was because that person had a flying skateboard and he couldn't keep up. I was careless. Of course, he didn't watch the woman who was monitoring him change her clothes and stroll around, and then came to the place where he was monitored more than an hour later. This small villa has been discovered by others. Yang Bo returned to the small villa and revealed his figure, and then entrusted the small villa to be sold directly online. Although Yang Bo did not sincerely cover his tracks, he still felt a little unsafe when his whereabouts were discovered by others. What method should I think of to find the other party? These guys are too cautious. They don't even live together. Yang Bo has some means, but the other party only communicates through smartwatches, which is more troublesome. Chapter 547 Borrowing a Knife to Kill. It's a bit tricky. These guys are in a single line of contact. Even if you catch one person, it's hard to find the others. And even if you catch all the people in the open, you may not be able to find the mastermind behind the scenes. The key is to find the other party without making a sound. The photoelectric superpower can find the other party's IP address. But what if the other party is not on March Star? Yang Bo didn't have much stuff in this small villa. He packed up his personal belongings and sold it. The price of the villa has increased by 20% since Yang Bo bought it. But after deducting miscellaneous expenses, the profit is only 9%. And personal income tax must be paid at the end of the year. The most important of these is the tax on the added value. And there is also the monthly property tax. To put it bluntly, Yang Bo is not sure to find the mastermind behind the other party in one fell swoop. Then he will definitely be exposed. Zhang Buizhen. Yang Bo returned to the villa and thought for a long time, and finally came up with a good idea. Since it is not convenient for him to come forward to solve the problem, and it is not easy to take action, then find someone to be a scapegoat. Borrow a knife to kill. But under what pretext should I go to see Zhang Buizhen? Thinking of this, Yang Bo called Lu Jijia directly. Yang Bo? Lu Jijia was also full of questions when he received the call from Yang Bo, because Yang Bo rarely took the initiative to contact him. Brother Jia, the price of mechas has risen sharply recently. Young Master Zhang gave me several mechas. Do you think I should find an opportunity to treat him to a meal and thank him? Yang Bo knew that Lu Jijia was very willing to get close to Zhang Buizhen. If he called him now, he would definitely let him go. When Lu Jijia heard what Yang Bo said, he was moved, but he still asked, "Do you want to thank him? I see that the 3 mechas are now worth hundreds of millions more than before. Do you think I should thank him? After all, I am a small person." What if young Master Zhang despises this little money? If I call rashly, I am afraid of offending the other party. If I refuse, I am afraid that I will be embarrassed. Yang Bo did not say yes. When Lu Jijia heard this, he said, although young Master Zhang may not care, it is okay for you to thank him. Lu Jijia also wanted to find an opportunity to contact Zhang Buizhen. After all, Zhang Buizhen lives in seclusion and is not easy to see. After all, Zhang Buizhen is not an official, so he will not show up. But the entire March Star is still controlled by him. Lu Jijia has nothing to do, and it is not easy to take the initiative to meet him. Now it is just right to take advantage of Yang Bo's matter to call Zhang Buizhen. When the time comes, he will go with Yang Bo and be a guest at Zhang Buizhen's house. This way, the two sides will appear closer, and it will also be helpful in politics. Yang Bo is calling now just to send a pillow when he is sleepy. It is totally fine to make a phone call at this time with this excuse. But I don't know what to send. It seems inappropriate to send anything to a rich family like Zhang Buizhen. After all, a few mechas are much more expensive than before. Yang Bo really didn't know what gift to send. After all, he was not a native of this world. As for the gift, you can just order some fruits. But I think you should communicate with Master Zhang first. Do you want me to call and ask for you? Lu Jijia finally said what he wanted to do. Thank you, Brother Jia. Yang Bo smiled in his heart when he heard this. If Master Zhang agrees, I will go to the market to see where there are better fruits. Yang Bo added that of course, this is to let the person who is following him follow him. Well, I will reply to you by tonight at the latest. Lu Jijia agreed at once. Yang Bo hung up the communicator and smiled. Isn't someone going to follow him? Then he will kill someone with a borrowed knife. Master Zhang must be at the highest security level now. He must be on guard against his family and other people who want to snatch the fruits of his victory. Zhang Buizhen received a call from Lu Jijia and heard that Yang Bo thanked him for the price increase of the mecha. This is his luck. Besides, it's just a few old mechas. If he wants to come for tea, I welcome him. If he comes to thank me, there is no need. Zhang Buizhen said to Lu Jijia in the communicator. Okay, I will definitely tell Yang Bo. Lu Jijia didn't expect Zhang Buizhen to agree at once. Zhang Buizhen was bored on March Star alone, and he didn't have any good friends like before. He couldn't go out and hang out. After all, his status was there, and who knew if his family would send someone to kill him? And would other consortiums in the alliance reach some agreement with his family and help his family kill him? In the face of huge interests, anything and anyone could not stand the test. It was not easy for people on this planet to see Zhang Buizhen. On the one hand, these people had their own interests, and on the other hand, for safety, they had to let the outside world not know what their current state was. Yang Bo is a person who knows everything about him. Especially Zhang Buizhen has gained a lot of benefits from Yang Bo. So Zhang Buizhen thinks it's good to have someone come as a guest. Chat with him. And drink tea. Then let's set it for the day after tomorrow at noon. Come to my place for lunch at noon. And we'll drink tea in the afternoon. Zhang Buizhen originally planned to say tomorrow, but this seemed a little too eager. After hanging up the call, Niu Bo laughed. Master, Yang Bo seems to be a good person. You have given away a lot of things, but no one has come to thank you yet. Residents like him have not been exposed to these miscellaneous ideas in society, so they are relatively simple. Zhang Buizhen nodded, because Yang Bo's resume was too clean. Although some unfortunate things happened in the middle, Yang Bo was the victim. Although the residents have not been influenced by miscellaneous ideas, their style of doing things is a little self-centered, and their personality of staying at home makes them not good at socializing. Niu Bo nodded. Zhang Buizhen shook his head. In fact, most of the so-called socializing is useless. Just like my previous socializing. What use is it now? Just to prevent some villains from doing bad things behind my back in order to lose face. Then I'll go and prepare. Niu Bo naturally knew that his young master would be bored here alone. Don't make it too complicated. People like Yang Bo don't know much of the things we know. Young master. I understand. After hearing Lu Jijia's retelling, Yang Bo felt relieved. The next day, Yang Bo did not go out. On the day of meeting Zhang Buizhen, Yang Bo packed himself and drove out. As soon as he crossed his private territory and entered Oma City, Yang Bo felt that someone was following him. I hope Zhang Buizhen can help. Yang Bo drove his flying car and wandered around the shopping malls in the city. Finally, He bought some special fruits, and then came to the dormitory building of Lu Jijia's company. Here, he took the car sent by Zhang Buizhen to pick him up. This looked like an ordinary flying car. Yang Bo found that Zhang Buizhen's housekeeper was sitting in the car. Sorry to bother Uncle Nyo. Yang Bo hurriedly greeted him. No. No. Uncle Nyo didn't say much. The fruit was placed in the trunk of the flying car. Yang Bo found that the trunk was probably specially made. No matter what was in the fruit, there was probably no signal. When Uncle Nyo's car drove out of the underground garage of the dormitory building, Yang Bo saw the people following him on the roadside not far from the dormitory building. Yang Bo could now recognize the people following him by their size at a glance. Fourth brother. I'm here to bother you this time. Since Zhang Buizhen said he wouldn't mention thanking him. Yang Bo said this directly after seeing Zhang Buizhen. You should have come a long time ago. The fruit you bought is pretty good. Zhang Buizhen laughed when he heard that Yang Bo didn't thank him. Have tea upstairs. This is the tea I got from my mother planet. Zhang Buizhen personally took Yang Bo and Lu Jijia upstairs. The decoration of Zhang Buizhen's upstairs was quite standard in Yang Bo's opinion. In fact, people from such big families don't have so many personalities when facing various things. Because the personality they show may expose their weaknesses. And there are endless internal struggles between big families. Even within the same family. Other families are also trying their best to bring them down. Generally speaking, the disciples of these big families will not show their preference for certain things. I don't know tea. Please forgive me. Fourth brother. Yang Bo said openly after sitting down. Haha. It doesn't matter whether you know it or not. As long as you think it tastes good. Zhang Buizhen laughed. Why do we have to trouble fourth brother to make tea for us personally? I heard that there seems to be a tea artist who specializes in making tea. Yang Bo looked at Zhang Buizhen pouring tea himself and asked curiously. On the one hand, we don't need those things. Second, it's difficult for us. Zhang Buizhen started to explain the set of actions for making tea. You said I want to hire a man to make tea for me every day. Believe it or not, in a few days someone will spread rumors that I like men and have such and such things with him. You said if I hire a beautiful woman to make tea for me every day, others will also say such and such about my private life. The internal struggle of a large family is full of rumors and lies. It doesn't matter whether these rumors and lies are true or not. As long as they need to. They can use these rumors and lies to attack you and target you. So when we are private, we make tea by ourselves. So there are not so many miscellaneous things. This is just the tea making. After Zhang Buizhen finished speaking, he put 2 cups of tea in front of Yang Bo and Lu Jijia. Fourth brother. This is too difficult. It feels worse than when I was in the welfare house before. When I was in the welfare house before, the intelligence system would clearly say what can be done and what cannot be done. And there was 24-hour monitoring to prove our innocence. Yang Bo took the teacup with both hands and put it on the table. At this time, Nyo Bo, who was handling things elsewhere, received a message. Someone is following Yang Bo. Nyo Bo felt his scalp tingling when he heard the news. Yang Bo is a very important part of his young master's industrial layout. Especially the exclusive development agreement signed between his young master and Yang Bo. The first mutant creature discovered on this planet lives within the scope of Yang Bo's private land area. When Zhang Buizhen signed an exclusive development agreement with Yang Bo, Nyo Bo thought someone was coming for his young master. Gather people and check when Yang Bo leaves. Nyo Bo did not dare to be careless. And Nyo Bo was a little worried. That is, would Yang Bo have other ideas? After all, a planet has mutant creatures that can be used. How much interest is involved? The word betrayal is too common in big families. At this time, Yang Bo, who was drinking tea, was also muttering in his heart, I just don't know how the security system of Zhang Buizhen in front of me is. It should be able to be discovered. If Zhang Buizhen, who was laughing and talking in front of him, knew that Yang Bo came to visit him just to kill someone with a borrowed knife, he would probably not be in such a good mood now. Yang Bo, how is your mecha learning going? Zhang Buizhen asked Yang Bo while holding a teacup. I am useless. But fortunately, our mecha now has a training mecha school. I think I can join this school. I have no problem operating the training mecha. Yang Bo looked a little proud. Haha. That's good. The training mecha school is the school with the largest number of people now. Zhang Buizhen also laughed when he heard Yang Bo's simple words. Chapter 548 The plan failed. Zhang Buizhen also looked down on the so-called training mecha school. The mechas of this mecha school were just rampaging. Moreover, this mecha school was hyped up by the mecha company because regular mechas were very expensive and the audience was not very large. To put it bluntly, the training mecha only had one power and two operating systems, and basically no other systems. This operation was of course simple. However, Zhang Buizhen didn't want to discourage Yang Bo's enthusiasm when he heard Yang Bo say this. Indeed, the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates used the training mecha to achieve such a result, which surprised everyone. But the premise of this is that the leader of the pirate group is himself a mecha master. Maybe a mecha master at the grandmaster level. This is completely different from Xiao by using the training mecha. Of course, Yang Bo also heard Zhang Buizhen's voiceover, but pretended not to hear it. Please say something once. Others don't care. And if you say it too much, others will think it is true. Yang Bo just wants to give people the impression that he can only operate the training mecha. In fact, training mechas are enough to meet the daily needs of ordinary people now. Lu Jijia also spoke up. You are right. In fact, mechas do not have a very broad prospect for use now. There are many restrictions in cities, and only a small number of rich people can use them. The subsequent maintenance costs of mechas are not low. In addition, there are various fees for taking them on the road. After all, roads are public facilities. One advantage of our planet is that the population is small and the area is large. Many large cities outside do not allow mechas to go on the road on certain sections of roads and at certain times. Zhang Buizhen nodded. Yang Bo would not participate in these discussions, to give people the impression that he was not good at socializing. Some things are more likely to be wrong if you talk too much. Yang Bo did not need to express his own opinions and talk a lot to make people look up to him. Besides, the two guys in front of him may not be guaranteed to be rich and powerful in the future. If the Zhang family makes a comeback and directly starts from other aspects, Zhang Buizhen may not be able to keep the current achievements. As for whether he should help Zhang Buizhen, if the Zhang family directly sends thousands or tens of thousands of people, would Yang Bo kill them all? Or start from the financial and economic fields? Yang Bo can't do anything about it. And if Zhang Buizhen can't pay enough, Yang Bo won't say that he will work hard to guarantee others to be rich and powerful. Lu Jijia is the same. As long as Zhang Buizhen collapses, he will be finished. But now it seems that Zhang Buizhen is also compromising, constantly signing various cooperation agreements with others to develop the resources of this planet. After drinking tea, eating, and chatting for a while in the afternoon, Yang Bo and Lu Jijia said goodbye. Hee. Yang Bo sat in the car of Master Zhang's housekeeper and found that the person who followed him was still following him. He smiled in his heart. Back to the company's dormitory. Yang Bo was going to drive home immediately, but he didn't expect Lu Jingxiang to find him to teach swordsmanship again. Sister Jingxiang, how about forgetting it today? Yang Bo looked at Lu Jingxiang, who was looking at him with a smile. Although the other party had a good attitude, there was no good intention in her eyes. No. Swordsmanship training must be trained every day. Lu Jingxiang carefully analyzed all the content of Yang Bo's competition last time, and thought that she had finally found Yang Bo's weakness. Okay then. Yang Bo nodded. When he arrived at the training room, Yang Bo found Zhou Kersen was there too. Kersen is also from the Swordsmanship Association. You don't mind, do you? Lu Jingxiang said. Of course. What level is Sister Kersen? Yang Bo nodded. Level 4. I didn't expect that you, Yang Bo, are also a swordsmanship expert. Zhou Kersen replied with a smile. Zhou Kersen was wearing a 3/4 sleeve sweater, revealing her white jade-like arms. The sweater was very close-fitting and outlined her perfect figure. She was wearing a pair of high-waisted casual pants on her lower body and a pair of transparent high heels on her feet. There was only a smartwatch on her wrist, and no other accessories. Yang Bo, change to level 1 equipment. Lu Jingxiang said just when Yang Bo was about to change his equipment. Level 0 equipment is no longer suitable for you. Lu Jingxiang looked at Yang Bo looking at her and said quickly. Yang Bo found out last time that level 1 equipment was heavier than level 0 equipment, whether it was the protective gear on his body or the sword in his hand. Okay. Yang Bo nodded. Yang Bo naturally knew Lu Jingxiang's cautious thoughts, and asked him to change his equipment so that he would not be familiar with it. After Yang Bo changed his equipment, he found that Lu Jingxiang had also changed and was standing on the ring. Zhou Kersen watched from the side. After both sides were ready, as the intelligence system shouted to start, Lu Jingxiang actually moved to the left first. Yang Bo seemed to understand the opponent's tactics. But what Yang Bo couldn't figure out was that no matter which way he went, he would still have to fight in the end. As Lu Jingxiang moved to the left, the sword in her hand seemed to swing left and right unconsciously. Yang Bo's sword was still pointing at Lu Jingxiang. As Lu Jingxiang moved, the sword in his hand also moved with Lu Jingxiang. Suddenly, Lu Jingxiang took a step forward, and the sword in her hand stabbed at Yang Bo. At this time, Yang Bo also took a step forward suddenly and quickly, and the sword in his hand directly hit Lu Jingxiang's sword, and then followed Lu Jingxiang's sword. In the second step, Yang Bo flashed to the side, and the sword in his hand cut a line along Lu Jingxiang's neck. Yang Bo wins. The emotionless voice of the intelligent system sounded. You, come again! Lu Jingxiang's hand trembled. She originally wanted to test it, but who knew that this guy would attack her directly and quickly? Hee hee. Yang Bo smiled complacently, which made Lu Jingxiang tremble even more. When Yang Bo and Lu Jingxiang were fighting in swordsmanship, Niu Bo was reporting to Zhang Buizhen. Master, we found someone staring at Yang Bo. As a butler, Niu Bo could only report the situation to his own master, and would not make decisions for his own master. Who is it? Zhang Buizhen asked in a nervous tone. It's not clear yet, but I have prepared the manpower. As long as the young master gives the order, we will definitely find out who it is. Niu Bo shook his head. Find a person for me. Is there anyone who wants to do something behind the scenes on March Star? Zhang Buizhen may be out of reach in other places, but he still has great power on this planet. Yes. Niu Bo accepted the order. No matter who is involved, you must dig out the roots for me. Yang Bo signed an exclusive agreement with me. You also know that if someone comes for this, we may face a lot of trouble. You also know that the law can only restrain the weak. Young master, I know what to do. Besides, Yang Bo competed with Lu Jingxiang. In just 20 minutes, Lu Jingxiang failed 10 times. Sister Jingxiang, I'm leaving first. Yang Bo said goodbye to Lu Jingxiang with a smile. Yeah. Lu Jingxiang looked at Yang Bo like this and wanted to beat Yang Bo up. But she lost the sword fighting competition and couldn't find any reason. Yang Bo drove back to the villa. TSK. They're still following me. Yang Bo found that the people who followed him were still following him. Yang Bo ignored these people and drove home directly. Lu Jingxiang almost cried out of grievance. This Yang Bo only knows how to be petty and learn my moves. This Yang Bo is a sword-fighting genius. There is no routine in his movements. He relies on prediction. Zhou Kersen analyzed on the side. And you shouldn't make too many movements. Although too many movements can cover up your intentions, there are also many flaws. How about you come next time? Lu Jingxiang looked at Zhou Kersen and asked. I may not be a match for Yang Bo's wild style. Is he so powerful? He has a strong ability to predict, which is a talent. On the other side, Niu Bo hurried to Zhang Buizhen. Master, the people who followed Yang Bo are not simple. They followed Yang Bo separately in sections, and changed people every few distances. Moreover, these people don't seem to know each other. It is estimated that they are in single-line communication. It seems that they are not friendly. I will give you special authorization to monitor their communications and dig out the mastermind behind the scenes. Zhang Buizhen stood up when he heard this. Master, do you want to make such a big fuss? This planet was developed by the Zhang family. So in many systems, the Zhang family has very hidden permissions. The person who can make such an arrangement must be someone powerful. We must find the person behind it. Zhang Buizhen shook his head. Should we tell Yang Bo about this? Don't tell him. He is a resident and has suffered a series of misfortunes. He is timid. If we tell him, something might happen. If necessary, we can ask Jiu Yi to help. Zhang Buizhen shook his head. Okay. Niu Bo hurried to check. Go out and see if anyone is following me tomorrow. After Yang Bo returned home, he planned to go out and see tomorrow. Yang Bo, who had nothing to do, was ready to play the game. After entering the game, Yang Bo found that the bionic man he remotely controlled had been replaced with a new one. TSK. It's stronger than the previous one. Yang Bo used his remote photoelectric superpower to take a look. The bionic man in front of him was more useful than the previous one. It seems that this bionic man has been comprehensively improved. The outer protective layer of the body seems to be a new type of material. The internal skeletal system and energy system are much stronger. It seems that the military has restricted the permissions of my bionic man again. That's right. Yang Bo saw a new task for him in his mailbox. When the bionic man was not in place before, the official did not give him a new task. However, Yang Bo did not have time to do the task today. He had to deal with a person who was following him before Yang Bo came back to play the game. The next day, Yang Bo drove out in a flying car. Why are you still following me? Yang Bo turned around and his face looked a little unhappy. His attempt to kill someone with a borrowed knife did not succeed. Yang Bo. At the entrance of the supermarket, Yang Bo heard someone calling him and turned around to see that it was Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen. Are you two sisters here to shop at the supermarket? Yang Bo looked at the two beautifully dressed women, and their looks and temperament also made Yang Bo's eyes light up. Yang Bo, what do you do at home every day? Why don't you go out to do activities? After entering the supermarket, Lu Jingxiang asked a very impolite question. In the free society of the Alliance, people usually don't ask about other people's personal lives. Watching movies, concerts, etc. There's nothing to do here, and I haven't learned any other hobbies. Yang Bo lied. Of course. Yang Bo, do you have money? I want to borrow some money. Zhou Kersen asked a little embarrassedly at this time. Let's find a place to talk. After Yang Bo finished speaking, he took the two to a private room in a tea house. Did the court really order you to return the family's money? After entering the private room, Yang Bo asked. I was ordered to compensate the family with 42 million credit points. Zhou Kersen nodded with a wry smile. Why is it so much? Yang Bo was stunned. The contract trap set by the foundation. All the items I used, the car, and the jewelry, etc., were greatly discounted. Also, the court only recognized the minimum living standard for the place where I lived before, and I had to pay for anything above that. Zhou Kersen shook her head and said. Yang Bo suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Zhou Kersen had no jewelry on her body. The clothes she wore were not bad, but they didn't seem to be new products this year. Chapter 549 Win-Win. So shady. Yang Bo had long known from Xiao Hong and Xiao Huang, who had been playing the game, that the family had every means to control their disciples. How long will it take to pay? Yang Bo muttered, and then asked. Huh? Zhou Kersen and Lu Jingxiang were a little surprised. They didn't expect Yang Bo to have so much money. Zhou Kersen planned to borrow some from Yang Bo first, and then go to other people to borrow some. After I borrow, I can only pay you back in installments. Mainly because the family doesn't accept installment repayments. Zhou Kersen explained when she heard Yang Bo agreed. Okay. Yang Bo nodded. My monthly salary is 150,000 credit points now. I will pay you 100,000 every month. According to the bank loan interest, it will take about 80 years to pay back. Zhou Kersen told Yang Bo about her repayment plan. Yang Bo was not surprised to hear 80 years, because the working years of superpowers can reach more than 100 years. And the stronger the strength, the longer the working time. Zhou Kersen is now working in Lu Jijia's company, and Lu Jingxiang has taken over Reckitt. Reckitt is Lu Jijia's company, and it changed its name after leaving the family. Lu Jijia is now a member of parliament, so of course he cannot have anything to do with these companies. Zhou Kersen is also a senior executive in this company, so her salary is not low. In total, Yang Bo has lent out more than 40 million yuan now, and when he returns it, it will be more than 90 million yuan, which is already the lowest interest rate. Yang Bo, how did you make so much money? Lu Jingxiang asked with shining eyes when she heard that Yang Bo could take out so much money. It's a bit sad to say this. These are compensations given to me by others. Brother Jia and I suffered a lot of compensation in the terrorist attack on Pato Star. Later, we left Pato Star together and encountered pirates in space. Later, we suffered a series of misfortunes. The money for my current house was compensated to me at that time. It can be said that I exchanged my life for it. In fact, I didn't make much money personally. Yang Bo shrugged and answered. I heard Lu Jijia talk about this matter. Your luck is too bad. Lu Jingxiang nodded. As for what the misfortune in space was, it was not easy to ask because no one said it. It was probably because they signed a confidentiality agreement. If I broke up with my family, I'm afraid I would have to pay a lot of money. Lu Jingxiang also sighed. Let's take our time to make money. Yang Bo also knew that in the alliance, although Lu Jingxiang was Lu Jijia's aunt, the financial accounts between the two would be settled clearly. Yang Bo, do you want to participate in the swordsmanship competition? There are prizes for swordsmanship competitions. Zhou Kersen thought of Yang Bo's predictive ability in swordsmanship and asked, how much prize money is there? Where is the competition? Yang Bo wanted to refuse when he heard this, but he still asked. The semifinals will be held in our alliance. The specific location will be announced at that time. The finals will be held in the royal capital star of the Blue Water Empire. It is divided into individual competition and team competition. The first place in the individual competition and team competition will have a prize of up to 100 million credit points. And there is a high chance that they can obtain the title of the Blue Water Empire. The second place will have a prize of 60 million credit points. The third place will receive a bonus of 40 million credit points. There are also many bonuses for other places. And all the expenses for participating in the competition are covered by the Sword Association. Yang Bo's heart moved when he heard this. Isn't the Blue Water Empire going to hold a noble meeting next year? He is trying to figure out how to go. Why is the bonus so high? Yang Bo asked, a little puzzled. Swordsmanship is the inheritance of the Blue Water Empire. The swordsmanship competition held every 5 years is the most grand event in the Blue Water Empire. The gambling funds outside may reach trillions of credit points. Every time in the finals, nobles place many incredible bets. Last time, 2 dukes bet on 2 pieces of land worth more than 90 billion. Zhou Kersen started to introduce. But I haven't participated in the competition. Yang Bo was sure to go after hearing this. But he still had to make it clear. You only need to register for the Sword Association competition. The association will naturally make arrangements at that time. If the distance is too far, they may arrange a virtual real-time battle competition. Zhou Kersen explained again. Virtual real-time battle? It is similar to a virtual online game. The accuracy of this virtual real-time competition system can reach 100%. And as long as you can get a ranking, you can get an endorsement. Last time someone from our alliance entered the finals, he won an endorsement contract worth 40 million credit points in the Blue Water Empire. However, the swordsmen on our alliance do not get very high rankings in every competition. Of course, this is related to the relaxed environment here. It is said that some swordsmen in the Blue Water Empire who did not get a good ranking might be killed by nobles. Yang Bo was not surprised to hear this. Since the nobles of the Blue Water Empire were gambling, the amount involved must be relatively large. If the player he bet on did not achieve good results, he might be killed by the nobles. Anyway, the nobles have many privileges there. Of course, there are also sword masters who have achieved good results and married the daughters of nobles, becoming nobles overnight. Zhou Kersen saw that Yang Bo was listening intently and hurried to introduce. Well, I agree. Yang Bo agreed directly, because Yang Bo had checked that the time of the finals of the sword competition next year was exactly the time of the meeting of the Nobles Congress. And the sword competition was even more grand than Zhou Kersen said, because it was one of the 2 major routes for the Blue Water Empire to be promoted to nobles. And the other major route was military merit. But I don't know anything. We will teach you, the 2 said in unison. I'll be your coach, Lu Jingxiang said quickly. I'll be your agent, Zhou Kersen hurriedly said when she heard Lu Jingxiang say this. Yang Bo knew that the coach and the agent could share the bonus. But it didn't matter. It was good to have 2 people to help him deal with miscellaneous things. Nobles. Villain list. Hee. Yang Bo felt a little excited for no reason. The Blue Water Empire always gave him surprises. In front, Bueller gave him stealth potions. And in the back, Feng Yilio gave him strength extraction. Then in this small private room, Yang Bo signed a cooperation contract with Zhou Kersen and Lu Jingxiang. Then Yang Bo signed a loan contract with Zhou Kersen. These are all official versions of the contract. Yang Bo lent Zhou Kersen 45 million credit points, and the other party repaid the loan in installments for 80 years, with a monthly repayment of 100,000 credit points. And the total repayment amount was 96 million credit points. You won't participate in the competition? Yang Bo looked at the 2 and asked. Forget about us. Your predictive ability is very strong, but you still need to undergo intensive training. When Lu Jijia buys an advanced training robot, you can train with the robot. Lu Jingxiang just wanted to take a gamble. Anyway, there was nothing to lose. Zhou Kersen also had this attitude. At least now it seems that Yang Bo's talent is very strong. What if he can get a good ranking? The sword competition is not about superpowers. but about speed, skills, and predictive ability. Although Yang Bo's superpowers are at a lower level, his predictive talent is very good. And to a certain extent, it is best to have no routines in sword competitions, because there are weaknesses in routines. Once others see your routines, there is a high possibility that you will be targeted later. The three of them had a meal together at noon, and then went their separate ways in the afternoon. I can't say whether my luck is good or not today. Yang Bo returned to the villa, and someone followed him when he came back. It would be a lie to say that there is no risk in lending tens of millions of credit points. If Zhou Kersen files for personal bankruptcy, she will be in trouble, but only a little troublesome. According to Zhou Kersen's current income, there is no problem at all. But Zhou Kersen cannot get a loan from the bank with this income, because the scale of Wreck It Clean is relatively small. If it is a labor contract of a large company, it can be loaned out. If Zhou Kersen goes bankrupt, she will have to live the same life as Yang Bo did in the welfare house before. Of course, there is a difference. She will be forced to work to repay the debt. It is difficult to escape debt in the alliance, because if you go bankrupt, the alliance will take the method of surveillance in the welfare house, and then force you to work to repay the debt. In theory, capitalists will never pay for financial risks. Of course, just like Zhang Buizhen's uncle, the risk of the bank is inevitable because it owes too much. Why doesn't Zhang Buizhen do it? Yang Bo felt a little annoyed in the villa, and the people who were following him were still there. Yang Bo suddenly realized a problem, and quickly put on his armor, and went out invisibly. When he came to the suburban park, Yang Bo found a cave where no one was hiding, and then took out his watch. Sure enough, it's not convenient for Zhang Buizhen to do it himself. Yang Bo looked at the message Zhang Buizhen sent to him, which contained the addresses of 9 people, and the detailed information of 9 people. Let Yang Bo take something somewhere for the 9 people to absorb, and leave the rest alone. And let Yang Bo not leave any traces. Reward? Yang Bo still looked like he was dying for money, and directly replied with 2 words. Hee. Win-win. At the same time, Yang Bo was quite happy. He just wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife, but he didn't expect to get benefits. Such good things are more the better. Mr. Jiu, please speak. Zhang Buizhen was nervously waiting for Mr. Jiu's message, and immediately sent a message when he saw the other party reply. I can only estimate the other party's identity. Yang Bo sent a message directly to Zhang Buizhen, which was an indirect way to trick the other party. I don't know for now. Zhang Buizhen didn't know either. Then after the task is completed, tell the other party's identity, and I will propose my own reward. Yang Bo sent another message. Okay. Zhang Buizhen replied. Then Yang Bo took out a new sweater and put it on, wearing a hat, glasses, and a mask. Then Yang Bo turned around and came to a designated safe, which was inside the supermarket. He took out a small bag from it. Inside was what Zhang Buizhen said. The 9 people lived in quite scattered places. It was getting dark outside, but Yang Bo's actions were not dragged at all. The 9 people lived in different places. Some lived in homestays, some lived in Jiodian, and some lived in rented high-end communities. These guys are very smart. Some places have many people and many eyes, and some places have high-end villas with strong security. But what Zhang Buizhen doesn't know, I already know 6 of them. So these 6 people are the ones who carry out the mission. The remaining 3, 2 are probably backup candidates, and the other is the mastermind. The mastermind behind the scenes will not easily contact the 2 backup candidates, so it is very safe for me to act on these 3 people without alerting the enemy. As long as the mastermind is caught first, the other few people below will not receive any warning at all. Yang Bo knows more than Zhang Buizhen, so of course he knows which ones to act on first. Yang Bo first came to the outside of an apartment building, and came to the place where the first person to be caught was. Yang Bo came to the door of the first person to be solved, and stretched out his hand to open the door. TSK. Zhang Buizhen couldn't help but marvel when he saw someone pushing open the door of the target person's room on the surveillance camera with his authority. How did Mr. Jiu do it? Zhang Buizhen asked curiously. There are many ways to open this door, but I observe that it should be mental power. We can check this door later. Nyobo guessed. It's right to find him for this matter. If we do it, even if we look at this small smart door, we are still a little helpless. Zhang Buizhen nodded. Mr. Jiu is very powerful, and it's not surprising that he has mental power. But I don't know how strong his mental power is. Bo, do you think Mr. Gio can open the door hidden in our family? Zhang Buizhen suddenly asked. Chapter 554's Confession. Master, they are free mercenaries. Uncle Nyo was a little speechless when he heard this. It's just an idea. Zhang Buizhen also laughed when he heard the housekeeper say this. Of course, he understood what the housekeeper meant. The other party was a free mercenary. What if he ran away with the things? Where could he find him? Moreover, these free mercenaries may not have morals. What if they turn around and threaten themselves with this matter? Master, we still have to be vigilant against these free mercenaries. Uncle Nyo was relieved when he heard his master say this. If the master encounters obstacles at home later, he can tell Mr. Gio some secrets of the eldest and second masters. Uncle Nyo came up with another idea. At this time, Zhang Buizhen saw that the person in the video surveillance had gone out. So fast? The video surveillance can't see the situation inside the apartment, but only the situation outside the door. Yang Bo directly opened the door of the apartment with his mental power. A man in the apartment was listening to music with headphones. While listening to music, he stood at the window door and twisted his body, dancing to the music. He was taken down by Yang Bo in an instant. And then the things he brought were sucked by this person. The middle-aged man in front of him fell asleep instantly. Yang Bo placed a spiritual seed in this person's body, and then left without touching anything. At the same time, he sent a message to Zhang Buizhen. Then Yang Bo started to rush to the next location. So when Zhang Buizhen saw Yang Bo leave from the surveillance, he received Mr. Zhio's message. A few minutes later, someone else came to the door that Yang Bo had just entered, and then opened the door and went in. There is no sign of intrusion on the door lock. Nyo Bo watched the operatives check the door lock after entering the door, and then reported the information to him. Zhang Buizhen nodded when he heard this. It seems that mental power was used. There are no signs of fighting in the room. The target person has been controlled. The target person has been taken away. While Nyo Bo was reporting, Zhang Buizhen saw the door of the first target person, and the person who had just entered came out pushing a large suitcase. At this time, Yang Bo was already heading towards the location of the second target person. The second and third target persons all lived in a hotel. Yang Bo released spiritual seeds to these two people again. There must be a mastermind among these three people. If not, it was Zhang Buizhen's intelligence error. As for the remaining few people, Yang Bo solved them all in more than 2 hours. Yang Bo did not touch anything in any room, and did not look for anything at the scene, because Yang Bo was not sure whether Zhang Buizhen had monitored through other places. To put it bluntly, Yang Bo does not believe in the defense system on this planet, because these defense systems are customized for each planet. March Star was originally developed by the Zhang family. Who knows if the Zhang family did anything when they built these facilities? If you buy a small appliance on Earth, it will break after the expiration date, because the chips in many appliances are controlled. As long as the expiration date is over, the chip will burn out immediately. Either you replace it with a new one, or you replace the motherboard. The bearings were also designed when they were designed. If they break after a certain number of rotations, they will break for you. Then you go to the manufacturer, and the manufacturer says that you used this thing improperly. Where can you find evidence? Do you have to go to court and go to a testing agency for a small thing? So Yang Bo was very careful when facing public surveillance, and tried not to make himself stand out. While doing the subsequent tasks, Yang Bo used the 3 spiritual seeds to grasp the situation of the first 3 people. TSK. Yang Bo found that it was too easy to get people in this high-tech society, because he had done the task in front. And then Zhang Buizhen sent someone to get a suitcase, and took the people and other things away. It's so dark. Yang Bo couldn't help but sigh again. Yang Bo only released the spiritual seeds to the first 3 people, and did not release them to the last 6 people. So he could only know the first 3 people temporarily. What is it like now? After the first target person was taken away in a box, it took more than an hour before this person was released, and then put on a confinement collar. Soon, the second and third people were dealt with in the same way. The people who dealt with these 3 people all wore helmets and loose black clothes, with no skin exposed. So Yang Bo just wanted to see who these people were, but he had no idea. So he called the men in black for the time being. The first target was a middle-aged man, who had actually woken up a long time ago, but was motionless. Even after being restrained, the man still didn't move. But the man in black directly took a cup and poured out the water in it. Ah! The next second, the middle-aged man screamed, and Yang Bo could also feel the severe pain from his hand. It turned out that the man in black took a cup of boiling water and poured it on the man's hand. The man was already fixed. If you encounter this kind of high-temperature liquid in normal times, there is no problem for superpowers in a short time, because you can cover your hands with energy. But now this person's superpowers are directly imprisoned by the imprisonment collar. The man in black didn't ask anything or say anything, just poured out the boiling water in his hand, and then turned back to get another cup. This is the bad thing about the skill of spiritual seed. Yang Bo could feel the anger and panic of target number 1, and this feeling made Yang Bo very uncomfortable. The man in black took up the second bottle of boiling water in the same way, and poured it a distance on the wrist under the eyes of target number 1. Target number 1 is now fixed in a place similar to a chair, and his mouth is also sealed. Woo-woo. Target number 1 made a woo-woo and struggled hard, but the man in black remained unmoved. Then the man in black took another bottle, which also contained boiling water. This time, the black man poured a little more on it. He poured the boiling water directly on the elbow and arm of target number 1. Yang Bo could feel the pain in target number 1's head, but the man in black didn't say anything and turned back to get another cup. This time, the man in black made target number 1 collapse with just one move. That is, the man in black lowered his helmeted head slightly, as if looking at a mysterious area. Woo-woo! Woo-woo! Target number 1 struggled hard. His hands and feet kept struggling, and his hands were extremely red and swollen. In the Alliance, although injuries can be treated quickly, as long as the head is not blown up on the spot, any injury can be recovered. But there is a prerequisite here that you can get treatment in time. Speak. The man in black saw that target number 1's entire spirit collapsed. So he took off the thing that sealed this person's mouth. My name is Kirby, from the Crimson Federation Bang Bang. I am a free mercenary. I accepted a mercenary mission. My mission is to follow the orders of my superiors to follow a wealthy resident, and I don't know anything else. Target number 1 spoke at the fastest speed. Yang Bo had already discovered that target number 1 was not the mastermind behind the scenes, but he didn't expect that the other party was actually a free mercenary. Who gave you your fake identity? The other party gave it to me. I have never met the other party. Most of the time, we free mercenaries do not see the other party when we are on a mission. Please send me to the police station. Please send me to the police station. Target number 1 was trembling with pain. If he had superpowers, he could recover quickly from his injuries. But now his superpowers were imprisoned. The man in black sealed the man's mouth and left. Then the man in black went to target number 2, who was in another room. Yang Bo knew it so clearly because the man in black left the room where target number 1 was, and arrived at the room where target number 2 was in half a minute. The man in black still followed the last method. Target number 2 was very calm when facing the man in black pouring boiling water on him. He just looked at the other party with a pair of eyes. When the black man saw this, he poured the second bottle of boiling water directly into a secret area of the man. Target number 2 was shivering from the burn, but he still didn't say a word, staring at the man in black with his eyes. The man in black saw that the other party was so lucky, so he turned back and took another cup. Humph! Target number 2 snorted coldly when he saw the man in black taking the quilt. It seems that this guy is the mastermind behind the scenes. But this guy is also very tough. Yang Bo now understood. But what this person was thinking in his mind now was that I don't say it. I don't say anything. So Yang Bo didn't know who the other party was. But when the man in black opened the cup slowly, he showed the contents of the cup to target number 2. Yang Bo, who was in the villa, shrank a little when he saw the contents of the cup. There was a very strange shaped insect in the quilt, like an earthworm. But his mouth was like a lot of spikes. And there was some sticky green liquid all over his body, full of spikes. And his mouth was wide open. Then, in the stunned eyes of target number 2, the man in black directly pulled down target number 2's pants, and was about to put the cup in some mysterious area. Woohoo! Woohoo! Target number 2 could no longer calm down, and screamed for mercy in his mind. But his mouth was blocked, so he couldn't say anything. The man in black slowly brought the cup closer to target number 2, a mysterious area. He also let target number 2 watch his action. Target number 2 was actually scared to pee. I'm telling you, I'm an agent of the Free Mercenaries. I received a commission. The client is a soldier of the Alliance. I don't know the specific information. I really don't know. Our agents also contact each other separately. There is an agent who issues the task, and another agent who executes the task. The agent will not contact the person who issues the task and the person who executes the task at the same time. I can provide the details of the agent who connects me. Target number 2 eagerly said everything he knew. Our goal is the life energy stone. Yang Bo was shocked when he heard that it was the military, thinking that his information in the game had been exposed. But he was relieved when he heard the answer from the second target. Chapter 551 Win-Win-Win. How cruel. Yang Bo muttered to himself after seeing what happened to target number 2. Of course, Yang Bo only muttered, because these people were originally targeting him. At the same time, Zhang Buizhen also received relevant reports. Uncle Nyo, do you think their confessions are true? Zhang Buizhen looked at the complete confession and asked, Master, are you referring to the client? The military? Of course. Uncle Nyo knew what his master was worried about. Yes, the military has enough reasons to deal with us. Zhang Buizhen's hands tapped regularly on the table, and it was obvious that he had a lot of things in his mind. Nyo Bo nodded. Master's worry is not unreasonable. The military has excluded the 9th Fleet and made our planet the base of the 9th Fleet. If there are no unexpected circumstances, the 9th Fleet will become more and more destitute in the future, and finally fall apart, because the tax revenue of our planet cannot support the development of the entire fleet. Zhang Buizhen sighed when he heard this. There is nothing I can do about it. Am I suffering from an unexpected disaster? Nyo Bo shook his head when he heard this. The 9th Fleet is developing normally now. I feel very strange. Where do they get so much money and such favorable conditions to recruit so many people? Lu Jijia and Zhou Rui have planted some people in, but they have only a few talents. Recently, many people have joined the 9th Fleet from all over the Alliance, and there are rumors that the 9th Fleet will not recruit people for the time being. How much money does it cost to have so many people? And the maintenance, operation and patrol of the warships all cost money. I don't know who is supporting them behind the scenes. Zhang Buizhen shook his head with a wry smile when he heard what Nyo Bo said. I guess the military misunderstood me. So they sent people to investigate. But in all conscience, how dare we get involved with the military? Nyo Bo nodded. This is also an unprovoked disaster. It seems that the admiral of our 9th Fleet has many secrets in his hands. Nyo Bo, this is an admiral. The Alliance's fleet has been requested to increase for many years, but it has not increased. The warlords are united when dealing with foreign countries. This time, 2 fleets have been added at once, which is bound to increase the conflicts between the warlords. And our admiral is not simple, but has real military merits. If the merits are slightly worse, don't think about becoming an admiral. We should have less dealings with these people. These people's brains can be said to be better than optical brains. Zhang Buizhen stood up, looked out the window, and then said with his back to Nyo Bo, should we report this matter to the 9th Fleet? Nyo Bo asked. Forget it. Get rid of the person. Then start a relationship investigation. As long as you find out who the other party is. Spread the news. The Parliament will never let such a soldier go. Zhang Buizhen shook his head. Okay. Also inform Mr. Jiu of the news. It's not worthwhile to ask Mr. Jiu this time. So Yang Bo took a bath at home, and a stream of information popped up in his mind. Hacker plus 32. Tracking plus 8. Tracking plus 8. Tracking plus 8. Tracking plus 8. Fighting plus 16. Fighting plus 16. Shooting accuracy plus 16. Fighter driving plus 16. Mecha driving plus 16. Did Zhang Buizhen solve the problem? Yang Bo understood it instantly. 10 messages represent 10 people. In addition to the 9 targets Yang Bo targeted tonight, there is also a target in the hospital. The leader is actually an A-level hacker. It seems that the client's identity is not simple. I just don't know if Zhang Buizhen knows the other party's situation. Yang Bo also saw from these messages that the configuration of the free mercenaries, that is, the different strengths of these people. Some are good at tracking, some are good at fighting, and there are mecha fighters, probably for escape. Thinking of this, Yang Bo went out again in stealth, went directly to the mountain and took out the communicator. Sure enough, he found that Zhang Buizhen had sent him a message again. He told Yang Bo the identity of the target person tonight, and then asked Yang Bo what reward he wanted. A A-level free mercenary agent. Master Zhang, you can give it as you see fit. Yang Bo directly replied to Zhang Buizhen. Zhang Buizhen was also waiting for Mr. Zhuo's message. When Yo Bo showed the communicator to Zhang Buizhen was stunned. He quickly asked Yo Bo to reply, "What A-level agent?" "Mr. Zhuo, the leader is an A-level agent, and is said to be a hacker. It seems that these people are ambitious." "Mr. Zhuo, it seems that Master Zhang doesn't know yet. This information also needs to be paid." "Master Zhang, do you want to know the identities of others? The reward is easy to talk about." Zhang Buizhen was stunned after seeing Mr. Zhuo's answer. Even Yo Bo next to him was stunned. Among the people he dealt with, there was an A-level agent or a hacker. I should have sent a message to Mr. Zhuo a long time ago. Zhang Buizhen regretted it now. You know, an A-level superpower is still very powerful. The key is that I don't know if it will cause trouble after killing him. A-level superpowers sound a lot in the entire universe. But if they are dispersed among various families and forces, the average is not a lot. Yes, we shouldn't have been so anxious just now. We should have asked Mr. Zhuo. After all, he is also a free mercenary. Yo Bo also felt a little regretful. What reward should be given for this? What made Zhang Buizhen feel even more at a loss was that he had to pay Mr. Zhuo enough. It was obviously a treasure. But he was killed by himself. And then he had to pay a high price. And in the team led by such an agent, the identities of the other people must be not simple. Zhang Buizhen couldn't ask now, because if he asked, he would be embarrassed. He caught the person, but he didn't ask clearly what the situation was. Or he was simply deceived by the other party. The two felt heartbroken when they saw the message sent. So they tactfully rejected Mr. Zhuo's suggestion to provide more information about the other party. The people have been dealt with. What's the point of this information now? Zhang Buizhen had to reluctantly increase the reward for tonight's mission by several levels. And then he had to pay for the information provided by Mr. Zhuo. Yang Bo happily returned to the villa. Zhang Buizhen promised that this mission was worth 200 million energy medals. In less than half a day, he earned 200 million, gained some skills, and then even threatened himself. Yeah, win-win. Yang Bo was in a very happy mood. The people who monitored him were finally gone. You can make some money with information about dead people. TSK. Yang Bo smiled in his heart. I'm afraid Zhang Buizhen is very frustrated now. He's A-level. Someone is looking for trouble. And they will go to Zhang Buizhen later. It has nothing to do with me. I just don't know who the client is in the military. But I'm afraid the other party is not simple to let the A-level agent come out. Zhang Buizhen, you have to work harder and help me attract firepower. I'll watch from the side. And then help you solve the problem and make your money. Oh, am I a bit unkind? Yang Bo felt that he seemed to have become bad recently for no reason. The next day, Yang Bo sneaked to Annie and Xia again. The two beautiful women with plump figures made Yang Bo very happy, and promised them to go to the game rankings to make money at the end of the month. After staying here for 2 days, Yang Bo came to Lu Jijia's former company dormitory, which is now a separate property. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were already waiting here. Yang Bo, today we will have a sword test. When Yang Bo arrived at the sword training room, Lu Jingxiang took out today's schedule. Sorry for bothering you, Sister Jingxiang. Yang Bo nodded. The sword test was very simple. You just had to wear a pair of virtual glasses. And then Yang Bo held a special sword in his hand. Inside the virtual glasses was a test software with a virtual character. All Yang Bo had to do was fight with the opponent. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen also wore virtual glasses, but they were watching. After Yang Bo entered the test program, he found that there were people who could watch the fight. The Swordsmanship Association keeps personal information confidential, but offline acquaintances like Yang Bo and Lu Jingxiang cannot keep it confidential. Yang Bo roughly guessed that this was just like the mecha test. Finally, after looking carefully at the rules, it was indeed like this. The difficulty of the assessment was 1 difficulty in the first 30 seconds, and the difficulty increased every 20 seconds after 30 seconds. There were several people watching the assessment, but none of them could see their names. What Yang Bo didn't know was that there would be people watching the assessment of every newcomer in the Swordsmanship Association. Most of these people were agents or people from some teams, and some nobles. It was a bit like scouts on Earth. These people couldn't see Yang Bo's name during the assessment. They could only see a number, unless Yang Bo took the initiative to disclose his information. The assessment procedure was the same as when Yang Bo and Lu Jingxiang fought, and the intelligence system shouted to start. The virtual character of the assessment took a step forward, and the sword in his hand stabbed directly at Yang Bo. This was a standard swordsmanship gesture. Just like the start of fencing, Yang Bo also took a step forward. But he did not go straight forward, but to the side. The opponent's sword saw Yang Bo going to the side, and the sword in his hand also cut across in an arc in the direction of Yang Bo. The examiner wins. Yang Bo heard these words in just a blink of an eye, because just now, Yang Bo saw the opponent's sword sweeping over, and he lowered his head and turned to the side, and the sword in his hand directly cut the opponent's neck. The virtual game imaging made Yang Bo feel like he was fighting with someone on the ring. Of course, Yang Bo's move was also very dangerous in the eyes of outsiders, because the virtual person in the test, the sword in his hand also followed Yang Bo's body. It can be said that if it was a little later, Yang Bo would have lost first. So fast. Lu Jingxiang didn't expect Yang Bo to knock out his opponent in less than a second. It is difficult to knock out others in a real sword competition. In the end, it is usually calculated by scoring. The score varies depending on the location of the hit. He is too risky to play like this. If he is not careful, he will be knocked out by others. Joe Kerson shook his head and said beside him. Although the two people were wearing virtual glasses, their ears were still outside. Actually, it's good like this. Look at the top few players in each sword final. They play very risky. Lu Jingxiang said. They have to take risks. If they don't take risks, the nobles behind them will cut off their heads. Joe Kerson sighed. This is also the main reason why our Alliance Sword Association has not achieved a good ranking in recent years. For us, it is a competition. And for the Water Blue Empire Sword Association, it is the future and even life. Lu Jingxiang also knew, but there was no way to change it. The eyes of the other people watching were brightened when they saw this scene. Soon, the second one was carried out immediately. That is to say, Yang Bo is now a level 1 swordsman. And now he is taking the level 2 test. In the same second, Yang Bo saw the battle and knocked out his opponent directly. Level 5 should be about right. Yang Bo just became a level 5 swordsman, and he felt that it was about right. It turns out that the swordsman gets stronger as he goes on. During the test, Yang Bo clearly felt that the virtual character on the other side was getting stronger and stronger, whether it was reaction speed or other things. However, Yang Bo has dynamic vision, which is actually predicting the opponent's trajectory. In swordsmanship, the most important thing is prediction. No matter how strong the enemy is, as long as you can predict his movements, it is equivalent to automatically hitting his weakness on your sword. The reason why Yang Bo stopped taking the exam was to avoid being too conspicuous. Yang Bo was confident that he could get a higher level. But what's the use? Except for pretending. As for participating in the finals, he must go. But it doesn't matter whether he gets a good ranking or not. He has to go to the Blue Water Empire to solve a package of problems. First of all, the territory problem. Then the problem of the villain list. And the problem of building a laboratory. Then in the next assessment, Yang Bo fought with the opponent for 20 seconds and was defeated by the opponent. Yang Bo, you are so awesome. Yang Bo took off the virtual glasses and completed the assessment. Lu Jingxiang looked at him with an admiring look and said, No. No. Yang Bo laughed and said modestly, Yang Bo, you are really a genius. But your current fighting style is a bit dangerous. You should refer to other people's sword fighting competition videos more. Joe Kerson was also very interested in the talent shown by Yang Bo. After all, Yang Bo had just trained for a short time. This was completely a talent. Won't you teach me? Although Yang Bo didn't want them to teach him, he still asked. We can't teach you too much, because your fighting style is completely different from ours. Your method is more like the method of the swordsman of the Blue Water Empire. Lu Jingxiang roughly explained. Yang Bo immediately understood that sword fighting is a sport in the Alliance. It is good to get bonuses, but if you can't get bonuses, just treat it as entertainment. But in the Blue Water Empire, this means risking your life, not only for your future, but also for your life. The two will have different styles when competing. Well, I'll just watch more competition videos myself. Yang Bo also breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't have time to come here to practice every day. Yang Bo? How was the assessment? Lu Jijie came in from the training room at this time. Yang Bo got the 5th level swordsman in the assessment. Lu Jingxiang spoke first. Really? Lu Jijie was a little unconfident when he heard this. How fast does it take to react to reach this level? Yes. Yang Bo coded the intelligence system 5 times in total. Zhou Kersen also nodded. Seeing that Lu Jijia was a little skeptical, Yang Bo quickly explained, my style of play is different from theirs. Lu Jingxiang explained again. And Lu Jijia finally understood why Yang Bo was so talented in making medicines. He also predicted the medicines when he made them. And responded in advance? Let's go. I'll treat you. Lu Jijia was in a good mood when he saw that his aunt's attitude towards Yang Bo had changed. Chapter 552 Skill Brushing. Thank you, Brother Jia. When Yang Bo heard that Lu Jijia wanted to treat him to a meal, of course he agreed. So everyone packed up and went to eat together. Lu Jingxiang now looked at Yang Bo differently than before. In the past, Lu Jijia said that Yang Bo was a genius. But Lu Jingxiang didn't think so. When Yang Bo became a level 5 swordsman in a short period of time, Lu Jingxiang admired him a little. This is a true genius. Yang Bo changed his clothes and waited with Lu Jijia for more than half an hour before Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen came out together. Lu Jingxiang had long black hair, straight and black, and wore a white short-sleeved V-neck dress with a pair of white leather shoes on her feet. She looked pure and beautiful, with a blue gem hanging on her slender neck. Zhou Kersen wore a gradient pink 3/4 sleeve t-shirt on the upper body and a gray knee-length skirt on the lower body, revealing her thin waist. It further highlighted the curves of her upper body. After the two got in the car, there was a fragrance inside the car. This perfume seemed to be of high quality, because Yang Bo didn't smell pungent. I didn't expect that you, Yang Bo, are so talented in swordsmanship. I wish you good results in the swordsmanship competition. Lu Jijia praised Yang Bo during the meal. Lu Jijia obviously felt from his aunt that she didn't reject Yang Bo, and even liked Yang Bo a little. This made Lu Jijia very happy. Although everything in the alliance is for the benefit, Yang Bo will be half a family member in the future. Thank you, Yang Bo said with a smile. Yang Bo is one of the most talented swordsmen I have ever seen. Lu Jingxiang also nodded and added. Zhou Kersen did not speak. Zhou Kersen also felt Lu Jingxiang's change of heart towards Yang Bo. It was an accident. An accident. I have to thank Sister Jingxiang, Yang Bo said modestly. It's a pity that there are too many restrictions on the development of swordsmanship in our country. There is not such a good atmosphere as the Blue Water Empire. Lu Jijia spoke again. Lu Jingxiang shook her head. The model is different. What is popular here is normal competition. And what is popular in the Blue Water Empire is free competition, which means that there is no restriction on personal strength. Everything can be used except superpowers. And the prize money for the free competition is higher. But the casualties in the free competition are very high. Every year, more than 80% of the free competition participants die. Yang Bo heard this and asked curiously, how can there be such a high number of casualties? The water behind the free competition is very deep. Many nobles will participate in gambling. The losers will bring huge losses to these nobles, and will be killed in the end. And they also regard killing opponents as an honor. So the free competition is very bloody every year. In addition to the free competition, you can't use superpowers, but you can use all other punches and kicks. And their equipment and cold weapons are also very different. Unlike the swords we use in the competition, they are all made of special materials. When the force exceeds a certain level, the sword will break by itself. Freedom competition is different, except for energy alloys, which are not allowed to use energy metals. Any other metals can be used. The winner of the last competition, his set of armor weighed nearly 1,100 kilograms, and the sword in his hand weighed 300 kilograms. Fortunately, there is an age limit. Otherwise, I am afraid that all A-level superpowers will participate. There is also a bet in this competition, which is who kills the most opponents. Lu Jingxiang explained. When Yang Bo fought with Lu Jingxiang, the sword in his hand was made of special materials. If the force exceeded a certain level, the sword in his hand would break. This is the requirement of the competition, focusing on speed and moves. This is like two strawmen holding two sorghum stalks for competition. This is mainly to avoid the difference in strength between individuals. After all, some people may have hundreds or thousands of kilograms of strength, while some only have tens of kilograms of strength. Therefore, it is not allowed to use feet or hands in sword competitions, just to achieve maximum fairness. Yang Bo was moved when he heard this. Those who can kill people openly and participate in such competitions must not be ordinary people. By then, their skills will be very good. I wonder what the age limit is for the free competition. Yang Bo asked when he heard this. 35 years old. Joe Kerson said. The age limit of 35 is not only a restriction on superpowers, but also because the nobles like bloody performances. The age limit was 40 years old before. But later there was a data showing that players over 35 years old are likely to kill the opponent quickly. And the lower the strength, the smaller the gap between the two sides. The smaller the strength gap, the longer the two sides fight, and the happier the nobles are to watch. So we don't promote free matches in our alliance. When Yang Bo heard Joe Kerson's explanation, he shook his head. Too barbaric. It's a bit barbaric. So it's difficult to promote swordsmanship on a large scale in the alliance. Lu Jingxiang nodded. The few people chatted while eating, and everyone dispersed after the meal. Before leaving, Lu Jingxiang asked Yang Bo to watch more swordsmanship competition videos to understand the opponent's routines. Yang Bo nodded. Free competition. Yang Bo checked after returning to the villa and found that the free competition can only be registered in the Blue Water Empire. And there are many free arenas in the Blue Water Empire. The two of them have irreconcilable conflicts. So they go to the free arena for a sword duel. TSK. If I had known this, I would have immigrated to the Blue Water Empire earlier. And I would have let anyone I like duel with me. These things can't be seen unless you search deliberately. This is the Alliance suppressing this kind of information. Because the Alliance believes that sword duels are illegal. There is a lot of gambling behind every sword duel. Yang Bo watched the regular sword competition video again, and found that this is a test of personal adaptability and speed. The so-called routine is just a game between the two sides. Real and fake. Real and fake. Swordsmanship. Grandmaster. 12920/100000. Yang Bo looked at his swordsmanship and actually reached the Grandmaster level. Oh! No wonder I'm good at swordsmanship. Yang Bo now understood that the reason why he was so good at swordsmanship was not only because of the Grandmaster level dynamic vision, but also the Grandmaster level swordsmanship. I'm afraid there is no swordsmanship in the game. But there must be many people with swordsmanship in the Blue Water Empire. Yang Bo pondered in his heart. Afterwards, Yang Bo ignored the swordsmanship-related things. As long as he could go to the Blue Water Empire, he didn't need to get a lot of rankings. Take advantage of this period before the Pirate Conference opens to do more game tasks, increase some skills, and brush up more mental power. After all, I have mental power skills. Yang Bo decided to go online to play the game, mainly to brush those small bosses. Yang Bo sent a message to Annie and Xia, asking them to play the game tomorrow. Yang Bo went to the game forum to sell games, and the intelligence people bought maps, mainly maps of the breeding farm. The hot topic in the game forum was still the Justice Gang suing the game officials, and the lawyers hired by the Justice Gang were already collecting evidence. Black-hearted game manufacturers. The ranking bonuses are all taken away by unknown people within a week at the end of every month. Yang Bo saw another hot post. The first place in the monster killing team ranking will be rewarded with 10 million game coins. And the first place in the individual ranking will be rewarded with 10 million. At the end of each month, someone will take away all the bonuses of these two rankings. And the post also left enough evidence and reported complaints. But the official answer was normal. A lot of people replied that there was a shady deal. Yang Bo saw such a post and replied below. There must be a shady deal. Then he smiled and went to see other posts. Guild War. Yang Bo saw that the Guild War was about to begin. This thing is probably for the game officials to let everyone really play the game, mainly to make up for the materials taken away by the game officials. Yang Bo certainly knew that the materials he asked Xia and Annie to collect were physical objects when they were collected, and they would be gone once they were put in the warehouse. Of course, to a certain extent, this is just a game, and it doesn't matter to others. Yang Bo didn't want to participate in such a boring game. Although the rewards in it were relatively high, there was a guild competition every year, and the first place could get a reward of 50 million game coins. But it takes tens of millions of game coins to establish a guild. And this is still the lowest. Some guilds spend hundreds of millions to build guild headquarters. Yang Bo looked at other forum news and then cooked and rested. The next day, Yang Bo entered the game, and the people in the game department were relieved to see Yang Bo on the game. I said your girlfriend is not good either. It's been several months, and you haven't got the other party's information yet. That's right. Your girlfriend is not good. Or we can find a professional? We thought this guy was dead, but he was online again. The people in the game department were relieved to see Yang Bo online. And they all spoke up. I've asked her to do it as soon as possible. Hearing others talking about his girlfriend. This person was embarrassed to call her his girlfriend again. And spoke up. It seems that the boss gave this matter to you. Otherwise you can use the disguise potion to talk to the other party in depth. Be bolder. And put more beautiful photos. Someone suggested. The head of the game department. The colonel. Felt uncomfortable when he heard this. Stop talking. Everyone. If anyone has other ways to get this person's personal information as soon as possible, I will reward him with another 20 million credit points. I have a sister? I have an ex-girlfriend. I have an aunt. The eyes of the people in the game department lit up when they heard this. I think you all should bring out the person you mentioned for us to see. This old pervert must have seen a lot of women. He must be attractive. Someone shook his head when he heard this. Is this guy not going to take the mission today? Suddenly someone saw Yang Bo not taking the mission. Directly bought a lot of bullets. And then left the resurrection point. Boss, I think we can use other methods to get his information. There are professionals who specialize in this. Just let him kill those monsters. Isn't this a waste of our time? How is the female star doing? The head of the game department. The colonel. Asked. Chapter 553. Furious. We have already negotiated with several female stars and singers of various styles. There are mature styles, sexy styles, pure styles, and Lolita styles. There are about 7 or 8 female stars and singers who are willing to cooperate with us. However, recently the people from the Justice Gang want to sue our game officials. So these brokerage companies are not cooperating with us to avoid trouble. Someone hurried to report. The head of the game department. The colonel. Heard this and sneered. Have these rubbish filed a lawsuit? Not yet. As long as they file a lawsuit, we can see their identity information. And then we will make them look bad. No matter who is behind these people's financial support. No matter how rich their families are. A staff member of the game department said. Let's solve this matter as soon as possible. A bunch of rubbish only know how to cause trouble for us. After the matter is resolved, we will continue to cooperate with female stars and singers. I think this old guy always has one that he likes. The head of the game department. The colonel. Was a little impatient. Yes. The colonel of the game department was impatient today. But in the next week, everyone in the game department was impatient. Because Yang Bo went to the farms and some small monsters in the game every day. In just 7 days, he reached the top of 2 rankings. Yang Bo has been working hard to kill the group monsters in the game these days. And the leader will give him mental power. Yang Bo can clearly feel that his mental power is stronger than before. The rest are some animal skills, such as collision, kicking, boxing, etc. Yang Bo didn't go out this week. Lu Jingxiang had made several appointments with him. But Yang Bo didn't go. Yang Bo went out again in stealth mode and came to the mountain behind. He took out the third master's communicator, then changed into the third master's appearance and logged into the mailbox. On the 26th of next month, Yang Bo saw that the pirate conference would be held on the 26th of next month. But the specific location was not announced. The specific location would be announced the day before the meeting. At the same time, the agenda of this pirate conference was posted. The first was to re-elect the Pirate Alliance directors, and a total of 11 people would be elected. Another agenda was about the future development of the Pirate Alliance. And of course, some transactions were to be made. What kind of transactions? Yang Bo didn't understand what kind of transactions the Pirate Alliance was going to make. After all, if they were holding a meeting on someone else's territory, could they bring stolen goods for transactions? Since it was not stolen goods, it could be something else. It could be intelligence. Or it could be something else more useful. So Yang Bo was very curious. The Pirate Alliance came to March Star for a meeting, which was simply a naked provocation. After all, Wang Mushua had just annihilated 2 pirate groups. Now these pirate alliances come here to hold a meeting, which is a slap in the face. Of course, there is a reason for the Pirate Alliance to hold a meeting here. These pirates have no trust in each other, and it is impossible for them to go to other places to hold a meeting. So why come to the Alliance to hold a meeting? Because the other 2 countries are unreasonable and have the death penalty. The other 2 countries can change the law at any time, regardless of the Blue Empire or the Crimson Federation. The Blue Empire not only has the laws of the Empire, but each noble's territory has its own laws. And in the noble's territory, The noble's words are the law. The other Crimson Federation is needless to say. It is full of warlords. Law? Is that thing as powerful as the warships in my hands? Only in the Alliance. Even if you are suspected of being a criminal. But there is no direct evidence. The Alliance can only release you. And even if you are caught in the Alliance and the Alliance is evidence, the Alliance does not have the death penalty. The other two countries are different. The criminals will be squeezed out of their oil and then killed. Yang Bo sent a reply email to express his participation. I just don't know which important people these pirates are. They must be important people in every pirate gang. Hee hee. I don't know what rare skills I will give this time. Yang Bo will not be soft on these pirates. As for how to start, we will see when the time comes. Then there is the Aquamarine Empire Noble Council. Yang Bo also replied to the email, and said that he would attend the Noble Assembly on time. Then Yang Bo saw Xiao Yang send some sexy photos to him. Yang Bo chatted with Xiao Yang for a while. Xiao Yang wanted to invite Yang Bo to watch more exciting things via video. Yang Bo asked the other party to post them first, so he could enjoy them, and then video chat. The other party sent a few more hot photos, which made Yang Bo very angry. TSK. These guys are really spending a lot of money to get my information. But forget about other people's girlfriends. It's definitely not because of the distance. Yang Bo flirted with Xiao Yang for a while. Then threw the communicator into the space box, and put it away. You are here. Annie was wearing a short pink sleeveless nightgown. And it could be seen that she was not wearing other clothes underneath. Yang Bo watched Annie run, and the two rabbits jumped along with her. Go to the bathroom. Yang Bo carried Annie into the bathroom. And then Annie's pink pajamas disappeared. After a while of frying, Yang Bo looked at the two big beauties with weak legs and smiled. You guys can't do this. Yang Bo was punched by the two as soon as he finished speaking. Both of them were wearing sleeveless white short pajamas. And when they moved, the rabbits jumped up and down with their movements. Yang Bo was thirsty again. But now was not the time. So he would talk about it in the evening. Yang Bo stayed here for another 2 days, playing happily with the 4 big white rabbits every day. As for the nightgown, he bought another stack of black, white, pink, purple, hollow, transparent, and semi-transparent. Yang Bo had a lot of fun. But some people got angry. The head of the game department, the colonel, saw that Yang Bo did not take tasks in the game every day, but went to brush those little monsters. And he was furious. If he took 2 or 3 tasks this week, his credit would come again. And he disappeared again in the past 2 days. The head of the game department wanted to catch Yang Bo immediately and ordered him to play games 24 hours a day. And all of them were tasks. However, there was also good news. That is, the lawsuit filed by the Justice Gang against the game officials had been submitted to the court. And the court had officially conveyed the lawsuit to the game company. These bastards are trash. The colonel of the game department was furious after seeing the plaintiff's information. He was already upset by Yang Bo's operation. And it was just right for him to vent his anger. The leaders were indeed the second generation of several families. And in fact, the people in the game department had already guessed it. Boss. Others in the game department were also very annoyed. Mainly because these people used to rely on Yang Bo's merits to get promoted at a rocket speed. After experiencing this speed of promotion, how can they still have the heart to wait for time peacefully? That's right. Without merits, you can only get promoted by waiting for seniority. And after experiencing rapid promotion, you can never go back to the past. Now these people are venting their anger on the Justice Gang. Because if it weren't for the Justice Gang, the plan of cooperation with the female star would have been implemented long ago. And the information of the guy in the game might have been dug out a month or 2 earlier. It's these rubbish that delayed us for so long. If we had negotiated the cooperation plan with the female star earlier, even if the guy only used 1/4 of the time to do the game tasks, we would have been promoted. That's right. These guys are also doing the environmental protection thing in the game. Boss. Kill them. Definitely kill them. I'll check these families immediately to see if they supply the military. Even if they are supply chains for our military suppliers. We have to kill them. The colonel in charge of the game department thought of himself and might miss the opportunity for promotion. And he was furious. Yang Bo had no idea about these things. Yang Bo came to practice swordsmanship again. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen took turns to practice with Yang Bo and were directly knocked out by Yang Bo. Even Lu Jijia came to practice with Yang Bo and was beaten 8 o'clock by Yang Bo. Yang Bo's style of play may make it to the finals. His style of play makes people like us who have practiced routines feel uncomfortable. Lu Jijie commented on Yang Bo. I think so too. When I was sparring with Yang Bo, I always wanted to think of tricks to deceive him. But he knocked me out right away. Zhou Kersen nodded. Yang Bo's style of play is completely based on his talent, which is fast and accurate, just like the swordsman's style of play in the alliance. Yang Bo has a chance to enter the finals, and his ranking in our alliance will not be too low. At that time, there will definitely be big companies that want to talk about endorsements. Lu Jingxiang is already imagining Yang Bo's endorsement. Thank you for the compliments, sisters. Yang Bo smiled. Brother Jia, you said I call you Sister Jingxiang, and then call you Brother Jia. I'm afraid this is a bit inappropriate. Yang Bo looked at Lu Jijie again and said, Then how about I call you Uncle? Lu Jijie winked at Yang Bo. Ahem. Yang Bo cursed his boss in his heart for being shameless. Yang Bo, I suggest you enter the battle system and practice in it. The three of us won't get any benefit from practicing with you. Lu Jijie said again. Nonsense. We can get benefit. Lu Jingxiang said immediately after hearing this, and glared at her nephew. Zhou Kersen also nodded. Yang Bo's reaction speed is fast. We can greatly improve our reaction speed by practicing with him for a long time. It seems that it can also be done in the virtual couplet system? Yang Bo asked. Although the virtual environment is also very realistic, there is no atmosphere of direct practice. And there is also a mentality in it. That is, if you lose, you lose. Anyway, it is just a virtual one. Seeing the shining sword in reality is still a bit stressful. Lu Jingxiang shook her head. Okay. I'll come over whenever I'm free. Yang Bo nodded. Then Lu Jijie treated him to another meal. After returning to the villa, Yang Bo first went to the basement to observe and record his various experimental subjects. We need to find an opportunity to eliminate a batch of these gerbils. These guys are too fertile. Yang Bo looked at the 700 gerbils he had raised. These guys are timid. But once they get used to it, especially the second and third generations, they get used to this environment. In addition to eating and sleeping, they reproduce. So the number has exploded. The main reason is that the number was too small at the beginning. Now there are 700. According to Yang Bo's estimate, it can double in half a year, and then double again in another half a year. Yang Bo eliminated some gerbils, mainly the male ones. When will we go to the Gobi Desert to catch a few more to change species? Go to the game tomorrow to do the task. After arriving at the internet room, Yang Bo prepared to go to the game tomorrow to do the task, to see how much the performance of the simulator has improved compared to the previous one. Huh? Opening the game forum, Yang Bo found that the Justice Gang had officially submitted a lawsuit to the court. Refund 1 and punish 10. Yang Bo saw the demands of the Justice Gang, asking the game company to respect the players, admit the mistake and apologize, and refund 1 and punish 10. It's over. Yang Bo knew it was over as soon as he saw this situation. Because once the defendant went to court, he could see the plaintiff's information. I'm really looking forward to the military's move. Do you want me to mock the Justice Gang in the mecha game? Go to the mecha game tomorrow. The last time should be over. Go find Tainyo and see if the Justice Gang has bought a new mecha. These rich second generations have plenty of money. If they are mocked now, they probably won't be able to bear it. Yang Bo quickly thought of a good way to take advantage of the situation. After all, the Justice Gang is bound to be finished. So don't take advantage of it before it's finished to get more wool. I've decided. I'll go play the mecha game tomorrow and see how confident these guys are in the forum. I won't know where to cry when the time comes. Yang Bo muttered to himself. Chapter 554, Monsters and Demons. When Yang Bo was about to plot against the Justice Gang, the members of the Justice Gang were celebrating. Originally, the members of the Justice Gang were scattered in various places in the Alliance. But because of this lawsuit, they gathered together. The name of Wodi Star comes from the name of the captain of the exploration spaceship that first discovered this planet. Interstellar exploration spaceships explore the starry sky in the interstellar space, completely relying on the captain's command. The galaxy where Wodi Star is located has 16 planets and 1 star. But only Wodi Star is habitable. This area belongs to the defense zone of the 3rd Fleet. And it is also the 3rd Administrative District. The 3rd Administrative District has 4 planets for human survival. But only Wodi Star has the best conditions, because the gravity of this planet is very suitable for human survival. while the gravity of the other 3 planets is slightly larger. And they are far away from Wody Star, respectively in 2 other galaxies. For the other 3 planets, ordinary people who live on them for a long time will suffer great damage to their bodies if they are not superpowered. The largest city on Wody Star, Jinling City, is because there is a mountain next to the city, which is full of gold. However, in the interstellar era, gold is just an ordinary metal object, and there are many things that are more valuable than gold. The top floor of the largest hotel in Jinling City can accommodate 2,500 people for meetings. The Justice Gang held a grand party here, and all the expenses of everyone coming and going were reimbursed. More than 1,200 people gathered here, from dozens of planets in the Alliance. Hello everyone. I am Una, the leader of the Justice Gang, and I am very happy to see you here today. A red-haired woman with frizzy hair appeared on the high platform in the middle of the party venue. The woman was wearing a black dress with all kinds of metal nails on it, and the dress had only one sleeve, which meant that one arm of the woman was bare, and the other arm had a sleeve. There was a rope hanging around her neck, and her pants were one high and one low. She also had a pair of shoes in 2 colors, one red and one green. The people of the Justice Gang cheered immediately when they saw the leader and his unique outfit. Justice! 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 All the guild members shouted in unison. Okay. Everyone will get 10,000 game coins when we go into the game. The leader shook his hair, and everyone finally saw his true face. He had tattoos on his face. Some strange things. And from a distance, he looked like a mask. It was impossible to see what this person looked like. Boss, I love you. The people attending the meeting looked like a bunch of monsters and ghosts. Anyway, there were more than 1,000 people, so don't even think about finding someone dressed the same. Some even shaved half of their hair and left the other half bare. Some simply shaved their heads and tattooed something on their heads. Others simply wore pants with nothing on the upper body. This lawsuit will be recorded in history. I hope that after receiving the compensation, everyone will support the development of the guild. In the next guild war, we will trample the Lonting Guild under our feet. I want the leader of the Lonting Guild to lick my ass. The leader shouted loudly on the stage again. The leader is mighty. Kill the Lonting Guild. Kill all the people in the Lonting Guild. The people in the Justice Gang screamed. Let me introduce this to our first deputy leader Thorn, who is also the best player in our guild. A young man who looked relatively normal and dressed normally came up and waved to everyone. Hello everyone. I'm Thorn. But when this guy opened his mouth, his teeth were all blue. If you look closely, you can see that his teeth are all inlaid with blue gems. Oh. There was another ghost cry from below. This is the second deputy leader Yang Sha. With the introduction of the leader, a woman in a skirt came on stage. But the skirt this woman wore was a bit transparent. You can see a red snake tattooed on the woman's snow-white skin. From a distance, it looks like the snake is coiled on this woman. And some mysterious parts are also looming. The most important thing is that this woman has a golden ring on her nostrils. And the hair on her head is all braided. And there is a small skull on each braid. Sha. I love you. Sha. I want you. The monsters below shouted loudly when they saw the scene, because the light was brighter where the gang leader was standing. Some monsters who were closer to the stage had their eyes wide open. Hello everyone. Please take care of me in the future. The deputy gang leader named Sha did not restrain himself and spread his legs apart. But his voice was very gentle, and he waved to everyone. Such a huge contrast made the monsters below even more excited. The gang leader and the deputy gang leader are all second-generation rich people. They have a lot of money, and usually show off and compete with each other. Because these second-generation rich people are just eating and waiting to die. They don't have any ability, and can't be qualified for any department. Their lives are empty and lonely. This time, a large group of people gathered in the game. And these people thought about forming a group. After the introduction, the rest are happy. Don't look at these people as monsters. But they are all mecha masters after all. Because in the mecha game, only those who control the hand speed to reach the level of mecha masters can play the game. Of course, the mecha masters who can join the Justice Gang are guys whose brains are overwhelmed by the freedom of the Alliance. These people advocate all freedoms. Freedom of clothing, freedom of dress, freedom of speech and behavior. In the party, the only normal thing is the waiter who shuttles in and provides drinks and food for everyone. A waiter walked out of the smoky venue and came to the service room. What's going on? There was already another waiter waiting in the service room. It's done. You can watch the show in an hour. The waiter nodded. Very good. You can resign after this incident and return to the team. Another person whispered. Thank you. Sir. The waiter hurriedly thanked him. The leader of the Justice Gang and the deputy leader were holding expensive drinks, walking among the crowd and enjoying the compliments of these guild members. Boss. After this lawsuit, the boss will become famous. This is the largest claim in the history of the game. A bald man raised his glass and walked towards the boss. Then said, "Ha. Thank you for the compliment." The gang leader proudly stroked his red hair and laughed. Boss, your hair is so unique. Among these 1,000 people, your hair is the best. Another guild member held a glass of wine and smiled and complimented. Really? I have applied for a patent for this. I only have one in the entire alliance. If anyone dares to do the same as mine, I will make him pay for it. The gang leader shook his head proudly. The red hair that stood up could actually change color. Oh! The gang leader is so amazing. Other guild members nearby quickly complimented him. My stylist earns 500,000 credit points a month. The gang leader was so flattered that he didn't know which way to go. He took a sip of wine and said, Today's wine is also provided by me. A bottle is worth 200,000 credit points. Everyone, drink up. In addition, today's ingredients are all provided by the first deputy gang leader. They are all naturally grown and cultivated by ancient methods on the mother planet. No wonder they taste different. The atmosphere of the whole meeting was quite lively, and everyone was getting more and more excited as they drank. But later on, it was not the same. Some people made some indecent actions together in public, but it seemed that no one stopped it, and it was still spreading. An hour later, the police received a call from a hotel staff member saying that someone was using contraband in a place, because this hotel is the most famous hotel in the area. It was led by real police. When the police arrived, they found that the reporters had arrived first, and they cursed in their hearts. These guys who called the police must have sold this news for a lot of money. The hotel manager was still a little confused, but he introduced the participants of the meeting in detail, and all the food and drinks were brought by the participants, and he presented relevant evidence. Warning: prohibited ingredients detected in the air. The drone behind the police issued a warning when the police were stunned. Then the police quickly retreated and called the special operations team. The reporter and the manager also retreated quickly, but the reporter controlled the unmanned equipment used for filming to go in and film. The special operations team arrived 5 minutes later, and these people were wearing strict protective equipment. At this time, the online news could not come out. The next morning, Yang Bo got up and read the news, and was shocked. Half of the news was about this incident. TSK. What the hell is this monster? Yang Bo looked at the pictures in the news, and found that these people were too individual. But that's right. If there is no personality, it is impossible to do such unreasonable things in the game. When others kill a small monster in the game, these guys will come out and make trouble. Yang Bo then figured it out. TSK. They are the second generation of the rich from 6 families. This picture is too eye-catching. Although the picture is blurred, you can still get a rough idea. The police report said that all these people used contraband and have been detained. The hotel issued a notice. All the ingredients and drinks for this party were brought by them. The hotel will file a lawsuit against the organizer of the party and claim compensation because it has a huge impact on the hotel and its brand. Then the purpose of these people's party was also dug out. They were actually members of a guild in the game. It's so damn dark. Yang Bo saw the official announcement of the game again. In view of the huge negative impact of the Justice Gang on the game, the official decided to clear all the data of these players and reserve the right to pursue these players. It can't be the military. Yang Bo suddenly realized a problem. That is, this thing can't be done by the military? Chapter 555 Trouble is coming. That's not all. Yang Bo was about to play the game when he found the game announcement. Deal with the negative impact of the Justice Gang on the game. First of all, the Justice Gang Guild and the Guild's property will still belong to the Justice Gang. The Guild is required to select a new leader and deputy leader as soon as possible to perform the Guild's functions. Then the game accounts of all the people who participated in the group will be cancelled. All data will be cleared, and the negative impact on the game brand will be investigated. In addition, a lawsuit will be filed against these players for their arrears in the game. And the announcement is that all players must abide by the rules of the game. And at the same time abide by the laws of the Alliance and resist bad practices. TSK. The military is cutting off the firewood from the bottom of the pot. But these guys are so rich. I'm afraid the contraband issue will be easy to settle. What a pity. I knew I would have taken the guys who pitted the Justice Gang yesterday. After reading it, Yang Bo had a guess in his mind. Forget it. Go to the game to do the task. Yang Bo thought about it, and then went on to do the task. Not long after Yang Bo played the game, Annie and Xia also played the game. And the two practiced skills at the resurrection point. Yang Bo looked at the task. And the warrior badge appeared in the task, increasing all attributes by 20%. This mine task is most likely the mine task under the extinct volcano on the island. Yang Bo saw that the task description was very simple. Just to explore a mine. Then Yang Bo accepted the task without hesitation. This time Yang Bo prepared enough bombs. Electromagnetic bombs? And shockwave bombs. Yang Bo accepted the task so readily this time that the people in the game department were a little bit unconvinced. What happened to this guy today? Did he get dumped by his two girlfriends? The two girlfriends teamed up and practiced their skills at the resurrection point. The staff of the game department was a little confused. Anyway, as long as he accepts the mission, it's fine. The head of the game department, the colonel, was looking forward to Yang Bo's performance. Yang Bo was preparing in the game. But now it was a virtual game because the real Bionic Man had been transported away. Haha. It's the place where I took credit last time. Yang Bo looked at the virtual screen and the environment where the Bionic Man was completely different. Now Yang Bo's virtual display was a mountain in a desert. And there was a cave under the mountain. But the Bionic Man was actually on the island where Yang Bo was last time. But this is also good. Yang Bo went directly into the cave. The cave was also virtually rendered. And the entire structure did not change. But the rocks all turned into another grayish-white color. No longer the original color. And the cave was originally wet. But Yang Bo's sides seemed to be extremely dry. High-tech. Awesome. Yang Bo pretended that he was doing a repetitive task. And then began to search. There was nothing in the branching holes below. But Yang Bo still threw bombs. Soon the bombs sent some small animals running around, including spiders and mice. Dynamic vision +1. Throwing a bomb can also gain a skill. Obviously some unlucky mice were killed by the explosion. Yang Bo confirmed that these spiders and mice were real. So he quickly caught a live mouse. And then took a rope from his backpack and tied the mouse. This scene made the people in the game department a little confused. But now these people no longer talk nonsense. Because Yang Bo always sees that he can solve the problem in the end. Then everyone found that every time Yang Bo arrived at a mine, he would throw the mouse on the rope into it, and then pull it back. If the mouse was alive and kicking, Yang Bo would go in boldly. After throwing bombs several times in succession, Yang Bo became more and more familiar with the structure of the entire mine. There was an unknown energy influence in the horizontal branch in the middle. Generally speaking, this energy may be radioactive energy, which affects the entire energy operation of the mecha. But no creatures were seen in this place, which proves that the energy influence of this place is immovable. Could it be related to the structure of this mine, causing these radiations to accumulate in this mine? Seawater can be used to neutralize the various radiations in it, but it is obviously unrealistic. While Yang Bo pretended to explore other mines that were no longer dangerous carefully, he was thinking in his mind. It seems that there is only the method I originally thought of. Yang Bo had been thinking about this task for a long time. After 2 hours of hesitation, Yang Bo finally came to the mine with problems, and threw the rat into it. Yang Bo pulled the rat out to see that it was fine. Then walked a distance inside, and threw it in again. After walking about 10 meters, Yang Bo threw the rat in his hand. He pulled the rat out again, and found that the whole rat's skin began to fester. It cost me 2 hours of acting. Yang Bo muttered to himself. He had known that there was something wrong with this cave a long time ago. But he couldn't come directly. Dynamic vision +1. The rat that was exploring the way died quickly. Yang Bo picked up an electromagnetic bomb and threw it in. But the electromagnetic bomb exploded instantly before it exploded. Everyone in the game department wanted to see what Yang Bo did. Then the people in the game department saw Yang Bo cut off the rope with the rat, and then tied a stone to the rope and threw it in. First threw it on the left side of the mine, and then threw it on the right side of the mine. What is this guy doing? Seeing Yang Bo throwing the rope farther and farther, The head of the game department couldn't help asking. Others shook their heads. It's normal to bring a rope when exploring the mine. But what are you doing with a stone tied to the rope? Yang Bo threw the stone mainly to cover up some truths. That is, the direction of this mine. Yang Bo already knew the direction of the mine through sound wave detection, but showed it in the game for those who might be peeping. After fiddling with it for half an hour, Yang Bo exited the mine. Then he came to a mine below this mine, picked up the rope and started measuring. Is this guy going to dig a hole? A staff member in the game department suddenly realized. But how can we dig if we don't know the direction of the mine? The military had this plan last time, but we don't know the direction of the mine. And professional mining robots can't operate normally on this planet. Some staff members were also full of questions. Don't say anything. Let's take a look first. After Yang Bo measured a position, he began to search on the stone wall. Then Yang Bo took out the laser sword. And when the laser sword touched the stone wall immediately made a crackling sound. Then it stopped immediately, because the game department found a bug. Dry stones will not make cracking sounds when they come into contact with high temperatures. Only wet stones will crack due to internal water vapor when they come into contact with high temperatures. The game showed Yang Bo in a desert, so the stone wall should not make a cracking sound. Yang Bo knew it clearly, so of course he didn't care. He used the laser sword to dig a hole at a location, then took out a shockwave bomb, adjusted the time, and stuffed the shockwave bomb in. However, because it was a hole opened upwards, Yang Bo took out the rope at this time and tied it to the shockwave bomb so that the shockwave bomb could be stuck in the dug hole. Then Yang Bo ran quickly, and after running a distance, there was a bang. When Yang Bo came to the place where he had just dug the hole, a large piece of the stone wall collapsed. This guy can also blast? Seeing a large piece of stone falling from the stone wall, everyone quickly used software to analyze the data before and after, and found that the location chosen by Yang Bo was the best location for blasting. In this way, Yang Bo used 6 batteries, more than 20 shockwave bombs, and 1 hour. Not to mention, the laser sword is very effective in digging holes in the stone wall, because it relies on high temperature burning. Successfully dug a hole more than 3 meters deep. This guy doesn't look good. Seeing Yang Bo doing this, the people in the game department felt a little anxious. After all, the game time is only a few hours a day. I should have prepared professional mining tools for him. It's useless. You know this planet, unless it uses special materials. Who said there is no mining equipment in the game? It's just virtual. It looks like this guy will have to bring mining equipment in the future. What should I do? Someone found a bug. The colonel in charge of the game heard this, and waved his hand and said, "Let's wait and see. If he completes the task in this way, I can apply to my superiors." This guy's laser sword battery is the last one. It looks like this mission failed. Yang Bo was also a little annoyed. Although there were mining equipment in the game, they were all virtual, so he didn't bring any mining equipment. Looking at the last battery of the laser sword, Yang Bo didn't panic at all, because Yang Bo knew that after this explosion, there would be results. So after the explosion again, Yang Bo returned to the excavation site. It was now 6 meters deep, and a hole slanting upwards. Yang Bo was tinkering with a laser sword. It was easy for the laser sword to cut creatures and various metals, but it was the slowest to cut the stone. Yang Bo kept tinkering with the laser sword in his hand. Suddenly, Yang Bo's laser sword was all in at once. Yang Bo was still confused and stirred the laser sword twice. Boom! Then the next second, the entire laser sword and the battery exploded instantly. Yang Bo jumped back in fright and ran away quickly. Yang Bo found that the game prompted that his character was hurt. Then Yang Bo saw that in the cave he dug, a flame suddenly burned in the distance, and the fire was getting bigger and bigger. Yang Bo ran out again and went to the cave above. There was also a fire burning in this cave, but it was not clear what was burning. However, the light was a little green, and it looked like it was not a good thing. Yang Bo ran up again and scared a mouse out with a shockwave bomb, then caught the mouse with a rope and threw it into the cave with strong energy radiation. In this way, Yang Bo moved forward little by little. When Yang Bo saw the fierce burning flame, he was also a little confused. A sphere with a diameter of 3 meters was burning, and there was a kind of liquid flowing out of the sphere. However, the light of the burning of these substances inside was a little green and a little blue. and there were also streaks of electric light on the sphere. Then the next second Yang Bo saw a prompt in the game that there was danger, and an explosion and collapse was about to occur here. Speechless. What on earth is this thing? Yang Bo knew that the military already knew what was inside. Then he quickly operated the bionic man to run away. It's actually an artificial sun. The people in the game department saw the burning ball with some liquid flowing out of it, and they were a little bit unbelievable. This is the energy system core used by interstellar exploration spacecraft in the earliest times. But we seem to have discovered a big secret, someone said. What's the secret? The colonel in charge of the game department asked. In theory, the metal outside the core should be corroded. But why is the core outside of this artificial sun not corroded? Could it be that some of the radiation in this artificial sun can offset the dangerous energy of this world? The man asked, pointing to the video material just recorded. You've done a great job. Everyone heard this and took a closer look. Sure enough, they saw that the outer protective shell of the artificial sun was intact. And everyone was ecstatic. This planet is full of strange energy. Humans have been trying to neutralize this energy, but they have not found any suitable energy. As long as this strange energy can be neutralized, this planet may be transformed into a habitable planet in the future. I'll report it immediately. The colonel in charge of the game department didn't expect Yang Bo to bring him such a great credit as soon as he came to do the task. Yang Bo completed the task and successfully received a 20% increase in all attributes. Then he received a backpack fragment and logged off the game. What is that thing in the cave? It looks like a man-made object. Yang Bo didn't know what he saw in the cave at the end, but it was obviously not an ordinary thing. Of course, it can be understood. After all, the cave was built by someone else before. I'll go online to do another task tomorrow. I brushed 2 skills today. Yang Bo felt that today was painful. He didn't encounter any zombies today and killed 2 mice. While Yang Bo was completing the task, Zhang Buizhen had a dark face. Uncle Nyo, are you sure this news is true? Zhang Buizhen asked repeatedly. Yes. The Free Mercenary Guild lost a gold medal agent on our planet. Now the Free Mercenary Guild is offering a reward of 200 million credit points to find this gold medal agent. And this agent also has unparalleled hacking ability. Uncle Nyo nodded. Bang! Zhang Buizhen slammed the table hard. That idiot. He said he was a gold medal agent. He said he was a hacker. He didn't say anything. How do I know he is not an ordinary person? Uncle Nyo also nodded when he heard this. In fact, if those people were valuable, they could be spared. But they were just ordinary free mercenaries. Will Mr. Zhou tell this matter? Is he also an ace mercenary? Will he sell the news secretly? Zhang Buizhen was more worried about this. Chapter 556. Am I a soft persimmon? This is troublesome. The Free Mercenary Union looks like a scattered organization on the surface. But it is precisely because of their single-line connection that this mercenary union is the most mysterious. Nyo Bo was also speechless. And the core of the Free Mercenary Union is the agent. And the mercenaries are not the main ones. This time it may bring us a lot of trouble, because the free mercenaries all have unknown identities. I don't know if Mr. Jill will know this news. This is 200 million credit points. Although Nyo Bo saw that his young master looked bad, he still had to remind him. Zhang Buizhen heard this and took a sip of wine. Send a message to Mr. Jill to see what he has to say. He is also involved in this matter. Young master, don't forget that we have done a lot of things with him. At most, we can lose money to avoid disaster. And we can provide him with some information about other people. This information is very important for them. The mercenaries. Nyo Bo hurriedly reminded. Then you send a message first and test him. Zhang Buizhen was speechless when he heard this. I just don't know if Mr. Jiu knew the identities of these people when he arrested them. Zhang Buizhen said worriedly. Nyo Bo nodded when he heard this. So we must also be vigilant when facing Mr. Jiu. Once we are stable in March Star, we will introduce new customers to him, and let him get entangled with new customers. Zhang Buizhen nodded when he heard this. I know that there are a few guys who are very dissatisfied with their family. I will contact them first. In fact, Yang Bo didn't know the internal structure of the free mercenaries. Yang Bo pretended to be a free mercenary, but he had not joined the mercenary union for a long time, and had no knowledge of the free mercenary union. Even the task rewards for helping Zhang Buizhen did things were not paid from the free mercenary union. Of course, Yang Bo didn't know that he would catch a gold medal agent. The information Yang Bo knew was only known after Zhang Buizhen killed the other party and gave him skills. so he couldn't stop it even if he wanted to. Yang Bo didn't expect that he would have a gold medal agent to target him. After Yang Bo downloaded the game, he was a little depressed about the task he did today. Today's task was completed, but only 2 skills were given. Yang Bo video called Annie and Shia again, saying that he didn't kill any monsters in the task today. The two didn't say anything. After all, everyone is on the leaderboard now, and the bonus is completely fine. Tomorrow I must find a task with many monsters. Yang Bo saw that there were still several days before the end of the month, so he decided to do a task well tomorrow. Of course, Yang Bo didn't know that the Free Mercenary Union would issue a reward. After the Free Mercenary Union issued the bounty, many free mercenaries received the mission and went to March Star. The reason why the Free Mercenary Union is mysterious is that it has a single line of contact with each free mercenary who is doing the mission, and can only contact their own agent. March Star was once again pushed to the forefront of the Dark World. Moreover, the 200 million credit points for this mission are just information. If you find useful information, you can pay according to the degree of the information. So many people are ready to come to March Star. Zhang Buizhen sent a message to Mr. Zhu, but he didn't get a response from him, so he was a little anxious. So Zhang Buizhen had to act on his own temporarily, which was to increase the alert level of March Star, and at the same time let Lu Jijia and Zhou Rui help to pay attention to whether there were people with bad intentions. Lu Jijia and Zhou Rui were also a little confused after receiving Zhang Buizhen's request, but Zhang Buizhen didn't say anything specific, and they didn't ask. The next day, Yang Bo went online and looked carefully at the tasks in his mailbox, and found that there were not many tasks and monsters. Yang Bo closed his mailbox and prepared to find monsters to kill small bosses to increase his mental strength. Quick! Give him a task. The people in the game department saw that Yang Bo closed his mailbox and was going to purchase pistol bullets. It seemed that he was going to swipe monsters again, so the head of the game department quickly ordered. The task that Yang Bo completed yesterday was a major discovery after the military had undergone a preliminary review. As long as this discovery can be confirmed in the end, it will be a great achievement, and the head of the game department will be promoted from colonel to major general. If Yang Bo completes 2 or 3 more valuable tasks, he may be promoted to major general. There is a natural threshold between colonel and major general. After crossing this threshold, he will be called general. Other people in the game department will also be promoted and make money. So now these people are watching Yang Bo play games. These people can see Yang Bo's game screen. TSK. Yang Bo heard the mailbox ringing, and he said in his heart, "It seems that these guys are really watching me." Yang Bo's operation just now was actually a test. Why did Yang Bo come to brush the game rankings at the end of each month to give people the impression that he just wanted to make money by brushing monsters? Just now, Yang Bo opened the task to browse the tasks, and then closed the mailbox. If someone is watching him, then he will send him a new task, and it is the kind with many monsters. Yang Bo opened the mailbox and saw that there was indeed a new task, and there were a lot of monsters, but this time it was super mutant beasts. This group of super mutant beasts live in a super breeding farm. This super breeding farm has 2,500 acres and produces more than 2 million livestock each year. And this group of super mutant beasts live in this breeding farm in a group. And these mutant beasts live in harmony with zombie livestock. This task requires Yang Bo to explore this breeding farm and find the nest of mutant beasts. Mink? Yang Bo looked at the picture of the super mutant beast and felt that it looked a bit like a mink, but it had black armor all over its body. Moreover, each of these super mutant beasts was more than 2 meters long and nearly 1 meter high. It looked a bit like a mink, but it had no tail. Yang Bo was about to accept the task when the smartwatch next to him vibrated. What happened? Yang Bo saw that it was a message from Lu Jijia, asking him to be careful recently and move to his dormitory if he couldn't do it. Before Yang Bo could answer, Zhou Rui sent another message, which probably meant the same thing. Something must have happened, Yang Bo thought to himself. So he quit the game and called Lu Jijia. Yang Bo quit the game, which made the people in the game department very angry. They saw that Yang Bo was ready to accept the task, but this guy just got off the computer. Bang! The colonel in charge of the game department slammed the table hard. How is the matter of the Justice Gang resolved? Speed up the progress of the project of the Celebrity Promotion Cooperation game, and find this bastard as soon as possible. The colonel was so angry at Yang Bo's torture. Boss, We can't make the decision on this. However, the contact between the army and other people outside is handled by various departments. Bang! A bunch of trash. Some departments are trash. Boss, catch this bastard in the future. Let him play games every day. And use electricity to shock him if he doesn't play games. That's right. This old guy is so lustful. If he can't complete the task every day, cut off some of his organs. And when he completes the task, we will treat him again. The other staff members of the game department were also very angry about Yang Bo's move. They saw that they might get the credit for the task today. But the next second they got off the plane directly. It's this bastard. It would be better if he didn't play the game. Yang Bo called Lu Jijia on the phone. Yang Bo, be careful when you go out recently. Someone from the Free Mercenary Union is going to cause trouble. Lu Jijia spoke directly to Yang Bo on the phone. Is the Free Mercenary Union that powerful? Although Yang Bo's fake identity is the ace mercenary of the Free Mercenary Union, he knows nothing about this organization. The guys in the Free Mercenary Union are all part-timers. They all have legitimate jobs. So it is difficult to find out about them. And they are in single contact. It is said that this time, an extremely important gold medal agent of their union disappeared on our planet. So their union offered a reward of 200 million credit points just to find out about this person. According to the information I have, I am afraid that several gold medal mercenary groups will come here. When Lu Jijia said this, Yang Bo's eyes lit up. It's not good to always come out to cause trouble. But if others want to cause trouble, then it's easy to deal with. Zhang Buizhen. Hee. Yang Bo was happy. I know. I won't go out recently. Yang Bo nodded quickly, saying that he was a good person. It's not that I won't go out, but you should be careful when you go out. Don't wander around. Free mercenaries are all perverted. They have normal identities. They come to be mercenaries just to seek excitement. Some people like to kill or something. And some people like to follow and stalk. Lu Jijia still has a lot to say. Since Zhang Buizhen asked him to find some people with bad intentions, this matter may be related to Zhang Buizhen. Okay. Yang Bo nodded. Then Yang Bo called Zhou Rui again and contacted Zhou Yitong to express his gratitude to Zhou Rui. Then Yang Bo put on the armor and went out invisibly. He came to a hidden place in the suburban park, took out the communicator, and found several messages on it. Among them, there were 3 messages from Zhang Buizhen asking what to do about this matter. Yang Bo replied that he would not tell anyone about this matter. Then Yang Bo saw Zhou Rui sending him a message, asking him to use his identity as the third master to check if there were any suspicious people. Should I find out some information? Yang Bo thought of his identity as a member of the Free Mercenary Union. So he decided to find out some information. Yang Bo logged into the chat room of the Free Mercenary Union. Yang Bo was originally an ace mercenary. So a mysterious person received Yang Bo. In this chat room, neither party knew who the other was. And they chatted in text. Dear Mercenary King, how can I help you? I am Ace Agent number 007. The other party sent a message directly to Yang Bo. I heard there is a 200 million mission recently. Yang Bo sent a message directly. These are the mission information. Without any hesitation, the other party sent a lot of information. After reading it, Yang Bo took a breath of cold air. His name information was also on the information. Dear Mercenary King, do you need my advice? Ace Agent number 007 sent another message. Sure. Yang Bo replied. The breakthrough point of this mission is this: Yang Bo, our gold medal agent, lost contact when he was tracking Yang Bo. And the other party's means were very clever. Our gold medal agent did not have time to pass on any information. So I suggest starting with this person. The next paragraph of the other party's message made Yang Bo's mouth crooked with anger. Are you treating me as a soft persimmon? I thought Zhang Buizhen would be more dangerous. Yang Bo was so depressed now. Not interested. Yang Bo finally replied not interested and then exited the chat room. Yang Bo did not think of getting information from the Mercenary Union, because there was not much information to get from here. Really? No. I was worrying about how to receive the pirates when they come to the meeting. If I find a few free mercenaries. Hee. Yang Bo suddenly thought of what he was worried about a while ago. Chapter 557, New Method. I don't know how long it will take for the pirates to arrive. According to the time when the Free Mercenary Union issues the mission, the free mercenaries will arrive at about the same time. I won't go out these days. I will wait until the pirates arrive, and then go out and find out who is following me. Yang Bo was still worried a while ago about how to deal with these pirates, and what identity to use. Now the free mercenaries of several gold medal mercenary groups are coming. And these people are quite powerful. Is it possible that pirates could also be free mercenaries? Suddenly Yang Bo thought of a question. After all, free mercenaries must have another identity on the surface. On the one hand, I can get information from the Pirate Alliance. And on the other hand, I can get information from young Master Zhang and Zhou Rui. With these three information, I can check them in stealth. After these people disguise themselves, I can easily see through their disguises. Multiple clues can be added together to find the person I'm looking for faster. I just don't know who posted the task in the Free Mercenary Union. Could it be that some old guy in the military is about to die? So he wants to find the life energy gem? But it shouldn't be. The military warlords are also very powerful. Yang Bo couldn't figure out who would post such a task. Is the task posted by the military fake? Is this a scam? Then who is their real target? Yang Bo suddenly realized that this matter was a bit too simple. After all, as a big shot in the military, there is no shortage of people to offer to obtain the life energy stone. Will it not be targeting Wang Muxue? Are these gold medal free mercenaries here to be killers or take the blame? Yang Bo thought of many things at once. It is very easy for free mercenaries to take the blame. If these gold medal free mercenaries happen to be on this planet, and then a certain admiral dies, a dead admiral is meaningless. At that time, the truth is no longer important. As long as the official alliance has an explanation, it will be fine. Yang Bo knows very well how dark the alliance is. TSK. I hope I am not overthinking it. Yang Bo thought for a while, and gave up. My brain is getting smarter and smarter now. Could it be because of the surge in mental power? Yang Bo found that he could think of a lot of things now. Yang Bo, who returned to the villa in stealth, did not plan to play the game. So he opened the news to see. Unexpectedly, there was a major discovery in the news. Yesterday, I saw the news that the leader and deputy leader of the Justice Gang were having a group chat. The families of these leaders and deputy leaders refused to pay the bail, saying that as wealthy families, they should play a good leading role. These scums of the family should be punished by law, and others should learn from them. When the spokespersons of these families were interviewed, they passionately stated that the families would punish these scums and apologize to the public. Don't say these guys acted well. If Yang Bo hadn't known the truth, he would have believed these hypocritical guys. The military must have taken action. Yang Bo knew what was going on at a glance. It must have been the military. Unless these families don't want to do cross-planet business, the consequences of offending the military will be terrible. Every cargo ship transported in the interstellar space may involve huge property losses. That is to say, the leaders and deputy leaders of the Justice Gang were abandoned. Then the Union Court signed an arrest warrant to formally arrest all the people involved in the case. And the next step is to file a lawsuit. Yang Bo opened the game forum again. And when he saw the posts on the forum, he almost laughed. The newly elected leader and deputy leader of the Justice Gang said that they would continue to sue the game officials, and said that the previous leader and deputy leader were framed. Headstrong. Haha. The military is also defeated. Yang Bo also laughed when he saw the news. I think the military people are very depressed. The military people are more than depressed. The head of the game department, the colonel, was so angry that he jumped up and down. What kind of garbage are these people raised by the alliance now? The current atmosphere of the alliance is ruined by those damn politicians. The head of the game department, the colonel, opened the buttons of his military uniform, looking like a second-rate person, and no longer looked gentle and refined. Other staff members of the game department also seemed a little depressed. If it were normal times, the people in the game department might have laughed at them. But they weren't suing them anyway. They were suing other military departments, because the game department wasn't responsible for these things. The colonel's handsome face twisted slightly, and the other people in the game department knew it. In the era without war, it was too difficult to get promoted. Now there is such a good opportunity. But I don't know who that bastard is. The plan for the female star had already been made. But because the female star's agency was a little worried about the game company being involved in the lawsuit, they didn't cooperate. It was mainly the work of the Justice Gang, and some people had succeeded in it before. When playing games in the past, some people complained that it was too bloody and violent, which led to the bankruptcy of some game companies. The slogans shouted by the Justice Gang were very appealing. Protecting small animals, The small animals in the game are also small animals. The lives of small animals are also lives. And rejecting violence in games. So the Justice Gang absorbed a large number of people. And these people were educated in the free atmosphere of the Alliance. For topics such as animal protection. These female stars dare not provoke. The Colonel was mainly afraid that Yang Bo would get old. And no one knew whether he could play the game tomorrow. The Colonel had a goal in mind, which was to become the youngest male Major General. But women were not. There was a lucky guy who not only defeated 2 powerful pirate fleets, he also made a great contribution. It is said that he obtained some particularly rare experimental products and successfully suppressed the rebellion in the end. So some women became the youngest admirals. Boss, since these guys want to play, let's play it bigger and bankrupt them all. Isn't the game about preparing for a union war? Since the Justice Gang wants to play, let's play it well. A staff member whispered. You make a plan. Last time you talked about this and that. I allow you to try it out and contact this bastard. As long as you can get his information. Everyone understood what the Colonel meant. Last time someone said aunt, sister, and so on. The people in the game department nodded. Because this not only affected their boss's promotion and salary increase, but also themselves. The next day, the people in the game department thought that Yang Bo would not play the game today. After all, this bastard used to play the game only at the end of every month. And now this bastard has become the top of the list again. Unexpectedly, Yang Bo actually played the game the next day and accepted the task, which made the people in the game department feel relieved. At the same time, Yang Bo's 2 female teammates also went online. But the 2 teammates hardly talked after they went online. And they were obviously talking using another software. The 2 female teammates were practicing their professional skills. TSK. Yang Bo looked at the huge breeding farm below from the aircraft. It was actually right next to a big river. Isn't this pure pollution? All 2,500 acres of land are the most fertile land on the river bank. But now there are remains of concrete buildings everywhere. These 2,500 acres of land are in a flat river valley area, surrounded by mountains hundreds of meters high in the distance. Now it looks like a wasteland. But there is a place in the middle that is actually bare. And you can see the kind of paths in all directions. Just like the paths you see people walking on the grass in the park. It looks particularly obvious in the sky. Yang Bo knew that this was the activity route of the super mutant beast. Yang Bo parachuted and landed on a building. This farm not only raises pigs, but also cattle, sheep, chickens and ducks, as well as some special breeding minks, foxes, mice, cats, and dogs. In addition, there are slaughterhouses, freezing plants, and meat processing plants. Because there are many byproducts when the livestock here are slaughtered. They can be used to feed these other animals. This should be the workers' dormitory area. Right? Yang Bo looked at the buildings on his side. They are all 4 or 5-story buildings. And there are many around. And the single buildings are not very large. In the distance, you can see the remains of a large single building, which is a breeding farm or a processing plant. The reason why Yang Bo chose this place is that the distance between the buildings here is not too wide. If he is surrounded in a building, he can run to other buildings. As for what Yang Bo will do, he has already thought about it. Of course, setting a fire. This used to be a breeding base that produced millions of livestock every year. Who knows how many zombies there are here? What can I do with the little bombs I carry? It would be great if there were miniature hydrogen bombs like those in mecha games. It's a pity that bombs are not allowed in mecha games. Yang Bo began to observe around. There are flower pots on the roof of this building. Or clay flower pots. It seems that someone used to plant flowers there. Yang Bo picked up a flower pot and threw it far away. After the flower pot fell, it did not cause any movement. But Yang Bo, who used long-range optoelectronic capabilities and passive sound wave detection to obtain detection data, took a breath of cold air. These seemingly peaceful weeds and shrubs are actually densely packed with animal zombies. And there are also many human-shaped zombies in this building. So Yang Bo looked around and took out the map to compare. It seems to be a power plant over there. There should be fuel. Yang Bo looked into the distance. It seemed there was a backup power plant. So Yang Bo jumped from this building to another building. And it was like poking a hornet's nest. When he jumped just now, the force under his feet was a little heavier. And it made a dull sound, which caused the zombies in the building to move. And when he landed, The humanoid zombies in another building also roared. For a moment, the whole ear was filled with the sound of zombies. And many animal zombies suddenly emerged from the bushes and weeds on the ground. Yang Bo had already seen the terrain. And with Yang Bo's current reaction speed, brain power calculation speed, and what he saw, he quickly calculated the best route. At the same time, Yang Bo took a bomb in his hand and threw it far behind. The bomb exploded in the distance, and many zombies were attracted by the sound of the bomb and rushed madly to the place where the bomb exploded. This probably attracted zombies more than 1,000 meters around. These zombies, whether human or animal, chased after the explosion and Yang Bo. However, Yang Bo was running on the roof, so these zombies could not catch up, because there was a wide gap between each floor. While running and throwing bombs, more zombies were left behind by Yang Bo. Sword skills +2. Sword skills +2. Sword skills +2. Kick +2. Kick +2. Boxing +2. Boxing +2. Suddenly, a lot of information popped up in Yang Bo's mind, which confused Yang Bo. How powerful was the bomb he threw? Then Yang Bo looked back and found that these zombies were stepping on each other, forming a stampede. Moreover, there was a pile of zombies 5 or 6 meters high where he threw the bomb. I don't know how many layers there are. Mainly, the bomb thrown by Yang Bo attracted zombies from all directions to one place. The zombies behind had no idea what was happening in front. The zombies in front screamed, and the zombies behind followed and rushed forward, which led to the zombies gathering together. You can see cats, pigs, cows, chickens, and people. The smaller ones are in trouble. Yang Bo's sharp vision saw a zombie cat being kicked away by a zombie cow, and then being stepped on by a pig, and then the following pig stepped on it, and the zombie cat was directly crushed. No wonder there are boxing skills. Zombie cats will give boxing skills. There are also people who can't get up once they are knocked down by the huge zombie cows. As for zombie chickens, of course, it's the same. I seem to have found a new way to brush skills. What is Yang Bo's purpose in playing games? Of course, it's to brush skills. Yang Bo gave up immediately and planned to play with arson first. After all, Yang Bo no longer cares about the collision skills given by these cows and pigs. On the contrary, Yang Bo still likes knife-handle boxing and the like. There is no rush to set fire. With such a large area, if I can't finish the task today, I can do it again tomorrow. I don't believe that if the task fails today, the military will not let me do it tomorrow. So Yang Bo replanned. As for the people in the game department, were they still expecting Yang Bo to do something outstanding? Then the game department was dumbfounded for the whole day, watching Yang Bo running back and forth on these buildings, throwing bombs in his hand continuously. He was running around on the roofs of these buildings, until half an hour before the end of the game time every day. This bastard in the game gave up the task. This, everyone in the game department, was a little bit unbelievable. Is this task too difficult? The people in the game department looked at the data and saw no change, because the game would not count the zombies that died today as Yang Bo's head. At most a few zombies that were blown up by bombs and injured were counted in. The people in the game department were full of doubts. But they didn't expect that the guy would take the task of the super mutant beast again the next day. This guy doesn't change other tasks? Everyone in the game department couldn't figure it out. Chapter 558, Changes are worse than plans. Yang Bo didn't mean that he didn't want to set a fire to burn these zombies, because he had several experiences. If a fire is set in a small area alone, it's not a big problem. If the fire spreads, the military will take action. This planet is to be used for research, not to be destroyed. And in the process of repeated trampling by these zombies, the smaller or more fragile zombies will naturally be eliminated. So Yang Bo still accepted the Super Mutant Beast mission after playing the game today. I just don't know what the military will think. Yang Bo was actually still very nervous. What if the military interfered with his plan? What if the military saw that he didn't complete the mission yesterday and didn't give him a mission today, or gave him a virtual animation mission? What should he do? Fortunately, it was normal to accept the mission today. Half an hour later, Yang Bo arrived at the mission location in the sky. TSK. When Yang Bo came to the super breeding base again, he found that the ground had completely changed. Yesterday, there were still all kinds of weeds and shrubs below. After yesterday's day of tossing and turning, a large area below has become bare. as if it had been rolled over by a steamroller. One more day today, and I'll do the task tomorrow. Yang Bo was going to do another game today, and then do the task tomorrow. However, there was a disadvantage to being bare today. While Yang Bo was still in the process of landing, the zombies below discovered Yang Bo and began to move. It seems that weeds and shrubs have their advantages. Yang Bo had no choice but to control the parachute and fall far away. However, those zombies alarmed other zombies. For a while, Yang Bo kept landing in the sky, and the zombies below kept running, indirectly attracting a large group of zombies. I should have landed in the outer area earlier. Yang Bo landed on the roof and saw many zombies surrounding him from all directions. There were even more zombies constantly climbing up from the building. And Yang Bo hurried to another building. While Yang Bo was running, he found that the building under his feet was shaking because of the influx of too many zombies. When the house collapsed, Yang Bo jumped directly to another building. Pharmacy +2. Cooking +2. Knife skills +2. Fighting +2. A series of miscellaneous information appeared directly in Yang Bo's mind. This knife skill may be a cook, or it may be a slaughterhouse employee. But what the hell is this fighting? Could it be a security guard? Yang Bo was also a little grumbling about the skills given by these zombies. Of course, he only grumbled. Then Yang Bo hurriedly ran away. But he didn't expect that the house under his feet was also broken, controlling the bionic man to run on the house. Yang Bo could hear the sound of the internal structure of the house cracking. It looks like I have to run away. Yang Bo probably knew what was going on. Yesterday, Yang Bo used these buildings to run back and forth on them, driving the zombies below. And some zombies ran into the building. The steel bars inside these concrete houses may have been broken long ago, but the concrete itself is still supporting them. After being tossed by these zombies, it won't work today. Then implement the second plan and set fire. Yang Bo, who had made a decision, ran towards the power plant in the distance. Yang Bo ran in front, and the zombies chased him from behind. Occasionally, Yang Bo threw a bomb to attract the zombies. Yang Bo ran and shot at the same time, because the small bosses among the zombies were particularly different, and these guys were more sensitive. When attracting the zombies, these guys ran in the front and became conspicuous. Mind control +8. Mind control +8. One by one, mental information popped up in Yang Bo's mind. Yang Bo was so happy. There were quite a few zombie bosses here. Some of them had been solved yesterday. I didn't expect there would be so many today. However, the small bosses of this level obviously didn't have a high IQ, and they were not as smart as the advanced zombies of humans. There were not many human zombies here, and there were more animal zombies. Is this guy sick? Where did he take these zombies? The people in the game department looked at Yang Bo's constant provocation, and the zombies were also a little confused. His target should be the power plant. He should want to use fire to kill this wave of zombies, so that he can complete the mission. Someone from the game department pointed to the direction Yang Bo was running on the map and said, "This is a good idea. If there are so many zombies following behind, there is no way to complete the mission." After the person from the game department finished speaking, he looked at his boss again. "Everyone pay attention, and don't let the fire spread too much." The boss watched Yang Bo's operation, and knew that there were too many zombies this time. If he didn't kill some of them, it would be difficult to complete the mission. After hearing their boss say this, everyone understood that Yang Bo was allowed to use fire, but he was not allowed to destroy the environment, because no one knows how many things can be used on this planet. Maybe things that seem harmful now may be used later. Yang Bo ran away very quickly. The entire super farm covers 2,500 acres. 1 square kilometer is 1,500 acres. And 2,500 acres is not a long distance. After 8 minutes, Yang Bo arrived at the power plant, where many ruins can be seen. Yang Bo had come here for a stroll yesterday, so the weeds and shrubs here were trampled flat, except for a tall concrete chimney. There are no high-rise buildings. It's here. Yang Bo came to the coal storage point. There may have been a roof here before, but now there is no roof. There are only concrete walls on both sides, and they are not very high, only about 3 or 4 meters high. However, this concrete wall looks very solid. It should be the roof that shelters from wind and rain. It was built on it. Yang Bo's pistol kept firing, cleaning up some of the remaining zombies, and the large army of zombies was still behind. Yang Bo collected some dead branches and leaves, as well as the weeds and bushes that were trampled by the zombies yesterday. Yongbo controlled the bionic man to hold a cold weapon in one hand and roll up the weeds and bushes with the other hand, rolling up the dead branches and leaves on the ground. Soon he rolled up a large roll. And then Yongbo threw the large roll of dead branches and leaves aside and ran away. After running for dozens of meters, Yongbo picked up the bomb and threw it to attract all the zombies that had just arrived, so as not to destroy the fruits of his labor. Half an hour later, Yongbo strolled around and returned here to continue the previous operation. Then he ran again, attracting the zombies away again. Now most of the zombies in the entire farm followed Yongbo. After 6 cycles and more than 3 hours, Yongbo finally gathered enough burning materials to ignite. Then Yongbo controlled the bionic man to use the chemicals in the flash bomb to ignite several haystacks. This time, the zombies behind followed, and Yongbo deliberately slowed down. The first zombie sheep, zombie cows, and zombie pigs that came had some hair on their bodies, although not a lot. They were too many to withstand a large number of zombies. In addition, this coal bunker was surrounded by several meters of concrete walls, although there was a lot of coal inside. But the coal was in the middle, and Yongbo jumped onto the broken wall of the coal bunker. The zombies behind followed him in a swarm, and then brought a lot of fire. The water content in the zombies' bodies was originally low, which could be said to be like 70% dry bacon. Once burned by fire, these zombies naturally burned up. Not to mention that Yongbo not only got licorice bushes, but also a lot of coal. However, there were too many zombies. Soon, a large number of zombies pressed forward, and the wall was about to collapse. Charge +2. Kick +2. Sword skill +2. Information kept popping up in Yongjin's mind. In fact, this information has never stopped when he played the game today. Yongbo ran on the wall and diverted the attention of the zombies. Fuck. However, Yongbo had to run away quickly before he finished a lap, because there were too many zombies. At least hundreds of thousands of zombies following behind. This is why Yongbo led the zombies all the way today and kept giving skills. The zombies trampled on each other, especially when they encountered roadblocks, such as a pit in a place. The zombie in front jumped down, and the zombie behind followed. Then the ones at the bottom will be trampled to death by the ones above. Just like the section of the wall of the coal bunker just now. The zombies in front are right under the wall, and the ones behind are lying on each other. One layer on top of another. One layer on top of another. The ones at the bottom are directly crushed to death. Go do the mission. Yongbo didn't care after setting the fire. If he had to go back to set more fires after setting the fire, the game officials would definitely find a way to put out the fire. At that time, they would just show you a virtual picture of rain or heavy rain. And in reality, it is likely that a large fire extinguishing bomb would be thrown to put out the fire. At this time, Yongbo didn't care about the information that popped up in his mind, just praying that the military would not intervene and put out the fire. Yongbo loaded both pistols with bullets, and then went directly to the nest of the super mutant beast. The location of the nest of the super mutant beast is a water plant on the original map. Yesterday, Yongbo had come into contact with these super mutant beasts. These beasts looked like minks with scales, but they were at least 70 to 80 kilograms in size, and they didn't have tails. I don't know what species they are. The scales on the outside of these zombies have strong defensive power, and pistol bullets can't cause any harm to them. The eyes of these guys are the most vulnerable. However, this guy also has scales on his eyelids. As long as he closes his eyes, the pistol still can't do anything to them. These guys live in harmony with the zombies, and the zombies seem to be unable to see these animals. Yongbo ran while shooting at the zombies that kept appearing around him. As for the large group of zombies behind him, Yongbo didn't care now. And maybe this is good news, because Yongbo thinks that he can take at least hundreds of thousands of zombies behind him and directly attack the lair of super mutant beasts. I will trample these guys to death even if I have to. Yongbo had a plan in mind. Chapter 559 Specialty. I can't miss again today. Yongbo actually missed against these strange super mutants yesterday. The first time Yongbo fired, he was mainly testing the defensive power of the opponent's scales. But this shot directly caused these mutant animals to transform. These mutant beasts curled up into a ball, and their scales stood up directly. And then these beast transformed balls rushed directly towards Yongbo. Yongbo used up a magazine, but didn't hurt the mutant beast, which scared Yongbo to run away. because the bushes and trees on the road where these beast-transformed balls passed would be crushed. It turned out that the scales on the bodies of these mutant animals would continue to vibrate at high speed. The speed of this mutant animal reached more than 300 kilometers per hour. So Yongbo didn't kill a single mutant beast like this yesterday. He was chased for a long distance by 5 or 6 mutant beast-transformed balls. Even when these mutant beast-transformed balls rubbed against buildings, the building's concrete lost a layer, which shows how sharp the scales of this mutant beast are. The reason why Yongbo ran away yesterday was partly because of the balls these beasts turned into, and partly because of the hundreds of thousands of zombies chasing him. Yongbo did not choose the right terrain yesterday, but today Yongbo chose many terrains. Yongbo saw the mutant beasts from a distance, and the scales on the surface of these mutant beasts were brown. Yongbo temporarily called these mutant animals black ball beasts, although these mutant beasts were not black. These black ball beasts looked at Yongbo from a distance, and their whole bodies curled up. Yongbo didn't know how these black ball beasts were able to chase him yesterday. These black ball beasts looked at Yongbo curiously, but today they made an attacking posture from a distance. Yongbo threw another bomb to the back, and there were at least hundreds of thousands of zombies behind him, a large group of black masses, and they kept roaring. And Yongbo could hear the sound of the scales of the black ball beasts in front of him vibrating at high speed. Puff, puff, puff. It was like the sound of the air bursting at high speed. Yongbo kept a distance from the zombies behind him today, just to see who was stronger between the black ball beasts and the zombies. Seeing that Yongbo had reached his warning distance, a black ball beast accelerated instantly, and several black ball beasts with a diameter of 1 meter rushed towards Yongbo at high speed. Wherever the black ball beasts passed, there was a pile of black dust behind them, a bit like the mud thrown behind an off-road vehicle running on a muddy ground. Yongbo kept estimating the distance between the two sides through the sound. Seeing that the other party was about to hit him, Yongbo controlled the Bionic Man to start the flight mode and flew up. These black ball beasts instantly crashed into the group of hundreds of thousands of zombies behind. These black ball beasts didn't expect Yongbo to fly, so the black ball beasts directly pulled out a long gap in the zombie team. Dense skill information appeared in Yongbo's old C. Yongbo watched these black ball beasts ride into the zombie group for more than 300 meters, and then stopped. How huge is the zombie group of more than 100,000? It can be said that this zombie group occupies most of the territory of this breeding base. The breeding base is 2,500 acres, but this river valley area is about 5 or 6 square kilometers. Yongbo couldn't see the rest, because the flight system of the Bionic Man was relatively simple, like a parabola, and it couldn't turn or float in the air. Yongbo looked at the black ball beasts that were drowned by the zombies. Pay close attention to the information in his mind. Digging plus 16. A skill that suddenly appeared made Yongbo almost vomit blood. There's another thing that this skill also needs to give, which is the gerbils raised by Yongbo's family. That is to say, from Yongbo's perspective, these black ball beasts are just equivalent to 16 gerbils. Pa! Yongbo was completely speechless, and cursed in his heart. Digging plus 16. Several more of this skill appeared one after another, confirming Yongbo's idea that those black ball beasts were trampled to death by zombies. Forget it. Yongbo knew that it was useless to be angry. I guess the other abilities of this black ball beast are not suitable for me. Yongbo could only comfort himself. After Yongbo landed, other black ball beasts in the distance turned into a ball and rushed towards Yongbo quickly. Yongbo took out his sniper rifle and shot at the black beasts, running and shooting at the same time. But unfortunately, the bullets of the sniper rifle were powerless against the black beasts. And Yongbo's action also angered the black beasts, who let out a sharp roar. This mission is probably a failure. The military has explored 4 times, but in the end, they returned empty-handed. The main reason is that the weapons and equipment that the bionic people can carry are not enough. The mecha cannot be used on this planet at all. It will be corroded in a short time. First, the system will be damaged, and then the whole body. The fighter planes can't stay for a long time, and the laser cannons of the fighter planes are too powerful, which can directly explode these mutant animals. The head of the game department, the colonel, shook his head. This is also the main reason why this world is difficult to explore. The main reason is that its air is full of a unique radioactive substance that can accelerate the corrosion of all metal substances. And the power of the Bionic Man is too small. and the power of the fighter planes and warships is too large. So it is impossible to obtain a complete test product. Hearing their boss say this, the others also sighed. This guy's gun accuracy has no effect here, because this mutant beast has no weaknesses now. And the high-speed vibration of the scales of these mutant beasts can also offset the attack power of guns. And there are more than 120,000 zombies behind the target. At this time, someone exclaimed in disbelief, "What is this guy going to do? He actually took out a laser sword? Isn't this guy going to die together? Boss, this is the latest model of Bionic Man? And there is only this one." Everyone looked at their boss, and quickly reminded him that if this was scrapped, I was afraid that my boss would bear a lot of responsibility. The game department may also be responsible. After all, the game department is mainly to explore this planet, not to ruin all the good things studied. The Colonel watched Yang Bo in the game controlling the Bionic Man, holding 2 laser swords, and charging at the mutant beasts that turned into a ball. Everyone was waiting. As long as the boss gave an order, they would immediately switch the target person to the virtual game, and then take over the Bionic Man to escape from here. The Colonel's heart was in his throat. You know, he had used a lot of connections to get the latest model of the Bionic Man. If it was damaged again, he might have to make a self-examination. However, the Colonel wanted to take a gamble again, because the player in the game always made unexpected moves. The Colonel sat in his seat, holding the armrest of the seat tightly with both hands, staring at Yang Bo in the game. Others in the game department saw that their boss's expression was a little distorted, and they knew what their boss was thinking. And they also looked at the screen in the game nervously. At this time, Yang Bo controlled the Bionic Man to rush towards the black ball beasts. The diameter of the 2 black ball beasts was more than 1 meter, and with a long arc trajectory, the 2 black ball beasts rushed towards Yang Bo at the same time. However, there was always a distance between the 2 black ball beasts. If Yang Bo's Bionic Man was hit by the 2 black ball beasts, he would be directly squeezed into pieces by the 2 black ball beasts. However, Yang Bo controlled the Bionic Man to approach the 2 black ball beasts. He accelerated instantly and jumped from the head of the black ball beast on the right. The 2 laser swords in his hands turned into circles of light. This is what everyone saw with their naked eyes. In fact, Yang Bo swung out more than 60 times at this moment. Digging plus 16. A message popped up in his mind, which made Yang Bo's nose crooked, looking at the black ball beasts rushing towards him from behind. It was as if they were the enemies who killed his father. After all, he spent so much effort. But in the end, they gave him garbage abilities. So Yang Bo vented his anger on the black ball beasts behind him. These mutant beasts were difficult to deal with, and they gave him garbage abilities. It was like working hard to move bricks. But in the end, he got 8 yuan an hour. The more he did, the angrier he got. Yang Bo controlled the Bionic Man to jump up, then landed and continued to attack the black ball beast behind him. The black ball beast behind Yang Bo instantly turned into a pile of rotten meat. And then this pile of rotten meat was sprayed out by a powerful force and scattered all over the ground. This was because of the strong inertia of the black ball beast itself. Swordsmanship. The lowest level 8 swordsman. Check all the league's level 8 swordsmen for me. No. Check all the swordsmen above level 7 for me. The focus is on our planet. The Colonel, the head of the game department, stood up at once, slammed his fist on the table, and issued orders loudly. Yes, boss. This guy has exposed his true colors. This guy actually has such superb swordsmanship. The speed of the mutant beast exceeds 300 kilometers per hour. And the speed of this guy controlling the Bionic Man exceeds 200 kilometers. At the moment of the intersection of the two, this guy cut the other party 30 times with one hand. 2 laser swords cut this mutant beast 60 times. Others in the game department also took a breath of cold air, looking at the data of Yang Bo's action analysis just now. Dong! The Colonel of the game department hammered the table again and said, "Record this guy's swordsmanship movements for me. And then compare it with all the swordsmanship competition videos that can be found, and then compare them to see which routine it is, so that we can find the target faster. Another point is that the speed of his swordsmanship with both hands is the same, proving that he can use both hands." Other people in the game department quickly said, "It is still the boss who has vision and knows that this guy can face such a situation. Of course the boss is the boss. I didn't expect that this mission would bring out this guy's special skill." Another one solved. At this time, Yang Bo solved another mutant beast in the game screen. After Yang Bo jumped over the first black ball beast, he faced the second black ball beast. This black ball beast saw that Yang Bo had jumped over the companion in front of it last time, so it jumped up this time. Unexpectedly, Yang Bo slid directly across the ground, and the two laser swords in his hands drew circles of light again. This is the picture presented by the laser sword swinging too fast. Boss, there is no similar one in a database after comparison. At this time, the person who compared the information spoke. How is it possible? Someone asked. Nothing was found in the comparison of swordsmanship routines. Boss, could this guy be from a sect? Someone asked smartly. It is very likely that these old guys in the sect are good at disguising themselves. The head of the game department nodded when he heard this. Boss, this guy might be lying. He may not be talking about our planet. He may just say a random place name, or say that he once lived on our planet. It's possible. But this is also good news. His swordsmanship is so good. He must be famous. The people in the Swordsman Association practice swordsmanship to become famous. The head of the game department, the colonel, was a little unwilling, but he felt much better when he thought that Yang Bo could complete the task, which was also his own credit. Chapter 560 Doubts. Yang Bo was also a cunning man, always keeping a very close distance with the zombies behind him. These black ball beasts were indeed very smart, and they also knew how to use strategies. In the first wave, Yang Bo encountered two black ball beasts, which attacked him side by side. The two black ball beasts not only rotated quickly, but the distance between the two sides was very short. As long as the bionic man controlled by Yang Bo touched it, it would be crushed. Of course, if it were in reality, Yang Bo would just slap one. But there was no way. Now he was controlling the bionic man, and there was a special energy on this planet. Once the outer layer of the bionic man was damaged, the bionic man would be seriously injured in a very short time. The second black ball beast was also cut into pieces by Yang Bo's two fully powered laser swords. This was because Yang Bo was unwilling to expose his full strength. Otherwise the bionic man would move even faster. There were two black ball beasts in the first wave, one of which was cut into pieces by Yang Bo, and the one behind rushed directly into the group of zombies behind. Although these black ball beasts and zombies do not interfere with each other at ordinary times, there are so many of them after all. Once these black ball beasts rush into the zombie group, they will be trampled to death immediately. Most of these zombies do not have high IQs, because they are animal zombies. If there are so many human zombies, there will definitely be a few super zombies among them. Unfortunately, these animal zombies only have some small bosses, and there are no super zombies. This may also be the condition for the birth of super mutant beasts here. If there are really super zombies in this place, it may not be so easy to give birth to super mutant beasts. Yang Bo just slipped under a black ball beast, and at the same time, the laser sword in his hand cut the black ball beast into pieces. This was the second wave of attack. The first wave of black ball beasts attacked side by side, and this wave of black ball beasts attacked in a line. Just after solving the first black ball beast, the second black ball beast directly hit him at high speed on the ground. Yang Bo controlled the bionic man, and his right foot braked hard on the ground. The body of the bionic man turned directly to the right like a car tailspin. The second black ball beast rushed under Yang Bo's feet dangerously, leaving a deep mark on the ground. And then the black ball beast instantly rushed into the pile of zombies again. At this time, the third black ball beast hit Yang Bo again. But this time Yang Bo jumped again, repeating the first action. It's not that Yang Bo doesn't want to dodge left and right in place, but there are so many zombies behind him. He must run forward. If it were just these black ball beasts, Yang Bo could solve them by standing in place. The speed of these black ball beasts reached 300 kilometers per hour, and Yang Bo's own speed of controlling the bionic man was not low. Coupled with the high-power laser sword, at such a high speed, let alone the laser sword, even ordinary alloy cold weapons can cause huge damage to the black ball beasts. I can't believe this bastard has such high sword skills. The people in the game department looked at the bionic man and dealt with these mutant creatures like cutting melons and vegetables. And someone said, in the previous explorations of our military, on the one hand, the operators did not have such high strength, and on the other hand, the performance of the bionic man at that time was not as high as this one. Although the overall data of this bastard looks mediocre, his explosive power at certain times can show his operation level. The colonel also nodded, Operation is one aspect. The key is prediction. To be able to predict the next move of these mutants and their movement trajectory. This guy is very smart. He has always kept a certain distance from the large group of zombies behind him. You see these mutants? As long as they rush into the zombie group, they will be completely silent. Everyone agreed with the analysis of their boss. Boss, is there a fire over there? Someone pointed to the other side and asked. It's not a big problem. There are too many zombies. What we are focusing on now is the mutants. The colonel took a look at the data analysis. It's okay if the coal in that place is burned out. It won't cause greater losses. So there is no need to pay attention. Finally, the Black Ball Beast found that it was helpless against Yongbo. And other members of its group were killed one after another. Or they were drowned by zombies. These Black Ball Beasts no longer targeted Yongbo, but watched Yongbo's reaction from a distance. The water plant in this place has become a pile of ruins. There are big pits in the water plant, which should be pools for purifying water. Yongbo led hundreds of thousands of zombies, and rushed directly into the nest of the Black Ball Beast. However, there is water in the big pits of the water plant. It seems that these Black Ball Beasts actually like water. This is something Yongbo had not discovered before. The pools here are all one after another. Each pool is very large. But it can be imagined that since there are millions of livestock slaughtered every year, the amount of water required is not small. These pools were made of concrete, and were basically intact. Yongbo jumped onto the concrete edge next to the pool. The hundreds of thousands of zombies behind followed one after another, and many of them jumped into the pool. Yongbo crossed one pool after another, and finally found a hole in the wall of one of the pools. This hole was very smooth and animals could often enter and exit. The pool successfully blocked the zombies behind. So Yongbo was ahead by a long distance. Yongbo saw that the Black Ball Beasts were in the pools near the cave entrance. These Black Ball Beasts bared their teeth at Yongbo when they saw Yongbo. Yongbo took out the bomb and threw it into the water. When Yongbo was about to take out the pistol to deal with the Black Ball Beasts in the pools, he saw a big head popping out of the cave entrance. And a Black Ball Beast that was a circle larger appeared. The scales on this Black Ball Beast were no longer brown, but a little golden. A bit like the color of the wild Christian carp that Yongbo caught in the wild in his previous life. When Yongbo saw the Black Ball Beast, he knew that it might be the leader of the super mutant beast. The next second, Yongbo hurried to the side, because the leading Black Ball Beast curled up and flew towards him in an instant. That's right. There was a faint light on the leader of the Black Ball Beast, and it was obvious that this mutant creature had already known how to use energy. Yongbo looked around and listened to all directions. The Black Ball Beast flew directly out of the cave. Yongbo paused for a moment, and the Black Ball Beast flew past Yongbo and hit the zombie group behind him. It turns out that this guy can't fly. Yongbo found that the Black Ball Beast could only hit him like a parabola and landed in the zombie group on the side. And these zombies are scrambling to fill up these pools. The Black Ball Beast leader jumped into a pool, and there were countless zombies in this pool. These zombies in the water were still chasing Yongbo, and the hundreds of thousands of zombies behind kept jumping into these pools. The next second, it seemed that there was a high-power mixing device in the pool, and the water in the pool moved wildly. The next second, Yongbo's mind came with one message after another. Then the Black Ball Beast leader flew towards Yongbo again. Yongbo saw this scene, and waved the laser sword in his hand towards the Black Ball leader, and his body flashed to the side. Zzzz. But the next second Yongbo only heard the sound of zzzz and the dazzling light. This was the reaction between the laser energy of the laser sword and the energy light on the Black Ball Beast leader. Abnormal. Yongbo knew that there was no special skill in his mind, which proved that he did not cause any harm to the Black Ball Beast leader. This guy finally came out. The people in the game department were relieved when they saw the super mutant beast leader come out. Boss, do you want us to do it? Someone asked. Not for now. We just need to get the biological sample of this super mutant beast. The colonel shook his head. Yongbo looked at the increasing number of zombies behind him. These zombie pigs, zombie cows, zombie sheep, constantly filling up one pool after another. And many pools were filled. Yongbo ran forward while avoiding the Black Ball Beast leader. As the zombies continued to fill up the pools until they entered the pool where the entrance of the Black Ball Beast's nest was located, the Black Ball Beasts attacked the zombies that invaded their territory. At this time, Yongbo could no longer see them. All the black ball beasts curled up together, and the entire pool was like a bunch of high-speed mixers. The zombies that jumped in were directly crushed one after another. But as the number of zombies increased, the black ball beasts attacked and shouted loudly. The leader of the black ball beasts, who was chasing Yongbo, heard the shouts and jumped back. The next second, Yongbo took out a pistol and emptied the magazine in a short time. The leader of the black ball beasts was angered by Yongbo's actions and returned to hit Yongbo at high speed. Yongbo jumped to the side, and the attack of the leader of the black ball beasts missed. The next second, the leader of the black ball beasts returned like a boomerang and hit Yongbo again. Yongbo dodged the attack of the black ball beast leader again. This time, the black ball beast leader had a boomerang-like trajectory. But this time, there were many zombies on this trajectory. A large route of the entire zombie group was cleared again, but the continuous loss behind it filled the gap again. At this time, Yongbo received a task information, requiring him to get the biological sample of the super mutant beast leader, preferably the head of this super mutant beast leader. Yongbo had thrown away the gun in his hand a long time ago, and now he turned the power of the two laser swords in his hands to the maximum. Puff! Another energy collision. The energy of the laser sword collided with the energy of the beast leader, emitting a dazzling light. Then the leader of the black ball beast hit Yongbo again with a boomerang trajectory. Yongbo had no better way, and bullets could not penetrate, so he could only use two laser swords to continuously consume the opponent's energy. So the people in the game department saw Yongbo waving two laser swords now, and the laser swords collided with the mission target, emitting dazzling white light, which looked quite like a game special effect. And the zombie group in the distance had already flooded the pool where the black ball beast was. Other black ball beasts cried out shrilly, and the leader of the black ball beast heard this sound, and the light on his body became brighter, and then he plunged into the zombie group. Yongbo also had no time to react, and he looked at the hundreds of thousands of zombies behind him. The black ball beast leader kept leading a gap, and these zombies turned into slag as long as they came into contact with the black ball beast leader. Is there something in this nest? Yongbo was a little confused. How about I go in and take a look? Just now, Yongbo controlled the bionic man to drop a bomb in the pool where the entrance of the black ball beast's nest was located, to use the sound waves of the bomb to detect what the inside of the black ball beast's nest looked like. Let's just watch the fun first. Yongbo, who was always looking for fun, started running again, while using the bomb to attract zombies from other directions to this side. Because the entire line of zombies was very long, Yongbo pulled the two sides of the line to the middle, because Yongbo knew that these zombies could not trap the leader of the black ball beast. Now was a good opportunity to consume the leader of the black ball beast.